In Jiangsheng, within the confines of a second-tier normal university, Chen Zhibai sat in the cafeteria. Yet his mind was elsewhere. His gaze appeared to be fixed on the plate of rice before him, but in reality, he was transfixed by a line of text only he could perceive. Godly rich system, loading progress 98. This enigmatic line had manifested before him the previous night, and he had verified that it was visible solely to him. Thus, it seemed he was destined to possess a system extraordinary one at that. Excitement coursed through him, for he was well-versed in the narratives of the wealthy protagonists from the novels he had read. He understood what the godly rich system signified: wealth, the kind that is effortlessly acquired. Since that fateful evening, his spirits had soared, yet the loading progress remained agonizingly slow. It was only by noon the following day that it had reached 98. He wondered when it would finally complete its loading. The godly rich system awaited him. Chen Zhibai harbored hopes deep within. He was of unremarkable appearance, hailing from an ordinary family, and had lived a life that was decidedly mundane, following a predictable academic path like 99 of the world's populace. Unremarkable and insignificant. He had contemplated his future. Attending a second-tier normal university, he was merely a freshman, having just commenced his studies. Upon graduation in 4 years, he anticipated securing a job with a monthly salary of 4,000 to 5,000 yuan. Given the housing prices in Jiangsheng, a new first-tier city, he would likely need over a decade to afford the down payment on a dilapidated old apartment. There was nothing inherently wrong with such a life. Many ordinary individuals lived in this manner, tirelessly striving for a meager sum. Yet, the thought of such a future often left Chen Zhibai feeling discontent. Who wouldn't desire a better life? Who wouldn't wish for wealth? Initially, he believed there was no hope for such aspirations, but now, the godly rich system had arrived. His once mundane existence was poised for transformation. As these thoughts swirled in his mind, he glanced once more at the loading panel. Still 98, with no indication of change. Sighing, he suppressed his impatience and was about to lift his chopsticks for a bite when someone suddenly called out to him. "Hey, Lao Chen, you're here at the cafeteria too? Perfect, let's share a table." At the sound of that voice, Chen Zhibai looked up to see his roommate, Zhou Hao, along with his girlfriend, Li Yu, standing beside him. Zhou Hao was a local from Jiangsheng, and his family was relatively well off. Coupled with his decent looks, he had already managed to secure a girlfriend from the economics and trade department within less than a month of the semester's start. Was the first among their dormitory to find a partner and had boasted about it on numerous occasions. From Chen Zhibai's perspective, Zhou Hao's girlfriend, Li Yu, was indeed attractive enough to be regarded as a beauty. As Chen Zhibai glanced at Zhou Hao and Li Yu, preparing to nod in acknowledgement, his gaze fell upon another girl standing beside them. He was momentarily taken aback. This girl was exceptionally beautiful. Li Yu, who could herself be described as a beauty, seemed to pale in comparison in her presence. Not only was she stunning, but she also had an impeccable sense of style. She wore a sleeveless white blouse that accentuated her curves, the hem tucked neatly into her denim shorts. Her long, fair legs were strikingly beautiful, straight and elegant, surpassing many of the legs showcased on social media platforms. What's more, her legs were truly unfiltered and authentic, unlike the manipulated images so prevalent online. In essence, this girl radiated both brightness and beauty. Chen Zhibai found it hard to look away, but he soon redirected his gaze, just as Zhou Hao had pulled Li Yu down to sit beside him. "Lao Chen, this is my girlfriend's roommate Lu Ming. She's joining us for lunch today," Zhou Hao stated, gesturing towards Lu Ming as he introduced her. "What do you think? Isn't my roommate stunning? Ming is currently single, you know. If you're interested, I can help you out." Li Yu chimed in with a laugh. However, her words were more playful than sincere. She didn't genuinely believe Chen Zhibai could win Lu Ming's affection. After all, Lu Ming's beauty and physique were undeniable. In the short time since the semester began, several boys in their class had expressed interest in Lu Ming, and even some upperclassmen from the second and third years were pursuing her. The boys daring enough to pursue her were all well-placed in life. In comparison, Li Yu felt Chen Zhibai stood little chance. First, he wasn't particularly handsome, though not unattractive. He was merely of average looks. Secondly, his family's financial situation was modest. She had heard from Zhou Hao that Chen Zhibai's parents had been laid off years ago and now ran a small convenience store, earning barely a few thousand yuan a year. Overall, he seemed to possess no advantages. She couldn't fathom Lu Ming ever being interested in Chen Zhibai. "You're just playing matchmaker for fun," Zhou Hao chuckled, casting a glance at Chen Zhibai. To be honest, he felt a sense of superiority over Chen Zhibai. Why? Because he was a local of Jiangcheng, and his family owned two properties, one for personal use and another as a future marital home, albeit modest at only 90 square meters, valued at over 2 million yuan. Many people would never earn that much in a lifetime. Hence, he felt a sense of superiority over Chen Zhibai. Yet he didn't dare to pursue Lu Ming. Reflecting on this, Zhou Hao couldn't help but glance at Lu Ming again, admiring her radiant features and the long legs beneath her denim shorts. Initially, he had considered pursuing Lu Ming, but after weighing his own circumstances, he had hesitated and settled for Li Yu instead. What's so wrong with playing matchmaker? I think Chen Zhibai is quite decent. What do you say, Ming Ming? Li Yu turned with a smile towards Lu Ming. Lu Ming glanced at Chen Zhibai, then returned her gaze to Li Yu. Just eat your meal. You can't seem to keep your mouth shut even at the table, she replied, her meaning clear. Stop meddling and focus on your food. Li Yu certainly caught the implication, though she was not surprised. It was precisely what she had expected. If Lu Ming were ever to take a liking to Chen Zhibai, it would have been a shocking turn of events. However, if it were to happen, it would certainly place her in a favorable position over her boyfriend. But clearly, that was not the case. Don't worry, Chen Zhibai, although you may not have a chance with Ming Ming, he'll introduce you to other girls. I guarantee you'll find someone, Li Yu assured him. Though she had no intention of introducing girls to Chen Zhibai, she did not hesitate to flatter him. After all, flattering costs nothing. Lao Chun, don't rush. You have 4 years of university ahead of you, and I'm sure you'll find a girlfriend like I did. But good luck finding one as pretty as mine, haha. Zhou Hao added, his tone laced with pride. Though he didn't dare pursue Lu Ming, he felt a sense of accomplishment with Li Yu, who, while not as stunning as Lu Ming, was still attractive enough to hold her own. He was certain that even if Chen Zhibai were to find a girlfriend, she would hardly compare to Li Yu's beauty. This was a certainty beyond doubt. Chapter 2. Where does your confidence come from? Just from your sweet words, Li Yu playfully slapped Zhou Hao's arm, feigning annoyance, yet inwardly, she relished his compliments. I am not merely sweet-talking. I genuinely mean it, in my heart. You are truly beautiful. Seizing the moment, Zhou Hao grasped Li Yu's hand, pledging his loyalty, though his gaze inadvertently flickered towards Lu Ming, stirring a pang of regret within him. If only there were more money at home, perhaps he could pursue Lu Ming. Those long legs were simply tantalizing. We're all human. Let us keep our hands to ourselves, Li Yu chided Zhou Hao. Though they had agreed to date, they had yet to hold hands, as she believed he shouldn't gain her affection too easily. What is there to fear? We are indeed a proper couple, Zhou Hao insisted brazenly. Chen Zhibai, however, ignored their banter, focused on his meal. Frankly, no one knew how much confidence he possessed with the system at his side. Although the system had yet to be activated, Chen Zhibai already understood he would no longer struggle financially. Thus, he truly felt confident and composed. A girlfriend? He would never lack one in the future. As Chen Zhibai lowered his head to eat, Lu Ming didn't glance at Zhou Hao and Li Yu, but instinctively stole a look at Chen Zhibai. From her perspective, he seemed rather ordinary. His looks, height, and family background were all unremarkable. Yet, she could perceive a certain confidence radiating from him. Confidence is a tangible quality. For instance, when two individuals enter a luxury store, one wealthy and the other not, the affluent one exudes confidence and ease, while the less fortunate one appears dejected and timid. Thus, witnessing Chen Zhibai's confidence left Lu Ming perplexed and even curious. Where does your confidence come from? She pondered. As roommates, she had heard Zhou Hao mention Chen Zhibai's family conditions during his nightly phone calls with Li Yu. So, where did this confidence originate? After another glance at Chen Zhibai, Lu Ming shook her head and chose not to dwell further. It was none of her concern. As Chen Zhibai neared the end of his meal, a loading progress bar appeared before him, visible only to his eyes, which suddenly jumped to 100 at that moment. The system's voice resonated in his mind. Ding! The godly rich system has been successfully activated. The host is Chen Zhibai. The host can currently withdraw 1,000 yuan in cash daily. Note: the source of system funds is reliable and will not be detected by the state or individuals. The host can use it without reservation. The mechanical voice of the system quickened Chen Zhibai's heartbeat. 1,000 yuan every day. That amounts to 30,000 yuan a month, 360,000 yuan a year. That's higher than many people's salaries. And it's free money. No need to toil for a capitalist or rise at dawn. The system was indeed generous. Chen Zhibai's heart raced as he suppressed his emotions, preparing to withdraw the 000 yuan, and no matter how much he reasoned, it was unsettling not to see the money. System, withdraw today's 1,000 yuan. Chen Zhibai silently commanded. Buzzing, as his words fell, his phone vibrated in his pocket. Dear customer. Hello. Your agricultural bank account ending in 6699 has received a transfer of 1,000 yuan. The current balance is 1,576 yuan. The 1,000 yuan had arrived. Upon seeing the bank notification, Chen Zhibai felt an immediate sense of security, swiftly followed by exhilaration. The system was indeed real. Ding. A slight crack has been detected on the host's phone screen. As a future wealthy individual, how can you continue using such a phone? The following tasks are now issued. A. Choose to replace your phone. If the host selects this option, the following rewards will be granted. 1. A cash reward of 10,000 yuan. 2. A car lottery ticket. Note. After using the car lottery ticket, the host will randomly receive a car worth between 200,000 and 1 million yuan. Note 2. The host must purchase a phone before using the car lottery ticket. B. Choose not to replace your phone. The host will receive the title of penny pinching expert. Note. Wearing this title will make everyone who sees the host perceive him as stingy. The system's voice echoed again. Chen Zhibai's expression turned peculiar. Was the system serious about these two options? It was a no-brainer. Even a fool would choose A to get a new phone. Not only was the cash reward of 10,000 yuan enticing, he could use it to buy a new phone, meaning he wouldn't have to spend his own money. It was essentially free. Moreover, the car lottery ticket was even better. By opting for a new phone, he could obtain a car lottery ticket, randomly winning a car worth between 200,000 and 1 million yuan. The minimum was a 200,000 yuan vehicle. Should luck be on his side, it could be a luxury car worth 1 million yuan. This was a no-cost gift. As for option B, what a ridiculous title of penny-pinching expert. I choose option A. Replace my phone. Chen Zhibai declared to the system, suppressing his excitement. Ding. The host has selected option A. A cash reward of 10,000 yuan has been issued to the host's bank account. Buzzing. His phone vibrated again. The 10,000 yuan was credited. He couldn't quite explain why, but it felt exhilarating. Chen Zhibai composed himself and glanced at his phone, which indeed had a few cracks but remained functional. The brand was Huawei, a gift from his family during his sophomore year. Originally, they had planned to buy him a new one after his college entrance exams, but he declined, believing it was still usable. His parents had lost their jobs several years ago but had since opened a small convenience store, though business was not thriving, and he didn't want to burden them further. But now, no more hesitation. He would get a new phone. Not only would he get a new device for himself, but he would also receive a guaranteed car worth at least 200,000 yuan. What a bargain. And he wouldn't need to spend his own money on the phone. As for which phone to choose, Chen Zhibai pondered and decided to stick with Huawei, as he was accustomed to it. Old Chen, once we finish eating, shall we go shopping together? I plan to buy my girlfriend a couple of outfits since I have no classes this afternoon. Let us make it a fun outing. Zhou Hao suddenly suggested. Yes, Ming Ming, you should join us too, Liu chimed in, tugging on Lu Ming's arm. Though her looks and poise could not rival Lu Ming's, she relished flaunting her relationship now that she had a boyfriend while Lu Ming did not. I want to be going. I have things to attend to this afternoon, Chen Zhibai replied, shaking his head. He intended to head directly to purchase a phone. The car lottery ticket could only be used after buying a phone, so he wanted to buy it as soon as possible and see what car he could win. Regardless, the guaranteed car was worth 200,000 yuan. This was a significant opportunity, so he had no time to waste shopping with Zhou Hao. Chapter 3. Beauty cannot compare to wealth. I didn't sleep well last night. I'll take a nap in the dormitory later, so I want to go. Almost simultaneously with Chen Zhibai's refusal, Lu Ming also declined. After saying this, she paused, surprised, and looked at Chen Zhibai. She hadn't expected him to also say no. She assumed he would readily agree to join her upon hearing Liu's invitation, confident that Chen Zhibai would wish to spend more time with her. Thus, she had crafted an excuse about her poor sleep to decline the shopping trip, not wanting to give him false hope. But now, you refuse at the same time as I do. Chen Zhibai noticed Lu Ming's astonished gaze but dismissed it. Lu Ming was indeed beautiful, radiant, and graceful, with long legs that would score above 90 in any evaluation. But so what? With the godly rich system, would he ever lack a girlfriend? While beauty was a scarce resource, it paled in comparison to wealth. I'm leaving. Chen Zhibai stood up, waved his hand, and departed the cafeteria before Zhou Hao could respond. Lu Ming watched as Chen Zhibai walked away without sparing her a glance. instinctively doubting her own appeal. She glanced at her own long, shapely legs beneath her denim shorts and picked up her phone, where her bright and beautiful face was clearly reflected on the dark screen. Ming Ming, come with me. We can shop and you can catch up on sleep later, Liu coaxed, oblivious to Chen Zhibai's departure. Yes, let us go together and help me pick out some outfits, Zhou Hao echoed. Although he dared not pursue Lu Ming, believing he fell short of her standards, yet he still wanted to spend more time with her. Those legs were simply too captivating. Zhou Hao glanced at Lu Ming, then at Liu, letting out a sigh. If only he could ignore Lu Ming. His girlfriend was also quite beautiful, but the disparity was evident. No, I genuinely didn't sleep well last night. I'm feeling a bit tired, so I'm going back to the dorm to rest, Lu Ming replied, shaking her head before getting up from her seat. Standing at about 171 cm, she was quite tall for a female, and her proportions were excellent, her long legs striking. Consequently, throughout the meal, several boys had been discreetly watching her. As Lu Ming exited the cafeteria, many boys sighed and began clearing their trays, not wishing to linger any longer now that she was gone. I shouldn't have invited Chen Zhibai. I bet Lu Ming didn't agree to go shopping because of him. She didn't want to be seen with him, Zhou Hao lamented, regret creeping into his voice. Indeed, I shouldn't have invited you, my roommate, Liu nodded, feeling somewhat regretful herself. She had hoped to subtly flaunt her relationship, especially since Zhou Hao had promised to spend 500 yuan on her outfits today. That was quite a sum. Oh well, if she doesn't want to go, then we'll go ourselves, Liu decided, shaking her head. Although she couldn't show off in front of Lu Ming, she could still boast about the outfits once they were purchased. Hurry up and finish eating. Let us go. As Liu spoke, she turned to Zhou Hao, only to frown when she noticed him staring longingly at the cafeteria entrance, filled with regret. Instantly, her expression soured. What's wrong? Yeah. Zhou Hao jolted, hastily inquiring. Are you really upset that she left? Liu asked, her tone disapproving. How could that be? You're my girlfriend. Why would I be upset about her? Zhou Hao quickly replied, attempting to take Liu's hand, but she withdrew. It doesn't matter if you are. You'll never win her over. She'll definitely end up with a rich second generation, Liu said coldly. She wasn't naive. She could clearly see Zhou Hao's feelings for Lu Ming, which angered her. Why would I pursue her? You're my girlfriend. You're the most beautiful in my eyes. She can't compare, Zhou Hao said, trying to placate her. Liu glanced at him, her expression softening somewhat. Although she knew Zhou Hao was merely trying to make her happy, she still appreciated his words. As long as you know that, let us go buy clothes. You promised me a budget of 500 yuan. Liu instructed. Don't worry. I wouldn't deceive you. Zhou Hao nodded vigorously, but a flicker of pain crossed his eyes. 500 yuan. His monthly allowance was 3,800 yuan, substantial for a freshman, but spending 500 at once stung a bit. Yet, you can't catch a wolf without letting go of the child. Zhou Hao gazed at Liu's beautiful, fair face, his eyes filled with desire. Although she wasn't as stunning as Lu Ming, she was still a beauty. Being with Liu evoked envy and jealousy among many boys, so he had to spend that 500 yuan. He just wondered when he'd finally enjoy some meat. That is settled then. If you deceive me, I won't date you anymore. You know many boys are vying for my attention. Some are even more capable than you, Liu teased. In truth, none of them were. Or else she wouldn't have chosen Zhou Hao, but she needed to keep him in check. Yes, I would never deceive you, Zhou Hao affirmed, nodding earnestly, then reached for Liu's hand again. But she still didn't allow no touching. Let us buy the clothes first. Liu stood up from her seat. Zhou Hao felt a pang of disappointment at not being able to hold her hand. Yet he remained undeterred. He believed that with persistence, he would eventually win her over and take their relationship to the next level. That's good enough. It's already better than many others. Zhou Hao chuckled to himself, suddenly feeling a sense of superiority over Chen Zhibai. He believed that Chen Zhibai would never have a chance with a beauty like Liu. What are you grinning about? Liu shot Zhou Hao a glance, her tone laced with disdain. Nothing. Let us go buy your clothes. Zhou Hao quickly shook his head, and together, they exited the cafeteria. Chapter 4. Confidence and composure brought by wealth after leaving the cafeteria. Chen Zhibai took out his phone and opened the Huawei store app, quickly selecting a phone priced at over 8,000 yuan. Previously, he would never have considered such an expensive device, as his financial capacity hadn't reached that level. He would never pretend to be someone he wasn't, but now, with the 10,000 yuan from the system, it no longer mattered. Just as he was about to finalize the payment, Chen Zhibai frowned upon seeing that delivery wouldn't arrive until tomorrow morning. While that was fairly quick, After all, buying today meant delivery by tomorrow. It still didn't satisfy him, as he wanted to acquire the phone sooner to see what car he could win. Thus, he decided to head to a physical store instead. Chen Zhibai thought to himself, quickly closing the Huawei store app and searching for a nearby Huawei store. Conveniently, there was one in the university town, about a 10-minute walk away. Tucking his phone back into his pocket, he made his way to the school entrance. As he walked, he admired the campus scenery. Although the scenery remained unchanged, his mindset had shifted dramatically. He felt confident and composed. After all, he was now a man with a system. Reflecting on this, Chen Zhibai couldn't help but marvel at how confidence truly nurtures a person. Many internet celebrities appear timid and lacking in confidence before achieving fame, looking like they have no prospects. Yet, once they attain wealth, their entire demeanor transforms drastically. This is the confidence and composure that money brings. With the godly rich system, he would never again face financial struggles. How wonderful! Suddenly, his phone rang, and Chen Zhibai pulled it out to see it was his mother calling. "Mom, do you miss me?" he answered, smiling. "I don't miss you at all with you in college. The house has finally become peaceful. Your dad and I are enjoying our leisure time," his mother, Li Xiaomei, replied. But while she claimed to not miss him, she quickly segued into, "I checked the weather forecast, and it seems it might rain in Jiangxing tomorrow. Remember to dress warmly, don't catch a cold, that would be troublesome." His mother's voice droned on, but Chen Zhibai didn't feel impatient. He occasionally responded with an while his thoughts drifted elsewhere. In his childhood, his family was relatively well off. Both parents worked at state-owned enterprises in their county, and as their only child, he enjoyed a comfortable upbringing. However, when the enterprises faced downturns, his parents lost their jobs overnight and later opened a small convenience store to make ends meet. They earned a modest income of around 60,000 to 70,000 yuan a year, just enough to keep the family afloat. Nonetheless, his parents were frugal, hoping to save money for his future marriage and home. Particularly after he decided to attend university in Jiangxing, his parents became even more frugal. He had overheard their previous discussions at home about the soaring housing prices in Jiangxing, where they expressed their determination to save for a down payment by the time he graduated from college. A parent's love for their child is often reflected in their long-term planning. Though his parents were ordinary, their affection for him was profound, and he reciprocated that love wholeheartedly. "Mom, Dad, you don't need to work so hard at home. The convenience store closes by 9 in the evening, and there's no need to stay open until 11 or midnight. Plus, Dad, please refrain from driving for Didi during your free time." Suppressing his thoughts, Chen Zhibai managed to utter these words. The family's convenience store was adjacent to their residential community, and in their small town, nightlife was virtually non-existent, leading to a decline in customers by 9 o'clock. Yet, his parents persisted in keeping the store open until late to earn a little extra. Moreover, his father also drove for Didi during the day, which had resulted in chronic back pain, necessitating the use of medicinal patches. Now that Chen Zhibai had access to a system, he wished to alleviate his parents' burdens. "What hardship is this? You have 4 years before you graduate. Your father and I may not have much to offer, but we will save for your down payment. Otherwise, when you start dating, you will lack confidence and be looked down upon by her family," Li Xiaomei remarked. "Mom, there's no need to worry about the house. I can earn it myself," Chen Zhibai replied decisively. With the system at his disposal, he truly believed that a mere house was inconsequential. The system was generous, providing him with a daily cash allowance of 1,000 yuan, and once he purchased a new phone, he would also be awarded a car. However, he knew he could not disclose the existence of the system. This was not a matter of mistrust. Rather, it was to protect his parents. Such matters that defied logic and science had to remain concealed. You can earn it, but you just started college. How will you manage that? Focus on your studies, and don't concern yourself with the house. Your father and I are still young, Li Xiaomei's voice echoed through the phone. Chen Zhibai felt helpless but understood that his mother's concerns were normal. "Mom, I've discovered that the university encourages entrepreneurship and provides funding support, so I want to give it a try. What if it works?" Chen Zhibai began to lay the groundwork for his argument. He planned to return home during the winter break and tell them he had earned money to support the family. "Is that feasible? The school even provides funding support. What if you lose money?" Li Xiaomei's voice conveyed her anxiety and worry. "Even if I do incur losses, it won't matter. It's support provided by the school to encourage college students to start their own businesses," Chen Zhibai explained, empathizing with his mother's apprehension. For her and her generation, stability was paramount, and they wished to avoid any risks. But he wasn't genuinely intending to start a business. He merely needed a plausible reason to justify the system's funds. Entrepreneurship served as the perfect cover. Really? It won't be a problem if you lose money? The school is that generous? Li Xiaomei expressed her surprise. Yes, the government is currently encouraging college students to embark on entrepreneurial ventures. Chen Zhibai elaborated. After a few more exchanges with his mother, the sound of customers entering the store reached his ears. Son, I can't chat any longer. Customers have arrived. If it rains tomorrow, remember to dress warmly. I'll transfer some money to you shortly. Once you're at school, maintain good relationships with your roommates. If others treat you, make sure to reciprocate. Don't be afraid to spend money. That's how relationships flourish. Also, keep an eye out for some nice girls at school. It would make me so happy if you could bring your girlfriend home this winter break. Li Xiaomei rambled on for quite a while before finally hanging up. A mother's love was woven into her tender, repetitive words. Chen Zhibai suddenly recalled a question posed by a boy online, lamenting that no girl liked him. Yet, how could it be that no girl liked him? When he was born, a beautiful young woman in her 20s gazed at him with tenderness and love, seeing him as her entire world. Chapter 5. The fully loaded BMW X5 upon exiting the school. Chen Zhibai followed the navigation to arrive at a Huawei mobile phone store located within the university town. The store was moderately busy. After scanning the surroundings, a sales representative approached him. Having already decided on the phone model he wished to purchase, Chen Zhibai completed the payment within 10 minutes and successfully obtained his new phone. After transferring the SIM card and data from his old phone to the new one, he heard the familiar voice of the system in his mind. Ding! The host has completed the beginner's task of purchasing a new phone, qualifying for the use of the car lottery card. Would the host like to proceed with the lottery now? Note: the host will randomly receive a car valued between 200,000 and 1,000,000. The opportunity to use the car lottery card had arrived. As he listened to the system's announcement, Chen Zhibai felt a surge of excitement coursing through him. After all, receiving a car for free, with a minimum value of 200,000, was an extraordinary prospect in the era of social media and Douyin, where everyone flaunted their luxury cars and claimed annual incomes in the millions. The reality was that a car priced at 200,000 was already a significant achievement for the average person. If he were to draw a car worth the minimum, he could accept it without any qualms, especially since he had not spent a single penny. Of course, if he were to win a more expensive and luxurious vehicle, that would only add to his delight. Suppressing his thoughts, Chen Zhibai glanced around. The sales representative who had initially attended to him was now assisting another customer, and everyone else was preoccupied with their tasks, oblivious to him. Therefore, he silently commanded the system, use the car lottery card. Chen Zhibai's grip on his phone tightened. Ding! The host has used the car lottery card. The car is being generated. Ding! Congratulations! The host has won a fully loaded BMW X5. The top configuration is the 2023 M Sport Night package in Meteor Gray. Note: this vehicle has been purchased under the host's identity, and all procedures are legal and compliant. The purchase tax and vehicle insurance have been fully paid. Note 2. The host can collect this fully loaded BMW X5 at the BMW dealership in Qingpu district at any time. A fully loaded BMW X5. He had actually won such a vehicle. As the system's announcements echoed in his mind, Chen Zhibai's heart raced. Although traditional luxury car brands like Mercedes, BMW, and Audi had seen a decline in market share due to the rise of new energy vehicles in China, they remained widely recognized as symbols of luxury. Driving such cars would still command respect. Not to mention, he had won the top configuration of the BMW X5. Chen Zhibai struggled to contain his excitement. He picked up his phone to search for the price of the fully loaded BMW X5. The manufacturer's suggested retail price for the top version was 800,000 yuan, with a discounted base price of 740,000 yuan. After accounting for taxes, insurance, and optional features, the total cost easily exceeded 800,000 yuan. Undoubtedly, it was a luxury vehicle. Without a doubt, luck had favored him. From a range of 200,000 to 1,000,000, he had drawn a car worth over 800,000 yuan. Chen Zhibai took a deep breath, attempting to maintain his composure, yet found it impossible. An 800,000 yuan luxury car, obtained without spending a single cent, was a euphoric feeling. After some time trying to calm himself, he realized he needed to retrieve his identification card from his dormitory before proceeding to the dealership to collect his car. He had obtained his driver's license during the summer after the college entrance examination. thanks to a discount arranged by a family friend who was a driving instructor. Naturally, this was the perfect opportunity to utilize it. However, he had never imagined that he would be driving such an expensive car while still in his first year of university. After a little over 10 minutes, Chen Zhibai returned to the boys' dormitory. His dorm was on the third floor, room 302. Upon entering, he found his roommates, Wang Chao and Li Dong, engrossed in a video game. The dormitory housed 4 people. Zhou Hao, a local, came from the best family background among them. Wang Chao was from Heilongjiang, tall and robust, with a boisterous personality, sporting a full beard despite being the youngest in the dorm at nearly 18. As for Li Dong, he hailed from Anhui, was of average height, wore glasses, and was rather slender. Old Chen is back. Are you joining us for a game? We're about to finish this round, Li Dong asked upon noticing Chen Zhibai's return. Why not play a round together? After all, we have no classes this afternoon, and unlike Zhou Hao, who has a girlfriend to spend time with, we can just enjoy our game, Wang Chao added, his voice tinged with jealousy as he mentioned Zhou Hao. After all, Zhou Hao had managed to get a girlfriend within the first month of the semester. His girlfriend was also quite attractive, which naturally sparked envy in Wang Chao. I'm not borrowing money from you. Your family's wealth has nothing to do with me, and oh thanks, you guys continue. I have some matters to attend to. Chen Zhibai shook his head. Matters? What matters? You're not secretly dating someone behind our backs. Are you? That would be a betrayal of our revolutionary friendship, Li Dong exclaimed, momentarily abandoning his game. What? Li Dong perked up, quickly checking his phone. Chen Zhibai glanced at them, chuckled softly, and retrieved his identification card from his locker. That's true. We're not Zhou Hao, who has a local background, looks good, and is willing to spend money on girls. What chance do we ordinary guys have? Li Dong sighed, a look of melancholy on his face. His yearning for a girlfriend was becoming nearly obsessive. I'm off to handle some personal matters. You all enjoy your game. Chen Zhibai waved his hand and continued to his locker to retrieve his identification card. Sure enough, we're not Zhou Hao, Li Dong lamented. Chapter 6. It's real. The university town was situated some distance from Qingpu district, so after exiting the school, Chen Zhibai summoned a Didi ride via his phone. A few minutes later, a white Volkswagen Bora pulled up in front of him. After checking the license plate, he opened the back door and took a seat. The driver, a middle-aged man in his 40s, verified Chen Zhibai's booking before starting the car. Hey there, young man. You look like a fresh college student. Are you heading to the BMW dealership for a test drive? The driver asked cheerfully while driving. Yes, Chen Zhibai nodded, choosing not to mention that he was there to collect a car. That's understandable. However, BMWs are not typically within the reach of ordinary folks. The entry-level model costs over 200,000 yuan. What is the average salary for most people? A decent salary is around 4,000 to 5,000 yuan a month. While those earning less might only bring home 3,000 yuan, it would take years of saving just to afford an entry-level BMW. Not to mention, owning a car entails further expenses like fuel, maintenance, and insurance, which are significant financial burdens. The driver was quite talkative, but upon noticing Chen Zhibai's lack of response, he quieted down and focused on driving. After half an hour, they arrived at the BMW dealership in Qingpu district. Chen Zhibai exited the car and walked into the spacious and elegantly designed 4S store, which was impeccably cleaned, to be honest. Chen Zhibai felt a bit nervous. Despite the confidence he gained from the system, this was his first time entering a BMW dealership. It was only natural to feel a little anxious in the eyes of the Chinese public. Brands like Mercedes, BMW, and Audi had an almost mythical status. Fortunately, his nervousness dissipated quickly. Hey there, are you here for a free test drive? A young woman in a light gray uniform approached him, appearing somewhat exasperated. She looked to be around 22 or 23 years old, fresh out of university. To Chen Zhibai's discerning eye, she was quite beautiful, even more so than Zhou Hao's girlfriend, Li Yu, although she did not quite measure up to Lu Ming. Nevertheless, she would undoubtedly be regarded as a campus beauty. Chen Zhihui stood before Chen Zhibai, her fair and lovely face reflecting her exasperation. She subconsciously assumed that he was there for a free test drive. Given his youthful appearance, as for the possibility of him being a wealthy second-generation heir, she doubted it. She could tell that his clothes were not designer labels. "Do you have a driver's license? If so, I can register you for a test drive," she said, trying to maintain her professionalism despite her internal sigh of regret. She had hoped to earn more money by working at the BMW dealership, but found herself mostly dealing with customers seeking test drives, not serious buyers. "Actually, I'm not here for a test drive. I'm here to collect my car," Chen Zhibai stated directly. "You? What did you say?" Chen Zhibai was taken aback. Her expression one of disbelief. I said, I'm here to collect my car. Chen Zhibai repeated. Young man, don't joke around. You look quite young. You must have just started college. The entry-level BMWs here started over 200,000 yuan. Chen Zhibai chuckled lightly, but before she could finish her sentence, Chen Zhibai had already produced his identification card. This is my ID. I ordered a fully loaded BMW X5 online, and I've already paid for it in full. Chen Zhibai spoke calmly, though his words made Chen Zhibai swallow hard. She still thought he was joking. After all, the price of a fully loaded BMW X5 exceeded 800,000 yuan. How could a boy who looked like he had just started college possibly afford such a car? However, the seriousness in his demeanor made it clear he wasn't joking, and his confidence was unmistakable. You may take my identification card to verify. I truly purchased a fully equipped BMW X5 outright. Upon noticing Chen Zhibai's silence as she gazed at him, Chen Zhibai assumed her disbelief stemmed from skepticism, prompting him to express his frustration. I will check immediately. You can accompany me, he added. Chen Zhibai finally regained her composure. Her gaze fixed on Chen Zhibai, suddenly feeling a wave of anxiety wash over her. If what Chen Zhibai claimed was indeed true, and he had genuinely acquired a fully equipped BMW X5, he would undoubtedly be a significant client. Yet, she had just called him brother several times, presuming her seniority due to age. If this were to lead to a complaint, it would undoubtedly be justified. Let us go, Chen Zhibai nodded, not overthinking the implications, as his primary anticipation lay in witnessing his new BMW X5. Leading Chen Zhibai to a computer, Chen Zhibai opened the back-end management interface and input his identification number. As she scrutinized the screen, it became evident that Chen Zhibai had indeed purchased a fully equipped BMW X5 outright. Merely an hour prior, it was astonishingly true. He had actually bought a luxury BMW X5 worth over 800,000. Chen Zhibai's enchanting eyes widened in disbelief as she instinctively glanced at Chen Zhibai before diverting her gaze back to the identification card she still held, by calculating his date of birth. It was clear, 18 years old, Chapter 7. The first kiss, at 18, driving a fully equipped BMW X5. It was evident that he belonged to a wealthy family. Chen Zhibai couldn't help but look up again at Chen Zhibai. Having worked in BMW sales for 2 to 3 months, she had encountered numerous BMW X5 buyers, yet they were typically around 40 years old, having accumulated wealth over time. Chen Zhibai, at 18 and seemingly just entering university, was an unprecedented case. This realization left Chen Zhibai momentarily dazed, only to be followed by a tinge of envy. During her university years, she had once believed in the allure of reality, assuming that making money would come easily and that a monthly salary exceeding 10,000 was commonplace. However, upon graduating and entering the workforce, she abruptly recognized the challenges of earning a living. A 5,000 yuan monthly salary, after deductions for social insurance and housing funds, was already a considerable achievement among her peers. Hence, at this moment, Chen Zhibai found herself envious of Chen Zhibai, who could afford to drive a luxury vehicle worth over 800,000 at such a young age. His family must be quite affluent. Am I able to take possession of the car now? Chen Zhibai inquired, noticing Chen Zhibai's prolonged silence as she merely stared at him. Yes, you may take the car. It has been cleaned, Chen Zhibai replied. Regaining her focus and addressing him with a respectful tone. 10 minutes later, Chen Zhibai followed Chen Zhibai into the car delivery showroom, arriving at a stunning meteor gray BMW X5. The showroom was brightly illuminated, making the BMW X5 appear exceptionally striking and visually appealing. In contrast to the somber black, the meteor gray exuded a sporty and fashionable vibe, perfectly suited for someone of Chen Zhibai's age. It was, without a doubt, a breathtaking sight. You may examine the vehicle. If everything is satisfactory, please sign the contract, and you can drive it away, Chen Zhibai instructed, her beautiful eyes momentarily drawn to the meteor gray BMW X5. It looks magnificent, she thought, letting out a sigh. She realized she might never have the opportunity to sit in such a car again. A vehicle priced over 800,000 was undeniably a luxury, unattainable for the average person. All right, Chen Zhibai nodded, meticulously circling the car, then opened the door to inspect the seats and interior closely. Everything seems fine. Let us proceed with the contract. After his thorough inspection, Chen Zhibai addressed Chen Zhibai. Yes, just follow me, she affirmed, guiding him to sign the necessary paperwork. Soon, Chen Zhibai returned after completing the contract. You will have a temporary license plate valid for 30 days. During this period, should you wish to obtain a permanent license plate, feel free to inform me, and our dealership will arrange it, Chen Zhibai explained, her gaze lingering on the BMW X5. Understood, Chen Zhibai nodded. Having already exchanged WeChat information with Chen Zhibai, he was aware that in Jiangxing, a new first-tier city, acquiring a license plate was straightforward, unlike in Beijing or Shanghai, which often required luck in a lottery system. While obtaining a license plate was not particularly challenging, securing a desirable number was another matter entirely. This principle applied universally. Attractive license plate numbers were seldom available. Shaking his head, Chen Zhibai dismissed such thoughts. He could handle the registration in a few days. For now, he simply wanted to drive the car. After all, it was a BMW X5, an aspiration he had never dared to entertain. Yet, just as he prepared to step into the vehicle, a sudden chime echoed in his mind, the system's voice resonating clearly. Ding! The host has triggered a random task. Obtain Chen Zhibai's first kiss within 1 month. Completing this task will reward the host with a Jiangxing vehicle license plate. Number A999N. Note: the license plate is acquired through legitimate channels with lawful procedures. Failure to complete the task incurs no penalties nor rewards. Chen Zhibai was momentarily taken aback, raising an eyebrow. He had just been contemplating license plate numbers when this random task emerged. Securing Chen Zhibai's first kiss within a month would grant him the coveted A999N plate. Despite it being just 3 nines, it constituted a sequence, and such numbers were hard to come by without connections. Thus, accomplishing this task seemed imperative. However, the revelation that she still possessed her first kiss astonished him. Turning to Chen Zhibai, who stood beside him, he was genuinely surprised that she had yet to share this experience. With her striking beauty, fair complexion, and the appealing silhouette accentuated by her light gray uniform, she undoubtedly met the standards of a campus beauty. Typically, one would assume a girl of her caliber would not lack suitors, yet she had not experienced a romantic relationship. What could be the reason? Is there an issue with the car? Chen Zhibai's voice broke through his thoughts, her demeanor betraying a hint of anxiety. No problem, Chen Zhibai reassured her, then considered his next words carefully. Are you free tonight? Would you like to join me for dinner? Chen Zhibai's expression froze momentarily, a soft exclamation escaping her lips. Having always been attractive, she was no stranger to such dinner invitations from boys. Recognizing it as an intention to pursue her, instinctively, she contemplated declining. She had never dined alone with a boy before, yet as her eyes drifted to the meteor gray BMW X5 parked nearby, her hesitation transformed into consent. Would tomorrow night work? I have a company dinner tonight, but I will be free tomorrow evening. Chen Zhibai's cheeks flushed slightly, her gaze avoiding Chen Zhibai, but her agreement was unmistakable. Very well, tomorrow evening it is. I will pick you up after your work, Chen Zhibai confirmed, nodding before waving goodbye to her. With that, he retrieved the BMW car KEY.AS. The top-tier model allowed for keyless entry. He opted instead for manual unlocking. Pressing the unlock button, the BMW X5 responded with 2 succinct beeps, its headlights flashing in a captivating light display, akin to a dazzling show. Impressive, Chen Zhibai marveled, approaching the driver's door and gently pulling it open to take a seat. The interior, adorned with a luxurious all red, exuded elegance and comfort. After a brief inspection of the interior, he initiated the engine, glancing at the fuel gauge. It was running low. He needed to refuel. Adjusting his seat, Chen Zhibai shifted into gear and pressed the accelerator, smoothly gliding out of the parking space. Rolling down the driver's side window, he waved to Chen Zhibai as he drove away from the BMW dealership. Chapter 8. Cashback offers inside the BMW dealership. Watching Chen Zhibai drive away, Chen Zhibai raised her hand to touch her face, which felt warm to the touch. Even without a mirror, she could sense the faint blush on her cheeks. Why was she blushing? It was undoubtedly due to the fact that this was her first time agreeing to dine alone with a boy. This realization made her feel shy and flustered. Although the allure of the top-tier BMW X5 played a role in her decision, a more significant factor was Chen Zhibai's age, 18, a freshman in college. Had he been a man in his 30s or 40s, even with the finest car, she likely would have declined. Another consideration was that, despite being a wealthy heir, Chen Zhibai appeared quite composed. Otherwise, she would not have approached him when he first entered the dealership. Thus, agreeing to the dinner invitation felt entirely reasonable. Having worked for 2 months after graduating from college, she now understood the importance of money. Zhibai, what are you thinking about? You've been standing here for a while. A colleague suddenly approached her, inquiring, Nothing in particular, Chen Zhibai replied, shaking her head to dispel her thoughts. How have I been treating you lately? Her female colleague asked, linking arms with Chen Zhibai. This colleague had also recently graduated and entered sales alongside Chen Zhibai. Fairly well, Chen Zhibai acknowledged, although their relationship was merely cordial. Well, I have a favor to ask, the colleague continued with a smile. What is it? Chen Zhibai asked, a hint of surprise evident in her tone. Don't worry, it's something you can easily do. Could you share the WeChat contact of that young man you just attended to? The colleague requested. What do you need his WeChat for? Chen Zhibai furrowed her brow at the thought of her colleague wanting Chen Zhibai's contact information. What else could it be? Of course, to pursue him, her colleague stated bluntly. He managed to buy a fully equipped BMW X5 worth over 800,000 right after starting university. He must be quite rich. And not just any rich kid. I want to chase him. Zhibai, just give me his WeChat, and once I succeed, I will definitely treat you to a meal, her colleague insisted. In a way, Chen Zhibai instinctively refused. Her colleague frowned, looking at her with a mixture of disbelief and disappointment. The company has rules against sharing clients' WeChat information, Chen Zhibai reminded her. Rules are rules. As long as you and I keep it between us. Who would know? Her colleague pressed. Zhibai, consider it a favor. It's not every day you come across a wealthy young heir like him, and they are all quite sought after, she continued. But Chen Zhibai shook her head, resolute in her refusal. No means no, I have to get back to work now. With that, she walked away from her colleague. It was undeniably true that driving a vehicle worth over 800,000 felt remarkably different. As Chen Zhibai navigated through traffic, gripping the steering wheel, he relished the smooth handling and couldn't help but feel a sense of nostalgia. Having acquired such an expensive car without spending a dime, especially at his young age of just a freshman, felt surreal. As he approached a red light, Chen Zhibai pushed aside his reflections and brought the car to a halt. While waiting at the light, he noticed the envious glances from the drivers in the adjacent vehicles. This feeling was quite pleasant. Chen Zhibai shifted his gaze back to the traffic light, noting a minute remaining before it would turn green, which prompted him to recall the moment at the BMW dealership when Chen Zhibai had agreed to dinner with him. Clearly, her acceptance stemmed from his current possession of a fully equipped BMW X5. This perspective made the task of obtaining a license plate seem far less daunting. Before Chen Zhibai could delve deeper into his thoughts, the light turned green. He pressed the accelerator, propelling the car forward. After stopping at a gas station to fill up, he realized filling the tank with premium 95-octane fuel was quite costly, totaling nearly 700 yuan. However, when he pulled out his phone to scan for payment, he felt no remorse. With the system in place, his mindset had shifted. He no longer worried about money. Ding. The host's mindset has shifted, and a preliminary sense of leisure and ease associated with being wealthy has emerged. Reward granted, the current fuel expense will receive a random cashback of 1 to 10 times. The system explained. Cashback. This meant that the 678 yuan spent on gas could yield a random cashback reward. Even if he received the minimum of 1 times the amount, it would cover the cost of the fuel. Any higher multiplier would be pure profit. What a delightful surprise! Chen Zhibai raised an eyebrow. Continuing to scan his phone. Ding. The host's fuel expenditure has been logged. Ding. Congratulations. The host has received a cashback multiplier of 5 times. The host will receive a reward of 3,390 yuan, which has been instantly credited to the host's agricultural bank account. Please check promptly. The system's voice echoed in his mind. Although he hadn't achieved the maximum 10-fold cashback, 5 times was still generous. He had spent 678 yuan, and the system had returned 3,390 yuan, effectively allowing him to fill his tank without cost, plus a profit of over 2,000 yuan. That amount eclipsed the earnings of many individuals over the course of half a month. Suppressing his thoughts, Chen Zhibai returned to the car and drove away from the gas station. When Chen Zhibai finally arrived back at the university town after over an hour of driving, he found himself quite enamored with the experience. The school entrance. He presented his student ID to the guard, who permitted entry. The campus allowed parking, with designated spots available for both faculty and students, albeit with a fee for students. As he drove through, the gleaming BMW X5 with its temporary license plate caught the attention of numerous faculty and students. The meteor gray gleamed brilliantly under the sunlight. Those discerning enough recognized that this was a fully equipped BMW X5, valued at over 800,000. However, due to the tinted windows, Chen Zhibai remained unseen inside the vehicle. Shortly, Chen Zhibai parked beside the campus supermarket, conveniently located next to the parking lot. The supermarket, known as Tian Tian Supermarket, spanned over 300 square meters and featured 2 floors. Its comprehensive selection and reasonable pricing made it a popular shopping destination for students. At this moment, Lu Ming was in the supermarket on the first floor, shopping. After waking from a nap following lunch at the cafeteria, she intended to wash her hair and brush her teeth but accidentally dropped her toothbrush. Thus, she found herself in the supermarket searching for a new one. The toothbrush was located in the northwest corner of the first floor. After selecting a toothbrush and purchasing some snacks, she headed to the checkout counter. Just then, a voice filled with surprise interrupted her. "Junior, is that you? What a coincidence to see you at the supermarket." Turning at the sound, Lu Ming frowned upon recognizing the speaker. The young man was a sophomore, previously involved in welcoming freshmen during their orientation. He had been quite attentive during her enrollment and had frequently messaged her on WeChat, attempting to arrange meals together. Lu Ming was well aware of his intentions but had no romantic interest in him, thus consistently declining his invitations. Originally, I thought this senior would gradually let go of his feelings, but I never expected to encounter him here. Lu Ming furrowed her brows, intending to act as if she hadn't seen him. Yet it was impossible to do so, thus she could only nod in acknowledgement. "Lu Jr., are you here to buy a toothbrush and some snacks?" Wang Yunjie stepped forward, halting in front of Lu Ming. After glancing at the items she held, he smiled and spoke. As he spoke, his gaze lingered on Lu Ming, imbued with a hint of eagerness. Although Lu Ming was dressed in black casual trousers, concealing her legs, he was well aware of how attractive they were. During the freshman orientation he had been responsible for, he had been captivated by her at first sight. Her legs were undeniably long. Moreover, Lu Ming's radiant and beautiful features were etched in his mind. Consequently, he had sought her out for conversation numerous times over the past month, but regrettably, she had scarcely replied, and even when she did, her responses were formal and distant. Wang Yunjie understood this as Lu Ming's polite refusal, yet he remained undeterred because she was simply too stunning. The thought of winning her affection and calling her his girlfriend filled him with unbridled joy, and he imagined how envious his friends would be. Thus, upon seeing Lu Ming just now, he was nearly overwhelmed with excitement. "Yes, I came to buy a toothbrush and some snacks," Lu Ming replied, meeting Wang Yunjie's eager gaze with a slight frown, though she soon regained her composure. "Senior, you may continue shopping. I've finished my purchases and am ready to check out." After saying this, Lu Ming waved her hand dismissively and prepared to leave. However, Wang Yunjie, having finally encountered her, was unwilling to let such a golden opportunity slip away. As a sophomore, he deeply understood a fundamental truth. A good woman fears a persistent suitor. As long as he continued to pursue Lu Ming, he believed she would eventually soften. Besides, he was confident in his own merits. He was reasonably handsome, a member of the student council, and his family was financially stable, providing him with a monthly allowance of 2,000 yuan. Hence, his self-assurance remained intact. He had originally intended to shop, but upon seeing Lu Ming, he had forgotten what he wanted to buy. "Come on, Lu Jr., let us go out together," Wang Yunjie suggested. Hearing this, Lu Ming glanced at him, feeling a twinge of irritation, but after some contemplation, she chose not to voice her displeasure. Going out together wasn't a problem, as she was headed back to her dormitory anyway. Wang Yunjie, noticing Lu Ming's lack of refusal, felt a surge of happiness within. The two walked toward the supermarket checkout, and along the way, many male students cast envious glances at Lu Ming due to her beauty and figure, and their gazes toward Wang Yunjie were tinged with admiration. Feeling such attention, Wang Yunjie felt elated. He turned to observe Lu Ming's exquisite profile, and his desire to win her heart intensified. "Lu Jr., it's getting late. How about I treat you to dinner? I just found out that a new hot pot restaurant has opened in the university town, and I hear it's quite good." Wang Yunjie extended the invitation and I asked, "That's so? However, I've already made plans for dinner with my roommates tonight, so I'm afraid I won't have the time." Lu Ming feigned regret as she replied. She had been pursued by many boys throughout her life, and naturally, she knew how to decline the advances of those pursuing her. "That's all right. Just invite your roommates along. It's no trouble at all. I'll treat you all to dinner," Wang Yunjie suggested. Sensing Lu Ming's subtle refusal but pretending not to notice, he repeated his mantra. He was determined to win Lu Ming's affection. "No, it's fine that we've already made plans, and I wouldn't want to impose on you, senior. Perhaps we can dine together another time when I have more free time," Lu Ming replied as she reached the checkout, placing her items on the counter. The cashier scanned the items and announced, 17 yuan. All right, Lu Ming nodded, preparing to pay with her phone, but Wang Yunjie, who had been standing beside her, swiftly took out his phone to pay instead. Senior, there's no need for you to cover my expenses, Lu Ming frowned slightly. The total was merely 17 yuan, and she genuinely didn't want to be known for having Wang Yunjie treat her. If word got out, it could tarnish her reputation. Lu Ming was aware of her beauty and physique, so she aspired to find a boyfriend of good standing during her university years, hoping to achieve a leap in social class. For that reason, she was reluctant to jeopardize her reputation. After all, a poor reputation would hinder her chances of upward mobility. It's just a small amount. It's no trouble at all, Wang Yunjie waved his hand dismissively. Smiling, Lu Ming shot him a glance and promptly sent him a red envelope through her phone. Senior, please accept this red envelope. What are you doing, Lu Jr.? It's only 17 yuan. There's no need to be so formal with me. Wang Yunjie exclaimed, momentarily taken aback by the red envelope. If you don't accept the red envelope, then I won't take these items. I'll just delete you now, Lu Ming stated matter-of-factly. Fine then, I'll accept the red envelope, Wang Yunjie conceded, seeing no other option. Lu Ming's gesture was swift, and he received exactly 17 yuan. What a wonderful girl, he thought, his desire to capture Lu Ming's heart only growing stronger. Ignoring him, Lu Ming collected her items and exited the supermarket. Lu Jr. Wang Yunjie followed her out, just about to speak when he noticed a brand new BMW X5 drive past them and pull into the nearby parking lot. Lu Ming's beautiful gaze instinctively followed the car, though she couldn't quite identify its color. She simply felt it exuded a youthful and stylish aura. Chapter 10. What on earth happened? Wang Yunjie marveled, envious of the luxury vehicle. Is that car expensive? Lu Ming couldn't help but inquire, her knowledge of cars limited to knowing the BMW brand but not the specific models. Very expensive, that's a top-tier BMW X5, fully equipped with all the options. It costs around 850,000 yuan, Wang Yunjie replied, his eyes gleaming with envy as he gazed at the parked BMW X5. 850,000? Lu Ming was momentarily stunned, then couldn't resist glancing back at the BMW X5. She had never anticipated that such a sporty and stylish car could be so costly. What wealth! I'll never have the chance to drive such a fine car in my lifetime. 850,000. How could I ever afford such a luxury? Wang Yunjie sighed, reluctantly tearing his gaze away. Though I may never have the chance to drive such an exquisite car, my family has promised that once I graduate and start working, they'll buy me a Magotan. A car worth over 200,000 is quite decent. After all, it's the ceiling for an ordinary person. After all, a typical university student earns only 4,000 a month. It would take years of frugality to save up for a 200,000 yuan car. And who knows? If I work hard and get promoted, I might even be able to afford a BMW X5 someday, Wang Yunjie continued. Lu Ming remained silent, her eyes still fixed on the BMW X5. She noticed that the car had come to a stop, and she was eager to see who would step out. In the next moment, her beautiful eyes widened in disbelief as she recognized the person emerging from the BMW X5. Chen Zhibai. It's him? How could it be him? Lu Ming's heart raced, flooded with confusion. Hadn't Liu said that his family was of average means? Standing at the supermarket entrance, she watched Chen Zhibai disembark from the car. Her thoughts swirling. She had never expected to see him step out of such an expensive vehicle. Was this what they meant by an average family? An average family that drives an 850,000 yuan luxury car? Lu Jr., do you know him? Wang Yunjie noticed Lu Ming's astonishment and followed her gaze to see Chen Zhibai stepping out of the BMW. His heart sank as he realized Chen Zhibai looked quite young. Likely a freshman. A freshman driving a BMW X5. A wealthy second-generation heir? The implications of a university student driving a luxury car were entirely different from those of a working professional. If Lu Ming knew him, his prospects would be severely diminished. He had no confidence in competing with a second-generation heir who could afford a top-tier BMW X5 right out of university. Feeling anxious, Wang Yunjie pressed further. Lu Ming remained silent, her attention fixated on Chen Zhibai, her mind racing with thoughts. However, when she caught sight of Wang Yunjie beside her, she ultimately decided to turn and re-enter the supermarket. Even though she and Wang Yunjie had no relationship, she couldn't allow Chen Zhibai to see her with him. This was Lu Ming's rationale. Wang Yunjie, observing Lu Ming's swift retreat into the supermarket, felt a wave of relief wash over him. To him, this clearly indicated that she didn't know Chen Zhibai. Otherwise, she would have at least greeted him. With this thought, he felt a sense of ease. Lu Jr., did you forget something? Just let me know, and I'll help you find it, he called out, suppressing his feelings of envy as he glanced back at Chen Zhibai before stepping back into the supermarket to approach Lu Ming. No need. I'll find what I want myself, Lu Ming replied curtly. There's no need to be so formal with me, Lu Jr. It's all right. Wang Yunjie smiled, his gaze lingering on Lu Ming's beautiful, fair face, his eyes filled with eagerness. Yet before he could continue speaking, Lu Ming abruptly interrupted him. I've said it before. I can find what I need on my own, and please don't chat with me anymore. I'm not fond of you, Lu Ming stated decisively, simultaneously pulling out her phone in front of Wang Yunjie and promptly deleting and blocking him in one swift motion. The entire process unfolded so rapidly that Wang Yunjie barely had time to react. Wait, Lu Jr., what are you doing? Did I upset you in some way? Once he processed what had happened, Wang Yunjie felt a surge of anxiety and confusion. He couldn't comprehend why Lu Ming would delete and block him without any prior indication. Just a moment ago, they had been able to chat, even if it was brief. But now why? Lu Jr., if I did something wrong or made you unhappy, please tell me, and I'll certainly change. Just please don't delete and block me, Wang Yunjie pleaded, lowering his posture. He had previously dated several girlfriends, usually taking the lead in those relationships, but now, facing Lu Ming, he instinctively lowered his stance. It was inevitable. Lu Ming's beauty and figure were compelling. Wang Yunjie truly didn't wish to give up. You haven't done anything wrong, but I simply don't like you. Under Wang Yunjie's submissive demeanor, Lu Ming merely stated this one sentence before turning to leave. Wang Yunjie wanted to pursue her, but Lu Ming turned to face him. He instinctively halted, noticing her eyes were filled with impatience. He waited until Lu Ming rounded a corner and disappeared from sight before he ran his hand through his hair in frustration and defeat. He had no idea what had just transpired. Previously, they could still chat on WeChat, even if Lu Ming's responses were brief, but now, he had lost even that means of communication. Moreover, Lu Ming's attitude when speaking to him was blunt and left no room for negotiation. Who could tell him what had happened? Wang Yunjie stood there, lost in thought. He prided himself on understanding women, yet he felt utterly bewildered. He had done nothing to provoke Lu Ming. Chapter 11. Seize the opportunity inside the supermarket. Lu Ming stood behind a shelf lined with various potato chips. She wasn't thinking about Wang Yunjie. After witnessing Chen Zhibai step out of the BMW X5, she had already resolved to delete and block Wang Yunjie. Wishing to sever all ties with him, she had finally identified her target for a romantic relationship. Chen Zhibai, a freshman driving an 850,000 yuan luxury car, clearly indicated a wealthy background. In Lu Ming's experience, families with such means typically wouldn't readily part with such an expensive vehicle for a first-year university student. Lu Ming understood that she must seize this opportunity. Coming from a family of modest means, she had learned early on that to change her fate and live a life free of financial worries, she must rely on her beauty and figure. Fortunately, she was exceptionally attractive and possessed an enviable physique. Since middle school, she had been pursued by countless boys, but she had turned them all down, knowing she had only one chance to succeed. Thus, she cherished this opportunity. Her goal was to find a boyfriend from a well-off family during her university years and marry him after graduation, thereby achieving a leap in social status and never having to worry about money again. Why seek a partner in university rather than after graduation? This was where Lu Ming's intelligence shone. She understood that love in university tends to be more genuine and sincere, even among the wealthy. However, once they entered the workforce, wealthy heirs would quickly realize their desirability, and any pursuit would likely result in short-lived relationships. Fortunately, she had come to the supermarket today. Otherwise, she might never have discovered that Chen Zhibai was indeed a wealthy heir. No wonder he appeared so composed and self-assured during their lunch at the cafeteria. She had initially found it puzzling, but now it made perfect sense, given that he was a freshman driving an 850,000 yuan luxury car. Standing behind the shelf, Lu Ming felt as though everything had clicked into place. After reflecting on her lunch experience, she sighed in relief. Although she hadn't known at the time that Chen Zhibai was wealthy, she had conducted herself well and hadn't acted inappropriately. That was a relief. With that settled, she could now focus on creating opportunities for interaction, allowing their relationship to naturally evolve into a romantic one. After 4 years of university, everything would be secure. Lu Ming's thoughts danced with excitement as she exited the supermarket, preparing to return to her dormitory. Upon arriving back at her dorm, she found it empty, clearly indicating that her roommate, Li Yu, had gone shopping and had not yet returned. Once she was back, Lu Ming would ask for Chen Zhibai's WeChat ID. With this thought in mind, Lu Ming smiled and got ready to wash her hair. Now that she had identified a potential boyfriend, there was no need to rush. Given her beauty and figure, she was confident that her proactive approach would yield success. The dormitory had a bathroom, and just as Lu Ming was about to enter with her towel, the door swung open, revealing her roommate. Shen Qing, you're back? Lu Ming greeted her, but her gaze lingered on Shen Qing's face for a moment. Lu Ming took great pride in her appearance and had never encountered anyone who could rival her beauty, but Shen Qing was an exception. Even she had to admit that it was difficult to determine who was more attractive. While Lu Ming radiated warmth and charm, Shen Qing exuded an exquisite and ethereal coldness. Yes, I'm back. Shen Qing nodded in acknowledgement. Are you going to wash your hair? She inquired, noticing the towel and shampoo in Lu Ming's hands. Yeah, I am, Lu Ming replied before stepping into the bathroom and closing the door. Shen Qing placed the books she had been carrying on the desk, glancing at the closed bathroom door. She sensed that Lu Ming seemed particularly cheerful just now. Shaking her head, Shen Qing didn't dwell on it. She sat down at her desk to continue reading, focusing on her professional materials. Buzz. Just a few minutes into her reading, her phone vibrated in her pocket, causing Shen Qing to furrow her brows instinctively. With her already cool demeanor, the slight frown made her appear even more aloof. The tranquility of reading was disrupted, and Shen Qing, feeling somewhat helpless, took out her phone. She noticed a WeChat message from her mother. Mother, it has been almost a month since the school started. Are there any boys from well-off families at your school, Mother? If there are, take the initiative to pursue them. Relationships in college are still quite pure, you know? Even if their families are aware, they will still acknowledge the bond between you. This is something that cannot be compared to the outside world. Mother, I don't want you to end up like me, choosing love over stability, ultimately leading to a messy life. Receiving 3 consecutive WeChat messages, Shen Qing furrowed her brows and refrained from responding. Letting out a sigh instead, she set her phone aside and attempted to immerse herself back into her book, but found her mind restless and unable to focus. After a moment of contemplation, she closed the book and decided not to continue. She understood her mother's intentions behind wanting her to find a boy from a well-off family. Her mother had married her father for love, only to face hardships later, constantly worrying about finances. Thus, her mother wished for her to seek someone with a stable background. After parking the car, Chen Zhibai initially intended to head straight back to his dormitory. However, upon glancing at his phone and noticing it was already past 6 in the evening, he opted to go to the cafeteria for a meal before returning. In the cafeteria, Chen Zhibai ordered a serving of braised pork rice and found a seat to sit down. After finishing his meal, the clock struck 7, yet, due to the lingering summer days, it was still bright outside. Upon returning to the dormitory and opening the door, he found Li Dong and Wang Chao sprawled on their respective beds. Engrossed in their games, they greeted Chen Zhibai casually upon his return, then promptly resumed their gaming. Everything remained as it had been before. Yet, only Chen Zhibai was aware that his life had undergone a monumental transformation. Prior to today, he had been contemplating his studies over the next 4 years and the job prospects after graduation. But now, his sole concern was how to relish life. Suppressing his emotions, Chen Zhibai washed his face in the restroom, and when he emerged, he found Li Dong and Wang Chao had set aside their phones and were now bickering. If you had joined earlier, we would have won that team battle. But because you didn't, we lost, Wang Chao remarked, somewhat displeased. How is that my fault? When you were engaged in the team battle, did you even check if I was around? Li Dong retorted, his expression sour. You? Wang Chao was about to argue further, but upon seeing Chen Zhibai come out, he quickly waved his hand. Old Chen, please carry me. I've already lost 6 in a row. Old Chen, want to play a couple of rounds? Li Dong chimed in. Chen Zhibai was quite adept at gaming, at least better than Li Dong and Wang Chao. All right, he responded, pulling out his phone. However, just as he prepared to launch the game, Wang Chao leaned in closer. Wait, Old Chen, you're not serious, are you? You bought a new phone, and it's the latest Huawei model. ISNT that worth 7 or 8,000. Wang Chao stared enviously at the phone in Chen Zhibai's hand. 12th chapter, The Jester. How much? 7 or 8,000? Is that for real? Old Chen, you actually spent that much on a phone. Upon hearing Wang Chao's words, Li Dong was momentarily taken aback, then glanced over with disbelief. Even though school had only just started a month ago, they were well aware of each other's financial backgrounds. About 8,000, give or take. Chen Zhibai nodded. What is going on, old Chen? You actually bought such an expensive phone. That's not like you at all. Seeing Chen Zhibai agree, Wang Chao looked at him with astonishment, as he had always perceived Chen Zhibai as someone who wouldn't splurge on such luxuries. Nothing much, actually. There is something I've been keeping from you guys, but I can tell you now. Chen Zhibai smiled and continued, I'm a rich second generation. I'm coming clean. This was Chen Zhibai's carefully considered response. With the advent of his godly rich system, it was evident that he wouldn't experience financial shortages in the future. Rather, he was already receiving a daily allowance of 1,000, totaling 30,000 a month, which is a substantial income even among office workers, not to mention the top-tier BMW X5 he had acquired, valued at over 800,000. Given this situation, he would undoubtedly become even wealthier in the future. Since they all shared the same dormitory, it was inevitable that his newfound wealth would be noticed. Thus, he figured it would be wise to adopt the identity of a rich second generation, providing a plausible explanation for his finances. This was Chen Zhibai's line of thought. However, upon hearing this, both Wang Chao and Li Dong simultaneously scoffed. Who would believe you're a rich second generation? If you are, then I must be a first generation, they both replied, clearly skeptical of Chen Zhibai's claim. This reaction was understandable. If someone you knew suddenly declared themselves a rich heir, your immediate reaction would likely be disbelief. Believe it or not, let us just play some games, Chen Zhibai shrugged, dismissing their doubt as he opened the game and beckoned them. Let us go. Wang Chao and Li Dong also chose not to pursue the previous topic. Launching the game and sending Chen Zhibai a gaming invitation, to them, Chen Zhibai's earlier declaration about being a rich second generation was simply a jest. After playing 3 rounds, the time had crept past 8:30. The dormitory door swung open from the outside, and Zhou Hao walked into AT that moment. Chen Zhibai and his friends were still engrossed in their game, exchanging simple greetings. Zhou Hao glanced at the trio, a slight smirk crossing his lips, radiating an air of superiority. It was no surprise that Zhou Hao felt superior. He believed that his family was the most well-off in the dormitory, and he was also the first to have a girlfriend, who was quite attractive. Although she couldn't quite compare to Lu Ming, she was certainly a beauty in the eyes of ordinary folks. And to be fair, who could compete with top-tier beauties like Lu Ming? Thus, he felt quite pleased with his girlfriend at the very least. He didn't think Chen Zhibai would ever find a girlfriend more beautiful than his. Moreover, it was still uncertain whether Chen Zhibai even had a girlfriend. This line of thought only bolstered Zhou Hao's sense of superiority. After casting another glance at Chen Zhibai, he reclined on his bed and took out his phone, opening the WeChat chat with Li Yu. Yeah, I'm back at the dorm. Have you returned yet? Having just parted, he found himself already missing her. He sent 3 messages accompanied by heart emojis. After waiting a while without a reply, Zhou Hao decided to wash his face and brush his teeth first. While brushing, he recalled having spent over 700 on clothes during their shopping trip earlier in the afternoon. He couldn't help but feel a twinge of regret. After all, his monthly allowance was substantial at 2,000. But such expenditures were still hard to sustain. Ever since confirming their relationship, he had been spending quite a bit. Nevertheless, it was worth it. The thought of Li Yu's pretty face and figure made Zhou Hao's mind wander. After finishing up, he pulled out his phone to check for any responses from Li Yu, but saw none. Yeah, are you still not back at the dorm? Yeah, why aren't you replying, darling? After sending those 2 messages, he navigated to his mother's WeChat chat interface. Mom, I need to buy a set of study materials for 1,000 yuan. Can you transfer the money to me? Why do you need to buy study materials again? Didn't you just buy a set a few days ago? His mother's reply came swiftly. That was a few days ago. This is now. Hurry up, don't delay my studies, Zhou Hao typed impatiently. The next moment, a transfer notification pinged through. It was 1,000 yuan. Zhou Hao's eyes lit up as he accepted the transfer. The need for study materials was merely an excuse. He had simply spent most of his money. However, he had plans to take Li Yu out for barbecue tomorrow, and being short on cash was simply not an option. This was why he resorted to the excuse of needing study materials. Overall, it was quite effective. Zhou Hao thought with a sense of pride. I'm done playing, Chen Zhibai announced, putting his phone away, as he addressed Wang Chao and Li Dong. Let us play 2 more rounds. It's still early. Yeah, let us play 2 more rounds, both Wang Chao and Li Dong urged, as they had won every game under Chen Zhibai's leadership. Let us save it for tomorrow. My eyes are getting a bit tired, I need to rest them. Chen Zhibai shook his head, putting his phone away. Seeing this, Wang Chao and Li Dong felt a bit disappointed, but they didn't push for more gaming. Old Chen, what kind of girl do you like? I can have my girlfriend keep an eye out for you. Lu Ming is out of the question, as she is on a whole different level. But don't you think I'm decent? I'm from Jiangxing. My family has 2 houses, and my conditions are pretty good. But I wouldn't dare pursue Lu Ming. It's hopeless for me. You should still be able to find someone of average conditions, right? Let me know your standards, and I can have my girlfriend help you out, Wang Chao suggested while he and Li Dong stepped out to the balcony for a smoke. Just as Chen Zhibai was about to head to the restroom, Zhou Hao walked over and said, Chen Zhibai. Chen Zhibai glanced at him. Despite Zhou Hao's seemingly friendly demeanor, his sense of superiority was palpable, which irked Chen Zhibai slightly. Yet, the annoyance dissipated almost immediately, as he now had the godly rich system. Zhou Hao's remarks and air of superiority seemed as trivial as that of a clown to him. I can find my own girlfriend, Chen Zhibai replied calmly before walking into the restroom. Behind him, Zhou Hao scoffed, find your own girlfriend. Good luck with that. With your average conditions, who would look your way? Chapter 13. Adding WeChat? Or should I take the initiative? In the girls' dormitory, Lu Ming sat on her bed, applying body lotion to her legs. The lotion she used was not cheap, but to Lu Ming, it was a necessary investment. She was well aware that her physical advantage lay in her long legs. She applied the lotion carefully and evenly, occasionally glancing toward the dormitory door. Liu had yet to return. Lu Ming wasn't concerned that Liu would not come back. She had observed that Liu treated Zhou Hao as a backup, so it was unlikely that she would stay out overnight. Thus, she simply waited for Liu to return. Unlike Liu, Lu Ming would never consider a boy as a backup. She would choose one suitable partner and devote herself wholeheartedly, aspiring to become a full-time wife. Free from financial worries. This was her singular investment. Dream, your legs are stunning. I've never seen anyone with legs as beautiful in real life, and even on TikTok, I don't find those legs as attractive as yours. Her roommate Wang Hui remarked enviously. Wang Hui was of average appearance but had a lively personality. Really? Lu Ming chuckled, continuing to apply lotion to her legs meticulously, and of course, if I were a boy, I'd be head over heels for those legs. They're simply gorgeous. Wang Hui nodded vigorously, then curiously asked, but dream. It's been a month since school started, and there are quite a few boys from our department and others pursuing you. I think several of them are quite decent, yet you haven't shown interest. Can you share what kind of boyfriend you're looking for? Wang Hui's question stemmed from genuine curiosity about Lu Ming's standards for a partner. At that moment, Shen Qing, who had been checking her phone, instinctively raised her head to glance at Lu Ming. She had a strong impression of Lu Ming, having always admired her beauty. However, upon entering university, she realized that Lu Ming was not any less striking than herself. There was no sense of competition, just a sincere curiosity about Lu Ming's preferences. Me? Lu Ming smiled, about to respond, when the dormitory door swung open, and Liu walked in, carrying 2 bags of clothes. Wow, shopping was exhausting. I spent the whole afternoon out, she exclaimed upon entering, glancing at Lu Ming and Shen Qing. Seeing both of them present filled her with delight. This was her moment to flaunt. Yes, I admit that both Lu Ming and Shen Qing are beautiful, but neither of them has a boyfriend yet, while I already have one who spends money on me. Zhou Hao insisted on buying me clothes while we were shopping. I told him I didn't want anything, but he insisted that as my boyfriend, it was his duty to buy me clothes, so he ended up buying me 2 t-shirts and a pair of pants, costing him over 500, but he said that amount was nothing to him, Liu recounted, her tone laced with feigned exasperation, but it was evident that she was showing off. Lu Ming glanced at her, continuing to apply lotion, while Shen Qing remained silent, absorbed in her phone. Only Wang Hui spoke up. Really? Zhou Hao is quite nice to you, and over 500 is a significant amount. It is, but for him? It's not much. He is from Jiangxing and owns 2 houses, so his family is quite well off, Liu replied, smiling. However, she felt a twinge of dissatisfaction as she realized that Lu Ming and Shen Qing were both silent. Their lack of response made her feel less validated in her boasting. Well, I'm off to take a shower. My legs are aching from all that walking, Liu said, dropping the bags and grabbing her towel as she prepared to head to the bathroom. Yeah, hold on a second, Lu Ming called out just as she finished applying the lotion. What is up, dream? Liu turned to her with a questioning look. She didn't think Lu Ming would envy her. After all, Lu Ming's qualities ensured she could easily find a boyfriend of superior stature compared to Zhou Hao. Nothing major. I just wanted to ask if you could send me your boyfriend Zhou Hao's WeChat details. I'd like to add his roommate, Chen Zhibai, Lu Ming stated without any hesitation. This admission took Liu aback momentarily, confusion flickering in her eyes. Chen Zhibai? She certainly recognized him as Zhou Hao's roommate. But why was Lu Ming suddenly interested in adding him on WeChat? It was perplexing. The two seemed to be from completely different worlds. Chen Zhibai had an ordinary appearance and background, lacking any standout qualities. Why would Lu Ming want to take the initiative to add him? Liu's instincts told her that something was amiss. She couldn't quite believe that Lu Ming would randomly wish to connect with Chen Zhibai. Throughout this past month, Liu had gotten to know Lu Ming well enough to realize she maintained a distance from boys, even those who were relatively well-off. Lu Ming's actions seemed out of character. She either avoided relationships altogether or sought out exceptionally qualified partners. So why was she now wanting to add a boy with average qualities? Liu's brow furrowed as her mind raced with questions. Sitting on her bed, Xinqing raised her beautiful, cool face, casting a glance at Lu Ming. She too sensed that something was off. After all, she'd heard Liu mention Chen Zhibai before, and he was known for being quite average in every regard. Logically, Lu Ming shouldn't have been interested in adding him on WeChat. But since it didn't concern her, Xinqing quickly returned to her foreign novel. Dream, why do you want to add him? Liu asked, trying to probe Lu Ming's motives. While speaking, she couldn't help but cast an envious glance at Lu Ming's long legs. Though her own legs were attractive, they paled in comparison to Lu Ming's. It's nothing really. I just have a few questions I'd like to ask him, Lu Ming replied nonchalantly. Lu Ming cast a glance at Liu before speaking, her tone perfectly normal, which only served to make Liu feel she was overthinking things. Indeed, adding someone on WeChat doesn't necessarily indicate affection. After all, Chen Zhibai's overall qualities were rather mediocre. If she herself found him unappealing, how could Lu Ming possibly think otherwise? All right, I'll ask Zhou how to send me his WeChat. Liu nodded in response. Thank you. I'll treat you to dinner tomorrow. Lu Ming smiled and made a heart gesture with her hand. No need for such formality. We're like sisters. After all, I'll tell Zhou how right away. Liu replied with a heart emoji of her own, casting another envious glance at Lu Ming's long legs before promptly pulling out her phone to open WeChat. She was met with several messages from Zhou Hao. Liu pouted slightly, but felt quite pleased inside. She believed Zhou Hao came from a decent family, being a local from Jiangxing with 2 apartments, and he was quite generous with his spending on her. If no better prospects came along later, she wouldn't mind continuing her relationship with Zhou Hao. I just got back to the dorm and was about to wash up, Liu texted back, then prepared to inquire about Chen Zhibai's WeChat. However, before she could finish typing, Zhou Hao's message came through almost instantly. Go wash up. After sending the message, Zhou Hao's thoughts drifted. He found himself subconsciously imagining Liu in the shower, which stirred a certain restlessness within him. He considered texting her about when they could shower together, but hesitated, fearing it might upset her. Thus, he suppressed the impulse and typed, You, go ahead and wash up. We can chat after you're done. Hee. Okay, I'll wash up first. By the way, please send me your roommate Chen Zhibai's WeChat, Liu replied. Zhou Hao, lounging in the boys' dormitory and still daydreaming about Liu in the shower, was momentarily taken aback upon reading this message. Wait, what is going on? Why does my girlfriend want another guy's WeChat? What does this mean? Zhou Hao felt a twinge of discomfort, but upon realizing it was Chen Zhibai, he thought it unnecessary to feel uneasy. After all, Chen Zhibai didn't have better qualities than him. You, what do you need his WeChat for? If it's something important, you can just ask me. If I can't handle it, he definitely can't either, Zhou Hao texted back. What do I need his WeChat for? I'm asking for Lu Ming. She said she has something to ask him. All right, I'm going to wash up now. Remember to send me his WeChat, Liu replied. After sending that message, she put her phone away and looked at Lu Ming. I'll wash up first. I'll get Chen Zhibai's WeChat for you when I'm out. Okay, Lu Ming nodded. Liu said no more. Taking her towel and entering the bathroom. In the boys' dormitory, Zhou Hao had been lying on his bed. But upon seeing Liu's message, he sprang up with a start, making quite a commotion. What's wrong with you? You scared me. Wang Chao, who had just finished smoking on the balcony, turned around in surprise. Seriously? You're so sudden, Li Dong remarked. Zhou Hao ignored them, his eyes glued to the phone screen, filled with disbelief and incredulity. He could hardly believe what he was seeing. Lu Ming wanted Chen Zhibai's WeChat? Lu Ming, what does Lu Ming want to ask old Chen about? She could just ask me. I certainly know more than he does. Instinctively, Zhou Hao typed he didn't want Lu Ming to add Chen Zhibai, even if it was merely to ask a question, for he didn't even have Lu Ming's WeChat. Stop talking nonsense. Just send me his WeChat. Liu was already in the bathroom, having just turned on the shower when she saw Zhou Hao's message and frowned. She wasn't oblivious. She had noticed Zhou Hao stealing glances at Lu Ming several times during lunch. "Oh, I'll send it right now." Seeing Liu look displeased, Zhou Hao's spirits dampened. After Liu huffed and didn't reply, she set her phone aside and began her shower. Zhou Hao felt a bit unfairly treated but still sent Chen Zhibai's WeChat to Liu. Once he did, his expression soured. After all, this was Lu Ming wanting to add him. Even if it was just to ask a few questions, it still left him unhappy. "What is up, Zhou Gongzi? Why the long face? Did someone annoy you?" Wang Chao teased, glancing at Zhou Hao. "No one annoyed me." Zhou Hao snapped back stiffly, about to speak further when he noticed Chen Zhibai stepping out of the bathroom. "I'm going to smoke." Zhou Hao pulled out a pack of cigarettes and headed to the balcony. Crazy, as if someone actually bothered him, Wang Chao scoffed. He had a distaste for Zhou Hao, who often displayed an air of superiority simply because he was a local. "All right, enough talking that we're all in the same dorm. It's not a big deal. Everyone has their own temperament. Besides, hasn't he done anything wrong?" Li Dong chimed in. Wang Chao didn't press further, instead looking at Chen Zhibai. "Old Chen, are you done? I'm going to wash up. It's uncomfortable not to shower in this summer heat." "Go ahead." Chen Zhibai nodded. He lay back on his bed, staring at the dorm ceiling, feeling utterly awake. It was still early, and besides, the excitement within him was nearly uncontrollable. After all, he was now bound to a wealthy system. His once ordinary life had transformed, and while his temperament was generally calm, any other freshman his age would likely be ecstatic. Suppressing his excitement, Chen Zhibai glanced at the time on his phone. It was just past 9. With no sign of fatigue, he opted to read a novel he had recently started, a rather well-written fantasy tale, despite the author lamenting about poor grades. After finishing her shower and drying her hair with a blow-dryer, Liu stepped out of the bathroom. It must be said that her looks were indeed commendable, and her figure was quite appealing. While she may not be a stunning beauty, she certainly qualified as a charming one. And as a freshman, she naturally radiated youthful vibrancy. "Ming, I just sent you Chen Zhibai's WeChat. Did you see it?" Liu called out to Lu Ming. "Oh really? I was scrolling through Douyin and missed it." "Let me check now," Lu Ming replied, opening WeChat as she spoke. Sure enough, she saw Liu had sent a contact card. The male avatar was cartoonish, and the name was quite simple. Liu was momentarily taken aback. Staring at the WeChat contact card for Chen Zhibai, then smiling slightly before clicking to add him as a friend. In the friend request note, she wrote, "I'm Lu Ming. We had lunch together in the cafeteria today. I have a few questions for you." After sending the friend request, Lu Ming looked at her phone, waiting for Chen Zhibai's acceptance. She was quite confident he would accept her request. With that thought, Lu Ming set her phone down and glanced at her legs. During lunch earlier, she had noticed Chen Zhibai casting several glances in her direction. Meanwhile, in the boys' dormitory, Chen Zhibai, engrossed in his novel, was suddenly interrupted by a vibration from his phone. He noticed a WeChat notification pop up. "Someone messaged me?" Chen Zhibai raised an eyebrow, not thinking much of it as he opened WeChat. To his surprise, he found a friend request from Lu Ming. He'll be honest, he was momentarily stunned, not expecting Lu Ming to take the initiative to add him, especially to inquire about something. What could it possibly be? As thoughts whirled in his mind, he clicked to accept. In the next moment, their chat window opened. He glanced at Lu Ming's WeChat avatar, a lovely selfie that showcased her radiant face and long legs. Buzz! His phone vibrated again. Lu Ming sent a cute cat sticker as a greeting, which looked quite adorable. Seeing this, Chen Zhibai replied with a similar sticker. Lu Ming responded in kind, and for a few moments, neither spoke, engaging instead in a playful exchange of stickers for 5 or 6 minutes. All right, no more sticker battles. I can't keep up with you." Lu Ming was the first to break the silence, sending a text. "Aren't you curious about what I want to ask you?" "Curious? Go ahead. What's on your mind?" Chen Zhibai typed back, genuinely intrigued. After all, it was quite rare for a beauty like Lu Ming to take the initiative to add him on WeChat. He was just an ordinary college student. Well, that was before. Now, he was a college student with a system, destined to be anything but ordinary. This was why he maintained such a calm demeanor while chatting with Lu Ming. Despite her undeniable beauty and charm, he had confidence in himself. Having a system meant he wouldn't lack for romantic interests. This understanding kept him composed, allowing him to engage in a light-hearted sticker exchange with Lu Ming for several minutes. Before acquiring the system, he doubted he would have been so unfazed. "It's nothing monumental. I heard from Liu that you excel in the computer science department, and my laptop is acting up. It won't boot. Could you take a look for me?" Lu Ming, lying on her bed in the girls' dormitory, was typing away on her phone. relaying the premeditated excuse she had concocted. The dormitory was now dark, the faint glow from her phone illuminating her face, which, even without makeup, remained strikingly beautiful. And of course, I want to just fix it for free. Regardless of whether or not it gets fixed, I'll treat you to dinner. How does that sound? Lu Ming continued to type, sending another cute cat sticker that was hard to resist. Naturally, her laptop wasn't actually broken. It powered on just fine. Once Chen Zhibai agreed to help, she would feign surprise when it worked, using this opportunity to engage in conversation and bond with him. She was determined to win him over. After all, who else drives an $80,000 luxury car as a freshman? Clearly, her family's assets exceeded $100 million. Cars depreciate as soon as they're purchased. All right, I'll take a look, but I can't guarantee I can fix it, Chen Zhibai replied, unaware of Lu Ming's ulterior motives. If it doesn't get fixed, I'll still treat you to dinner. Upon receiving Chen Zhibai's agreement, Lu Ming's lips curled into a cunning smile. She continued typing, "Are you free tomorrow? Can you help me look at it then? I really need my computer. I have no classes tomorrow morning. Where should we meet?" Chen Zhibai replied. "How about the little garden in front of the girls' dormitory? It's quite peaceful there," Lu Ming suggested. "Okay." Chen Zhibai typed an affirmative response, preparing to exit WeChat and return to his novel, not expecting Lu Ming to continue the conversation, but she sent another message. "By the way, I saw in your moments that you have a golden retriever. I really like goldens, but my family won't let me have one." Seeing Lu Ming's message, Chen Zhibai raised his eyebrows. His moments were only visible for the past 6 months, and he did indeed post about his golden retriever. But Lu Ming had actually looked at his moments. "Yes, I have a golden retriever," he typed back. "How old is it?" Lu Ming inquired. The conversation naturally shifted to the topic of goldens, and it must be said that Lu Ming was quite adept at conversing. She provided ample emotional validation, affirming every point Chen Zhibai made and effortlessly steering the discussion into new territories. The emotional value was palpable. Thus, they chatted for over 2 hours, nearly reaching midnight. In the girls' dormitory, Liu lay in her bed after finishing an episode of a drama. Glancing at the time, she realized it was getting late and decided to use the restroom before heading to bed. However, as she sat up, she noticed a faint light emanating from Lu Ming's bed. Liu paused, looking over to see Lu Ming typing on her phone, a smile gracing her face. Clearly, she was engaged in a conversation. But who could she be chatting with? Why was she so animated? Especially at this hour? Was she dating someone? Liu's mind raced with possibilities, prompting her to ask, "Ming, who are you chatting with? It's so late, and you seem quite cheerful. Have you found a boyfriend? Is he from our school?" Lu Ming, holding her phone, furrowed her brow momentarily upon hearing Liu's question, but quickly regained her composure. "I'm chatting with Chen Zhibai," she replied. "Who?" Liu exclaimed, doubting her ears. "You're telling me you're chatting with Chen Zhibai? How is that even possible?" She firmly believed she must be hearing things. "I am indeed chatting with Chen Zhibai." Lu Ming glanced at Liu and continued her conversation with Chen Zhibai, undeterred. She could sense Liu's shock and confusion, but that was fine. Soon enough, Liu would realize how right her choice was. She had an eye for talent. Chen Zhibai exuded confidence and composure, indicating he was particularly capable. In the restroom, Liu sat on the toilet, still mulling over Lu Ming's claim about chatting with Chen Zhibai. She found it utterly unbelievable. After all, how could it possibly be Chen Zhibai? From any angle, he appeared quite ordinary. Yet, what if she was wrong? What if Lu Ming really was talking to Chen Zhibai? Liu furrowed her brow, contemplating her next move as she pulled out her phone, opening WeChat to find her chat with Zhou Hao. Their conversation had paused 2 hours prior. Zhou Hao had wanted to chat, but Liu had mentioned she was tired and wanted to sleep, leading him to wish her good night. "Are you asleep?" Liu typed, sending the message to in the boys' dormitory. Zhou Hao was engrossed in a game. His body tensed with concentration, particularly as they were in a critical moment of battle. Just then, he noticed Liu's message pop up on his phone. He froze momentarily, then his expression brightened as he eagerly opened WeChat. "Not asleep yet, what's up? Did you have a nightmare and get scared?" "Don't worry, I'm here," Zhou Hao quickly typed, feeling elated. He was convinced Liu must have had a nightmare. Otherwise, why would she be reaching out to him when she was supposed to be sleeping? This was a clear sign that she cared about him. In the girls' dormitory, upon reading Zhou Hao's reply, Liu pursed her lips. She hadn't had a nightmare, nor was she scared. "I did have a nightmare, and it was a bit frightening," Liu typed back. "But I'm not scared anymore," she continued typing. Zhou Hao felt even more pleased upon receiving this response, ready to reply when Liu sent another message. "By the way, What's everyone in your dorm doing? Our dorm? Zhou Hao questioned, sending the message without much thought as he glanced around the room. Wang Chao and Li Dong were already asleep, while Chen Zhibai was still awake, seemingly chatting with someone on his phone and laughing. However, the girl he was chatting with must be quite ordinary, as no attractive girl would be interested in him. Zhou Hao typed back Liu didn't respond immediately. Instead, she was lost in thought upon seeing Zhou Hao's message. Chen Zhibai was also on his phone chatting. What were the odds of that? Could it be that Lu Ming wasn't lying and was genuinely talking to Chen Zhibai? How could that be? Liu furrowed her brow, convinced there was something she didn't understand. You, if you're not tired, shall we chat for a bit? What do you want for breakfast tomorrow? I can pick something up for you. Noticing Liu's silence, Zhou Hao sent 2 messages in quick succession. Liu instinctively began typing back, but she had no interest in continuing the conversation with Zhou Hao. Yet, as she typed, she deleted the half-finished message, her mind elsewhere. Indeed, I have a question for you. What is Chen Zhibai's family background like? Liu typed. She suspected that Chen Zhibai's family circumstances were far from ordinary. Otherwise, it would be difficult to explain why Lu Ming had not interacted with him at lunch in the cafeteria, yet suddenly sought his WeChat contact and engaged in such a lengthy conversation. Yeah, why do you want to know about his family background? He has a very ordinary family. His parents run a small convenience store in a small county, and their business is just mediocre. This is what he himself has said. Zhou Hao typed. He assumed that Liu was inquiring because she wanted to introduce a potential partner to Chen Zhibai. In my opinion, there's no need to play matchmaker for him. When I asked him what kind of girl he liked last night, he surprisingly said he'd find someone by himself and that I needn't help. Since that's the case, let us not concern ourselves with him. Let's see what kind of girlfriend he can find. Zhou Hao continued to type, his tone gradually laced with disdain. Liu did not respond, but instead read the messages Zhou Hao sent. Was his family truly ordinary? Why did she suddenly find it hard to believe? Yeah, why are you silent again? Are you tired? Zhou Hao remarked, noticing her prolonged silence. Yes, I'm tired. I'm going to sleep now. You should also rest early. Staying up late is bad for your health, Liu replied in quick succession, knowing she needed to offer Zhou Hao some verbal affection. After reading her messages, Zhou Hao genuinely felt uplifted. See? I knew Liu cared about me. All right, I understand I want to stay up late. You should sleep now. Good night. Sweet dreams, he typed back. Good night, Liu responded before putting her phone away. After using the restroom and flushing the toilet, she instinctively glanced at Lu Ming's bed, noticing Lu Ming was still busy chatting. This was definitely suspicious. Liu lay back down, starting to reflect on her interactions with Chen Zhibai. They had indeed interacted a few times, always in Zhou Hao's presence. Her impression of Chen Zhibai was neutral. Although his appearance and family background were unremarkable, he seemed quite composed, lacking the restlessness found in other boys. Yet beyond that, there was little else. Now, however, she felt she had overlooked something. After all, Lu Ming could chat so happily and for such a long time with Chen Zhibai. There must be something she missed. But what could it be? Liu furrowed her brow, unable to fall asleep for a moment. Oh no, it's almost midnight. I didn't even notice it got so late. I should go to bed. Lu Ming feigned surprise at the time as she replied. In truth, she wasn't tired and wished to chat with Chen Zhibai a while longer, but she understood the principle of moderation. After all, they were meeting tomorrow under the pretext of fixing her computer, so there was no rush. All right, then you should sleep, Chen Zhibai typed back. Yes, you should also sleep early. See you tomorrow? I'll need your help with my computer, Lu Ming replied, sending a cute cat emoji to emphasize her request. You're too polite, Chen Zhibai responded. After Lu Ming sent a moon goodnight emoji and waited a moment to see Chen Zhibai reciprocate with the same, she felt relieved before finally putting her phone away. Yet she did not sleep. Instead, she reflected on their 2-hour conversation. To be honest, she was quite satisfied with Chen Zhibai. His composure was an important quality. A composed person inherently progresses faster and more steadily than others. With a decent family background and a good character, that was sufficient. As Lu Ming pondered her thoughts, she began to consider what to wear when she met Chen Zhibai tomorrow. The core element was simple. She wanted to leave him in awe upon seeing her. Several outfits flashed through her mind as she slowly formed an idea. Chapter 17. A tribute panel in the boys' dormitory. Chen Zhibai was scrolling through his chat history with Lu Ming. He had a suspicion that Lu Ming had likely seen him while he was parking his car when he returned to school that afternoon. The possibility was high. Otherwise, Lu Ming would not have actively added him on WeChat and chatted for over 2 hours so naturally and harmoniously. He knew himself well, from his looks to his height and family background. There was nothing that would particularly impress Lu Ming. Otherwise, she would have chatted with him pleasantly at lunch instead of waiting until the evening to add him on WeChat. Thus, there was only one explanation. She must have seen him while he was parking his car. Otherwise, it was impossible to explain everything that had transpired. Though it was quite realistic, it was the only possibility. Chen Zhibai chuckled to himself, somewhat reflective. So, this is the significance of money. But when did Lu Ming see him? He didn't notice her when he drove into the school. Not wanting to dwell further on it, as it was already past midnight, he addressed the system. System, withdraw 1,000 yuan for today. Buzz. His phone vibrated, signaling the bank transfer notification. The 1,000 yuan had arrived. After locking his phone and placing it under his pillow, Chen Zhibai prepared to sleep, planning to indulge in a lie-in since he had no classes in the morning. Just then, the system's voice echoed in his mind. Ding, the host has triggered the running check-in task. The host may choose one of the following options. A. Run for 30 minutes every morning for 7 consecutive days. And the host will receive 2 rewards. 1. A cash reward of 100,000 yuan. 2. An increase in height by 3 centimeters. Note. This increase in height has no side effects. B. Do not run, and the host will receive the title of lazy little expert. Note. This title is utterly useless. Listening to the system's task, Chen Zhibai's expression turned peculiar. Here it was again, a choice even a fool would understand. Naturally, he would choose A. The 100,000 yuan cash reward was self-explanatory. If he persisted in running for 7 days, he would earn this reward. Averaging out, that's over 13,000 yuan a day. What job in society offers such a daily wage? And all he needed to do was run for 30 minutes every morning, which felt like free money. However, compared to this 100,000 yuan cash reward, Chen Zhibai valued the second reward even more. An increase in height by 3 centimeters without any side effects. To be frank, his heart raced at the thought of this reward. He realized what lay behind it. If height could be increased without side effects, could it also apply to looks? Looks and height fall under the category of genetic lottery, aspects that are inherently unchangeable. But now, the system could increase height, suggesting it could enhance looks as well. This was something easily comprehensible, and it was precisely this possibility that made Chen Zhibai's heart race. Could he, an ordinary-looking individual, have a chance to become a handsome man? System, can my looks be enhanced? Chen Zhibai held back his excitement and asked the system expectantly. Replying to the host, yes, the system confirmed. Indeed. Chen Zhibai's eyes sparkled with excitement. Even though he had previously suspected it, hearing the system's confirmation still thrilled him. The host's current attribute panel has been generated. Would the host like to view it? The system continued. Attribute panel? View it. Chen Zhibai replied directly. In the next moment, a virtual 3-dimensional screen appeared before him. Name, Chen Zhibai. Age, 18. Height, 175 centimeters. Weight, 127 pounds. Looks, 69. Build, 73. Special, 80. The host can currently withdraw cash daily, 1,000 yuan. Already claimed for today. As Chen Zhibai scanned his attribute panel, his expression remained unchanged upon seeing his looks rated at 69. He recognized that his appearance was indeed ordinary, but that could change in the future. However, he was puzzled by the meaning of the special attribute. Why did he have a score of 80? Raising an eyebrow, Chen Zhibai inquired about the nature of this special attribute. Replying to the host, the system began to explain, but Chen Zhibai's expression turned strange as he realized that the system could detect even this. Are you a legitimate system? How can my looks be enhanced? Chen Zhibai pressed further, ignoring the special attribute for now and focusing on his looks. To be honest, he harbored a dream of becoming handsome. Replying to the host, the system will occasionally trigger tasks, some of which may reward free attribute points. If these are free attribute points, the host can allocate them to looks, height, or physique attributes. Rewards may also include direct points to enhance the host's looks. Additionally, aside from obtaining attribute points through tasks, there is another method, the Wheel of Fortune lottery, which offers a chance to gain attribute points. The system's voice continued to resonate. It was straightforward enough. Among the tasks issued, some would yield attribute point rewards that could be allocated to looks. Points could also be randomly obtained through the Wheel of Fortune lottery. What exactly is this Wheel of Fortune lottery? Chen Zhibai asked again. The Wheel of Fortune lottery may sometimes be a reward for tasks. The prizes are random, ranging from small items like tissues and lighters to large ones like aircraft carriers, all with varying probabilities. Upon hearing that the system could even yield an aircraft carrier from the lottery, Chen Zhibai's heart raced again. After posing a few more questions to the system, he finally prepared to sleep, setting an alarm for 7 in the morning. After all, he needed to run in the morning. As long as he consistently ran for 7 days, exceeding 30 minutes each day, he could claim a cash reward of 100,000 yuan and gain 3 centimeters in height without any side effects. Currently, he stood at 175 centimeters, which was neither particularly tall nor short, just an average height. But with an additional 3 centimeters, he would reach 178 centimeters, which is considered tall among men. The only regret Chen Zhibai had was that this running task did not offer a beauty reward. However, he was not anxious. He would take his time. After setting the alarm, he tucked his phone back under his pillow, closed his eyes, and soon fell asleep, filled with anticipation for the future. While he slept, Zhou Hao, on the other hand, remained awake and posted a photo on his moments. The photo was a selfie of Li Yu. The caption read, "I am willing to be your eternal knight, forever protecting you." After posting, Zhou Hao felt elated, thinking that when Li Yu woke up and saw his post, she would surely be moved. Perhaps, in her moment of sentiment, she might even agree to hold his hand. Chapter 18. The beautiful teacher. When Yutong at 7 in the morning, Chen Zhibai was awakened by his alarm. He fumbled for his phone beneath the pillow to turn it off and, as he rolled out of bed, he inadvertently made a bit of noise, causing Wang Chao, who was still half asleep, to open his eyes. "Old Chen, where are you off to? What time is it?" Seeing it was Chen Zhibai, Wang Chao glanced at the time on his phone and, upon realizing it was only 7 in the morning, widened his eyes in surprise. "What the heck? It's only 7. Why are you up so early?" Wang Chao's tone expressed disbelief. His voice was loud enough to wake Li Dong and Zhou Hao, both of whom blinked groggily at the commotion. Zhou Hao's dark circles were prominent. He had been so excited after posting on his moments that he had stayed up until 4 in the morning, lost in thoughts of how happy Li Yu would be upon seeing it. Consequently, he now felt as tired as a dog. "Old Chen, why are you up so early? I remember we have no classes this morning," Li Dong remarked, checking the time on his phone, equally puzzled. "I'm planning to go for a run." "You guys can continue sleeping," Chen Zhibai replied with a smile. "Oh, I see." Wang Chao nodded, about to drift back to sleep when he suddenly perked up. "Wait, what? You're going for a run? What has gotten into you? Did something happen?" Wang Chao's eyes widened in disbelief. He couldn't fathom why Chen Zhibai would choose to run. After all, sleeping in would be so much more comfortable at this early hour. "Old Chen, if something's bothering you, just tell us. We'll definitely help if we can," Li Dong added. Zhou Hao remained silent but shot Chen Zhibai a look filled with confusion and disbelief. "Crazy, waking up early to go running instead of sleeping?" Zhou Hao flipped over, burying his face in the wall and pulling the summer blanket over his head. He couldn't be bothered to talk. All he wanted was to sleep. What could possibly be wrong? "I just suddenly felt like going for a run." "All right. You guys can keep sleeping." Chen Zhibai waved his hand, heading to the restroom to wash his face and brush his teeth. He could sense the confusion and disbelief from Wang Chao and Li Dong, but he was determined to run. After all, running for 7 days could earn him a reward of 100,000 yuan and a height increase of 3 centimeters without any side effects. So of course he would run. "I still think old Chen must have been stimulated somehow to want to go running," Wang Chao muttered to Li Dong as Chen Zhibai brushed his teeth in the restroom. "I think so too. Who runs so early for no reason?" Li Dong nodded in agreement. After a few minutes, Chen Zhibai emerged from the restroom to find Wang Chao and Li Dong had fallen back asleep. He tiptoed to his locker, pulled out a short-sleeved shirt and a pair of shorts, changed, and put on his running shoes before stepping out of the dormitory and gently closing the door behind him. Naturally, he headed to the sports field to run. The distance from the boys' dormitory to the sports field wasn't far, but it wasn't exactly close either. At 7 in the morning, the campus was relatively quiet. After about 10 minutes, Chen Zhibai arrived at the sports field. At that moment, there were quite a few people running on the track. Although many had become indulgent after entering university, some maintained their self-discipline. After graduation, this would serve as a dividing line. The sports field featured a rubber track, and as Chen Zhibai stood at the edge, stretching his ankles, he unconsciously glanced at a woman running on the track. Not only was Chen Zhibai watching this woman, but others running nearby also occasionally stole glances at her. She was exceptionally beautiful, with her hair pulled up into a high ponytail, her delicate features radiant, and her neck long and graceful, dressed in athletic wear that left nothing exposed. Anyone could tell she had a fantastic figure. With a slim waist and long legs, she exuded a captivating vitality. To be honest, Chen Zhibai hadn't expected to see her here, as she was his academic advisor. When Yutong, He vividly remembered her entrance during their first class meeting at the start of the semester, which had left the entire class momentarily silent due to her stunning beauty. However, though she was an advisor, she was still quite young, having just graduated from university and taken on the role of advisor. Rather than simply calling her an advisor, it would be more fitting to refer to her as a senior. Chen Zhibai tore his gaze away and, after stretching for another minute, prepared to start his run. Just then, a voice filled with surprise interrupted him. "Oh, Chen Zhibai? You're running too?" When Yutong halted her running, looking at Chen Zhibai with surprise evident in her beautiful eyes, she certainly recognized him. After all, he was one of her students. This was her first time being an academic advisor, so she was quite attentive and familiar with her students, at least to the extent of being able to call them by name. However, her impression of Chen Zhibai was that he was quiet, not particularly talkative, and had a low presence in class. Thus, she hadn't anticipated seeing him on the track running. "Teacher 1, Chen Zhibai looked up, acknowledging her before continuing. "Indeed. Let us head to the playground for a jog and invigorate our bodies." "Oh, that sounds splendid. Running is certainly preferable to languishing in the dormitory." When Yutong nodded, her gaze fixed upon Chen Zhibai, her expression increasingly one of astonishment. In that moment, she perceived Chen Zhibai as neither subservient nor arrogant, exuding an air of composure and steadiness, which starkly contrasted with his previous reticence. After a brief moment of surprise, when Yutong dismissed her thoughts, saying, "Well then, you go ahead and run. Good luck. The teacher has faith in you." As she spoke, she smiled at Chen Zhibai, revealing two charming dimples that made her look exceedingly sweet. "All right, thank you, teacher," Chen Zhibai replied, nodding before commencing his run. When Yutong remained stationary, waiting until Chen Zhibai had covered a certain distance before she too began to jog. Her arm movements and breathing were rhythmic, clearly indicative of someone accustomed to running. As she moved, her long legs created an aesthetically pleasing sight. On the playground, several boys instinctively cast their gazes her way, albeit none dared to approach. Meanwhile, some male teachers began to stir with lively thoughts. Chen Zhibai was earnest in his running. Initially, he thought that running for 30 minutes would be manageable. However, after over 10 minutes, his breath began to quicken and sweat streamed down his face. Simultaneously, his arms and legs felt as though they were laden with lead. "Slow down. You are running a bit too fast. At this pace, it's not sustainable. Reduce your speed." When Yutong appeared at Chen Zhibai's side, offering her advice. Chapter 19. The disparity. The sudden voice beside him caught Chen Zhibai off guard, prompting him to turn instinctively. Upon realizing it was when Yutong, his surprise deepened, for they were now in close proximity, allowing him to clearly see her fair and beautiful features. "Your breathing is also somewhat erratic. Come, synchronize with my rhythm. Inhale, exhale, inhale, exhale." When Yutong instructed, Chen Zhibai refocused and began to follow her breathing pattern. Remarkably, he found it beneficial. The pressure in his chest eased considerably. "Thank you, teacher 1, Chen Zhibai expressed his gratitude. "For what? Just keep quiet and run to this rhythm. You can do it," when Yutong replied, shaking her head. As a first-time counselor, she genuinely wished to excel in her role, which prompted her to approach Chen Zhibai when she noticed his labored breathing. Chen Zhibai continued his run. After completing 30 minutes, he heard the system's notification in his mind. "Ding. Host has completed 30 minutes of running today, fulfilling today's check-in task. The progress for the running check-in task is now at 17. In 6 days, the host will receive a reward." Gradually, Chen Zhibai came to a halt, breathing heavily. He rarely exercised, so after 30 minutes of running, he felt somewhat breathless. Thankfully, he had managed to complete the run. "Are you done running?" When Yutong approached him, inquiring. "Yes, I'm done," Chen Zhibai replied, shaking his head. "You haven't run much before, have you? You really should exercise more often," when Yutong observed, glancing at the still-breathing Chen Zhibai. "Indeed, I haven't run much before," Chen Zhibai admitted, nodding, then expressing his gratitude for when Yutong's earlier advice on regulating his breathing. "For what? I'm your counselor. You're my student. It's just a minor matter." When Yutong smiled, choosing not to elaborate further. "Rest for a while after your run, then have a meal. Don't skip meals, or you might end up with low blood sugar." "All right, I'll take my leave now." With that, when Yutong waved and departed from the playground, Chen Zhibai stood still for over 10 minutes, feeling his heartbeat gradually stabilize before he left the playground. Initially, he intended to head directly to the cafeteria for a meal, but having sweated during his run, he found his clothes damp and uncomfortable. Thus, He changed his mind midway and returned to his dormitory to shower and change before dining. Upon entering the dormitory, he found Wang Chao and Li Dong still asleep, while Zhou Hao was already awake and getting dressed. "You actually went for a run?" Zhou Hao exclaimed in surprise upon seeing Chen Zhibai, who was drenched in sweat. He had assumed Chen Zhibai was merely speaking casually. "Yes, I did." "Where are you headed?" Chen Zhibai nodded, noticing Zhou Hao seemed ready to go out. "I'm off to buy breakfast for my girlfriend. She mentioned wanting the pork chop pancake from the second cafeteria, so I'm going to get it," Zhou Hao replied, a look of pride on his face. Chen Zhibai regarded him with curiosity, puzzled by what was so commendable about that. It seemed that Li Yueming was using him as a courier. Otherwise, why wouldn't she go herself? "Old Chen, you don't need to envy me. Once you start dating, you'll understand how fulfilling it is to buy breakfast for your girlfriend." Seeing Chen Zhibai glance at him, Zhou Hao took it as envy and became even more smug. As he spoke, he reached out to pat Chen Zhibai's shoulder but withdrew his hand upon noticing the sweat on Chen Zhibai's shirt. "All right, I want to keep you done. My girlfriend is waiting for her breakfast," Zhou Hao said as he walked out of the dormitory, humming a tune, feeling both pleased and self-satisfied, believing Chen Zhibai must be envious. After all, he could buy breakfast for his girlfriend, while Chen Zhibai didn't even have a girlfriend. TSK, such as the disparity, Zhou Hao thought, becoming increasingly joyful. After showering, Chen Zhibai changed into fresh clothes and went to the cafeteria for breakfast. On his way back to the dormitory, his phone buzzed in his pocket. Taking it out, he saw a WeChat message from Lu Ming. "I just woke up. After I freshen up, shall we meet at the small garden below the girls' dormitory at 10:30? I just tried the laptop, and it still won't turn on. I'll have to trouble you with it." Seeing the message from Lu Ming, Chen Zhibai typed a response, sending an OK, followed by a sticker she sent in reply. He put his phone away and returned to the dormitory. Zhou Hao had yet to return, but Wang Chao was awake, engrossed in his phone. Upon seeing Chen Zhibai, Wang Chao extended an invitation to play a game. "Old Chen, want to play a game?" "Sure." Chen Zhibai nodded and opened the game. In the girls' dormitory, Lu Ming lay on her bed, smiling at the OK message Chen Zhibai sent. Meeting at 10:30 was certainly intentional. The timing was conveniently close to lunch, allowing her to invite Chen Zhibai to eat under the pretext of needing help with her laptop. Ultimately, she was determined to win over Chen Zhibai and become his girlfriend. Suppressing her thoughts, Lu Ming set her phone down and got up to wash her face and brush her teeth before sitting at her desk to apply makeup. Even though she looked good without makeup, she wanted to appear stunning beside Chen Zhibai. That way, she could firmly capture his heart. As she was preparing, Liu entered the room, holding a pork chop pancake, and immediately spotted Lu Ming at her desk applying makeup. Ming, are you going out later?" Liu asked, recognizing the significance of makeup among girls. "Yes, I'm going out," Lu Ming replied, nodding while using an eyebrow pencil. With her naturally beautiful willow leaf eyebrows, a little enhancement elevated her whole demeanor. Coupled with her bright, lovely features, she was truly eye-catching. "Where to?" Liu inquired again, glancing at Lu Ming's face, feeling a mix of envy and jealousy. If she had Lu Ming's looks, she would certainly not settle for Zhou Hao but would seek a wealthy boyfriend instead. "I'm not going anywhere special," Lu Ming replied with a smile, continuing her makeup. Liu didn't ponder further and began eating the pork chop pancake Zhou Hao had brought her. While eating, her phone buzzed with a WeChat message from Zhou Hao. "Yu, is the pork chop pancake tasty? It's my love for you. If you want more, I can buy you some." A series of messages followed, causing Liu to feel somewhat annoyed. She couldn't be bothered to reply, so she flipped her phone face down on the table and continued eating. As she finished her pancake, Lu Ming was also done with her makeup. Achieving a no-makeup look, as the name suggests, it appeared as though she had no makeup on, yet her features were subtly enhanced and beautified. This particular style was more challenging to achieve compared to other makeup looks. Chapter 20. Curiosity and following. Admiring her reflection in the mirror, Lu Ming felt a sense of satisfaction wash over her. She then stood up, opening her wardrobe to retrieve a white short-sleeve top and a black pleated skirt, an ensemble she had planned the night before. The look was intended to be striking yet not overly deliberate. Thus, pairing a white top with a skirt was an excellent choice, complemented by white sneakers and high-waisted socks. After changing into her outfit, Lu Ming had spent a good 10 minutes getting ready. She tucked the white top into the skirt, accentuating her slender waist. The waist-to-hip ratio was commendable, and the skirt revealed her long, straight legs, making her appearance even more captivating. Looking in the mirror, she nodded in approval of her outfit. Now, it was time to meet Chen Zhibai. Lu Ming checked her phone and saw it was just 10 o'clock, giving her another half hour. After a moment's thought, she decided to take out her laptop. Liu, having finished her pork chop pancake, kept her gaze fixed on Lu Ming. Upon witnessing Lu Ming's meticulous makeup application, she was taken aback, realizing that this look required more time than usual. However, she didn't dwell on it. Soon after, when she saw Lu Ming donning a white short-sleeved top and a black pleated skirt, along with a pair of pristine white socks, she sensed something was amiss. While the outfit appeared simple to the boys, as a fellow girl, Liu understood that Lu Ming had put considerable effort into her appearance. Where could she be going, putting in so much effort to dress up and do her makeup? Liu pondered, narrowing her eyes. After observing Lu Ming closely, she concluded that Lu Ming was most likely meeting a boy. It was the only explanation for the effort she was making. But which boy was deserving of such attention? Liu was unsure, but she was certain that he must be quite exceptional. Curiosity bubbled within her. Ming, you look so beautiful. Are you meeting a boy? Have you started dating? Liu casually asked, pretending to be nonchalant. I'm not dating anyone yet, but it's South getting close. Lu Ming replied with a smile. Oh, really? So there is someone you like? Who is he? Is he from our school? Do I know him? Liu's interest was piqued, and she pressed further. She was convinced her suspicions were correct. Lu Ming's elaborate preparations indicated something was afoot. Lu Ming, however, refrained from revealing Chen Zhibai's name, planning to disclose it once their relationship was confirmed. Let you know who he is once we establish our relationship, then you and everyone in the dorm can meet him. Lu Ming stated, withholding the name for now. Oh come on, Ming, just tell me. I'm so curious about who he is, that you'd go to such lengths to dress up. This outfit is definitely a boy-catching look. Liu insisted, standing up and approaching Lu Ming with a curious expression and a hint of a pout. However, her tactics, effective with Zhou Hao, were futile against Lu Ming. Lu Ming merely glanced at her and replied, I've said it, you'll know in time. After checking the time and realizing it was already 10:15, Lu Ming packed her laptop into her bag. All right, I'm off now. After ensuring her outfit and makeup were flawless, she left the dormitory, closing the door softly behind her. Liu stood in place. Her curiosity piqued as if a cat's tail had brushed against her. Should she follow Lu Ming and sneak a peek at the boy she was meeting? The thought sprang to her mind and quickly gained momentum. She was eager to discover what kind of boy could inspire Lu Ming to prepare so meticulously. Suppressing her impulse, Liu grabbed her phone, opened the dormitory door, and ventured out. As Lu Ming exited the girls' dormitory, numerous girls cast envious glances her way. Beautiful, with a great figure and a bright, charming demeanor, she garnered admiration from her peers. Lu Ming was accustomed to the attention and headed to the small garden near the girls' dormitory. Stopping at the entrance, I've arrived at the small garden, but take your time, Lu Ming texted Chen Zhibai. I just left the dormitory. I should be there in about 10 minutes. Chen Zhibai, having exited the boys' dormitory, received her message and replied, Okay, I'll wait for you at the garden entrance. Lu Ming smiled at the okay response, clutching her phone as she stood patiently at the entrance. Meanwhile, Liu, who had followed her out of the girls' dormitory, hid behind a large tree. As she peered out, noticing Lu Ming waiting at the small garden entrance, her eyes widened instinctively. Lu Ming's posture clearly indicated that she was waiting for someone, suggesting that she was in a position of vulnerability. Otherwise, there would be no reason for Lu Ming to arrive first and wait. Who could it be? Liu furrowed her brow. Her curiosity about the boy Lu Ming was waiting for intensifying. In her encounters with Zhou Hao, she was always the one being waited on. The reversal of roles indicated a shift in dynamics. Suppressing her thoughts, Liu cautiously peeked out again but quickly retracted her head upon noticing Lu Ming glance in her direction. However, Lu Ming seemed not to have spotted her. As she had ducked away just in time, Liu steadied her heartbeat. At the garden entrance, Lu Ming furrowed her beautifully arched brows, having sensed someone looking at her. Yet when she glanced over, she found no one. How peculiar, she mused, shaking her head as she dismissed the thought. After a few more minutes, she finally spotted Chen Zhibai approaching. Although he still appeared ordinary in looks and height, the calm confidence he exuded was distinctly noticeable, contrasting sharply with the more restless boys in class. Lu Ming contemplated this as she suppressed her thoughts and took a few steps forward to greet Chen Zhibai. Are you here? I need your help with my laptop. I'm utterly clueless about computers, Lu Ming said, smiling brightly, her demeanor radiant and gracious. Chapter 21. Is it really Chen Zhibai? I must warn you, I may not be able to fix it. I can only take a look if it can't be repaired. You will still need to find a professional repair service, Chen Zhibai replied, waving his hand as he glanced at Lu Ming's face. Her features were exquisite, her complexion fair. He had noticed her from a distance while approaching, as she was quite striking. Standing at 171 centimeters, clad in a white short-sleeved top and a pleated skirt. Her overall aura was one of brightness and charm, her legs glimmering like pearls beneath the skirt. It's fine if it can't be fixed. The fact that you're willing to help is already greatly appreciated. How about this? Whether you can fix it or not, I'll treat you to a meal. What do you think? I'm quite generous, right? Lu Ming said, smiling. Well, that depends on what we're eating. If it's cold noodles, that hardly qualifies as generous, Chen Zhibai replied. Very well, allow me to treat you to some cold noodles. Lu Ming mischievously winked in the blink of an eye. The two had transformed their relationship into one where they could joke with each other. Chen Zhibai glanced at Lu Ming and, reflecting on their interaction since he walked over, reaffirmed his inner suspicion. Lu Ming must have seen him driving the BMW X5. Otherwise, there was no way to explain the current situation. It could only be said that money is indeed alluring. Even a beauty like Lu Ming would take the initiative to engage after witnessing him behind the wheel of a BMW X5. He certainly had no objections. After all, Lu Ming's beauty and figure were undeniable. Let us go. There are benches in the small garden, and I can help you with your computer there. Suppressing his thoughts, Chen Zhibai spoke. All right, Lu Ming nodded, then followed Chen Zhibai into the small garden. Not far behind a large tree, Liu had been standing there in a daze for several minutes. First, when she saw Chen Zhibai approach Lu Ming, she thought little of it, believing it to be a mere coincidence. After all, it was improbable that the boy Lu Ming was waiting for was Chen Zhibai. That simply could not be, however, when she observed Lu Ming chatting and laughing with Chen Zhibai for several minutes before they both entered the small garden. She could no longer contain her widened eyes, remaining in a state of shock ever since. The truth was now glaringly evident. The boy Lu Ming was waiting for was indeed Chen Zhibai. Although it was hard to believe and utterly astonishing, it was nonetheless a fact. Lu Ming's decision to wear minimal makeup, carefully coordinate her outfit, and come here to wait was all because of Chen Zhibai. What on earth was going on? Liu snapped back to reality, her mind a jumble of confusion. She had no idea why Lu Ming would be waiting for someone like Chen Zhibai. He was merely ordinary in appearance and background. Even she did not hold him in high regard, so how could Lu Ming? It was utterly absurd and outrageous. Rubbing her temples, Liu was not foolish, and she could roughly guess that Chen Zhibai must possess some undiscovered charm that Lu Ming had noticed. Perhaps his background was not as ordinary as it seemed. Buzz. Suddenly, her phone vibrated in her pocket. Liu instinctively took it out and saw a WeChat message from Zhou Hao. Yeah, what are you busy with? Did you see my moments from last night? How is it, moving or not? Are we going for barbecue tonight? What time should we go? Zhou Hao sent several messages in quick succession, prompting Liu's irritation to rise. At this moment, she only wanted to clarify Chen Zhibai's family situation and had no desire to chat with Zhou Hao. Thus, she hesitated to reply. Just as she was about to put her phone away, she reconsidered and typed, Are you sure Chen Zhibai's family background is very ordinary? Of course, I'm sure that he said himself that his family runs a small convenience store. Didn't he ask about it last night? Why are you asking about his family background again? Zhou Hao replied from the boys' dormitory. Seeing that Liu finally responded, he felt a surge of excitement. But when he noticed her inquiry about Chen Zhibai's family background, he frowned. Think about it. His family can't possibly be ordinary. Why not? Liu typed back, he said it himself, and besides, it's been almost a month since school started. I think his spending habits are quite normal. Can an ordinary family make Lu Ming so proactive? Adding him on WeChat, chatting until late into the night, and dressing up nicely to meet him today. Liu felt increasingly agitated and typed why now. She no longer believed that Chen Zhibai came from an ordinary family. However, she deleted her response halfway through. She felt that asking Zhou Hao was futile. It was up to her to investigate Chen Zhibai's family situation. Or perhaps it wouldn't be necessary to investigate. She would eventually discover the truth. What was certain was that Chen Zhibai's family was quite well off, especially if it could prompt Lu Ming to be so forward. The only uncertainty was the extent of his wealth, but it was undoubtedly much better than Zhou Hao's. As these thoughts swirled in her mind, Liu grew increasingly agitated. How had she overlooked Chen Zhibai's merits? If she had realized sooner, she might have pursued him herself. After all, she was a beauty in her own right. Yeah, let us stop talking about Chen Zhibai. Since we have no classes this afternoon, how about we go watch a movie together? There's a new romantic film that just came out, and the reviews online are quite favorable if you're going. I'll buy the tickets. Zhou Hao sent an invitation. Undeterred by Li Yu's silence, he envisioned a romantic atmosphere in the darkened theater, hoping to hold her hand. I'm not going. I have things to do this afternoon. Li Yu replied bluntly, putting her phone away in the boys' dormitory. Zhou Hao was taken aback by her decisive rejection, quickly typing, "Don't be like that. Let us go watch the movie. It really is good." Yeah. Zhou Hao sent several more messages. Liu saw them, but chose not to respond. She cast several glances in the direction of the small garden, tempted to see what Lu Ming and Chen Zhibai were discussing. However, the area around the small garden had no cover, and if she approached, she would undoubtedly be noticed. After hesitating, she decided against it and turned back towards the dormitory, yet in her heart, she resolved to uncover Chen Zhibai's true worth. In the small garden, Chen Zhibai and Lu Ming walked side by side to a bench. "Here, this is my computer. I'm not sure what the issue is. I've tried several times and it won't turn on," Lu Ming said as she took her laptop out of the bag. "Let me take a look." Chen Zhibai nodded and accepted the computer, placing it on the bench. The laptop was a new model from Huawei. "This is a new computer, right? It shouldn't have this issue." Chen Zhibai raised an eyebrow upon seeing it was new. "I don't know, but I tried several times yesterday and it wouldn't start." Lu Ming shook her head. "All right, let me check." Chen Zhibai said nothing further, unfolding the laptop and pressing the power button. In the next moment, the previously dark screen lit up. Chen Zhibai raised an eyebrow and turned to Lu Ming. "It's turning on now?" Lu Ming's exquisitely beautiful face now wore an expression of surprise, even letting out a soft "oh." However, if one looked closely, they could see her fair, glistening ears turning slightly red. After all, she was the one most aware of whether the computer was functioning. Even though she had thought of using this method to approach Chen Zhibai, she felt a tinge of shyness at this moment. After all, this was her first time taking the initiative to approach a boy. Suppressing her feelings, Lu Ming maintained her look of surprise, as if genuinely curious as to why the computer was now operational. To be candid, her acting was commendable. Chen Zhibai observed Lu Ming. He didn't find it peculiar, but felt the situation was too coincidental. The computer had failed to start multiple times yesterday, yet it turned on effortlessly in his hands. Was that even possible? What's wrong? Lu Ming felt nervous under Chen Zhibai's gaze, but managed to keep her composure outwardly. "It's nothing." Chen Zhibai shook his head, redirecting his attention to the laptop, which now displayed the desktop. He tried shutting it down and turning it on again several times, and it worked flawlessly. "How strange, but I couldn't get it to turn on yesterday. Yet it works just fine for you," Lu Ming remarked, standing beside him with her long legs gleaming. Chen Zhibai instinctively glanced at her before averting his gaze. "It must be a coincidence. Anyway, it's working now, so just use it for now. We can discuss it again if it doesn't turn on later." He closed the laptop and handed it back to Lu Ming. "All right, thank you so much," Lu Ming said, taking the computer and expressing her gratitude. "What is there to thank? I didn't do anything." Chen Zhibai waved his hand, preparing to leave. "Don't rush off. I mentioned last night that regardless of whether you could fix it or not, I would treat you to a meal. Now that the computer is working, I can't go back on my word. It's lunchtime. Let us go to the cafeteria," Lu Ming said with a smile, exuding confidence without a hint of shyness. Chen Zhibai looked at her and, feeling no need to refuse, agreed. All right, to be honest, if he claimed he had no feelings for Lu Ming, it would be a lie. Her beauty, figure, and long legs were captivating. No boy could easily turn her down, and now, whether Lu Ming had seen him driving the BMW X5 or not, her proactive demeanor was undeniably clear. Thus, there was no reason to resist. "Wait for me a moment. I'll drop off the computer in my dorm and be right down," Lu Ming said and, after seeing Chen Zhibai nod, walked out of the small garden with the laptop. Her tall stature and straight posture, paired with her slender waist, made her exude an aura of a goddess. Upon entering the girls' dormitory, Lu Ming finally breathed a sigh of relief, a satisfied smile gracing her lips. She believed her plan had gone quite successfully. At the very least, through the incident with the laptop, she had successfully grown closer to Chen Zhibai, and they were now about to have a meal together. The subsequent developments would surely unfold smoothly. With her beauty, figure, and charm, she was confident that under her initiative, Chen Zhibai would undoubtedly feel a spark. Therefore, it could be said that she had already secured him. As she thought of this, her mood brightened, and her smile widened. Soon, she pushed open the door to her dormitory. After glancing around, she noticed that Li Yu was present, while Shun Qing and Wang Hui were absent. Lu Ming paid no mind. After placing the laptop back on her desk, she picked up a mirror to check her makeup. Seeing that everything was in order, she prepared to leave the dormitory to join Chen Zhibai for lunch. At that moment, however, Liu couldn't help but call out to her. "Ming Ming, wait a moment," Liu spoke up. "What's the matter?" Lu Ming halted and turned to look at Liu. Seated in a chair, hesitated for a moment as she met Lu Ming's gaze. She contemplated whether or not to reveal that she had seen the boy Lu Ming was meeting with Chen Zhibai, thinking of framing it as a chance encounter. After deliberating, Liu decided to ask, curious about Lu Ming's response. Lu Ming had entered the dormitory with an evidently cheerful demeanor, which added to Liu's intrigue. "So, Ming Ming, it's not anything serious. Yes, just that right before you went downstairs, Zhou Hao happened to come looking for me after I went down. I saw you waiting at the entrance of the small garden, and I was about to greet you, but then I saw Chen Zhibai walk over and start chatting with you." After crafting a simple excuse, Liu paused. Noticing Lu Ming was merely watching her without speaking, she finally asked the question that had been on her mind. "So, Ming Ming, the boy you were waiting for was indeed Chen Zhibai? And he is the one you have feelings for?" After posing the question, Liu's eyes remained fixed on Lu Ming, determined not to miss any subtle expression on her face. "Why, yes." To Liu's astonishment, Lu Ming nodded decisively, answering without hesitation, "Is it really him?" "Why?" Liu was momentarily taken aback, instinctively pressing for more details. "There's no reason. It's just him." Lu Ming smiled, her radiant face glowing with confidence. After speaking, she waved her hand. "No more questions, right? I'm off." "Where are you going?" Liu asked instinctively. "To the cafeteria to eat with him." Lu Ming opened the dormitory door and said this before closing it behind her with a soft thud. Liu sat in her chair, momentarily stunned. Several points of shock flooded her mind. First, Lu Ming's straightforward admission of her feelings for Chen Zhibai was unexpected. Second, Lu Ming was actually going to have lunch with Chen Zhibai. Suppressing her astonishment, Liu rubbed her face with her hands. To be candid, before questioning Lu Ming, she had contemplated whether this could be a misunderstanding. Perhaps Lu Ming was meeting Chen Zhibai for some other reason rather than affection. However, she now had an unequivocal answer. It was indeed affection, a straightforward admission. There was no room for doubt, which left Liu puzzled and curious. Even if Chen Zhibai's family background was favorable, what if there was someone with an even better background? Had Lu Ming truly gone all in? Chapter 23. Mysterious reward. After closing the dormitory door, Lu Ming descended the stairs. She had noticed the shock and confusion in Liu's eyes. Understanding why her friend was taken aback, it was simply because she had left no room for retreat. But why leave room? Lu Ming smiled to herself. While she sought a wealthy partner, she had never considered someone significantly older, which narrowed her options considerably. Chen Zhibai was of the same age as her and attended the same university, possessing a calm demeanor. He was her best choice. She wouldn't be searching for alternatives. Suppressing her thoughts, Lu Ming glanced down at her long legs. Earlier in the small garden, she had clearly noticed Chen Zhibai glancing at her legs numerous times. A sense of pride welled up within her. "I've put my computer away. Let us go." Lu Ming smiled at Chen Zhibai as she approached the small garden. "Let us go," Chen Zhibai nodded, and the two exited the garden. "Are we heading to the first or second cafeteria?" Lu Ming inquired. The school had two cafeterias due to the large number of students and faculty. "Let us go to the first cafeteria. They have braised pork there," Chen Zhibai replied. "All right, then we'll go to the first cafeteria." Lu Ming smiled. The two engaged in light conversation as they walked, with Lu Ming proving to be quite the conversationalist. By the time they reached the cafeteria, they were already able to joke around, creating a warm atmosphere. After they picked up their meals at the counter and found a place to sit, many boys in the cafeteria turned their heads towards Chen Zhibai, their expressions filled with confusion and curiosity. They all recognized Lu Ming. Although the freshman year had only just begun, she was already quite well known at the school due to her beauty and figure. However, they had never seen Lu Ming in the company of a boy, let alone sharing a meal. Thus, they were all perplexed by Chen Zhibai's presence. "I guess I'll be famous for having lunch with you," Chen Zhibai commented, smiling at Lu Ming as they were under the scrutiny of those around them. His newfound confidence from the system made him unbothered. "Do you like this kind of fame?" Lu Ming replied playfully, blinking her eyes. "It's all right." Just as he finished speaking, Chen Zhibai noticed his phone screen lighting up. It was a WeChat message from Chen Zhihui at the BMW dealership. "What time are we going out for dinner tonight?" Reading the message reminded Chen Zhibai that he had plans to dine with Chen Zhibai that evening. Of course, the meal was secondary. The primary goal was to obtain her first kiss, a small prize of 999 for a license plate number and a reward of 100,000 yuan awaited him. This task was not simple, as Chen Zhibai had graduated from university and still retained her first kiss, clearly indicating she had never been in a relationship. Given her looks and figure, it was evident that she must have suitors. Yet she had never dated. Thus, acquiring that first kiss would be challenging. With these thoughts in mind, Chen Zhibai glanced at Lu Ming sitting across from him, instinctively comparing her to Chen Zhibai. Both women had their merits. Lu Ming had a slight edge in overall beauty, exuding a bright and charming aura along with her long legs that were hard to look away from. Chen Zhibai, on the other hand, had a pretty face, leaning more towards the demure and refined look, and she possessed a generous heart. So, how could he secure her first kiss? Since she had agreed to go out for dinner with him yesterday, likely more due to the allure of the BMW X5, there was still a chance. He resolved to buy a few outfits in the afternoon, perhaps get a haircut, and tidy himself up to appear more presentable. With these thoughts swirling in his mind, Chen Zhibai felt a surge of motivation. Even though wealth may attract women, the impression left by two affluent individuals standing side by side can vary significantly. One may possess wealth yet lack a pleasing appearance, while the other, equally wealthy, is well-dressed and has a suitable hairstyle. The sensory perception they evoke is undoubtedly distinct. Thus, it is imperative to invest in several outfits and refine one's personal presentation. Upon reaching this conclusion, Chen Zhibai prepared to message Chen Zhibai. But at that moment, the system emitted a notification sound. Ding. The host has triggered a random task. Transform one's appearance, achievable through purchasing clothing or changing hairstyles. The host accepts this task and receives a dedicated fund of 100,000 yuan for personal transformation. Note: this fund is exclusively for the host's personal transformation and cannot be used for other purposes. Note 2. Upon completion of the transformation, the system will conduct a scoring assessment. The higher the score, the greater the likelihood of triggering hidden rewards. B. Decline this task, resulting in no rewards and no penalties. The system's voice echoed in his mind. Chen Zhibai thought, very well. The system has once again presented two options. Excellent. I choose option A and accept the task. He mused internally, feeling that the system need not offer two choices. Even a fool would know the obvious selection. Accepting the task would yield 100,000 yuan for transformation, which implies that he could purchase clothing and change his hairstyle without spending a single cent. Moreover, the system would ultimately assign a score, and a higher score would trigger a mysterious reward. The system explicitly mentioned a mysterious reward, which surely would not be insignificant. As for option B, no penalties and no rewards, if it had even the slightest utility, it would not be wholly without merit. Chen Zhibai scoffed internally. Ding! Congratulations to the host for selecting option A. The host has been awarded 100,000 yuan for personal transformation. The system's voice resonated. Buzz. His phone vibrated. It was a bank notification confirming the arrival of 100,000 yuan. What happened? Is there something going on? Lu Ming, seated nearby, observed that Chen Zhibai had not eaten or spoken since earlier, merely sitting in silence, prompting her to inquire in mild astonishment. Oh, nothing, Chen Zhibai replied, shaking his head as he set his phone aside. Lu Ming did not press further and instead began recounting amusing stories from her high school class while eating. Chen Zhibai glanced at her, noting her simple white t-shirt paired with a black pleated skirt, which, despite its simplicity, exuded a fashionable aura. Perhaps he could invite her to accompany him in purchasing clothes and assist with the selection? The thought crossed his mind, particularly as he recalled the system's mention of a mysterious reward. The prerequisite for that reward hinged upon the system's scoring following the clothing purchase. The higher the score, the more likely hidden rewards would be triggered. It was evident that acquiring attire that suited him and enhanced his personal image would boost the score. The crux of the matter was that, as a male, he was utterly inept at choosing clothes. He had always relied on his mother for his wardrobe. By the way, do you have any plans this afternoon? After Lu Ming finished sharing a brief anecdote, Chen Zhibai directly asked. Huh? Lu Ming looked momentarily taken aback before shaking her head. No. Why? Are you asking me out for fun? Lu Ming smiled, her delicate features illuminated by a radiant grin, exuding an air of grace. Not exactly for leisure, Chen Zhibai waved his hand. Noticing Lu Ming's curious gaze, he continued. I plan to get a haircut and buy a few outfits, but I'm not adept at choosing clothes, so could you assist me in selecting? Sure, But I can't help you for free. I expect at least a cup of milk tea as compensation, not a cent less. Lu Ming joked, playfully suggesting the terms of her assistance. I'll buy you 2 cups of milk tea. You can drink one and discard the other, Chen Zhibai declared with a grand gesture. That would be far too wasteful. Lu Ming shot him an exasperated look. After saying this, she laughed again, then glanced at Chen Zhibai, saying, but seriously, you do need a haircut. Your hair is getting a bit long and lacks style. From Lu Ming's perspective, if Chen Zhibai were to adopt a suitable hairstyle, even with an ordinary face, he would appear considerably more refreshed and tidy. His current hair was indeed too long and lacked definition. Furthermore, his clothing was evidently unsuitable, lacking quality and proper coordination. Leave it to me. For the haircut and clothing, I promise to transform your look in just one afternoon, Lu Ming declared with enthusiasm, her passion for fashion evident as she already envisioned several outfits that would suit Chen Zhibai. All right, I entrust it to you. Seeing Lu Ming's confidence, Chen Zhibai felt a sense of relief, as he was keen to secure the mysterious reward promised by the system. As they conversed, he picked up his phone and sent a WeChat message to Chen Zhibai. Let's meet at 6 in the evening, as you'll be off work then, and I'll come to pick you up. No sooner had he sent the message than Chen Zhibai replied, no need. Today is Saturday, and it's my day off, so I'm at home. After a brief pause, another message followed. Where's the restaurant? I can go there myself. Send me your address, and I'll come to pick you up, Chen Zhibai typed back, naturally unwilling to let Chen Zhibai travel alone to the restaurant, especially given the task concerning their first kiss. After chatting a bit more, Chen Zhibai sent her address, which turned out to be in an older neighborhood. All right, I'll pick you up this afternoon. I'm still eating, so let's talk more when we meet later, Chen Zhibai replied. Okay, enjoy your meal, Chen Zhibai responded. Chen Zhibai set his phone down, and upon seeing him do so, Lu Ming refrained from asking whom he was chatting with, instead inquiring about the budget for the haircut and clothing. What's your budget for the haircut and clothes? This will help me with the coordination, Lu Ming asked, glancing at Chen Zhibai. Even though she had already confirmed Chen Zhibai's status as a wealthy heir, she still wished to gauge just how affluent he truly was through his clothing purchases, which represented the most ordinary form of expenditure and could reflect one's consumer tier, about 100,000 yuan. As long as it doesn't exceed that amount, Chen Zhibai replied. After a moment's thought, he added, exceeding it is fine too. Transforming one's image is a significant matter. Even if it means spending beyond the 100,000 yuan provided by the system, it's worth it. Personal image holds great importance. Lu Ming sat back, momentarily stunned by the figure of 100,000 yuan that Chen Zhibai had just quoted. 100,000. That's quite a sum. Unable to contain her surprise, Lu Ming looked up at Chen Zhibai. She felt as though she had underestimated him. Be able to spend 100,000 yuan on clothing in a single go indicated that his family background was more substantial than she had imagined. Moreover, she could discern that when Chen Zhibai mentioned the figure, his tone was calm and nonchalant, as if 100,000 yuan were mere pocket change. Of course, Lu Ming was unaware that for Chen Zhibai, this 100,000 yuan was indeed negligible, as it was a gift from the system. Lu Ming was lost in thought for a while, and during her reverie, Chen Zhibai observed her. Unquestionably, witnessing Lu Ming's astonishment brought Chen Zhibai a sense of satisfaction. All right, then I shall proceed with the transformation based on the 100,000 yuan, Lu Ming declared, shaking off her momentary daze and nodding. No problem. I'll take charge of this for you this afternoon. Chen Zhibai smiled and then returned to his meal. Lu Ming also began eating, though she occasionally glanced at Chen Zhibai. After finishing their meal, the clock struck 1 in the afternoon. Let's start with the haircut. Then we can go buy you some clothes. While the time seems ample, an afternoon can be quite tight, Lu Ming suggested as they exited the cafeteria. Agreed. Let's go to the parking lot to get the car. Chen Zhibai responded without objection. After stating this, he glanced at Lu Ming, secretly curious about her reaction to his intention to drive. To his surprise, Lu Ming displayed a remarkably calm demeanor. You don't seem surprised that I'm going to the parking lot to drive, Chen Zhibai remarked. Not at all surprised, Lu Ming chuckled lightly and replied, yesterday afternoon, when you drove into the parking lot, I happened to be at the nearby supermarket, so I saw you parked. So that was the case. Chen Zhibai understood. He had suspected that Lu Ming had seen him driving. He had anticipated her reaction might be one of feigned ignorance, yet she had openly acknowledged it instead. You're wondering why I'm so candid about having seen you drive? Lu Ming said with a playful blink and a smile. Indeed, I am. Chen Zhibai nodded. There's nothing wrong with admitting it, and besides, I believe you guessed that I was aware of you seeing me drive. given that I've been quite proactive yesterday and today. Lu Ming's statement was somewhat convoluted, yet its meaning was quite clear. Having wealth and a good family background was indeed his advantage, just as her beauty and figure were hers. At this point, Lu Ming glanced up at Chen Zhibai. She did not consider it inappropriate to be attracted to his advantageous circumstances. After all, that was simply part of who he was, just as her beauty was part of her identity. If she were unattractive, she doubted he would have invited her to go shopping with him in the afternoon. Ultimately, this illustrated the differing advantages present between men and women. A wealthy and handsome man possesses an advantage, while a beautiful woman with an appealing figure also holds her own. You are indeed quite forthright, Chen Zhibai chuckled, surprised by Lu Ming's openness. Yet, he had to admit, she was right. Wealth was undoubtedly his current advantage. Isn't it? I believe I'm quite honest, Lu Ming replied with a smile, her beauty shining even more brightly. As they conversed, the pair had already arrived at the school's parking lot. Chen Zhibai retrieved the key to his BMW, pressing it lightly. Instantly, the BMW X5's lights illuminated in response. Under the sunlight, the sleek gray color radiated an aura of sportiness and style. Hop in, Chen Zhibai instructed Lu Ming, opening the driver's side door and sliding into the seat. All right, Lu Ming nodded, taking a seat in the passenger side. Upon entering, she was taken aback by the car's interior. The deep red leather exuded a sense of luxury and sophistication. This car's interior is stunning. I've never ridden in such an exquisite vehicle before, Lu Ming marveled, suppressing her initial astonishment. Despite it being her first experience in such a luxurious car, she carried herself with grace and composure. To be honest, I hadn't ridden in such a fine car before I bought this one, Chen Zhibai admitted while fastening his seatbelt. I don't believe that for a second, Lu Ming retorted skeptically. You can drive a BMW at just 18 after starting university. Your family must be quite affluent, and I'm sure you've been in even more luxurious cars. Believe what you will, Chen Zhibai chuckled lightly, knowing he was speaking the truth, even if Lu Ming doubted him. I read online that this car is the top model, costing over 800,000 yuan, Lu Ming inquired while securing her seatbelt. Correct. When all expenses are accounted for, it's about 850,000, Chen Zhibai affirmed, unable to resist glancing at Lu Ming. With the fastening of the seatbelt, her figure became more apparent. Two words came to mind. Quite appealing. Of course, she could not compare to Chen Zhibai, who possessed an innate allure that was simply unmatched. 850,000. That's incredibly pricey, Lu Ming exclaimed, her astonishment directed not only at the cost but also at the calmness with which Chen Zhibai mentioned such a significant sum. As if it were trivial. Undeniably, her intuition was correct, for to Chen Zhibai, this amount was indeed inconsequential. Merely a gift from the system. Just then, as Lu Ming was about to voice her thoughts, she noticed Chen Zhibai's gaze upon her, leading her to momentarily freeze and instinctively flush a bit. Nevertheless, she pretended not to notice his scrutiny. I found a hair salon that has received good reviews online. Shall we go there? Lu Ming suggested. Sounds good, Chen Zhibai agreed. Starting the engine, as they drove towards the school's entrance, numerous students and faculty members turned their heads to observe. Some who recognized the vehicle couldn't help but exclaim its price, eliciting gasps of admiration from those around. Consequently, envious glances followed the BMW X5, while others were merely curious about the identity of its owner. However, due to the tinted windows, their curiosity remained unfulfilled. Seated in the passenger seat, Lu Ming had always considered herself free from vanity, yet at that moment, surrounded by envious gazes, she felt an unfamiliar sensation bubbling within her. A feeling she quite enjoyed. Meanwhile, Li Yu and Zhou Hao were strolling through the campus, having just returned from a meal outside. Yeah, why do I feel like you're preoccupied? Is there something on your mind? You can share it. I might not be able to solve it, but at the very least, I can listen, Zhou Hao remarked, hoping to elicit a touching response from Li Yu. However, upon hearing his words, Li Yu felt utterly exasperated. What good is listening if you can't offer a solution? Are you absolutely certain that Chen Zhibai comes from an ordinary family? Li Yu suppressed her frustration and asked, Of course I'm certain. 100,000,000% certain. You've already asked me this over 10 times, Zhou Hao replied, bewildered by Li Yu's relentless questioning. Think carefully, Diane. This past month since the semester began, has he ever made any significant purchases? Li Yu pressed on. What big purchases could he possibly make? He hails from a small county, and his family runs a convenience store. He's just a poor boy. Zhou Hao scoffed. However, he then recalled seeing Chen Zhibai with his new phone yesterday. Well, he did get a new phone, but it wasn't expensive. only around 7 or 8,000 yuan. My phone cost over 10,000. Zhou Hao continued, pulling out his latest model Apple device, which he had begged his family for a month to obtain after his college entrance exams. 7 or 8,000? Liu frowned, considering that such a price tag hardly warranted Lu Meng's proactive behavior. Think again. Liu remained unyielding, intent on getting Zhou Hao to reconsider. But just then, Chen Zhibai drove past them in his BMW X5. Although Liu did not recognize the car, she was aware of the BMW emblem, and the vehicle's aesthetic was undeniably striking. Zhou Hao, on the other hand, recognized it immediately. Wow, a BMW X5. Judging by the wheels and model, this must be the top-tier version, which costs over 800,000. My dream car, Zhou Hao exclaimed excitedly, his eyes filled with envy as he watched the BMW X5 drive away. How much? Are you saying this car costs over 800,000? Liu asked in shock, momentarily stunned as she turned to gaze at the departing vehicle. For some reason, knowing the price made the car appear even more impressive to her. Yes, over 800,000. Such wealth. To drive that kind of car is incredible. Zhou Hao nodded, filled with admiration. Although his family was local to Jiangxing and owned 2 properties, they would never be able to afford such an extravagant vehicle. Thus, it truly remained a dream car for him. Zhou Hao sighed wistfully, but he soon ceased his musings. Meanwhile, Liu glanced back one last time, and as she withdrew her gaze, she felt a sense of resignation within her. She dared not imagine the situation. If the owner of this car were her boyfriend, how much prestige she would possess. A vehicle worth over 800,000 certainly would elicit envy from others. Even those superficial friends from her high school days would undoubtedly covet her. Yet, regrettably, she did not even know who the owner was. However, the mere presence of this car at the school indicated that its owner must be affiliated with the institution. Why not take a look and see who drives it? With this thought, Liu's mind began to race, and her heart started to thump excitedly. Yeah, what's wrong? Why do I feel like you've suddenly become so animated? Zhou Hao, sitting beside her, curiously inquired. He could distinctly see the excitement shimmering in Liu's eyes. Oh, it's nothing. Liu managed to suppress her inner thrill, shaking her head dismissively. Nonetheless, she tucked this matter away in her mind. Chapter 26. Haircut, elevating appearance. Once they exited the school in the BMW X5, the vehicle swiftly merged into the bustling flow of traffic. The hair salon I found for you is quite renowned. Even some celebrities have their hair styled there. They can design a hairstyle that perfectly suits you. Lu Meng said from the passenger seat as she entered the salon's location into the car's navigation system. Of course, it's pricey. A design and haircut will cost 1888 yuan, but for you, it's a mere trifle. Chen Zhibai nodded, as he truly did not mind the cost since the system covered all expenses. After we finish the haircut, we can go shopping for clothes. Your budget is set, and we definitely need to buy some high-end brands. Do you have any favorite luxury clothing labels? Lu Meng asked. None, Chen Zhibai replied, shaking his head. To be honest, he was not even aware of many luxury brands, apart from the well-known ones like Chanel, Gucci, and LV. How about we visit an Italian brand store? This particular Italian label focuses on the affordable luxury market. I've seen their clothes, and they strike a balance between fashion, comfort, and quality. Lu Meng was about to continue when Chen Zhibai interrupted her. Just tell me where to buy, and I'll follow your lead today. My only requirement is that after the haircut and new clothes, I need to undergo a significant transformation. Rest assured, with me around, there won't be any unexpected surprises, Lu Meng replied with a confident smile gracing her beautiful face. Then she added, but about that cup of milk tea I requested as payment for my services. Shouldn't we take care of that? I can't work for free, can I? Don't worry, I want to let you work for nothing. I'll buy it for you right now. Chen Zhibai chuckled, and then he drove towards a nearby milk tea shop in the university town. Soon enough, they purchased 2 cups of milk tea. Once back in the car, they continued on to the hair salon. The atmosphere inside the vehicle was delightful, largely due to Lu Meng's exceptional conversational skills. Her engaging dialogue and emotional intelligence were impressive, not to mention her striking appearance and poise. As they neared the hair salon, Lu Meng's phone chimed with a WeChat notification. She opened the message, and upon hearing her sister's voice, her expression turned slightly exasperated. It was clear her sister was asking for pocket money. That your sister? Your biological sister? Chen Zhibai inquired, having overheard the voice message, which prompted a laugh from him. Yes, my real sister, Lu Meng sighed, still feeling a bit defeated, yet she sent her sister a 50 yuan red envelope. A moment later, a voice message came through from the other side. Thank you, "My dear sister, love you." The voice was soft and sweet, radiating a youthful charm. "Your sister seems quite interesting. How old is she?" Chen Zhibai asked curiously. "She's 16, just started her second year of high school. She usually doesn't bother me, but when she does, it's always for money." Sigh, Lu Ming sighed again. While they chatted, the navigation system alerted them that they had arrived at the hair salon. It was a two-story building with parking spaces available, and at that moment, 2 spots were vacant. Chen Zhibai parked the car and said, "Let's go." He unbuckled his seatbelt and opened the door. Lu Ming followed suit, and they entered the salon. The interior was quite stylish and elegant, adorned with photographs of various celebrities, clearly indicating that many stars had visited this establishment. Since it was still midday, the salon was not too crowded. Upon seeing Chen Zhibai and Lu Ming walk in, a staff member immediately approached them. After inquiring about their purpose, designing a hairstyle and getting a haircut, the staff member led Chen Zhibai to the wash area. However, instead of washing his hair, the staff member switched places with a young woman who had an attractive appearance, a pleasant demeanor, and a skilled touch. As she washed Chen Zhibai's hair, she discreetly cast several glances at Lu Ming, feeling puzzled. In her view, Chen Zhibai seemed quite ordinary, yet he was accompanied by such a stunning beauty. As an employee of the salon, she had encountered many female celebrities, and by her standards, Lu Ming's beauty and poise were comparable to that of well-known stars. After the hair wash, Chen Zhibai was taken to a chair where the salon owner, a man nearing 40, circled him several times before finally picking up the scissors. An hour later, the owner spoke up, "All done. You can take a look and see if you're satisfied." Chen Zhibai had been lost in thought during the lengthy haircut, so he snapped back to reality upon hearing the owner's voice and gazed into the mirror. Whoa! He was astonished by the outcome. His previously long and limp hair had been transformed into a stylish, textured cut that accentuated his features, presenting a clean and refreshing appearance. His overall attractiveness had significantly increased. Indeed, the saying that a good hairstyle can be as transformative as cosmetic surgery was true. The money spent was worthwhile. Your facial features are quite proportionate, and your skin is in good condition, free from blemishes, making it ideal to showcase your face, the salon owner remarked. Quite true, Chen Zhibai nodded, realizing for the first time that his looks were indeed decent. At the very least, with this new hairstyle, he could confidently claim to be somewhat handsome. "I'll just tidy up your eyebrows," the owner said. And upon receiving Chen Zhibai's nod of approval, he took the eyebrow trimmer and delicately began to shape them. Eyebrow grooming was a straightforward task, and in just a few minutes, the owner set down the trimmer. Chen Zhibai gazed into the mirror, and after the eyebrow shaping, his overall features appeared more defined. The 1,888 yuan spent was truly worth it. The haircut may not have been expensive, but the real value lay in the salon's ability to design a suitable hairstyle. Unbeknownst to him, Lu Ming had approached at some point. She looked at Chen Zhibai with a hint of surprise in her beautiful eyes, clearly impressed. She hadn't anticipated that such a hairstyle would look this good on him, so clean and refreshing. "How do I look? Pretty handsome, right?" Chen Zhibai asked, noticing the astonishment in Lu Ming's eyes as he raised an eyebrow. "Indeed, quite handsome," Lu Ming responded earnestly, nodding in agreement. "All right, where's the QR code?" Chen Zhibai pulled out his phone, and after making the payment, he exited the salon with Lu Ming. Chapter 27. Reward. Patek Philippe watch once seated in the driver's seat of the BMW X5. Chen Zhibai internally asked the system, "What is my current attractiveness score?" After changing his hairstyle, he felt noticeably more attractive and was eager to know the score. "The host's current attractiveness score is 75 points, the system replied. Chen Zhibai raised an eyebrow, recalling that his score before the haircut was 69, and now it had risen to 75. Thus, a good hairstyle indeed could rival cosmetic enhancements. A score of 75 was already quite commendable. Next, he needed to purchase outfits that suited him well. The saying "clothes make the man" was no jest. He glanced down at his current attire, a simple t-shirt and pants from Taobao, which appeared rather ordinary and somewhat outdated. "Where should we go shopping for clothes?" Chen Zhibai asked, suppressing his thoughts. "Let us go to Wanda Plaza. There are various luxury brand stores there, including that Italian affordable luxury brand," Lu Ming suggested, glancing at Chen Zhibai. "After changing my hairstyle, I certainly look quite dashing, but my clothing is not befitting, giving off a mismatched vibe," she noted. "Let us go." Chen Zhibai agreed, nodding as he set the navigation for Wanda Plaza and drove away from the salon. Half an hour later, Chen Zhibai arrived at Wanda Plaza, parked the car, and he and Lu Ming entered the elevator. The Italian affordable luxury clothing store was located on the third floor. As Lu Ming pressed the button for the third floor. She admitted she had never been there before but had searched for the store's location on her phone during the drive. This t-shirt, these pants, and these shoes. I think they would suit you perfectly. Let us try them on and see how they look, Lu Ming said as she picked out an outfit for Chen Zhibai in the Italian store. Sounds good. Chen Zhibai nodded decisively and headed to the fitting room. Soon, he emerged wearing the new outfit. Lu Ming's eyes brightened when she saw him. The clothes she had chosen were indeed a perfect fit for Chen Zhibai. The white t-shirt paired with black casual trousers and white sneakers created a simple yet stylish look that suited him remarkably well. Especially with his new hairstyle, the overall impression was refreshing and clean, radiating a calmness and composure beyond his years, which was quite appealing. Lu Ming found herself captivated, her heart racing at the sight of him. Sir, your girlfriend has an excellent eye for fashion. This outfit looks fantastic on you. A sales associate chimed in. Upon hearing this, Lu Ming's cheeks flushed, but she refrained from arguing and glanced at Chen Zhibai. Chen Zhibai naturally did not dispute the comment. The store had mirrors, and as he approached one, he realized Lu Ming's selections were indeed spot on. I'll take this outfit and choose a few more, he said, looking at Lu Ming. Leave it to me, she replied, nodding as she picked out 3 additional outfits for him. Every single one suited Chen Zhibai exceptionally well, leaving no room for doubt. Let us not waste any more time. Let us proceed to payment. Lu Ming had selected 4 outfits and 2 pairs of shoes, totaling over 90,000 yuan. It was undeniably expensive, averaging over 20,000 yuan per outfit. However, when Chen Zhibai scanned the payment QR code, he remained calm and collected, knowing the expenses were covered by the system. Including the previous haircut cost of 1888 yuan, the 10,000 yuan allocated for enhancing his image was rapidly dwindling. System, how much is left in the image transformation fund? Chen Zhibai inquired internally. Host, there is 370 yuan remaining, the system's voice responded. Just as Chen Zhibai was about to continue speaking, the system chimed in again. Detected that the host has altered their appearance. Would you like to proceed with an image assessment now? Yes, Chen Zhibai replied after a moment's contemplation, feeling a mix of anticipation and nervousness. To be frank, he believed his transformation was quite impressive. From hairstyle to clothing, the changes were substantial. Coupled with the confidence gained from the system, any former high school classmates who saw him now would hardly recognize him due to the remarkable shift in his appearance. Thus, would he be eligible for the reward? Chen Zhibai did not dwell on this thought further, as the system's voice rang out. Ding. The host's image assessment score is 91. Congratulations. You have successfully obtained a hidden reward. The hidden reward is a Patek Philippe Nautilus watch, model 5740. Note. This watch has been successfully purchased using the host's identification, and all procedures are legal and compliant. The host may collect it at the Patek Philippe Center in Jiangxing with their ID. Chen Zhibai was momentarily stunned. While he had anticipated that the system's hidden rewards would be generous, he had not expected them to be this extravagant. A Patek Philippe Nautilus watch, model 5740. He had seen a TikTok influencer mention this watch before. Noting its exorbitant price, the retail price was over 1.35 million, and acquiring it genuinely would require spending around 1.55 million. Now, he had been granted a watch worth 1.55 million yuan. What did that signify? His top-tier BMW X5 cost 850,000 yuan. In essence, wearing this watch was akin to owning nearly 2 fully loaded BMW X5s. Truly generous of the system, Chen Zhibai exclaimed internally, then proceeded to search for the Patek Philippe Center in Jiangxing. Fortunately, it was not far away, only a half-hour drive. Lu Ming stood beside Chen Zhibai, unaware of his moment of distraction, as she too was lost in thought. What had caught her attention was the sight of Chen Zhibai calmly scanning the payment for over 90,000 yuan, a sum that momentarily left her in a daze. After all, 90,000 yuan was equivalent to her parents' hard-earned salary for an entire year, yet for Chen Zhibai, it was merely the cost of a few outfits. Even though she had known beforehand that Chen Zhibai had a budget of 100,000 yuan, witnessing him spend so much money so nonchalantly left her genuinely astonished and somewhat dazed. Lu Ming looked up at Chen Zhibai, understanding the advantages of wealth, yet previously, it had been an abstract concept. Now, it felt real and vivid. Chapter 28. Lu Ming panicked. Chen Zhibai put away his phone, feeling no rush to collect the watch, as it wouldn't disappear on its own. Instead, he contemplated what gift to buy for Lu Ming. Had it not been for Lu Ming's assistance in finding the hair salon and selecting suitable clothing, the hidden reward from the system might have eluded him. Consequently, A watch valued at 1.55 million yuan would have slipped away from his grasp. Thus, he thought it appropriate to purchase a gift. However, what kind of gift would be suitable? As Chen Zhibai pondered this, the system's voice rang out, indicating he had triggered a random task. Ding. Host has triggered the task. Gift Lu Ming a present. The gift's expenditure must remain within 100,000 yuan, covered by the system. How fortuitous, Chen Zhibai thought. Just as he contemplated buying Lu Ming a gift, a random task appeared, allowing for a substantial budget. Shall we explore the nearby LV store? Chen Zhibai suggested, glancing at Lu Ming. Ah? Sure, Lu Ming replied, and together they made their way to the LV store next door. Upon entering, the sales associates greeted Chen Zhibai with genuine warmth, especially upon noticing the bags filled with clothing from the adjacent Italian store, Ion Luxury Retail. While all customers are treated with a smile, those with evident purchasing power are met with even greater enthusiasm. After all, it impacts the sales associates' commissions. Lu Ming noticed the change in demeanor from the sales associates, which left her feeling somewhat conflicted. When she had visited the LV store before, the staff had not been nearly as welcoming. But that was understandable. Lu Ming glanced down at the bags in Chen Zhibai's hands, suppressing her complex feelings. Dio, you like that bag? After wandering around the store for a while, Chen Zhibai noticed that Lu Ming's gaze frequently drifted towards a particular LV handbag. Thus, he inquired, do you like it? I do, but I can't afford it. Lu Ming candidly nodded, stealing another glance at the handbag not far away. She genuinely adored this model, a new release from this summer. However, admiration alone was futile, as the price tag read 68,888 yuan. Outrageously expensive, to be frank. Well, if you like it, Chen Zhibai chuckled. Lu Ming, however, appeared momentarily stunned, unsure of the meaning behind his words. The next moment, her bewilderment deepened as Chen Zhibai continued. I'll take that bag. Where's the payment code? He directly addressed the sales assistant. The assistant was momentarily taken aback but quickly regained her composure, her face lighting up with excitement. Right here, she said, producing the payment code. Chen Zhibai scanned it with his phone, completing the transaction. After the payment was successful, he displayed the confirmation on his phone screen. Sir, I'll wrap that bag for you right now, the assistant said before hurriedly fetching the handbag. As she walked away, she cast an envious glance at Lu Ming, for it was evident that the purchase was intended for her. How generous and so wealthy, she thought, a handbag worth 68,888 yuan, bought without a second thought. As if it were merely a few hundred yuan. No, I can't accept it. It's too expensive. Lu Ming finally found her voice as she waited for the assistant to finish wrapping the handbag. She looked at Chen Zhibai, feeling flustered. She had never anticipated such a lavish gesture from him, directly purchasing an LV bag worth over 60,000 yuan, and his tone was so casual. All right, just take it. If it weren't for you helping me choose clothes, I wouldn't have such good taste myself, Chen Zhibai replied with a smile, his words sincere. Without Lu Ming, he would have struggled to acquire a Patek Philippe Nautilus watch worth 55 million yuan. Furthermore, the funds for Lu Ming's gift didn't come from his own pocket. Just then, the assistant returned, having wrapped the handbag and placed it into a bag adorned with the LV logo. Sir, here is your bag, she announced. Chen Zhibai took it and handed it directly to Lu Ming. Here, you might as well keep it. If you don't want it, you can just toss it, he said with a smile. How could I throw away such an expensive bag? Lu Ming exclaimed, a hint of urgency in her voice. Then just keep it. Chen Zhibai waved his hand dismissively. Lu Ming fell silent. She still wanted to refuse. After all, the bag was far too pricey. Yet, the words of rejection lingered on her lips, unable to escape. For this was indeed a bag she yearned for deeply. The bag of her dreams was now in her hands, rendering her unable to voice any objections. If you're feeling shy, just continue helping me choose clothes in the future. Your eye for fashion is truly remarkable. From now on, you will be my personal stylist, Chen Zhibai added. Hearing this, Lu Ming hesitated for a moment before nodding in agreement. All right, I'll help you choose your outfits from now on. Good, let us go. We have another place to visit, Chen Zhibai stated as he led Lu Ming out of the LV store. Where to? Lu Ming asked curiously. To the Patek Philippe Center in Jiangxing, Chen Zhibai replied. What for? Lu Ming instinctively inquired, but before she could finish, she realized the answer. Of course, to buy a watch. If someone else had mentioned it, they might have simply been browsing, but with Chen Zhibai, Lu Ming glanced up at him, certain he was going there to purchase a watch. Are you going to buy a watch? She asked, suppressing her thoughts. No, Chen Zhibai shook his head. Lu Ming felt puzzled until she heard his next words. "I've already bought it. I'm just going to pick it up now, Lu Ming." Just as she was about to speak, they arrived at the elevator. The doors opened to reveal a crowd inside. Lu Ming held her silence until they exited, then asked, "What watch did you buy?" "A Patek Philippe Nautilus, model 5740. Do you know this watch?" Chen Zhibai inquired. "No." Lu Ming shook her head, admitting her ignorance about watches, although she was familiar with the luxury brand Patek Philippe. "Let us go." Chen Zhibai made his way to his BMW X5. Once inside, he buckled his seatbelt and started the engine. Lu Ming, seated in the passenger seat, pondered for a moment before taking out her phone to search for the Patek Philippe Nautilus 5740 model. In the next instant, the price appeared, 1.55 million yuan. Upon seeing the figure, Lu Ming's beautiful eyes widened in disbelief. Chapter 29. No more taking it slow at the Jiangxing Patek Philippe Watch Center. After arriving, Chen Zhibai presented his identification to the manager, who then escorted him to the VIP lounge. The manager, a man in his 30s, donned white gloves and, upon Chen Zhibai's indication, opened a meticulously sealed watch box. Inside lay the Patek Philippe Nautilus 5740, quietly resting within its case. Frankly speaking, it was striking. The dial was a shade of blue, not a deep navy but rather a hue slightly darker than light blue, exuding a sense of quality and aesthetic appeal. The dial bore the name Patek Philippe etched in elegant lettering. It was understated. Anyone familiar with the watch would recognize its exorbitant price. It is well known that the affluent indulge in watches while the less fortunate invest in cars. Chen Zhibai's watch, valued at 1.55 million yuan, equaled the price of two fully equipped BMW X5s. Yet, those who could afford two BMWs would seldom consider spending the same amount on a watch. As the definitions of cars and watches differ significantly, Mr. Chen, this is the watch you ordered, the manager said, bending slightly to address him with respect. Despite Chen Zhibai's youth, clearly a university student, the manager's demeanor was one of deference. As owning a Patek Philippe Nautilus at such a young age implied a well-connected background, whether through wealth or power, both of which were beyond the manager's reach. Lu Ming sat on the sofa, observing the manager's respectful conduct towards Chen Zhibai, which left her slightly dazed. Chen Zhibai was focused entirely on his watch. After a moment, he picked it up, examined it briefly, and then slipped it onto his left wrist. "It fits perfectly. What do you think of it?" he asked, turning to Lu Ming. "It looks great," she responded, earnestly, dye in her eyes. After wearing the watch, Chen Zhibai's aura seemed to radiate a newfound elegance and sophistication. Of course, Lu Ming was aware that this perception might be influenced by the watch's staggering price. "As long as it looks good," Chen Zhibai nodded, finding it appealing as well. "I'll wear it now. Please pack the warranty and other items for me," he instructed the manager. "Certainly, Mr. Chen," the manager replied promptly, gathering the papers and handing them to Chen Zhibai. "Let us go." After receiving the items, Chen Zhibai turned to Lu Ming. As they settled into the car, Lu Ming couldn't help but steal glances at Chen Zhibai's wrist. 1.55 million yuan could buy several houses in her hometown. Yet at that moment, it was merely a watch. "I have a dinner appointment tonight, so I'll drop you back at school first. We're not far from there, just a 10-minute drive," Chen Zhibai mentioned as he fastened his seatbelt, noting it was already past 5 in the afternoon. He was scheduled to meet Chen Zhihui for dinner at 6. Upon hearing this, Lu Ming instinctively wanted to ask whether the person he was meeting was male or female, but she caught herself mid-sentence. "All right, that's no trouble," Lu Ming replied with a smile. "What trouble could there be?" Chen Zhibai chuckled, feeling quite pleased with himself after a fruitful afternoon. He had gotten a haircut that elevated his appearance, purchased stylish clothes, and acquired the 1.55 million yuan Patek Philippe watch. He was indeed reaping rich rewards. Lu Ming returned his smile but remained silent, lost in thought. Since seeing Chen Zhibai driving the fully equipped BMW X5 the day before, she had resolved to become his girlfriend. However, in her mind, this process was supposed to unfold gradually. Even if she became his girlfriend, she envisioned revealing herself to him piece by piece, fearing that if things came too easily, he might not appreciate her. Yet today, those notions felt utterly unrealistic. Gradual? Slow? It was simply not feasible. As these thoughts swirled in her mind, Lu Ming glanced at the watch on Chen Zhibai's wrist and then back at him. She was genuinely astonished by how much wealthier he was than she had previously imagined. A watch costing 1.55 million yuan, bought without hesitation. This was not a car, which could be driven around. A luxury watch was not something just any wealthy heir could casually acquire. Chen Zhibai, a young heir with money, would undoubtedly attract women, especially beautiful ones. A stark reality was that, in terms of scarcity, wealth often eclipsed looks. Moreover, aside from his wealth, Chen Zhibai's recent haircut and new attire had transformed him into a genuinely stylish and handsome young man. Wealthy and attractive at just 18, he was not lacking in female admirers. Therefore, did she really have the luxury of taking her time, allowing a natural progression to unfold and becoming Chen Zhibai's girlfriend? Lu Ming shook her head. While confident in her own looks and figure, she recognized the impracticality of her approach. If she hesitated even slightly, Chen Zhibai could easily be snatched away by another girl. After all, there were indeed beautiful girls at their school, and no one was oblivious. Upon seeing a wealthy and handsome peer like Chen Zhibai, competition would be fierce. Moreover, he was generous with his spending. Lu Ming glanced down at the LV bag she held, containing the 68,888 yuan handbag. Thus, the idea of taking it slow was no longer viable. She needed to act quickly and establish her relationship with Chen Zhibai to secure her position. Only then could she ward off any other girls who might be vying for his attention. Of course, it wouldn't completely eliminate competition. Some girls would still attempt to pursue him, and that was unavoidable. But that was a concern for later, once their relationship was defined. For now, the immediate priority was to solidify their romantic involvement. "What are you thinking about so deeply?" Chen Zhibai asked, amused, as he stopped at a red light. Noticing Lu Ming's contemplative expression, he turned to her with curiosity. Chapter 30. Lu Ming's first kiss. "I wasn't thinking about anything." Lu Ming snapped back to reality, shaking her head. The thoughts she had just been mulling over were not something she could vocalize. "All right then," Chen Zhibai replied, not probing further as the light turned green. He pressed the accelerator, smoothly steering the car towards the school. "By the way, I'm curious about something. Is it all right if I ask?" Lu Ming suddenly asked, turning slightly to face Chen Zhibai. From this angle, she looked particularly attractive, her profile perfectly sculpted. "Not really," Chen Zhibai replied bluntly after glancing at her. "What?" Lu Ming was taken aback, unsure how to respond. She hadn't anticipated Chen Zhibai's straightforwardness. Typically, one would expect a response like "Go ahead. Ask me anything." However, he had simply said it wasn't convenient. "Just kidding. Feel free to ask whatever you like." Chen Zhibai chuckled, finding her momentary confusion charming. "In that case, I'll ask," Lu Ming said, feigning casualness. "I'm quite curious about what type of girl you like. Is it okay to share?" "There is nothing inconvenient about it. The girl I like. First and foremost, she needs to be beautiful. That goes without saying. Secondly, she should have a good figure. That is also important. But the most crucial aspect I haven't mentioned yet," Chen Zhibai explained. As he spoke, Lu Ming felt a surge of pride at his criteria, confident in her own looks and physique. Growing up, aside from her roommate Shen Qing, no other girl had made her feel comparable. However, she quickly became intrigued by what Chen Zhibai would say next. "What is the most important thing?" Lu Ming pressed for the answer. "The most important thing is that she should wear a white t-shirt and a black pleated skirt. I really like that outfit," Chen Zhibai said, glancing at Lu Ming. Lu Ming paused, realizing that this description sounded strikingly familiar. In the next moment, it dawned on her. This was precisely what she was wearing today. Looking down at her white t-shirt and black pleated skirt, she couldn't help but feel a thrill, even if she recognized that Chen Zhibai was joking. Gathering her courage, Lu Ming decided to be direct. "Really? You like my outfit? How about I become your girlfriend?" she asked boldly. Chen Zhibai, who had been driving, raised his eyebrows in surprise at her forthrightness. She was directly asking to be his girlfriend, and he could see in her eyes that she was serious. At that moment, Chen Zhibai's emotions were a complex mix. He understood that Lu Ming's assertiveness was heavily influenced by his wealth, including the BMW X5 and the extravagant purchases of the day, especially the Patek Philippe Nautilus watch. "What do you think? It's my first time being this forward with a guy," Lu Ming continued, noticing his silence. "Sure, let us be honest. I've never been in a relationship either," he replied simply. With his newfound financial advantages, how could he refuse? Lu Ming was stunning, with a perfect figure and long legs. "So, are you saying yes? In that case, let me reintroduce myself. Hello, I'm Lu Ming, your girlfriend," she declared, a radiant smile lighting up her face as she extended her hand towards him. "Hello, I'm Chen Zhibai, your boyfriend," he responded with a grin, one hand on the steering wheel while the other clasped her hand in a firm handshake. Chen Zhibai continued driving, while Lu Ming felt as though a heavy weight had been lifted from her heart, making her noticeably more radiant and vivacious. She had secured her status. This was of utmost significance. The car continued its journey, swiftly arriving at the school. Lu Ming, seated in the passenger seat, shared amusing anecdotes from the start of the semester. Chen Zhibai occasionally nodded, yet his mind was preoccupied with other thoughts. How shall I put it? Since confirming their romantic relationship, he felt a surge of excitement. After all, Lu Ming's beauty and figure were undeniable. Prior to acquiring the system, he had never envisioned being in a relationship with someone like her. However, his exhilaration was tempered, as deep down, he was acutely aware that he would never lack for a girlfriend. Even with a beauty like Lu Ming, scoring above 90 in attractiveness, he knew he would always have options. Thus, while he felt excitement, it was not overwhelming as Chen Zhibai drove. He chose not to dwell on these thoughts, as he had already arrived beneath the girls' dormitory. All right, we've arrived. I see. Lu Ming nodded, then unfastened her seatbelt. However, instead of exiting the vehicle, she turned her gaze towards Chen Zhibai. What's wrong? Noticing her gaze, Chen Zhibai asked with a hint of confusion. Lean in closer. I have something to tell you, Lu Ming said, her lovely face tinged with a slight blush as she beckoned him closer. What is it? Chen Zhibai, not overthinking it, assumed Lu Ming genuinely wanted to share something, and despite his puzzlement at her request to lean in, he complied. As he leaned closer, Lu Ming's blush deepened, and in the next moment, she pressed her lips against his. This is my first kiss, and from now on, I entrust it to you. You are my first boyfriend and will be my last. Lu Ming's radiant face was serious as she spoke these words, conveying her sincerity. She had never considered seeking another boyfriend. She would only make this choice once. Admittedly, offering her first kiss so early was not something she had originally planned, as she had intended to take things slowly. However, Chen Zhibai's exceptional qualities exceeded her expectations, making her restless. Thus, her earlier boldness and the kiss had transpired. Frankly speaking, Chen Zhibai was momentarily taken aback. Yet, he quickly regained his composure, turning the steering wheel to drive away from the girls' dormitory. Where are we going? I haven't even gotten out yet, Lu Ming exclaimed in surprise. Chen Zhibai remained silent, driving the car to a secluded corner of the campus before finally stopping. Chapter 31. Liu, did you buy a bag? Half an hour later, Chen Zhibai returned to the girls' dormitory. As Lu Ming stepped out of the car, her entire face was flushed, and even from a distance, it was clear her lipstick had smudged. Drive more slowly next time, she said, standing by the car. All right, Chen Zhibai nodded, then drove away without saying more. Only when the BMW X5 had vanished from her sight did Lu Ming withdraw her gaze. At the dorm entrance, several girls were coming and going, and upon seeing Lu Ming descend from a BMW, they cast envious glances her way. However, upon recognizing her, they deemed it entirely normal. Throughout the past month since school began, everyone in the dorm had become aware of Lu Ming's stunning presence. Thus, it was no surprise for her to emerge from a BMW. Lu Ming paid no mind to the envious looks. Clutching an LV bag, she entered the dormitory with a light-hearted step. A significant burden had been lifted. She was now Chen Zhibai's girlfriend, and she was certain she was his first. That was enough. It is well known that a man's first girlfriend carries a certain weight. As Lu Ming entered her dorm, the flush on her face had mostly faded, with only a hint of color remaining, hardly noticeable unless one looked closely. Ming, you're back. Where did you go this afternoon? Her roommates, Liu, Xinqing, and Wang Hui, all present, inquired curiously upon seeing her return. Liu, who had been lounging on her bed, sat up at the sound of Lu Ming's arrival. Though she was unaware of Lu Ming's whereabouts that afternoon, she was certain Lu Ming had spent the time with Chen Zhibai, as she had asked Zhou Hao, who confirmed Chen Zhibai was not in the dorm. Thus, the situation was clear. Lu Ming had gone out with her boyfriend. I went shopping with my boyfriend, Lu Ming replied with a smile. What did you say? Ming, am I hearing things? You went shopping with your boyfriend? When did you get a boyfriend? Wang Hui exclaimed, startled, rising from her seat in shock. Not only was she taken aback, but Xinqing, who had been focused on her phone, also looked up, her expression a mix of surprise and curiosity. Dressed in loose sleepwear due to being in the dorm, Xinqing's figure was still evident, and her cold yet elegant demeanor, paired with her striking features, made her stand out. Liu was even more astonished, as her knowledge of the situation put her in a state of disbelief. Upon hearing Lu Ming mention her boyfriend, her mind instinctively jumped to the conclusion. Could this boyfriend be Chen Zhibai? Had they really confirmed their relationship so quickly? You heard correctly. I indeed went shopping with my boyfriend. We just confirmed our relationship this afternoon, Lu Ming affirmed with a nod and a smile. I can't believe it, Ming Ming. Wang Hui was about to continue speaking, but Li Yu interjected, unable to contain her curiosity. Is your boyfriend Chen Zhibai? Li Yu's eyes were fixed intently on Lu Ming, eager to know the truth. Chen Zhibai? Yeah. Isn't he your boyfriend's roommate? It can't be that Ming Ming is with him. That's impossible. Didn't your boyfriend say Chen Zhibai was quite ordinary? Wang Hui chimed in, however. Li Yu remained silent, her gaze still locked on Lu Ming. Yes, it's him. He is now my boyfriend, Lu Ming confirmed, meeting Li Yu's gaze with determination. It really is him. It truly is Chen Zhibai. Upon hearing Lu Ming's admission, Li Yu felt a wave of disbelief wash over her. Just the night before, she had proactively asked for his WeChat. And now, only a day later, they had confirmed their relationship. What kind of family background did Chen Zhibai possess? Li Yu found herself in a whirlwind of thoughts. Wait, Ming Ming, I don't understand. Why would you date him? What on earth? An LV bag. Did you go to LV? Puzzled, Li Yu was about to question Lu Ming further when she suddenly noticed the LV bag in her hand. This revelation left her utterly astonished. Even without knowing what was inside, she understood that LV items were far from cheap. These were luxury goods. The cheapest items were still beyond the means of an average person. Yet here was Lu Ming with an LV bag? You really went to the LV store? Li Yu exclaimed. Did Chen Zhibai buy you something from LV? Li Yu couldn't help but ask, realizing that this was undoubtedly a purchase from Chen Zhibai. After all, Lu Ming's spending habits were well known to her, and as an ordinary university student, it was clear she could not afford LV items. Thus, it had to be Chen Zhibai's doing. Indeed, Chen Zhibai's background was clearly not as ordinary as Zhou Hao had suggested. Yes, I just browsed around the LV store, Lu Ming confirmed. Did Chen Zhibai really buy you something from LV? Li Yu pressed on, unable to contain her curiosity. She wasn't foolish. She realized this was indeed a gift from Chen Zhibai. Given Lu Ming's spending level, her knowledge of college students' finances made it clear that such purchases were beyond her reach, confirming that it was Chen Zhibai who had bought it. Can I see what he got you? Li Yu asked, trying to suppress her excitement. Ming Ming, I want to see too. This is LV, after all. I've never seen anything like it in real life. Wang Hui added, her curiosity evident. However, their motivations differed. Li Yu wanted to gauge Chen Zhibai's wealth based on the item, while Wang Hui was simply interested in the luxury itself. Here, it's a handbag, Lu Ming said, glancing at Li Yu, fully aware of her intentions but choosing to disregard them. As she spoke, she retrieved the LV handbag from the bag, revealing its luxurious appearance. This is an LV bag. You can tell it's expensive. Wang Hui leaned in, her curiosity piqued. Liu, standing nearby, recognized the handbag instantly as the latest summer model. Although she couldn't afford it, she had been following its release. The price tag was a staggering 68,888 yuan, nearly 70,000. Chapter 32 The Sweetness of a Girl's Lips. Chen Zhibai was astonished by the revelation of Lu Ming's extravagant gift. A handbag worth 70,000 yuan, given so casually. Li Yu clenched her fists, fixated on the LV handbag Lu Ming held. At that moment, her envy reached its peak. After all, this was a handbag worth 70,000 yuan. Moreover, considering the implications, it was clear that Chen Zhibai, who could gift such a luxurious item, must be incredibly wealthy. How had she overlooked the fact that Chen Zhibai was a rich kid? Ming Ming, did Chen Zhibai really buy you this bag? How much was it? Wang Hui asked, cautiously touching the LV bag, her curiosity bubbling over. Yes, he bought it for me. As for the price, Lu Ming paused before revealing, 68,888. What? Wang Hui was utterly shocked, her eyes wide in disbelief as she turned to Lu Ming. At that moment, she genuinely felt as though her ears were malfunctioning. 68,888. Wang Hui's astonished expression made Lu Ming chuckle and she continued, Is this bag made of gold? It's so expensive. That amount could cover my tuition and living expenses for 4 years of college. Wang Hui gasped, her hand instinctively retracting from the LV bag. I can't dare to touch it anymore. If I damage it, I couldn't possibly pay for it. As she spoke, Wang Hui took several steps back. It's not that exaggerated. The bag isn't made of paper. It's not that easily damaged. Lu Ming laughed at Wang Hui's reaction, playfully shoving the bag into her hands. Go ahead. It's fine. No, I can't. Please take it back. Wang Hui exclaimed, holding the handbag awkwardly, panic evident in her expression. Seeing her reaction, Lu Ming reclaimed the bag, allowing Wang Hui to breathe a sigh of relief. Ming Ming, does Chen Zhibai come from a wealthy family? To give away a 70,000 yuan bag so casually, he must be quite generous, Wang Hui remarked with envy, fully aware of the significance of money in today's world. I need to use the restroom for a moment, Lu Ming said, placing the handbag on her bed. After announcing her intention, she headed to the restroom. Yeah, didn't your boyfriend say Chen Zhibai's family was quite ordinary? Clearly, that's not the case. He just gifted a 70,000 yuan bag. Wang Hui turned to Liu, her curiosity piqued. Liu remained silent, instinctively grinding her teeth. She had no idea how to explain the situation. Had she known Chen Zhibai was so wealthy and generous, she would have pursued him instead of being with Zhou Hao. Yeah, what's wrong? Why are you so quiet? Are you not in the mood to talk? Wang Hui pressed, noticing Liu's reticence. I'm tired. I want to take a nap, Liu replied through clenched teeth, returning to her bed. Wang Hui found her behavior strange, but chose not to press further. The dormitory soon returned to a tranquil state. Xinqing, seated at her desk, glanced at the LV bag resting on Lu Ming's bed before returning her focus to her phone. She was aware that LV bags were expensive but hadn't anticipated such a steep price, 70,000 for one bag. So wealthy, Xinqing mused internally, then turned her attention back to her phone. Just then, a WeChat message from her mother popped up. Qingqing, are there any boys from well-off families at your school? If so, you can consider pursuing them. Reading her mother's message, Xinqing sighed and chose not to respond. In the dormitory restroom, Lu Ming stood in front of the mirror, her radiant, fair face slightly flushed as she noticed her lipstick had smudged. Instinctively, she recalled the events from earlier in the car. She had merely intended to steal a kiss, but Chen Zhibai had driven to a secluded spot, and then her lipstick had become a mess. Lu Ming grabbed a wet wipe to clean her lips. Her spirits remained high, for she sensed that Chen Zhibai had also shared his first kiss with her. That was more than satisfactory. My lipstick is all smudged. It's your fault? Lu Ming texted Chen Zhibai, contemplating the earlier incident. As Chen Zhibai drove out of the school gates, the thought crossed his mind, and he chuckled before inquiring of the system. What is this love fund all about? He had heard a system notification during the kiss, indicating he had successfully acquired a love fund of 1,000,000, but at the time, he had not been in the right frame of mind to inquire about it. The host has confirmed a romantic relationship with Lu Ming, thus granting a love fund of 1,000,000. This fund can only be used for Lu Ming. The system's explanation was straightforward. This 1 million was strictly for Lu Ming. As it was designated for romantic pursuits, to be honest, a love fund of 1 million was quite substantial. After all, even if one calculated based on a university graduate's salary, it would take a student 2 to 3 decades to save that amount. Shaking his head, Chen Zhibai dismissed these thoughts and pulled over to the side of the road, sending a WeChat message to Chen Zhibai. I'm on my way to pick you up. I'll be there in about 20 minutes. The message was immediately replied to, indicating she had been watching her phone. Okay, I'll wait for you downstairs, she responded, including a cute emoji. Chen Zhibai sent 2 messages, one text and another a playful selfie where she made a cute pose with her hands framing her face. To be honest, it was quite adorable. Aside from her cuteness, it also showcased her enticing figure. Chen Zhibai couldn't help but glance at it a few more times before replying with an okay and promptly saving the picture. Just as he was about to put his phone away, he noticed a message from Lu Ming. My lipstick is all smudged. It's your fault. Upon reading this, Chen Zhibai instinctively recalled the earlier incident in the car. So sweet? He pressed down his thoughts and responded with a playful emoji before putting his phone away, letting out a sigh. Because Chen Zhibai suddenly realized that he was indeed a scoundrel. Just having confirmed a romantic relationship with Lu Ming, where they even shared a kiss, he was now on his way to dinner with Chen Zhibai. Furthermore, the system's task demanded that he take Chen Zhibai's first kiss. The key point was that he discovered he did not feel any aversion to it, for Chen Zhibai was beautiful and possessed a commendable figure. Indeed, having money had transformed his mindset. Even he could not help but entertain thoughts of embracing multiple partners. Shaking his head, Chen Zhibai decided not to dwell on it further and drove towards the residential address Chen Zhibai had sent him that afternoon. A scoundrel he might be, but with a system at his disposal. Having multiple girlfriends seemed quite normal, didn't it? Chapter 33. The Deadly Waste In Quan residential area was an old community in Jiangxing, established in 2003, making it 20 years old now. Consequently, the entire complex appeared rather worn out, and the more affluent residents had long since moved out, renting their vacant units. Due to lower rental prices compared to newer developments, many recent graduates chose to reside here. Chen Zhibai and her best friend, Li Shiran rented an apartment in this very area. At this moment, within a two-bedroom apartment, Chen Zhibai was sitting with her friendly Shiran. He said he has already driven over to pick me up and will arrive in 20 minutes. Shiran, do you think this outfit looks good on me? Chen Zhibai put her phone down and anxiously glanced at her friend. Don't worry, he will definitely like it. Without a doubt, Li Shiran nodded emphatically. Her gaze fixed on Chen Zhibai. She wore a delicate white floral dress, her waist was slender, and her face was beautiful. Of course, the most crucial aspect was this made Li Shiran, another girl, feel a pang of inadequacy. She truly did not understand how her best friend had grown up so well. It could be said that she was exceptionally gifted. Honestly, no matter what you wear, he will like it. Li Shiran suppressed her feelings of inadequacy and spoke up. Huh, why? Chen Zhibai instinctively asked. What do you think? With your figure, which man wouldn't be attracted to you? And you're so beautiful, Li Shiran pointed out enviously. What nonsense are you talking about? Chen Zhihui's cheeks flushed as she swatted her friend's hand. I'm serious. I really don't know how you got so lucky, Li Shiran remarked with envy, noticing Chen Zhihui's face redden further but refraining from teasing her again, knowing that her best friend was somewhat shy. Zhihui, I truly envy you. You already have a rich second generation chasing after you, driving a fully equipped BMW X5 right after entering college, clearly from a well-off family, and notably younger than you, Li Shiran began. Recalling how Chen Zhihui had mentioned Chen Zhibai's situation the previous day, to be frank, she felt envious because it was only after graduating that she realized how significant money was. Now, her best friend had caught the eye of someone who drove a top-tier BMW X5 right after starting university. Meanwhile, while there were suitors at her company, none matched the criteria. He might not even be pursuing me. He could just be inviting me to dinner, Chen Zhihui said, feeling a bit bashful. Cut it out, Li Shiran interjected. Do you even believe that? If he had no interest in you, would he invite you to dinner? Besides, not only are you beautiful, but Li Shiran continued, let me tell you, Zhihui, any man with normal physiological and psychological inclinations will definitely be attracted to someone like you. Upon hearing this, Chen Zhihui's cheeks flushed once again. Li Shiran noticed her friend's embarrassment, but chose to continue. Zhihui, when you have dinner with him tonight, I think you should be a bit more proactive. A second-generation rich kid like him, driving a fully equipped BMW X5, is not lacking in female admirers. Yes, Zhihui, you're beautiful, have a great figure, and Li Shiran continued, but beauty cannot compete with wealth. I believe you should take the initiative. Once you are together, you won't have to worry about your future. Li Shiran spoke earnestly, genuinely believing her friend could be a bit more assertive, especially since Chen Zhibai was indeed a catch. I don't know how to be proactive. You know, I've never been in a relationship throughout college, Chen Zhihui admitted, feeling embarrassed. Li Shiran hesitated momentarily, as both she and Chen Zhihui had never experienced romance during their university years. However, under her friend's expectant gaze, Li Shiran racked her brain for the romantic novels she had read. Suddenly, an idea struck her. Being proactive is quite simple. You're having dinner with him tonight, right? Just serve him more food and speak in a softer tone. Oh, that part is easy. Your tone is naturally gentle. Serve more dishes, show concern for him, and generally express your interest, making him feel that you are attracted to him. As Li Shiran spoke, she became increasingly fluent. I understand. Chen Zhihui nodded vigorously, mentally noting everything down. This gave Li Shiran a sense of accomplishment, silently congratulating herself for not having wasted her nights reading those romance novels. Also, Zhihui, you told me that although he's just started university, he seems quite composed and mature for his age, right? Li Shiran pondered before asking. Yes, he does seem calm and composed, Chen Zhihui affirmed. Well, then I think you should just showcase your own personality. A stable and composed man like him would likely appreciate a more vivacious personality in a woman. Li Shiran suggested. Anything else? Chen Zhihui continued nodding, looking expectantly at her friend. For now, that's enough to get you started, Li Shiran replied. All right, Chen Zhihui nodded. I truly envy you. I wonder when I will have a wealthy young man pursuing me. I honestly can't bear to attend that dreadful class anymore, Li Shiran sighed before continuing. 3,000 yuan can't even hire a laborer, yet it can attract a graduate from a second-tier university who is on call 24/7. Don't worry. With your beauty, a well-qualified man will definitely pursue you. Chen Zhihui laughed at Li Shiran's expression. This was indeed true. Li Shiran was quite beautiful herself, and even when compared to Chen Zhihui, she did not pale in comparison. The only aspect where she fell short was in her upper body figure. Nevertheless, she had her own advantages, particularly her slender waist, present, being at home. Li Shiran wore a black tank top that exposed her navel, showcasing her delicate, slender waist that seemed almost fragile. The waist-to-hip ratio was also commendable. "I hope your words bring me good fortune," Li Shiran said, glancing at the time on her phone. After noticing that more than 10 minutes had passed, she nudged Chen Zhibai. "You should head to the entrance of the residential area. It's been over 10 minutes. Don't keep him waiting. All right, I'm going now," Chen Zhibai replied, placing her phone in her bag and stepping out of the house. The bag was an affordable one, costing just over 200 yuan, nothing extravagant. With a loud thud, the door closed behind her. Li Shiran sat on the sofa, glancing down at her slim waist, running her hand over it. Sigh, I wonder who is so fortunate to enjoy such a lovely waist. Even Li Shiran herself believed her waist was truly enviable, the deadly waist. Chapter 34. The Sincerity of a Brother. 2 minutes later, Chen Zhibai arrived at the entrance of the residential area, glancing around but not spotting the towering gray BMW X5. Clearly, Chen Zhibai had not yet arrived. Chen Zhibai was not in a hurry, patiently waiting for him. It was now 6 in the evening. The area was bustling with people coming and going, and several men couldn't help but steal glances at Chen Zhibai, who stood at the entrance. She was exceptionally attractive. Dressed in a white dress adorned with yellow daisies, she radiated beauty. Her slender waist and the hem of her skirt revealed a glimpse of her lovely legs. High-waisted white socks paired with white sneakers created an air of purity and charm. However, her well-proportioned upper body formed a stark contrast, prompting many men to glance over. Some women, noticing Chen Zhibai, cast envious looks her way, marveling at her figure and beauty. Although Chen Zhibai was accustomed to the attention, she couldn't help but slightly furrow her brows at this moment. She felt somewhat out of place, as she usually wore loose clothing that concealed her figure. Today, however, she donned a white dress that showcased her enviable physique. This was why she felt a bit uncomfortable. Raising her hand to play with her phone, she instinctively shielded her upper body, finally feeling a bit more at ease. While she was engrossed in her phone, Chen Zhibai sensed a vehicle had pulled up in front of her. Thinking it might be Chen Zhibai, she looked up, only to find not his BMW X5, but a black Volkswagen Passat. Frowning, Chen Zhibai stepped back a couple of paces, eyeing the car with suspicion. "Zhibai, it's me. Are you heading out? Where to? I happen to have some free time and can give you a ride." A man in his 30s emerged from the black Volkswagen Passat, not particularly tall or handsome, with a somewhat uneven face. However, his gaze towards Chen Zhibai was filled with eagerness. This man was Li Zhihao, who lived in the apartment above Chen Zhibai's. Unlike her rented accommodation, his apartment was owned by him. His family had originally lived in a local urban village in Jiangsheng, and when the area was redeveloped in 2005, the government had compensated them with several apartments, all located in this residential area. "No thanks, someone is here to pick me up," Chen Zhibai replied, shaking her head, signaling that she didn't need a ride. She recognized Li Zhihao, having encountered him several times since moving in with her friend. His persistent attempts to strike up conversations made her uncomfortable, especially since he was married. "No need to be polite with me. Just tell me where you're going and I'll take you. It's just a matter of pressing the gas pedal." Li Zhihao waved his hand, adopting a friendly demeanor, but his eyes were glued to Chen Zhibai. He even swallowed hard, betraying his interest in her. To be honest, he had harbored feelings for Chen Zhibai for quite some time. Freshly graduated from university, young, beautiful, and with a great figure, she was incomparable to his wife. Initially, Li Zhihao thought winning over Chen Zhibai would be easy, considering his wealth and the multiple rental properties he owned, which brought in over 100,000 yuan in rent annually. He believed that attracting a recent graduate would be a piece of cake. After all, no girl could resist the allure of his many properties. He had successfully wooed several female university students using this tactic, albeit none as attractive as Chen Zhibai. However, he soon faced rejection. After boasting about his properties, he attempted to invite Chen Zhibai to dinner but was unsuccessful. Assuming she was playing hard to get, he invited her several more times, but to no avail. This only fueled his interest further. "Really?" I said no. "Someone is coming to pick me up," Chen Zhibai reiterated, her brow furrowing in irritation as she took a step back. "And the person picking me up is my boyfriend." Saying this made Chen Zhibai feel a bit guilty, as Chen Zhibai was not technically her boyfriend yet. However, she felt compelled to say it to deter Li Zhihao's advances. "What did you just say? You have a boyfriend?" Li Zhihao's expression shifted, but then he looked at Chen Zhibai's beautiful face and suddenly smiled. "Having a boyfriend isn't a big deal. You can always break up."
Zhehui, we've known each other for a while. You know how I feel about you. Let me be frank. If you were with me, I could give you one of my apartments. How does that sound? That's a great offer, right? Looking around, Li Zhihao leaned in closer to Chen Zhibai, speaking in a low voice. He no longer wanted to engage in pleasantries. He aimed to be direct. Although an apartment was a significant expense, he felt it was a worthwhile investment if it meant winning over someone as beautiful as Chen Zhibai. He had encountered many women, including several pretty ones, but none compared to her. Besides, Chen Zhibai's figure truly captivated him. If he were to take her out, others would look at him with newfound respect. As he thought about it, Li Zhihao's gaze towards Chen Zhibai grew even more intense. He believed she would agree. As a recent graduate, hearing such a generous offer of an apartment would surely be overwhelmed. Absolutely not. Don't even think about it. Reality hit quickly, and Chen Zhibai glared at Li Zhihao angrily. What did he take her for? Zhibai, don't be so absolute. Nothing is impossible. I advise you to think carefully. One apartment could support you for a significant portion of your life. But if you're with me, you can have one right away. No other girl has such a good offer. Despite Chen Zhihui's anger, Li Zhihao maintained a smile, feeling confident that she would eventually agree to his proposal. Moreover, he subconsciously considered more possibilities, such as Chen Zhihui's best friend. He had seen her too. She was equally beautiful. While her figure might not match Chen Zhihui's, her waist. Li Zhihao swallowed hard again. If he could have both. I refuse. Chen Zhihui's expression remained icy, her fists clenched as she fought the urge to punch Li Zhihao in the face, all while trying to maintain her composure. Chapter 35. Li Zhihao, startled Zhihui. You are just too young. You don't yet understand the importance of money or how valuable an apartment is. You mentioned having a boyfriend? He must be a recent graduate like you, right? Even if he earns 10,000 a month, it would take him a decade of frugal living to afford a home in Jiangxing. After Chen Zhihui rejected him once more, Li Zhihao's mood soured, and he spoke with a sharp edge to his voice. Just as he was about to continue, he noticed a towering gray BMW X5 approaching. Instinctively, he paused, turning his gaze towards the vehicle with envy. He recognized it as a top-tier BMW X5, valued at over 800,000 yuan. A pang of jealousy hit him. He knew he could never afford one. The several properties his family had received from the government during the redevelopment were good for rental income, but would never allow him to purchase such an extravagant vehicle. Just as he was about to retract his envious gaze, he was taken aback when the majestic gray BMW X5 came to a stop right in front of him. The driver's door opened, and a very young man stepped out. Is this your friend? Chen Zhibai stepped out of the car and walked over to Chen Zhihui, casting a glance at Li Zhihao. He is not my friend. Upon encountering Chen Zhibai, Chen Zhihui was momentarily taken aback, as she had not anticipated that the newly coiffed Chen Zhibai would appear so much more handsome, not to mention that his overall fashion sense had significantly improved. Were it not for the unchanged features of his face and the fact that he arrived in a BMW X5, she might have thought she had mistaken him for someone else, given the drastic transformation. However, she quickly regained her composure, shaking her head and muttering that he was not a friend before stepping forward to link her arm with Chen Zhibai's and casting a glance at Li Zhihao. My boyfriend is here. Can you leave now? Chen Zhihui stated with a look of indignation. She was genuinely repulsed by Li Zhihao's previous remarks. How could he, a married man, dare to speak of wanting to support her? Why, you mean he is your boyfriend? Li Zhihao felt an impending sense of dread as Chen Zhibai approached Chen Zhihui. Upon hearing her declaration, panic washed over him. He had not expected that Chen Zhihui's boyfriend would be someone driving a top-tier BMW X5. And to top it off, he was so youthful. Driving a BMW at 40 years old is a vastly different scenario than at 20. Realizing this, Li Zhihao's confidence, which had previously led him to believe that Chen Zhihui would surely acquiesce to his advances, was now completely shattered. He certainly could not compete with someone so young and affluent. Yes, he is indeed my boyfriend, so please refrain from bothering me in the future. Chen Zhihui felt a twinge of guilt, particularly as she sensed Chen Zhibai's gaze upon her, causing her cheeks to flush. Yet, to deter Li Zhihao from further harassment, she nodded affirmatively. Hearing Chen Zhihui's confirmation sent Li Zhihao's heart sinking. You dare to harass my girlfriend? Chen Zhibai frowned as he turned his attention to Li Zhihao. As he spoke, he subtly raised his left hand, revealing the Patek Philippe Nautilus watch on his wrist, causing Li Zhihao's eyes to widen in astonishment. Not only was he driving a premium BMW X5, but he was also wearing a watch worth nearly 1.6 million. Li Zhihao's eyes bulged. He was an aficionado of luxury goods and, despite his inability to afford them, He often studied them, which allowed him to recognize the watch Chen Zhibai was wearing. Recognizing it only heightened his panic, laced with a hint of fear. He could not afford to offend a wealthy heir flaunting a 1.6 million watch. This was far more intimidating than merely driving a BMW X5. Moreover, if he were not just a wealthy heir, but a privileged son of a government official, if Chen Zhibai held a grudge, the consequences could be dire. It was all a misunderstanding. I had no idea she was your girlfriend. Had I known, I wouldn't have dared to bother her even if I had 3 times the courage. Li Zhihao stammered, his posture submissive as he spoke, bending his back in deference. There was no denying that he was genuinely frightened, believing Chen Zhibai's family background to be unfathomably rich. Chen Zhihui, still linking her arm with Chen Zhibai's, was momentarily stunned by Li Zhihao's unexpectedly humble demeanor. She had not anticipated that he could exhibit such subservience. Was it due to the BMW X5? That seemed unlikely. A BMW X5 should not reduce Li Zhihao to this state. Chen Zhihui was perplexed, but, truth be told, she found a sense of satisfaction in witnessing Li Zhihao's humility. Rest assured, I will never bother your girlfriend again. Well, I will take my leave now and not intrude further, Li Zhihao said cautiously, and upon seeing Chen Zhibai casually wave him off, he finally felt a sense of relief wash over him. He then climbed into his Volkswagen Passat and drove straight into the residential complex. Once parked and assured that he was safely within the confines of the community, Li Zhihao exhaled deeply. At that moment, he felt a pang of resentment towards Chen Zhihui. Why hadn't she mentioned that she had a wealthy boyfriend? If she had, would he have dared to pursue her? He mused. Then his thoughts drifted back to Chen Zhihui's appearance and figure. Prompting a sigh, he realized that there was no possibility of his having a chance with her. What could he possibly offer in competition with a wealthy heir sporting a 1.6 million watch? He shook his head, exited the car, locked it, and as he stepped into the hallway, he encountered Li Shiran, who happened to be descending the stairs. She noticed him immediately and frowned, recalling that Li Zhihao had previously attempted to engage her in conversation. As she prepared to ignore him, she was taken aback when he merely walked past her without uttering a word, which was entirely out of character for him. This left her momentarily bewildered, as he typically sought to strike up a conversation, often with a lecherous glint in his eye. What could have caused this change? Li Shiran felt perplexed and instinctively glanced up at the sun, still hovering in the western sky. Yes, the sun was indeed setting in the west. Meanwhile, Li Zhihao had arrived at his doorstep, releasing another sigh. He no longer dared to bother Chen Zhihui or Li Shiran, fearing that if he were to provoke that wealthy heir, his own modest resources would be insufficient to withstand the consequences. At the entrance of the Silver Spring community, Chen Zhihui felt a wave of satisfaction wash over her as she witnessed Li Zhihao's hasty departure. Upon regaining her senses, she realized that she was still linked to Chen Zhibai's arm in a rather intimate manner. Leaning against him had caused her cheeks to flush with embarrassment. He lives in the apartment above mine and has frequently harassed me, which is why I claimed you were my boyfriend when you arrived. Please don't take offense, Chen Zhihui explained, her face still slightly flushed. Oh, it's nothing, Chen Zhibai replied, shaking his head, but inwardly lamenting the lost opportunity for a more intimate moment, as he had quite enjoyed the feeling of being embraced by her. I've never seen him so submissive before. He usually carries himself with such arrogance, Chen Zhihui continued, her curiosity piqued. Was it because of your BMW X5? She inquired, perplexed. It has nothing to do with the BMW X5. Chen Zhibai replied, shaking his head with a smile as he lifted his left hand to showcase the Patek Philippe Nautilus watch on his wrist. It has everything to do with this watch. This watch? Why is that? Chen Zhihui asked, momentarily bewildered, as she glanced at the exquisite timepiece adorning his wrist. Though unfamiliar with the brand Patek Philippe, she couldn't help but admire its beauty and thought that perhaps she should consider acquiring a similar one for herself. This watch costs 1.55 million, Chen Zhibai stated matter-of-factly. The revelation left Chen Zhihui utterly astonished, her eyes widening in disbelief. How much? This watch is 1.55 million, she exclaimed, genuinely shocked by the exorbitant price. Yes, 1.55 million. It's a Patek Philippe Nautilus. You can look it up online, Chen Zhibai added, charmed by her incredulous reaction. Unable to resist the urge, he gently pinched her cheek, her youthful visage evoking warmth and affection. Chen Zhihui blushed, caught off guard by the unexpected gesture. All right, let us get in the car, Chen Zhibai said, withdrawing his hand and feigning nonchalance. She responded, her cheeks still flushed as she nodded. Once seated in the car, Chen Zhibai fastened her seatbelt, her face still tinged with pink, as this was the first time in her life that a male had playfully pinched her cheek, aside from family. However, she quickly suppressed her shyness and glanced at Chen Zhibai. Finally understanding why Li Zhihao had reacted so submissively, it was due to the 1.55 million watch he wore, which symbolized vast wealth. Unlike cars, which many could drive despite not being able to afford a luxury watch, watches were the epitome of luxury. How could he afford such extravagance? Not only did he drive a top-tier BMW X5 as a college student, but he also donned a 1.55 million watch. Chen Zhibai's emotions were complex but remained unexpressed. "Have you fastened your seatbelt?" Chen Zhibai asked as he secured his own. Upon turning to check, he noticed that she had already done so. "Yes, I've fastened it," she assured him, oblivious to his lingering gaze. "All right, I'll start the car now. How about we go for hot pot this evening?" Chen Zhibai inquired. "Sounds great. I really enjoy hot pot, especially spicy ones." Chen Zhihui's eyes sparkled at the thought of a hot pot dinner. "You love spicy food?" Chen Zhibai asked, a hint of surprise in his tone, as her enthusiasm suggested she could handle the heat. "Of course, I'm from Sichuan, so I can handle spicy food very well," she affirmed with a vigorous nod. Chen Zhibai nodded in understanding, realizing that her Sichuan origins explained her affinity for spice. "Then it's settled. We'll have spicy hot pot tonight. I can handle spicy food as well," he replied, starting the engine while curiously adding, "I once saw a TikTok that said Sichuan girls are all delicate before marriage, but turn into fierce dragons afterward. Is that true?" "That's absolutely false. I can't speak for others, but that's certainly not me," Chen Zhihui quickly denied, fearing that Chen Zhibai might mistake her for one of those aggressive women. As Chen Zhibai drove towards the hot pot restaurant, the soothing music in the car provided a pleasant backdrop for conversation. Chen Zhihui, seated in the passenger seat, frequently stole glances at him, marveling at how much handsomer he appeared with his new hairstyle. His features were pleasing and well-defined, and his attire exuded a casual yet polished vibe, striking a perfect balance between cleanliness and composure, a stark contrast to their previous encounter when he had come to purchase a car. To be frank, Chen Zhibai now embodied the kind of appearance and demeanor that she found appealing. Suddenly, her phone buzzed. She looked down to see a message from her best friend, Eli Shiran. "Have you gotten in the car yet? Send me a photo of him. I want to see what he looks like." Eli Shiran. "I'm looking forward to some reaction memes." Chen Zhihui, momentarily taken aback, replied, "I'm in the car, but I can't take a picture since he is driving." She glanced at Chen Zhibai, noticing he wasn't looking at her, and then typed, "Why can't you take a picture? You can take a picture while driving. Just sneak a shot. Hurry up. I want to see what a rich kid who drives a top-tier BMW X5 looks like." Li Shiran's messages came through almost instantly. Chen Zhihui hesitated. She was reluctant to take a picture for fear of being caught by Chen Zhibai. Yet she knew her best friend's persistence would continue if she didn't comply. After a moment of contemplation, she typed back, "Wait a minute. I'll try to take a quick shot." "Okay, I'll be waiting," Li Shiran replied promptly. Chen Zhihui didn't respond further. She glanced at Chen Zhibai again, ensuring he was focused on driving before opening her camera app and cautiously snapping a photo of him. She was careful with her movements, but forgot that her phone's shutter sound was on, creating a clear clicking noise. Immediately, Chen Zhibai turned his head, looking at her with a puzzled expression. "What are you taking a picture of?" "Oh, I was just snapping a shot of the buildings outside." She quickly fabricated a reason. Chen Zhibai nodded, accepting her explanation without suspicion, and continued driving. With the tension easing, Chen Zhihui seized the opportunity to take several photos of Chen Zhibai while pretending to photograph the scenery outside. Afterward, she selected one of the pictures and sent it to Li Xiran at the entrance of the supermarket near Yingquan Community. Li Xiran, having just finished her shopping, heard the notification sound from her phone. Taking it out, she discovered a message from Chen Zhihui. Upon opening it, she found a photo of a young man driving, his side profile visible. Though it was a profile shot, his clean-cut features were evident. He wore a simple white t-shirt and black casual pants, exuding a sense of understated elegance. The luxurious interior of the BMW X5 provided a fitting backdrop. Staring at the photo, Li Shiran was momentarily stunned, as she had not anticipated receiving such an image from her friend. The young man's hairstyle, fashion sense, and overall demeanor were strikingly impressive, far from the ordinary description Chen Zhihui had provided. "Are you sure this is the same guy you mentioned yesterday? He doesn't seem ordinary at all. His hairstyle is neat, and his features are attractive," Perhaps not a top-tier heartthrob, but certainly charming. His fashion sense is on point, and his demeanor radiates confidence, which is a significant plus. She typed, sending the message without hesitation. It's really him. He just changed his hairstyle and wardrobe. I didn't expect such a transformation. Chen Zhibai replied from the passenger seat of the BMW X5. Hui, you've truly struck gold this time. He is wealthy, handsome, and age-appropriate. I'm so envious. Li Shiran responded, her excitement palpable, punctuating her admiration with multiple exclamation points. Despite their close friendship, she couldn't help but feel a twinge of envy towards Chen Zhibai, as the young man in the photo clearly possessed good looks, physique, and charisma. Chen Zhibai typed back, feeling pleased with Chen Zhibai. Won't keep you any longer. After Li Shiran sent her last message, she tucked her phone away and glanced down at her waist, which, while enviably slim, felt useless. When would her true soulmate arrive? As she stepped out of the supermarket and headed home, Li Shiran suddenly recalled her strange encounter with Li Zhihao earlier. He had not only failed to approach her but had barely even glanced in her direction. How peculiar. Contemplating this, she pulled out her phone again. Hui, I have something odd to tell you. I ran into that creep Li Zhihao at our building earlier. I thought he would come over to chat, and I was ready to ignore him, but instead, Li Shiran texted, sharing her experience with Chen Zhibai. After finishing her account, she added, "Isn't that strange? I could have sworn the sun rose from the west today." Inside the BMW X5, just as Chen Zhibai was about to put her phone away, she noticed a flurry of messages from her friend. This made her want to laugh, as she could easily envision Li Shiran's bewildered expression even through the screen. Would you like to know why Li Zhihao is behaving this way? Chen Zhibai typed, "Do you know the reason?" Upon seeing the message from Chen Zhibai, Li Shiran paused for a moment before typing back. "Of course I know the reason. You just tell me if you want to know." Chen Zhibai typed again, "Of course I want to know the reason. Hurry up and tell me." Li Shiran replied almost instantly. "Then you must treat me to a week's worth of milk tea." Chen Zhibai pondered for a moment and proposed a condition. "Deal." Li Shiran readily agreed. She was genuinely curious about why Li Zhihao had suddenly changed his demeanor. In truth, it was due to Chen Zhibai. Li Zhihao was too afraid to bother us anymore. Chen Zhibai typed. "Because of Chen Zhibai? What exactly happened? Hurry up and tell me." Li Shiran was even more intrigued. Chen Zhibai didn't keep her in suspense and directly recounted the incident that had occurred at the entrance of their community. But before she could continue, Li Shiran sent a message. "Are you saying Li Zhihao saw Chen Zhibai driving a top-tier BMW X5? If that were the only reason, it seems a bit insufficient, doesn't it?" Li Shiran frowned as she typed, feeling that the situation was more complicated than it appeared. "Of course, it's not just because of that. Please let me finish, all right?" Chen Zhibai replied somewhat helplessly, and then she mentioned that Chen Zhibai was wearing a watch worth 1.55 million. Li Zhihao saw that watch, and his attitude changed in an instant. He fled in embarrassment. "I suspect the reason he hasn't approached you is also due to this. He fears you might report him, and then I would tell Chen Zhibai." After sending the last part of her message to Li Shiran, this time, Li Shiran did not respond immediately. She was currently engulfed in disbelief. Chen Zhibai is actually that wealthy? Not only does he drive a top-tier BMW X5, but he also wears a Patek Philippe watch worth 1.55 million. Li Shiran stood frozen, her emotions suddenly becoming complex. Her dear friend was indeed fortunate to have encountered such a wealthy second-generation heir. That watch alone is worth over $1 million. Most second-generation rich kids don't possess such wealth. The key is that he is also good-looking, has a great sense of style, and exudes a calm yet confident demeanor. Li Shiran's feelings were complicated. Even though she and Chen Zhibai had been close friends since university, at this moment, she couldn't help but feel a twinge of envy towards her friend's fortune. In fact, it was more than envy. There was an undercurrent of jealousy. This startled Li Shiran, but fortunately, the flicker of jealousy quickly dissipated. Li Shiran sighed in relief. Chapter 38 The Benefits of Wealth. Ran. Where are you? Why aren't you speaking? Inside the BMW X5, upon noticing that her friend hadn't replied to her message for several minutes, Chen Zhibai felt a mix of astonishment and confusion, so she typed, "Oh, nothing much. I just saw your message because I was paying at the supermarket." Li Shiran had just come back to her senses when she saw Chen Zhibai's message and replied, then continued typing. "So, I won't chat with you anymore. You should hurry and go have dinner with your boyfriend." Not yet a boyfriend. Chen Zhibai blushed slightly. After sending that message, she instinctively looked up at Chen Zhibai. To be honest, she was quite satisfied with Chen Zhibai. He was good-looking, had great style, exuded a calm and composed aura, and was so wealthy. If they could really be together, she would be more than willing. Don't worry, hui. With your charm, it's definitely a sure thing. What man wouldn't he like you? Li Shiran sent another WeChat message. I'm not chatting with you anymore. Chen Zhibai sent several exclamation marks in quick succession, put her phone away, but then glanced down, only to look back up at Chen Zhibai. What's wrong? Noticing Chen Zhibai looking at him, Chen Zhibai turned and asked. Nothing. Chen Zhibai shook her head, but the next moment, she couldn't help but ask, Can I ask what kind of girl you like? As she spoke, a hint of nervousness and anticipation shone in Chen Zhibai's eyes. Chen Zhibai raised an eyebrow. As the question felt familiar to I remember now, Lu Meng just asked me that I like girls who are beautiful and have a good figure. Most importantly, they must wear white dresses. Chen Zhibai replied directly. Upon hearing this, Chen Zhibai was momentarily stunned, but then a wave of excitement spread within her. Because she was wearing a white dress today. So, is he saying he likes her? Before Chen Zhibai could think further, Chen Zhibai had already parked the car in front of the hot pot restaurant. We've arrived. This is the hot pot place. I've seen good reviews about it on Douyin. Chen Zhibai said as he parked the car in a spot that was just available. Yes, sounds good. Chen Zhibai nodded, though her mind was somewhat elsewhere, still reflecting on Chen Zhibai's earlier words. Let us get out of the car. Chen Zhibai, not overthinking it, unbuckled his seatbelt, turned off the engine, and then said to Chen Zhibai. Chen Zhibai nodded and opened the door to get out. The interior of the hot pot restaurant was quite well decorated, boasting a youthful style. For instance, the walls were adorned with many personalized phrases. Youth is dedicated to the small wine table. Drunkenness is just drinking. Happiness belongs to oneself. Unhappiness is theirs to hell with work. I'm having hot pot today. If one hot pot doesn't solve the problem, then have two. In summary, it was quite unique and trendy. This hot pot restaurant is quite interesting, Chen Zhibai remarked as she stood beside Chen Zhibai. Observing the inscriptions on the wall, Chen Zhibai nodded, scanning the restaurant, noting that most diners were young people. A server approached, and upon learning that only Chen Zhibai and Chen Zhibai were dining, led them to a table. The seating was in soft, cushioned sofas, which felt comfortable. Ordering was done via a mobile scan. Take a look at what you'd like to eat. Don't hold back. Chen Zhibai encouraged Chen Zhibai. Of course, I won't hold back. Chen Zhibai nodded, took out her phone to scan an order. After placing the order, it wasn't long before the server brought over a hot pot. Since both of them enjoyed spicy food, they ordered a spicy broth. The pot was set down, and the ordered dishes quickly followed. During the meal, they naturally chatted as they ate. Remembering her friend's advice to be considerate and proactive, Chen Zhibai occasionally served Chen Zhibai some dishes. Don't just serve me, you should eat too. Chen Zhibai, sitting comfortably, noticed that Chen Zhibai was too focused on serving him and hadn't eaten much herself, so he chuckled. He felt a sense of reflection. First, there was Lu Meng's proactive confession and kiss, and now Chen Zhihui's attentive serving. Before acquiring the system, he never dared to imagine such things, as both Lu Meng and Chen Zhihui were regarded as stunning beauties in the eyes of the public. Lu Meng was bright and beautiful, with captivating legs that needed no enhancement. Chen Zhihui had exquisite features, an elegant demeanor, and yet developed remarkably well, but now, both women were being quite proactive with him. This is the advantage of wealth. Chen Zhibai couldn't help but reflect that, of course, he knew it wasn't just about wealth. He had changed his hairstyle and wardrobe, and his entire demeanor had undergone a transformation. He was now quite handsome, with great style, and the confidence that came from the system. He could say there were no shortcomings. It's all right. I can serve you while I eat too. Chen Zhihui smiled, and when she smiled, her petite and elegant demeanor became even more pronounced, creating a striking contrast with her remarkable development. By the way, your cup is empty. Let me refill it for you. Seeing Chen Zhibai's cup was empty, Chen Zhihui took it to pour some water. Then, seemingly casually, she asked, You must have a lot of girls pursuing you in university, right? After asking, Chen Zhihui appeared nonchalant, but inside, she felt a surge of nervousness. No one pursues me. Chen Zhibai shook his head at no. How is that possible? Chen Zhihui pouted, unable to believe Chen Zhibai's words. Even she found him to be quite exceptional. Surely the girls in school would feel the same way. Really, no one pursues me. Just as Chen Zhibai was about to continue speaking, a server approached. Excuse me, may I ask if you two are in a romantic relationship? The server, a bespectacled young man, approached and first apologized before asking. Our restaurant has a promotion today. If couples dine together, they receive a complimentary platter of cut fruit. So may I ask if you two are a couple? After the server's inquiry, both Chen Zhibai and Chen Zhibai fell silent, exchanging glances. Then, Chen Zhibai's face flushed. Yes, we are a couple. Chen Zhibai nodded and replied to the server. Yes, that's right. You two will need to share a kiss for us to provide the fruit platter. Of course, it doesn't need to be a long kiss, just a brief one to prove you are a couple. The server explained. Upon hearing this, Chen Zhibai raised an eyebrow. He then glanced at Chen Zhibai, who was blushing and gazing at him. In her eyes, there was shyness, but perhaps there was also a hint of anticipation. Chapter 39 Mission accomplished indeed. It was not just a hint. There was a genuine glimmer of anticipation in her gaze. Initially, Chen Zhibai thought he might have misread, but upon closer inspection, he noticed the undeniable expectation in Chen Zhihui's eyes. Was she genuinely looking forward to kissing him? Before he could ponder further, he heard Chen Zhihui's voice. Yes, that's fine. Just a brief kiss will do, right? Chen Zhihui's pretty face flushed slightly as she spoke to the server. Yes, just a brief kiss is all that's needed to confirm you are a couple. The server nodded, glancing at Chen Zhibai with a hint of envy. He had been working as a server in this hot pot restaurant for over a year, and honestly, he had seen many beautiful girls, especially in Jiangxing, a new first-tier city that attracted many stunning women. However, he had never encountered someone as beautiful as Chen Zhihui, whose physical development was genuinely impressive. How fortunate. The server envied Chen Zhibai silently. In a blink, Chen Zhihui turned to Chen Zhibai, feeling nervous and slightly shy. After all, her earlier words had been quite bold. She had actually nodded, agreeing to the kiss. This was the boldest and most proactive thing she had ever done. But she wondered what he would think. Would he kiss her? Or as she thought this, Chen Zhihui grew anxious. All right, let us just have a brief kiss then. While Chen Zhihui was worrying, Chen Zhibai stood up from his seat. Speaking as he approached Chen Zhihui, although he was surprised that she had agreed to kiss, there was no need to be coy now that she had spoken up. He hadn't anticipated that completing the System S task would be so easy. Initially, he thought obtaining Chen Zhihui's first kiss would be a challenge. However, to be fair, life had become remarkably simple since he gained the wealthy system. This simplicity extended to all aspects of life, including interactions with women. To be blunt, both men and women generally seek partners with good conditions. It's a natural inclination, and now, in reality, he had become one of those desirable men. Just having a top-tier BMW X5 and wearing a watch worth over $1 million upon entering university, along with being good-looking and exuding calm confidence, it was no wonder Chen Zhihui would agree to kiss him. After all, Lu Meng had also been quite proactive, so it was perfectly normal. This was the simplicity of life. Suppressing his thoughts, Chen Zhibai focused on Chen Zhihui, who was still seated. She had beautiful features, fair skin, and was the type of stunning beauty with a cool, pale complexion, her hair tied up in an adorable bun, revealing her long, slender neck. However, at this moment, Chen Zhihui's face was flushed, and although she was trying to maintain her composure, Chen Zhibai could clearly see the shyness in her eyes. To be honest, he understood her shyness, knowing very well that this was indeed Chen Zhihui's first kiss. Without dwelling further, he leaned down and pressed his lips against hers. Ding, congratulations, host. You have completed the task of obtaining Chen Zhihui's first kiss within 1 month. The host receives the following rewards. 1. A cash reward of 100,000 yuan. The reward has been credited to the host's bank account. Please check promptly. Point 2. The host has obtained a local Jiangxing license plate. A 999N. The license plate procedures are legal and compliant. The host can use it with confidence. Someone will contact the host when registering the plate. The System S voice echoed in his mind. His phone buzzed in his pocket. Taking it out, he saw a message indicating that 100,000 yuan had been credited to his account. Sir, here is your fruit platter. The server placed a platter of fruit on the table and then left to attend to another table. The platter wasn't too large, containing only some cut watermelon and apples, but it was sufficient. Chen Zhibai redirected his gaze to Chen Zhihui, who was blushing and avoiding eye contact. What's wrong? Are you shy? You were the one who agreed, hence I came over to kiss you. Chen Zhibai teased, finding her shy demeanor adorable. Upon hearing this, Chen Zhihui's face reddened even more. I only agreed because I could get a platter of fruit. After all, who would refuse free fruit? Chen Zhihui said softly, "Did I ask that so? If you had come here with another guy today, would you also agree to let him kiss you?" Chen Zhibai asked directly. How could that be? Chen Zhihui replied without a moment's hesitation. She would never agree to let another guy kiss her. The reason she consented to Chen Zhibai was that she genuinely felt he was exceptional in every way. This is my first kiss. Chen Zhibai looked up at Chen Zhibai, her pretty face serious, but her tone held a hint of grievance. She feared Chen Zhibai might misunderstand her as someone who was careless about such matters. But this was indeed her first kiss. She had never dated or had a boyfriend before. I know this is your first kiss. Chen Zhibai, noticing the grievance in her tone, smiled and reassured her. He certainly understood that this was Chen Zhihui's first kiss, as he had the system after all. You know? Chen Zhihui was momentarily taken aback, her eyes lighting up with surprise. So, you believe this is my first kiss? I certainly do. Chen Zhibai nodded, and upon seeing her bright eyes, which were both cute and beautiful, with a hint of baby fat on her cheeks, he couldn't help but gently pinch her cheek. This made Chen Zhihui feel a bit embarrassed. Even though she was older, in front of Chen Zhibai, she felt somewhat like the younger one. Don't pinch me. My face is already a bit chubby. Chen Zhihui said, her face flushed, yet she didn't push away his hand. Chubby cheeks are adorable. Chen Zhibai replied, withdrawing his hand and returning to his seat. They continued their meal, but the atmosphere had shifted significantly. Chen Zhihui continued to serve Chen Zhibai food, but her mind was somewhat elsewhere. She wanted to ask Chen Zhibai if this counted as them being in a romantic relationship, but she felt too shy to do so. It should count, right? They had just kissed. Moreover, he had said he believed it was her first kiss. Chen Zhihui thought to herself, stealing glances at Chen Zhibai, feeling a mix of pride and happiness at his handsome features. What are you grinning at? After Chen Zhibai finished the lamb in his mouth and raised his head, he caught sight of Chen Zhihui sitting across from him, gazing at him with a silly smile on her face. Although it might be deemed a silly smile, it was rather endearing and beautiful. Chapter 40. Once again acquiring 1 million in dating funds. I'm not grinning foolishly. I'm simply smiling beautifully. Upon hearing Chen Zhibai refer to her as silly, Chen Zhihui immediately protested, and then, unable to resist, she asked, So, are we considered boyfriend and girlfriend now? Of course we are. What, are you planning to let another guy be your boyfriend? Chen Zhibai replied with a straightforward nod. Upon hearing this, Chen Zhihui felt a wave of relief wash over her and then said, Of course I'm not planning to let another guy be my boyfriend. Then that's settled. Let's eat. These lamb rolls are quite good. Chen Zhibai suggested. Chen Zhihui nodded, then lowered her head to eat the lamb rolls. Perhaps due to her cheerful mood, she found the lamb rolls truly delicious, as they continued to eat and chat. The atmosphere shifted once again. Chen Zhihui indeed had a penchant for spicy food, though her fair and delicate nose began to bead with sweat. Chen Zhibai glanced at her and was about to hand her a napkin when his phone, placed nearby, vibrated, lighting up the screen. His gaze shifted to see a WeChat message from Lu Ming. Hello, 110? My boyfriend has gone missing. Could you help me find him? Such a playful remark sent a wave of guilt through Chen Zhibai. After all, he had just confirmed a romantic relationship with Lu Ming, and now he was establishing one with Chen Zhihui. The crux was that he didn't mind. Thus, he labeled himself as a scoundrel. Looking up at Chen Zhihui, who was happily munching on some lettuce, he typed a reply to Lu Ming, still eating. Hello, 110? No need to help me find my boyfriend. P.S. back. Lu Ming responded almost instantly, followed by another message. What are you eating? Hot pot. This place is quite nice. I'll bring you here another day. Chen Zhibai typed, then mused that he seemed quite suited to being a scoundrel, calm and composed. Sounds good, but no need to wait. Tomorrow is Sunday, and we have no classes, so we can go then. Lu Ming sent 2 messages in quick succession, pausing momentarily before sending an eager bear emoji. All right, tomorrow it is. After exchanging a few more messages, Chen Zhibai excused himself to eat and set down his phone. However, after putting down his phone, he suddenly realized a concern. This hot pot restaurant wasn't particularly large, and there weren't many wait staff. If he brought Lu Ming here tomorrow, what if the staff noticed? Oh, what if they did? Who says one can only have one girlfriend? Who are you chatting with? Chen Zhihui asked curiously after finishing a slice of watermelon and noticing that Chen Zhibai had finally put down his phone. N01, just a classmate. Chen Zhibai replied, maintaining his composure. Oh. Chen Zhihui nodded, not thinking too deeply, and grabbed another slice of watermelon. Quite adorable. Chen Zhibai observed her, unconsciously comparing her to Lu Ming. However, this comparison wasn't about looks or figure but rather their intelligence. Despite being 3 years older and a university graduate, Chen Zhihui radiated an air of innocence, likely due to being well protected by her family. In contrast, Lu Ming was bright and poised, speaking and acting with clarity. By comparison, Lu Ming seemed the older of the two. After finishing their meal, it was still early, just past 8 in the evening. After Chen Zhibai completed the payment on his phone, he took Chen Zhihui's hand and prepared to leave the hot pot restaurant. Just then, he heard the system's voice in his head. Ding, detected that the host and Chen Zhihui have confirmed a romantic relationship, now issuing 1 million in dating funds. Note, this dating fund can only be spent on Chen Zhihui. Chen Zhibai paused. Another million in dating funds? After confirming a relationship with Lu Ming, he had already received 1 million designated for her. Now, after establishing a relationship with Chen Zhihui, he received another million solely for her. Did this mean that every time he dated a girl, he would receive 1 million in exclusive dating funds? As he contemplated this, he directed a question to the system. Is that so? Not quite. The exclusive 1 million in dating funds can only be obtained when the host is dating a girl with a comprehensive score above 90. The system's voice echoed back. A comprehensive score above 90? Chen Zhibai inquired. Indeed, the comprehensive score includes looks, figure, and virtuous attributes. Only those with a score above 90 can obtain the exclusive dating funds. The system's explanation was straightforward. Chen Zhibai understood, so he glanced at Chen Zhihui. Her looks and figure certainly surpassed 90, and as for her virtuous attributes, she was still a virgin, so that was a given. Therefore, her comprehensive score was indeed above 90. The same reasoning applied to Lu Ming. What's wrong? Why did you suddenly stop? Chen Zhihui looked up, her curiosity piqued. Nothing. Chen Zhibai snapped back to reality, shook his head, and took Chen Zhihui's hand as they exited the hot pot restaurant. Are you heading back to school? It's already 8 in the evening. Once outside, Chen Zhihui asked, glancing at their intertwined hands, her cheeks tinged with a hint of red, feeling shy as it was her first time holding hands with a boy. No rush, we can head back around 9. It's not too late. Chen Zhibai replied thoughtfully, there's a park nearby. Shall we take a stroll? It's perfect after a meal to aid digestion. Hearing that Chen Zhibai wasn't in a hurry to return to school, Chen Zhihui's eyes sparkled with delight and surprise. As it was her first romantic relationship, she naturally wanted to spend more time with him. Let us go. Chen Zhibai nodded and, without further ado, led Chen Zhihui towards the park. The park was bustling with people taking evening walks. After a few minutes, Chen Zhihui noticed something was off. She realized Chen Zhibai was leading her to a secluded area. Where are we going? She instinctively asked. For a kiss. Chen Zhibai replied directly, Chen Zhihui was momentarily taken aback, then her face flushed crimson. After a moment of hesitation, she shyly tugged at Chen Zhibai's arm. Since we just had hot pot, should we stop by the convenience store to get some gum? With her pretty face slightly flushed, she spoke bashfully, relieved that she hadn't eaten anything too pungent for her image. All right. Chen Zhibai considered her suggestion and, finding it reasonable, took her hand and headed to the convenience store by the park. While purchasing gum, Chen Zhihui's eyes inadvertently flicked over the counter, and upon seeing something, her face turned scarlet, and she quickly looked away, her heart racing. Chapter 41. Blame it on you. 10 minutes later, in a secluded corner of a small garden. You should answer your phone. It's been ringing for a while. Chen Zhihui said softly, her beautiful face flushed, gently pushing Chen Zhibai aside. Under the moonlight, it was evident that her lipstick had smudged. Chen Zhibai sighed, wondering who had been incessantly calling him. He had already dismissed the call several times. Yet it rang again. Come on, answer it, it's still ringing. Seeing that Chen Zhibai was reluctant to pick up the call, Chen Zhihui urged him softly, I'm curious to see who is so inconsiderate. Calling back after being hung up multiple times. Chen Zhibai wore an expression of helplessness and annoyance. Hearing his words only made Chen Zhihui blush deeper. Pulling his phone from his pocket, Chen Zhibai saw it was a voice call from Wang Chao. Hello? You better have a good reason for this. Once connected, Chen Zhibai spoke with a hint of irritation. What is up, Lao Chen? Why are you so loud and angry? Wang Chao was evidently taken aback but continued. It's already past 9. Why haven't you returned? The dorm lights go out at 10, and they check the rooms. Where have you been? Wang Chao's tone was inquisitive, and then Li Dong's voice chimed in. Haha, Lao Chen, you're not dating a girl, are you? Out on a date? Li Dong chuckled, although he genuinely believe Chen Zhibai was on a date. After all, how could that be? Unlike him, who was a local with 2 properties, easily finding a girlfriend. Zhou Hao's voice was faintly heard, dripping with condescension. All right, I'll be back at the dorm shortly. Chen Zhibai responded, having heard Zhou Hao's superior tone but couldn't be bothered to engage. It was akin to someone who had $1 million in their pocket being mocked for being broke. They wouldn't he care about such remarks. With confidence in his heart, Chen Zhibai was truly indifferent. Just like now, he didn't he feel the need to prove to Zhou Hao that he had a girlfriend. After all, he had not just one girlfriend but two, Lu Ming and Chen Zhibai. Both beauties with comprehensive scores above 90, each with a different charm. Moreover, both Lu Ming and Chen Zhibai had taken the initiative to pursue him. These were concrete realities. Would not proving them to Zhou Hao make them disappear? Absolutely not. Hey, Lao Chen, you better hurry back. If you're not around when they check rooms, the counselor will definitely find out. Wang Chao urged again, to which Chen Zhibai simply hummed an acknowledgement before hanging up. Your roommate called. He wants you back at the dorm. Given how close they were in the quiet surroundings, Chen Zhibai naturally caught the phone conversation, prompting her to whisper, "Is that so?" "Yeah." Chen Zhibai nodded. "It's getting late. You should head back to the dorm." Chen Zhibai said, her cheeks flushed. She secretly hoped Chen Zhibai would return to school now. There was no other reason. She was simply wary of Chen Zhibai's hands during their earlier kiss. Although she had been vigilant, she feared that if they lingered any longer, he might take advantage. That was unacceptable. They had only just confirmed their romantic relationship today, and kissing was already the maximum level of intimacy she could accept. Are you trying to hint that I should go back? Chen Zhibai raised an eyebrow, looking at Chen Zhibai. Not exactly. I want to spend more time with you. But your hands are a bit restless. Chen Zhibai replied shyly. Well, I can't be blamed for that. Chen Zhibai sighed, realizing that Chen Zhibai truly didn't comprehend the extent of her allure to boys. Not blaming you. It's just you. Chen Zhibai murmured softly. Then, fearing that Chen Zhibai might continue to embrace her, she took a couple of steps back. All right, let us go. Chen Zhibai didn't say much more, stepping forward to take her hand. Exiting the small park, they hopped into the BMW X5 parked outside the hot pot restaurant. Chen Zhibai settled into the passenger seat, shutting the door and fastening her seatbelt. Chen Zhibai turned to glance at her, feeling a twinge of regret, yet he understood that for now, a kiss was the most Chen Zhibai could accept. Progressing further would require patience. Truthfully, he wasn't in a rush. Since acquiring the system, he felt immensely confident. Chen Zhibai would undoubtedly be his. Retracting his gaze, Chen Zhibai fastened his seatbelt and started the car. I'll drop you off first, then I'll head back to school. As he spoke, he merged into the main road. I could take a taxi back. You should return to school first to avoid missing the dorm check. Chen Zhibai instinctively suggested. Why take a taxi? It's a boyfriend's duty to drop his girlfriend off, Chen Zhibai declared. Upon hearing this, Chen Zhibai's beautiful eyes lit up with joy. Okay, sounds good. Please drop me off first. Chen Zhibai nodded, then took out her phone, preparing to inform her best friend that she was heading home. However, upon pulling out her phone, she frowned slightly. Her phone's memory was full again. This was the phone she had bought in her sophomore year. A Xiaomi brand that had served her well, but the memory was too small. Initially, it hadn't been an issue, but after a few years, the insufficient memory forced her to constantly clear space. Ugh, this wretched phone. Chen Zhibai sighed, muttering her grievances as she began to clear the memory. What's wrong with your phone? Chen Zhibai, driving, inquired upon hearing her words. My phone's memory is insufficient. I have to clean it often. Plus, when downloading apps, I frequently have to uninstall one first, which is a hassle. I should have bought a phone with larger memory. I genuinely thought this would be enough, but who knew that in just 3 years? It would be insufficient? I have to clear memory every day. Chen Zhibai rambled, her beautiful, fair face displaying a mix of exasperation and resignation. To be honest, she appeared quite adorable in that moment, exuding a sense of life and relatability. When did you buy this phone? Chen Zhibai asked, glancing at her with curiosity. I bought it in my sophomore year. It's been several years now. Aside from the memory issue, I'm quite satisfied with it. Chen Zhibai continued to focus on clearing her memory while speaking. What phone are you considering switching to? Chen Zhibai probed further. Perhaps an iPhone. I think they look quite nice, though they're expensive. Ugh, I've cleared the memory, but it's still not enough. I have to delete an app, but all the ones I have now are precious to me. I can't bear to delete any. What should I do? Chen Zhibai voiced her dilemma. Her pretty face was etched with conflict. Chapter 42. This is too fast. Chen Zhibai couldn't help but chuckle at her expression, watching her as she seemed torn and reluctant. After pondering for a moment, he decided to turn the car around to buy her an iPhone. Truthfully, he was quite satisfied with Chen Zhibai. From her looks to her figure, he found her entirely pleasing. And being her first boyfriend only heightened his interest. Having just received her first kiss, he felt content in every aspect. Moreover, with the 1 million in exclusive dating funds from the system, buying a phone wouldn't cost him a dime. Finally cleared the memory. I uninstalled an app bug. Chen Zhibai spent 5 to 6 minutes finally managing to clear her phone's memory. With a sigh of relief, she opened WeChat to find her best friend's chat interface. Ran, I'll be home in a bit. Huh? You're coming back tonight? Li Shiran replied almost instantly. However, upon seeing her message, Chen Zhibai felt her cheeks flush, yet her fingers didn't hesitate in replying. What nonsense are you spouting, Li Shiran? I'm not spouting nonsense. I genuinely thought you wouldn't be back tonight. After all, he is quite an exceptional guy, handsome, composed, and stable. He even drives a fully equipped BMW X5 and wears a watch worth over $1 million. Li Shiran. Honestly, if I were you, I wouldn't return tonight. Li Shiran sent a flurry of messages, causing Chen Zhibai to blush even deeper. I can't be bothered to respond to you. I'm going home soon anyway. After sending that message, she tucked her phone away, her beautiful fair face still slightly flushed. She felt that her best friend could really say anything. They had just confirmed their romantic relationship today. How could she possibly give herself away so quickly? That would be far too fast. However, Ran was indeed correct. He is undeniably a remarkable young man. Chen Zhibai lifted her gaze and glanced at Chen Zhibai, who was driving, and soon realized that this did not seem to be the route back to the residential area. This doesn't appear to be the way back to the neighborhood, Chen Zhibai instinctively inquired. Indeed, it is not. Chen Zhibai nodded in affirmation. Oh? Then where are we headed? Chen Zhibai asked with a curious expression. Just as she finished her question, she noticed the car coming to a halt, right in front of an Apple store. Momentarily taken aback, Chen Zhibai asked, Are you planning to buy a phone? Regaining her composure, she questioned him. She had never anticipated that Chen Zhibai intended to purchase a phone for her. It had not crossed her mind at all. What phone would I buy? I just purchased my own a few days ago and I'm buying you one. Didn't you express a desire for an Apple phone? Let us go. After parking the car, Chen Zhibai unbuckled his seatbelt while speaking. Oh? You're not buying me a phone? Chen Zhibai responded, her eyes widening in disbelief, quickly waving her hands in protest. No, I was just saying that casually, and besides, I can buy it myself. Hurry up, we need to get you home after buying the phone, and I still have to return to school. Time is of the essence, so get out of the car. Chen Zhibai, however, did not allow Chen Zhibai to finish her words. After saying that, he opened the door and stepped out. Sitting in the passenger seat, Chen Zhibai hesitated, but seeing that Chen Zhibai had already exited the vehicle, she pushed open the door and followed him. The process of purchasing the phone was remarkably swift. Within 3 minutes, Chen Zhibai had completed the payment. The phone was an Apple 16 Pro Max with 1 terabyte of storage, in a pristine white color, priced at 15,388 yuan. After acquiring the phone, Chen Zhibai took Chen Zhibai's hand and returned to the car. Once the engine roared to life, he drove towards the Yingquan residential area. Chen Zhibai, seated in the passenger seat, wore a dazed expression on her delicate, fair face. The entire transaction had occurred so rapidly that she had not even had the chance to voice her reluctance before he had already completed the purchase and handed her the phone. It was all too quick for her to process. This phone is far too expensive. I truly cannot accept IT costs as much as 4 months of my salary, she thought, turning to look at Chen Zhibai. To be honest, she did indeed like the phone, but it was exorbitantly priced. They had only just begun their romantic relationship. Was it appropriate to receive such a lavish gift? If you don't want it, should I give it to another girl? Chen Zhibai chuckled lightly. Absolutely not. Chen Zhibai exclaimed, her voice tinged with excitement, and then she felt a bit embarrassed. Fine, I'll accept it. After Chen Zhibai spoke, observing that Chen Zhibai seemed ready to speak again, he continued, if you don't want it, I might just give it to another girl. Chen Zhibai, she pouted, clutching the bag containing the phone. This is my phone. You cannot give it to another girl. Her tone was quite endearing and charming. Chen Zhibai smiled again, but while driving, he suddenly thought of another girlfriend, Lu Ming. Speaking of which, Lu Ming's phone also seemed rather outdated. Should he also buy her one? What are you thinking about? Chen Zhibai glanced over at Chen Zhibai, her beautiful eyes displaying a hint of confusion. For some reason, her feminine intuition warned her that her boyfriend seemed to be thinking of another girl. It must be a misunderstanding, she thought, shaking her head and dismissing the notion. I wasn't thinking of anything. Chen Zhibai replied, then added, the phone hasn't been unboxed yet. Just follow the instructions once you get home. It's quite simple. I understand. Chen Zhibai nodded, then added, my best friend has an Apple phone. She bought it in her junior year. I was right next to her when she turned it on. It was quite straightforward, Mim. Chen Zhibai nodded up. By the way, now that we are officially in a relationship, when are you free? I'd like to invite my best friend to have a meal together. I have a great relationship with Ran. We were roommates in college, and after graduation, we rented a house together. Chen Zhibai looked at him with anticipation. To be honest, she wanted Chen Zhibai to meet her best friend, as one was her boyfriend and the other was her close companion since college. She wanted them to get acquainted. It said that after entering a relationship, one should introduce their boyfriend to their friends? I find that makes perfect sense. Sure, but I have something on tomorrow. After tomorrow, it's Monday, and I'll have 5 consecutive days of classes, so let us plan for next Saturday to have a meal together. Chen Zhibai pondered for a moment and then replied, Seeing that Chen Zhibai agreed, Chen Zhihui smiled brightly and then curiously inquired, tomorrow is Sunday. What do you have planned? Chapter 43. Not at all honest, it's nothing major. I just want to lounge around in the dorm all day, Chen Zhibai casually remarked, glancing at her. However, he had actually made plans with Lu Ming to go out for hot pot. Oh, I see. Then enjoy your rest in the dorm. Chen Zhihui nodded. 10 minutes later, Chen Zhibai drove into the Yingquan residential area, and under Chen Zhihui's guidance, he parked in front of a building. Is this the building? Chen Zhibai asked as he parked. Yes, this is the one, Chen Zhihui confirmed, unbuckling her seatbelt. I'm getting out now. You should head back to school soon. Drive safely and don't go too fast. After saying this, she prepared to open the door, but her arm was caught by Chen Zhibai. What's wrong? Chen Zhihui asked, her delicate, fair face showing confusion as she looked at him. Are you just going to leave like this? Chen Zhibai raised an eyebrow and inquired. Chen Zhihui was momentarily taken aback but soon understood, feeling a bit shy, yet she took the initiative to lean in and plant a kiss on Chen Zhibai's lips. All right, I really must go back now, and you should hurry back to school as well. After the kiss, Chen Zhihui stated, go on. Chen Zhibai nodded. Only then did Chen Zhihui push the door open and step out, but instead of immediately entering the hallway, she stood outside the car, waving goodbye to Chen Zhibai. You go ahead. I'll go in after you leave. All right. Chen Zhibai nodded, turning the car around and driving towards the entrance of the residential area. Through the rearview mirror, he could see Chen Zhihui standing there. Dressed in a lovely white dress, she looked exceptionally beautiful, her figure stunning. After gazing at her reflection in the mirror several times, he finally turned his attention back to the road. Yet, he couldn't help but subconsciously compare Chen Zhihui to Lu Ming. In terms of looks, they were equally matched. Each had their own advantages. Lu Ming had particularly attractive legs, while Chen Zhihui boasted a well-proportioned figure. Both women possessed top-tier physical attributes amongst their peers. For instance, Lu Ming's legs, devoid of any filters or enhancements, looked better than many showcased on social media. As for Chen Zhihui, she was truly gifted. The thought of having both of these remarkable women as his girlfriends was something he had never dared to imagine before obtaining the system. With a smile, Chen Zhibai suppressed his thoughts and drove towards the school. At the Yingquan residential area, Chen Zhihui stood at the entrance of the building, waiting until the BMW X5 disappeared from her view before reluctantly pulling her gaze away. Clutching the bag containing her new Apple phone, she entered the dimly lit hallway. The corridor was dark, but she had grown accustomed to it, having only graduated from college 3 months prior. After clearing her throat, the lights flickered on, casting a warm glow. Ascending the stairs, she noticed her lovely legs peeking from beneath her white dress, complemented by white socks and sneakers, creating an enchanting atmosphere. Although her legs were not as long as Lu Ming's, they were still quite attractive. As she made her way upstairs, Chen Zhihui walked lightly, her beautiful eyes sparkling with joy. To be honest, she was very happy at the moment. Having just confirmed her relationship with Chen Zhibai, she felt it had happened rather quickly, but she had no regrets. She believed that Chen Zhibai met all the standards she held in her heart. Thus, when they were at the restaurant and the waiter inquired if they were a couple, she had readily agreed. Thinking back to that moment made her blush. She also recalled the events that transpired in the small park. Humph, not at all honest, she thought with a blush, yet felt a sense of pride. Glancing down at herself, her pride swelled further. Lost in these thoughts, Chen Zhihui arrived at the 3rd floor, where she and her best friend rented a room on the left side. The old building lacked an elevator, only stairs with 2 units per floor. Standing at the door, Chen Zhihui took the house key from her adorable cartoon-themed bag. Quickly, she unlocked the door. The living room was brightly lit, and Li Shiran was sitting on the sofa, distractedly scrolling on her phone. Upon hearing the sound of the door unlocking, she perked up, turning to see her best friend entering. Jiahui, quickly tell me what happened tonight, Li Shiran exclaimed, rising from the sofa with a look of eager curiosity. Dressed casually due to being at home, she wore a white tank top and black shorts that accentuated her great figure, particularly her slender waist. Why are you so nosy? Chen Zhibai blushed slightly at her best friend's inquisitive demeanor. Of course I'm nosy. This is your first time going out to dinner with a guy, so, tell me, how did it go? Li Shiran approached and wrapped her arm around Chen Zhihui's a moment later. She released her grip in defeat. Zhihui, honestly, every time I wrap my arms around you, I feel utterly defeated. What did you eat while growing up? You're truly exceptional. Chen Zhihui remained silent, accustomed to her best friend's banter. Let us get back to the topic at hand. How did it go between you two tonight? Li Shiran pressed on, undeterred by her earlier defeat. Chen Zhihui felt her face flush as she prepared to speak honestly. She did not wish to hide anything from her friend. However, considering her friend's personality, she decided to offer a gentle warning first. Just so you know, don't overreact. Relax, how could I possibly overreact? I've already graduated from college. I'm a mature adult now, Li Shiran replied with a hint of indignation. Chen Zhihui cast a skeptical glance at her. Just tell me, how did it go? Li Shiran urged. It went quite well. We officially started dating, and we also kissed, Chen Zhihui admitted shyly, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment. What the hell? Li Shiran exclaimed, her earlier composure shattered upon hearing Chen Zhihui's revelation. After several seconds of stunned silence, she blurted out, You promised not to overreact. Chen Zhihui retorted, looking at her friend, I can't help but overreact. Just listen to what you just said. Li Shiran shot back incredulously. You're really in a relationship and kissed? Don't lie to me. If you're lying, you'll never make any money in this lifetime, Dame. Chen Zhihui nodded. Li Shiran fell silent for a moment before saying, Sister, I always thought you were quite reserved, but it seems I was the one who was wrong. You kissed after just one day of dating. What will happen tomorrow? Chapter 44. What does a kiss feel like? What nonsense are you spouting? Chen Zhihui's face turned crimson as she playfully swatted at Li Shiran. Just because we kissed today doesn't mean we'll sleep together tomorrow. It's not that quick. What do you mean it's not that quick? I'm just stating the facts. You started dating yesterday, and you kissed today at this rate. Won't you be in bed tomorrow? Li Shiran argued, unrepentant. Is there anything wrong with that? If Chen Zhibai is in good health, you might even have a baby by next year. Zhihui, seriously, at this rate, you could be a mother by next year. And just so you know, I'm the godmother. No one can take that title from me, Li Shiran added earnestly. Upon hearing this, Chen Zhihui, already blushing fiercely, felt her cheeks heat up even more. I don't want to talk to you anymore. I'm going back to my room, she declared, preparing to retreat to her own space, eager to avoid further conversation. Wait, I have one more thing I want to ask, Li Shiran interrupted, grabbing Chen Zhihui's arm again, though this time she appeared slightly bashful and fidgety. What is it? You're actually shy, Chen Zhihui inquired, intrigued by her best friend's uncharacteristic behavior. It's nothing much, just, Li Shiran stammered, her shyness showing through her usually bold demeanor. After a few moments of hesitation, she finally asked, What does a kiss feel like? Li Shiran's cheeks were slightly flushed as she looked at Chen Zhihui with wide, curious eyes. Yes, that's the question I wanted to ask. She was genuinely curious. Having never been in a relationship herself, she sought to understand what a kiss felt like from her best friend. Though she could also ask her female colleagues at work. She felt too embarrassed to do so, as she had cultivated a reputation as a seasoned woman with multiple past relationships. I asked that all you wanted to ask? Chen Zhihui was genuinely taken aback. She had not expected her friend to be so bashful about such a question. Quickly tell me, Li Shiran demanded, feigning a fierce expression, though her beautiful face lacked any intimidation. Chen Zhihui was not frightened. In fact, she found it amusing. She could see the awkwardness in her friend's current demeanor, and in truth, there was not much of a feeling. It was somewhat dizzying. Alas, I cannot articulate it. You will understand once you have a boyfriend, remarked Chen Zhihui, her face flushed with embarrassment as she attempted to describe her feelings but found herself utterly unable to do so. Dizzying? Li Shiran furrowed her beautifully shaped brows. What kind of adjective is that? In any case, kissing is rather delightful. You will see when you have a boyfriend, Chen Zhihui added, choosing not to continue the topic. Ran, let us not dwell on this. My phone often requires memory clearance. You know, he saw that and bought me an Apple phone. Would you help me with the setup? Chen Zhihui proposed. He bought you an Apple phone? Which model? Li Shiran snapped back to attention, glancing at the bag in Chen Zhiwei's hand. Suddenly curious. The latest Apple 16 Pro Max, with 1 terabyte of storage, Chen Zhibai replied. The 16 Pro Max and 1 TB? The one priced at 15,000? Li Shiran asked, momentarily taken aback. Yes, indeed. Chen Zhibai nodded. Li Shiran then fell silent, feeling a twinge of envy. She too desired that phone, yet it was far too expensive for her to even contemplate. 15,000 was equivalent to several months' salary for her. Meanwhile, her friend was casually returning with such a device. Her emotions were somewhat complicated. She knew that for Chen Zhibai, purchasing a 15,000 yuan phone was merely a regular expenditure, perhaps even insignificant. After all, he drove a car worth over 800,000 as soon as he entered university and wore a watch worth over 1 million. To him, 15,000 might not even be a consideration. However, while it was inconsequential for Chen Zhibai, it was significant for her. Ran, what's wrong? Why are you so quiet? Chen Zhibai stood still, noticing that Li Shiran had not spoken. I don't want to talk because I envy you. Sigh, when will I meet a wealthy boyfriend? Li Shiran sighed, casting an envious glance at Chen Zhibai. She indeed felt a pang of jealousy. Although she had previously known that Chen Zhibai was wealthy, she lacked a clear understanding of the extent of his affluence. After all, both the expensive car and the luxurious watch were far beyond her comprehension, as they felt so distant. But now, seeing a 15,000 yuan phone so effortlessly gifted to her friend was quite evident. Thus, she instinctively felt some envy, which she quickly suppressed. Come on, let us unbox the phone first. I'll help you with the setup. It's quite simple. Just follow the steps, Li Shiran said, suppressing her envy with a smile. All right, Chen Zhibai nodded, then proceeded to unbox the phone. Soon, the sleek white Apple device emerged, quite fashionable and attractive. Chapter 45. Not your average rich second generation. All set, even the Apple ID has been successfully registered. A few minutes later, as Li Shiran spoke, she stretched her arms, revealing her slender waist, accentuating her lovely pear-shaped figure. Chen Zhibai nodded. I still want to watch a web drama, so I won't chat with you any longer. I'm heading back to my room, Li Shiran announced. She had been following a web series recently. Although the plot was cliché, it was quite engaging. Had it not been for her desire to inquire about Chen Zhibai's evening plans, she would have already immersed herself in the show. Wait, I have one more thing, Chen Zhibai interjected, putting her phone down and tugging at Li Shiran's arm. What is it? Li Shiran inquired. Is your company hiring at the moment? I'm considering resigning from the 4S dealership, and if I could join your company, that would be ideal. If not, I'll look for another job, Chen Zhibai stated. Resigning? Why? Li Shiran paused, but soon realized the reason. Are you worried about Chen Zhibai overthinking things? Yes, Chen Zhibai admitted shyly, continuing. I'm afraid he might be displeased, which is part of the reason. Besides, I'm not earning much at the 4S dealership. You know, my personality is somewhat introverted, and I'm not very good at dealing with clients. Some customers gaze at me lecherously, and others, after adding me on WeChat, say inappropriate things. So, I don't wish to remain at the dealership. Your consideration is valid. You cannot continue at the 4S dealership. Men can be quite petty. Don't give Chen Zhibai any reason to hold it against you, Li Shiran nodded, feeling that her friend's thoughts were quite thorough. Our company is indeed hiring. Let me ask someone right now to see if you can join. Li Shiran, always proactive, took out her phone and contacted an HR representative from her company. The HR manager was a woman in her 30s, and Li Shiran had a good rapport with her. Sister, are you there? I have a favor to ask. A very close friend of mine is interested in working at our company. She is a classmate from university and my roommate. Li Shiran typed and sent the message. Sure, we are currently in need of staff. Can she start next Monday? Came the prompt reply. Absolutely, Chen Zhibai said eagerly. Li Shiran quickly sent a response, suggesting they celebrate with a meal. Then put her phone down. Now, how should I be thanked? Li Shiran adopted a haughty demeanor. Shall I treat you to a meal? Chen Zhibai pondered. Let us skip the meal. How about you accompany me for a night? Li Shiran shook her head, then chuckled as she playfully tackled Chen Zhibai onto the sofa. Hey, what are you doing? Keep your hands to yourself? Chen Zhibai exclaimed, her voice flustered. Hee, Li Shiran laughed mischievously like a villain. But soon, Chen Zhibai retaliated, and the two girls began to wrestle playfully on the couch. That moment, Chen Zhibai had already driven onto the campus, parked his car, unfastened his seatbelt, and glanced at his phone to check the time. Not bad. It's only 9:30, and there is still half an hour until the dormitory lights go out. After securing his car, He walked toward the dormitory while contemplating the idea of renting an apartment off campus. Renting a place outside the school would certainly be convenient, as it would spare him the hassle of returning to the dormitory daily. Furthermore, it would offer other benefits. For instance, when he was with Lu Ming or Chen Zhibai, he wouldn't always have to seek out secluded spots to spend time together. Having a private place would be quite advantageous. However, this would mean renting 2 apartments, one for Lu Ming and one for Chen Zhibai. The rental expenses could easily be covered by the exclusive relationship fund he had for both women. The rental expenditure is indeed included in the exclusive relationship fund, right? Chen Zhibai queried, receiving a positive confirmation from the system. With that thought in mind, he felt his phone vibrate in his pocket. Taking it out, he saw a message from Lu Ming inquiring whether he was still dining at the hot pot restaurant. "No, I'm back at school now, just parked the car and am about to head to the dorm," Chen Zhibai replied, then took a moment to snap a photo with the campus as the backdrop. In the girls' dormitory, Lu Ming had already finished her evening routine and was lying on her bed. Upon seeing Chen Zhibai's message and photo, she paused to contemplate before refraining from typing a response. Instead, she picked up a mirror to check her face. Although she was barefaced, her skin looked quite radiant. Satisfied, she nodded and set the mirror down, then initiated a video call with Chen Zhibai. While waiting for it to connect, she adjusted the angle of her face to face the camera. "Ming, it's so late. Who are you video chatting with?" Wang Hui, hearing the connecting sound of the video call, curiously glanced over and asked. "With my boyfriend," Lu Ming replied, smiling, just as the video call connected, revealing Chen Zhibai's face. "Checking up on you," Lu Ming said with a bright smile, her demeanor charming and confident. "Go ahead." Chen Zhibai gazed at Lu Ming's radiant face despite her bare skin. He smiled. He couldn't help but compare Lu Ming with Chen Zhibai. Both women had their unique charms, each scoring above 90 in his eyes. However, in terms of sheer beauty, Lu Ming's appeal slightly eclipsed that of Chen Zhibai. "You finished your evening routine?" Chen Zhibai asked, pushing his thoughts aside as he noticed Lu Ming lounging on her bed. "Yes, just finished washing up and got into bed," Lu Ming replied, nodding. "I thought you might feel lonely on your way back to the dorm, so I decided to video call you. What do you think? Am I a qualified girlfriend?" she added playfully, striking a proud pose. "I'd give you an 82. The remaining 18 points would be awarded in the form of 666, Chen Zhibai replied. "Humph." Lu Ming raised her lovely face, a hint of pride evident in her expression, and soon they were engaged in light banter. Meanwhile, on the adjacent bed, Liu occasionally cast envious glances at Lu Ming, filled with regret and dissatisfaction. How had she not realized that Chen Zhibai was a wealthy second-generation heir? If only she had discovered that sooner, she might have been the one in a relationship with him. And that LV bag would belong to her. It was a purse worth 68,888, a sum she could hardly fathom. Suddenly, her phone vibrated multiple times, snapping her back to reality. She glanced at her phone and frowned. It was a message from Zhou Hao, asking what she was doing and expressing that he missed her and wanted to video call. "Not interested. I'm tired and want to sleep," Liu typed back. Her brow furrowed. She had no desire to engage in a video call with Zhou Hao, not even wishing to see him. In fact, she hadn't even dined with him that evening due to her irritability and feelings of imbalance. "So tired so soon? All right, sleep well. Good night," Zhou Hao replied reluctantly, feeling a sense of loss as he sent the message. He had sensed something was off with Liu since that afternoon. She had been distant and less chatty. "What is up, Zhou? Why the long face? If something's bothering you, share it so we can have a laugh," Wang Chao, lying on the bed next to him, remarked upon noticing Zhou Hao's sigh. Li Dong, overhearing, also looked over. Tio put it simply, Zhou Hao was not well liked in the dormitory. Both Wang Chao and Li Dong held him in disdain. The reason was his sense of superiority. He often boasted about being a local with 2 houses. While this was indeed true and his circumstances were favorable, it became tiresome. Observing Zhou Hao's sigh, Li Dong and Wang Chao perked up. "Why would I tell you anything? My girlfriend seems to have something on her mind tonight." "Talking to you 2 single dogs won't help," Zhou Hao retorted, his tone dripping with superiority. "And of course, you think you're special because you have a girlfriend," Wang Chao shot back, annoyed. Zhou Hao noticed but remained unfazed. "Well, having a girlfriend is indeed something to be proud of. Don't envy me. Take your time. Who knows, maybe during these 4 years of university, a girl will actually take a liking to you," Zhou Hao replied smugly. "What the hell does that mean?" Wang Chao couldn't hold back, sitting up on his bed. "I can't be bothered to talk to you," Zhou Hao scoffed, his sense of superiority swelling as he thought that. Aside from himself, the trio of Chen Zhibai, Li Dong, and Wang Chao would likely struggle to find girlfriends during their time at university. Even if they did, their relationships would probably fizzle out after graduation. Why? Because graduation season often coincided with breakup season, as many couples split due to reality. However, that wouldn't be the case for him. He had 2 houses in Jiangqing, albeit they were both resettlement properties, but they were still houses. He envisioned himself marrying Li Yu, planning to invite Chen Zhibai and the others to witness his happiness on that day. With this thought, Zhou Hao's sense of superiority grew even stronger. I can't believe I'm seeing him flaunting his superiority again. Being a local in Jiangqing that impressive. Is having 2 houses that remarkable? Wang Chao seethed, suppressing his frustrations as he opened WeChat to message Li Dong. Even though I'm not impressed by him, being a local with 2 houses is indeed quite something, Li Dong quickly replied. What the hell? Wang Chao cursed. I meant for you to join me in criticizing Zhou Hao. Not to side with him, he typed furiously. I'm just really annoyed by this smug guy who looks down on us. And now that he has a girlfriend, he flaunts it all the time. Damn, how did this guy even get a girlfriend? Wang Chao lamented. Honestly, I'm just praying for one thing, he continued typing. What is it? Li Dong inquired. His curiosity piqued. I hope his girlfriend dumps him and even gives him a green hat to wear. Let him show off his superiority every day. Wang Chao typed with a fierce expression. After receiving a string of ellipses from Li Dong, he continued, come on, don't let this guy get under your skin. You know what he's like by now, just avoid him. Alright, how about we go smoke a cigarette on the balcony? Wang Chao suggested, feeling somewhat pacified. He had picked up the habit from his family, who all smoked. Let us go, Li Dong replied, putting down his phone. The 2 of them jumped down from the upper bunks and headed to the balcony to smoke. In the boys' dormitory, Zhou Hao lay on his bed. Noticing that Wang Chao and Li Dong had gone out to smoke, he suddenly felt a desire to join them, not out of a craving but because he thought smoking looked cool. After contemplating, he decided against it. His cigarettes were expensive, costing 28 yuan a pack, while Wang Chao and Li Dong's were only 12 yuan. He worried that if he went out to smoke, they might ask him for some. If he gave it to them, he'd feel the pinch. If he didn't, he feared they'd call him stingy. After hesitating, he ultimately chose to remain in bed, waiting for them to finish smoking before he ventured out. With a decision made, he glanced toward the balcony and scoffed. They don't even smoke the good stuff. No wonder they're from out of town. Yeah, tomorrow is Sunday, and there are no classes. Shall we go for barbecue? We didn't get to eat today, he typed in the chat with Li Yu, hoping she would see his message upon waking up the next morning. In the girls' dormitory, Li Yu, still awake, picked up her phone as it vibrated, glancing at the message. Upon seeing the message from Zhou Hao, she immediately flipped her phone over, harboring no desire to respond. After making this gesture, Li Yu raised her head and glanced at Lu Ming, who was still engaged in a video chat with Chen Zhibai. Upon witnessing Lu Ming's radiant smile, she could not help but pout, feeling a pang of jealousy in her heart. Chapter 47. Lu Ming. Himph. Alright, I've arrived at the dormitory. I'll wash up first and then continue our chat. When Chen Zhibai reached the entrance of the boys' dormitory, he remarked to Lu Ming, okay, go ahead and freshen up. Lu Ming nodded in acknowledgement. Just as Chen Zhibai was about to end the video call, he noticed the camera angle of Lu Ming suddenly dip downwards. In that fleeting moment, a pair of long, fair legs appeared on the screen, but after merely 2 seconds, the camera shifted back up to reveal Lu Ming's charming, beautiful face. What do you think? Is it pretty? Lu Ming asked nonchalantly, her face slightly flushed as she lay on her bed. She had, after all, intentionally lowered the camera, fully aware of her body's advantages, and she was not averse to showcasing them to Chen Zhibai. After all, she had already set her sights on him. Chen Zhibai blinked, momentarily lost in thought before replying, but I did see it. I merely wished to catch another glimpse. You should head back to your dorm now. I'll hang up the video call, he added. With her cheeks still tinged with red, Lu Ming did not believe Chen Zhibai's claim of not having seen clearly, for she had noticed his eyes widen suddenly just moments before. Consequently, after uttering this statement, she ended the call. Setting her phone aside, Lu Ming reached up to touch her face. Even without a mirror, she could tell her cheeks were indeed warm, a telltale sign of her flustered state. This was her first time deliberately allowing a boy to see her legs, a stark contrast to the casual glances she received while walking down the street. Thus, she felt a distinct sense of shyness, despite her usual brightness and poise. Nevertheless, the effect was undeniably gratifying. A proud glimmer sparkled in Lu Ming's eyes as she recalled the moment Chen Zhibai's eyes had widened, eliciting a soft, triumphant hum from her lips. Just as Shun Qing emerged from the bathroom, she inadvertently caught the sound of Lu Ming's soft hum, instinctively glancing her way. She then beheld Lu Ming's proud expression. Shun Qing shook her head, not dwelling on it, and prepared to return to her bed. "Qing, you look stunning after your shower," Wang Hui exclaimed, unable to contain her admiration as she gazed enviously at Shin Qing. She genuinely believed Shin Qing appeared exceptionally beautiful post-shower, exuding a refreshing, ethereal quality, along with an impressive physique that took her by surprise. Lu Ming, reclining on her bed, instinctively turned her gaze toward Shun Qing upon hearing Wang Hui's compliment, and immediately tempered her proud expression. Even she had to concede that Shun Qing's beauty was on par with her own. At that moment, Shen Qing, with her hair styled in a bun, showcased a strikingly elegant face and a long, fair neck, clad in a nightgown that accentuated her figure while radiating a cool, captivating aura. "You look lovely as well," Shen Qing replied to Wang Hui with a smile. "Not at all. I'm really not pretty. You don't need to comfort me, Qing. I know what I look like." Wang Hui sighed, but curiosity soon overtook her, prompting her to ask, "Qing, may I inquire something that has piqued my curiosity?" "Go ahead. But whether I answer depends on the nature of your question. If it pertains to personal matters, I want to be responding," Shen Qing nodded, clarifying. "Rest assured, I want to delve into personal issues. I merely wish to know what kind of boyfriend you desire. It's been a month since school started, and while many boys have pursued you, it seems you haven't taken a liking to any of them, so could you share what type of boy you fancy?" Wang Hui inquired with genuine curiosity. Upon hearing this, Lu Ming also became intrigued, eager to learn about Shen Qing's standards for a boyfriend. After all, she regarded Shen Qing as an equal beauty and was naturally curious. Liu, lying on her bed, also turned her attention to the conversation. "I don't have any specific criteria, but I hope he is mature and reliable," Shen Qing pondered before responding. This indeed reflected her preferences. She favored mature and dependable boys, as she often felt insecure. Yet, throughout the month of school, the boys who pursued her appeared rather impulsive. The few seemed mature on the surface, but their immaturity was evident beneath. "Mature and reliable? I see. Qing, you have a preference for older men, as they tend to be mature and dependable," Wang Hui remarked, suddenly enlightened. Shen Qing remained silent, for she did not favor older men. She preferred those within her age group, albeit the mature and reliable kind. However, she chose not to elaborate, simply smiling in response. "It's getting late. We should rest soon," Shen Qing suggested to Wang Hui before returning to her bed at the entrance of the boys' dormitory. Chen Zhibai, having hung up the video call, felt a twinge of regret. After all, he genuinely wished for another glimpse of Lu Ming's long legs and wondered when he might have the opportunity to touch them. Shaking his head to dispel such thoughts, he proceeded through the door and up the stairs to the third floor, suddenly recalling Lu Ming's slightly flushed face at the moment the call ended. It was evident that she too felt a hint of shyness. With a smile, Chen Zhibai mused over this realization. Buzz. His phone vibrated. Chen Zhibai glanced at it, noticing a WeChat message from Chen Zhibai, inquiring whether he had returned to school. "I'm already back in the dorm," he replied, sending a photo. "What? You're back so soon? I thought you might have just arrived at school. I was planning to video call you so you wouldn't feel lonely on your way back." Chen Zhibai responded, her messages accompanied by a sad cat emoji. Lying on her bed in the Silver Spring community, Chen Zhibai wore a displeased expression, as she had indeed been contemplating a video call with Chen Zhibai. However, it was now clearly too late. Chen Zhibai felt a pang of anxiety as he realized how fortunate he was to have avoided a video call. Otherwise, Chen Zhibai would have discovered he was chatting with someone else. "Shall we have a video call once you're back in the dorm?" Chen Zhibai suggested, her mood calming down and a hint of anticipation in her message. "I still need to wash up after getting back to the dorm. By the time I'm done, it'll be late, and my roommates will likely be going to bed. A video call might disturb them. Let us stick to texting for now," Chen Zhibai typed back. "Oh, I see. Well, that's all right," Chen Zhibai replied, slightly disappointed but understanding. Chen Zhibai let out a sigh of relief, but in the next moment, he noticed Lu Ming had sent him a message, saying she'd wait for him to finish washing up to continue their video chat. Chen Zhibai thought he had no choice but to repeat what he had just told Chen Zhibai to Lu Ming. Lu Ming, of course, understood, replying with an affirmative. Chen Zhibai chose not to respond further. As he had now arrived at the entrance of the dormitory, Chapter 48 Handsome looks do not suffice for men. The dormitory door was ajar, so Chen Zhibai gently pushed it open. On the balcony, Wang Chao and Li Dong had just finished smoking can't sleep. How about a couple of rounds of games? Wang Chao proposed. Sure, but old Chen isn't back yet. It's tough to win with just the two of us. Li Dong hesitated, considering their skills. After all, nobody enjoys losing, true, but why hasn't old Chen returned yet? It's almost 10. Where could he be? Wang Chao pondered aloud. Just then, he heard the dormitory door creak open, and instinctively turned to see who was entering. Who are you? Which dorm are you from? What the hell, old Chen? Wang Chao exclaimed in shock, having initially failed to recognize Chen Zhibai. With a fresh hairstyle and well-fitted, fashionable attire, Chen Zhibai appeared as if he had undergone a complete transformation, leaving Wang Chao momentarily stunned. Why are you so surprised to see me back? Chen Zhibai chuckled, addressing Wang Chao and Li Dong. What the hell? What is going on with you? Just changing your hairstyle has made you look significantly more handsome, and your outfit choice is impeccable, making you look clean and comfortable, Wang Chao remarked. Still in disbelief as he circled around Chen Zhibai, examining him, Li Dong, who had been silent until now, also turned to face Chen Zhibai, his eyes wide with amazement. Honestly, old Chen, if it weren't for the fact that your face is still recognizable, I'd think you had gone to Korea for plastic surgery. Your transformation is even more impressive than cosmetic surgery. I'm envious, Wang Chao said, expressing his admiration. Old Chen, trust me, with your current appearance, you'll definitely be able to find a girlfriend, no doubt about it, Li Dong added, nodding in agreement. As the saying goes, if a man finds another man handsome, then that man is truly handsome. Chen Zhibai was currently in such a situation. In truth, if one were to assess Chen Zhibai's looks, he wouldn't qualify as an astonishingly handsome guy. At best, he was merely attractive. However, his demeanor was undeniably appealing, calm, confident, and composed. Frankly speaking, this allure often surpassed mere physical beauty. Old Chen, where did you get your haircut? You've got to tell me and Dongzi where to go. We both want to change our hairstyles. A suitable haircut can be as transformative as plastic surgery. Your previous hairstyle made you look particularly ordinary, but this new one is fresh and clean, Wang Chao said excitedly. He suddenly felt inspired to change his own hairstyle. Yeah, where did you get your haircut? I want to undergo a transformation like yours, Li Dong chimed in, equally enthusiastic. Chen Zhibai thought he felt that Wang Chao and Li Dong were overestimating the impact of a haircut. His transformation stemmed from the fact that his features were already decent, coupled with good skin condition, and the previous hairstyle had been too long, obscuring his eyes. Thus, switching to a new style yielded significant results. However, for Wang Chao and Li Dong, it was clear that such a transformation was unlikely, as Wang Chao had skin issues, while Li Dong had notable facial flaws. Under such circumstances, relying solely on a haircut to enhance their looks was simply not feasible. However, he knew he couldn't voice these thoughts. Moreover, the salon he visited was beyond their financial means. The haircut had cost 1888 yuan, which exceeded their monthly allowance. Just try the barbershop at the school entrance. It's quite affordable, Chen Zhibai suggested, offering a kind-hearted fib. The barbershop at the school entrance charged only 20 yuan, which was manageable for Wang Chao and Li Dong. School entrance barbershop? Damn it, I'm going tomorrow. I'm going to become handsome too, Wang Chao exclaimed, visibly excited. Li Dong, standing nearby, also clenched his fists, clearly ready to visit the barbershop the following day. The transformation Chen Zhibai had undergone was profoundly inspiring for both of them. In fact, even Zhou Hao, who was currently lying on his bed, couldn't help but glance at Chen Zhibai, contemplating whether he should also visit the school entrance barbershop tomorrow. Sure, I will, Zhou Hao resolved in his mind, casting another look at Chen Zhibai. There was no reason why Chen Zhibai could become handsome with a haircut while he could not. After all, he considered himself significantly more attractive than Chen Zhibai. Once he changed his hairstyle, he would surely appear even more handsome. Perhaps then, Ye would agree to hold hands with him. With this thought, Zhou Hao felt a rush of excitement, casting a slightly superior glance at Chen Zhibai. Despite Chen Zhibai's newfound handsomeness, Zhou Hao remained convinced that he would still secure a beautiful girlfriend, as, fundamentally, a man's looks hold little weight if he lacks wealth. Chapter 49 Games can't compare to the allure of a girlfriend. Sure, I'm off, Chen Zhibai nodded to Wang Chao and Li Dong, not saying much more as he prepared to head to the bathroom to freshen up. Now that the dormitory lights hadn't been turned off yet, it would be convenient for him to wash up. Otherwise, once the lights were out, it would be dark and inconvenient, even though he could use his phone as flashlight for illumination. With these thoughts swirling in his mind, Chen Zhibai's earlier desire to rent an apartment outside the school resurfaced. From every conceivable angle, renting a place would offer greater convenience, eliminating the need to worry about dorm inspections or lights out while fostering a closer relationship with Lu Ming and Chen Zhibai. Having a private space would be exceedingly convenient. The school did not prohibit students from renting off campus. They merely needed to inform their counselors and sign a liability waiver that absolved the school of any responsibility for incidents occurring off campus. Chen Zhibai was aware of this because a freshman had shared their experience of renting in the school forum. However, the main hurdle for college students considering off-campus rentals was the cost of rent, which deterred most from pursuing it. As he suppressed these thoughts, Chen Zhibai grabbed a towel, preparing to head to the restroom, but was abruptly stopped by Wang Chao. "What the hell, old Chen? That watch on your wrist is stunning. What brand is it? It looks so high-end, exuding an indescribable aura of luxury," Wang Chao exclaimed, his expression one of genuine astonishment as he admired the Patek Philippe Nautilus watch on Chen Zhibai's wrist. In truth, he did not recognize the Patek Philippe logo, a common scenario for many people. While they may be aware of the brand, they often don't know the specific logo or letters. Nonetheless, this did not hinder Wang Chao from thinking the watch was beautiful, because it truly is a sight to behold. The sky blue dial exudes a sense of quality and carries an air of understated luxury. This is to be expected, after all, as it is a watch valued at over $1 million, worth several houses in a small county town. It is indeed beautiful. However, what brand is this? I can't seem to recognize it. Li Dong also curiously leaned over for a glance, then looked up at Chen Zhibai, his eyes filled with intrigue. "What brand could it possibly be? Surely it must be an off-brand watch," remarked Zhou Hao, reclining on the bed. Due to the distance, he had not seen the Patek Philippe logo, but even if he had, he would not have recognized it. Nevertheless, it did not deter Zhou Hao from concluding that it was a lowly brand. After all, in Zhou Hao's mind, Chen Zhibai was unequivocally a pauper. Really? An off-brand watch? Then this brand has truly crafted something exquisite. "What brand is it, old Chen? I wish to purchase one as well," Wang Chao exclaimed. Filled with enthusiasm, he genuinely found the watch appealing. Subtle yet fashionable, radiating quality. It was a gift from home, but as for the brand, I am not certain. Chen Zhibai replied with a smile, then waved his hand dismissively, saying, "All right, no more talk about it. I must wash up. Otherwise, it will be inconvenient when the dormitory lights go out." With that, Chen Zhibai took his towel and entered the restroom, closing the door with a click. His nature was not one of ostentation. Hence, he refrained from mentioning the Patek Philippe brand or the watch's price. Were it someone more flamboyant, they would certainly have boasted, but Chen Zhibai desired none of that. For once revealed, the dynamics within the dormitory would surely shift. Take Wang Chao and Li Dong, for instance. Once they learned of the watch's exorbitant price, they could never interact with him as they once did. This was something Chen Zhibai wished to avoid, which is why he chose silence. After washing his face and brushing his teeth, outside in the dormitory, Wang Chao and Li Dong continued their discussion about the watch. "Old Chen's watch truly looks remarkable. If given the chance, I would also like to purchase one," Wang Chao said eagerly, his interest piqued. However, Zhou Hao, lying on the bed, glanced at him and scoffed. "What is the point of buying such an off-brand watch? If you're going to buy one, at least get a reputable brand. That way, you can hold your head high if you wear an off-brand watch and encounter someone who knows their timepieces." "Well, how embarrassing that would be," Zhou Hao declared, casting a disdainful look at Wang Chao, his face displaying a hint of pride. "My family has promised to buy me a watch once I graduate from university. A Longines, worth around 10,000, that is a watch worth wearing out in public, so heed my advice. If you buy one, make sure it's a branded watch. Who can compare to you, young Master Zhou? You're a local in Jiangxing, with 2 properties to your name," Wang Chao remarked, his expression darkening with sarcasm. Yet Zhou Hao remained oblivious to the undertone, nodding self-satisfactorily. Indeed, a 10,000 yuan watch is not something one can simply buy on a whim. "Well then, feel free to purchase your off-brand watch. At least it's a watch and can be worn," Zhou Hao boasted. This demeanor only served to infuriate Wang Chao further, as he had not anticipated Zhou Hao's ignorance of his sarcasm. What a fool! Wang Chao seethed internally, but he no longer felt inclined to inquire about Chen Zhibai's watch. He had come to realize that wearing an off-brand watch would hardly be appealing. Once he graduates and earns some money, he resolved to acquire a reputable brand instead. Chen Zhibai completed his wash-up swiftly. Upon exiting the restroom and placing his belongings down, the dormitory lights extinguished. Instantly, a cacophony of lamentation erupted from the other dormitories. What? The lights are out already. I haven't finished drying my hair. Quick, someone bring in a phone to light up. The lights are out again. If I had the money, I would rent a place outside. It would be so much more convenient for dating. Surprisingly, the commotion was rather amusing, especially the one who hadn't finished drying their hair, likely left in a lather of foam in the restroom. Chen Zhibai shook his head, turned on his phone's flashlight, and climbed into bed. Old Chin, want to play a couple of rounds of games? We're waiting for you to carry us through. Wang Chao called from the adjacent bed as soon as Chen Zhibai settled in. Just as Chen Zhibai was about to agree, he noticed several messages from both Lu Ming and Chen Zhibai on WeChat, inquiring whether he had finished washing up and suggesting a chat if he had. Realizing this, Chen Zhibai abandoned the idea of gaming. After all, nothing could compare to the allure of a girlfriend, especially 2.0 you and Dongzi play on. I have other matters to attend to, Chen Zhibai politely declined. Come on, just a couple of rounds. Wang Chao persisted, unwilling to give up. Yeah, let us play a few rounds. It's too early to sleep anyway. The night is long, Li Dong chimed in. Yet Chen Zhibai remained resolute in his refusal. Seeing this, Wang Chao and Li Dong sighed and began a game without him. Zhou Hao lay on his bed, having anticipated that Wang Chao and Li Dong would invite him to join the game as well. After all, Li Yu was already asleep, leaving him without anyone to chat with. However, as he waited for Wang Chao and Li Dong to invite him, he found himself overlooked as they entered the game without extending an invitation. This caused Zhou Hao's expression to sour. He scoffed, glancing over at Wang Chao and Li Dong's bed before opening the game on his own, dismissing the notion of playing with them. After all, he had no girlfriend, and to make matters worse, she was from out of town. Meanwhile, Chen Zhibai had begun chatting with Lu Ming and Chen Zhihui. Both girls were adept at providing emotional value, yet they exhibited distinct differences in their interactions. Lu Ming's conversations were candid and straightforward. She would openly refer to her boyfriend and engage in playful banter. In contrast, Chen Zhihui leaned towards a more endearing and shy demeanor. Earlier, Chen Zhibai had sent both girls a slightly risque joke. Lu Ming, though blushing in her dormitory, replied, "Is that all? You could be bolder." Meanwhile, Chen Zhihui responded with a flurry of cute emojis, effectively overshadowing the joke before finally typing a response. In essence, the two girls were markedly different. Logically, one would assume that Chen Zhibai should have a preference among Lu Ming and Chen Zhihui, yet he found it difficult to choose. After all, both had their own merits. What time will you wake up tomorrow morning? If you wake up early, let us go have breakfast together. Lu Ming sent another WeChat message, her invitation straightforward and bright. Much like her personality, I'll definitely wake up early. As I have to jog on the school playground at 7 after my run, we can go have breakfast together, Chen Zhibai replied. Jogging? Lu Ming's beautiful face in the girls' dormitory exhibited surprise, as she had not anticipated that Chen Zhibai would be an early riser. Although taken aback, she quickly responded, I have nothing planned tomorrow morning. I'll accompany you for a jog. Sounds good, Chen Zhibai replied. Just as he sent the message, his phone buzzed. This time it was Chen Zhihui, asking why he had not replied for several minutes and if he had dozed off. Seeing this, Chen Zhibai sighed. This was the downside of having two girlfriends. While chatting with one, he would subconsciously neglect the other. Not dozing off, he typed back, then added, I was dealing with something though. I see, Chen Zhihui replied, not giving it much thought, assuming Chen Zhibai genuinely had something to attend to. Are you done now? She inquired. Yes, I'm done, he replied. Well, I wanted to tell you something, Chen Zhihui continued. Go ahead, he prompted. It's not a big deal. I'm planning to resign from the 4S shop to my best friend's company is hiring, and I can get in directly. In a house within the Yingquan community, after sending that message, Chen Zhihui felt a bit shy. After all, she was afraid that Chen Zhibai might overthink things, which was why she decided to resign. Really? That sounds like good news. I actually didn't want you to work at the 4S shop as a salesperson, Chen Zhibai responded, raising an eyebrow upon reading Chen Zhihui's message. Why? She instinctively asked. It's simply because you might attract unwanted attention, he replied candidly. This was the truth. Given Chen Zhihui's looks and figure, it was inevitable that someone would take notice. Chen Zhihui blushed slightly, yet her heart swelled with happiness, interpreting this as a sign of Chen Zhibai's concern for her. It's not as exaggerated as you say, she typed back, her cheeks flushed, then added, besides, I'm your girlfriend now, so it doesn't matter if others take notice. To be frank, Her words carried substantial weight, at the very least. Chen Zhibai felt a stirring in his heart upon reading them, especially when he envisioned Chen Zhihui's face and figure. Just as he was feeling moved, his phone buzzed again with a message from Lu Ming. "Hello, 110? My boyfriend hasn't he replied for several minutes. He might be missing." Chen Zhibai, now distracted, found himself juggling conversations with Lu Ming and Chen Zhihui. Soon, the clock struck 11. Chen Zhihui, feeling fatigued, wished him good night. After responding with a good night of his own, Chen Zhibai felt a wave of relief wash over him, as he now only had to chat with Lu Ming. Having multiple girlfriends was not without its complications, he mused, when suddenly he noticed a friend request from a girl. The profile picture appeared to be a stock image, and the name was represented by a moon emoji. The request note read, "Chen Zhibai, please accept my friend request." Upon seeing the friend request, Chen Zhibai furrowed his brow. She knows my name? Who is this? Contemplating this, he clicked to accept the request and sent a question mark in response. He then typed, "Who are you?" In the girls' dormitory, Liu lay on her bed, feeling a surge of excitement upon seeing that Chen Zhibai had accepted her friend request. Yes, it was she who had just added him on WeChat. As for her motives, the reason was quite simple. She felt a pang of envy. Why should her boyfriend Zhou Hao gift her clothing worth only 500 to 600, while Lu Ming's boyfriend, Chen Zhibai, gifted her a Louis Vuitton bag valued at 68,888? That was the crux of her dissatisfaction. So, Liu thought to add Chen Zhibai on WeChat. She had his WeChat information since Zhou Hao had shared it with her the previous night, which she had then forwarded to Lu Ming. Adding him on WeChat was her first step. She hoped to find an opportunity to woo him away. This was the most genuine sentiment in Liu's heart. Despite not being as beautiful as Lu Ming, she considered herself an attractive girl, often approached by boys for their WeChat. Moreover, during the first month of school, several boys and seniors had expressed interest in her. So, what if Chen Zhibai found her appealing? If that were the case, she could potentially become Chen Zhibai's girlfriend and in turn, receive a Louis Vuitton bag worth 68,888. Thus, Liu felt compelled to make her move. Now that Chen Zhibai had accepted her friend request, she felt a thrill of excitement. She instinctively turned to glance at Lu Ming, who was chatting on her phone. "Sorry, but I'm going to steal your boyfriend. Don't blame me. These wealthy second-generation heirs are the objects of many girls' affections. Speak up, who are you? If not, I'll delete you," Chen Zhibai typed, his brow furrowing. "Wait, don't delete me," Liu replied quickly, her heart racing. She feared that if she hesitated in typing, Chen Zhibai would indeed remove her from his contacts. That would jeopardize her plans to woo him. She had her sights set on that Louis Vuitton bag. After all, moreover, she was eager to witness Lu Ming's expression of defeat if she successfully stole Chen Zhibai away. Just the thought of it sent a thrill through her. Yes, she might not be as beautiful as Lu Ming, yet if Chen Zhibai found her appealing, she could easily surpass Lu Ming in his eyes. Liu, she finally responded, sending a cute cat emoji covering its mouth as a playful expression. Liu suppressed her excitement and sent a text message, following up with a cute cat emoji. Then, she began to eagerly await Chen Zhibai's reply. In the boys' dormitory, Chen Zhibai knitted his brow. "Liu? Zhou Hao's girlfriend. What could she want with me?" He glanced over at Zhou Hao's bed, where Zhou Hao was lying down, engrossed in a game, his mouth spewing bravado. "Oh, what if I'm not good at games? I have a girlfriend. Do you? You're just a single dog and my girlfriend is beautiful. Dio, you know what a class flower is? My girlfriend is one. Plus, I'm a local in Jiangxing, you know? A new first-tier city, and I own 2 properties. You'll spend your whole life striving to reach my level." Zhou Hao ranted, his words dripping with superiority as the light from his phone illuminated his face. Chen Zhibai shot him a glance before returning his focus. "What's wrong? Forgotten who I am?" In the girls' dormitory, sensing that Chen Zhibai had yet to reply, Liu grew anxious after sending her message. Even though only a few seconds had passed, she felt the urge to follow up, so she quickly typed another message. After considering her approach, she opened her photo album, selected a flattering selfie, and sent it to Chen Zhibai. In the photo, she posed with a peace sign, her face undeniably attractive. Though not on par with Lu Ming or Chen Zhihui, she certainly qualified as a class beauty, scoring around 80 points. Furthermore, she had adjusted the filters to enhance the overall beauty of the image. "Now do you remember who I am?" she typed, sending a cute emoji of a girl covering her mouth with a playful smile. "Anything on your mind?" Chen Zhibai inquired, finding Liu's sudden addition to his contacts peculiar. He assumed she had something to discuss, prompting him to respond. He then added, "If you need something, you might as well ask your boyfriend Zhou Hao." Before he could finish typing, he saw Liu's response. "Oh, I don't need anything. I just wanted to chat for a bit. I find you quite interesting. So I thought I'd reach out." Liu's message exuded a tone of friendliness and flirtation. However, Chen Zhibai pondered the appropriateness of a girl with a boyfriend expressing such sentiments to him. Although he was no stranger to promiscuity, having 2 girlfriends already, he drew the line at interfering with someone else's relationship. Regardless of his disdain for Zhou Hao's character, he would not stoop to courting another's girlfriend, even if Liu was the one making advances. Suppressing his thoughts, Chen Zhibai clicked on the chat with Lu Ming and typed, "When you returned with the LV bag this afternoon, did your roommate see it?" He initially intended to inquire whether Liu had seen it, but after a moment's contemplation, he opted to ask his roommate instead. "Yes, I saw it. When I returned to the dormitory this afternoon, all 3 of my roommates were present, so they all witnessed it," Lu Ming promptly replied. The message from Lu Ming was sent back in an instant, followed by her question, "What is up?" As he had suspected, Chen Zhibai thought to himself, how could Liu possibly add him without reason, especially when her words carried an air of flirtation? After all, it was already 11 at night, and she expressed a desire to chat with him, which was indeed rather suggestive. At that moment, he speculated that Liu must have seen the LV bag, and it now appeared that his assumption was correct. "Did you tell your dorm mates that I bought it for you?" Chen Zhibai typed. "Yes, after they asked, I mentioned it and also stated that we are now in a boyfriend-girlfriend relationship." Lu Ming responded before inquiring again. "What is the matter?" "Nothing, just asking," Chen Zhibai typed, choosing not to continue that line of discussion and shifting to another topic with Lu Ming. "Renting an apartment off campus. I'm planning to rent a place off campus. Shall we go together tomorrow to see if there are any suitable apartments?" Chen Zhibai typed. "What made you suddenly think of renting off campus? Is it uncomfortable living in the dorm?" Lu Ming asked, somewhat taken aback. "Not really. I just think it would be more convenient to rent off campus, without the need to turn off the lights at 10 every night, plus it offers more freedom. Of course, there is something even more important that I haven't mentioned yet," Chen Zhibai added with a smile. "What is it?" Lu Ming inquired. "The most important thing is that once we have a place, we'll have somewhere to go for our dates. A secret base of sorts," Chen Zhibai typed. Upon hearing this, Lu Ming's fair and delicate face flushed slightly. Although she had never been in a relationship before, the prevalence of online communication meant she was not entirely naive. Quite the opposite. In her hometown, which was economically underdeveloped, many girls entered into relationships early, and those in vocational colleges were even more likely to do so. She had heard plenty about such matters, so she immediately understood Chen Zhibai's intentions behind renting an apartment, causing her to blush. Yet, amidst her embarrassment, she also felt a twinge of hesitation. Though be frank, she was quite satisfied with Chen Zhibai. His age was appropriate, he had an appealing appearance, a calm demeanor, and they attended the same university. Financially, he was also well off, with a top-tier BMW X5 and a watch worth over $1 million. He had no discernible flaws. Thus, she was not opposed to giving herself to Chen Zhibai. However, the issue lay in the fact that they had only just established their relationship. If they were to become intimate now, it would be too hasty. She feared that if he received too much too soon, he might not cherish it. "All right then, let us rent," she decided, resolving to control the pace of their relationship. "Okay, I'll join you tomorrow to look for a suitable apartment off campus." Having made her decision, Lu Ming typed. She had already concluded that she could let Chen Zhibai have some advantages, but she must not lose herself, not at this stage at least. Chapter 52. 10 million for housing funds. All right. I'll join you tomorrow to look for a suitable apartment off campus. Upon reading Lu Ming's message, Chen Zhibai's eyebrows relaxed. He had intentionally suggested renting an apartment to Lu Ming, mentioning the idea of a private space for the 2 of them. To gauge her reaction, whether she was resistant or agreeable. Her consent indicated that she was, in fact, open to the idea of having a secret space with him. Moreover, if he delved deeper, it implied that Lu Ming was not averse to. "Sounds good. So, tomorrow we..." Chen Zhibai typed, but at that moment, his mind was interrupted by the system notification. Ding. The system has detected that the host intends to rent an apartment off campus with one of his girlfriends. Lu Ming. As a wealthy individual, how can you settle for renting? A random task has been issued. Please select one of the following options. A. The host purchases a house within the university city and receives 10 million in exclusive housing funds. Note: this housing fund can only be used for property purchases and is limited to one house only within the university city. B. The host chooses not to buy a house and continues renting, receiving the title of rental expert. Note, this title has no practical use. The system's voice echoed in his head repeatedly. Chen Zhibai's expression turned helpless because the two options presented by the system were predictably not worth considering. Even a fool would know which option to choose. Of course, option A was the clear choice. Selecting it would allow him to obtain 10 million in housing funds, even if it could only be used to buy a house. That was still 10 million. What does that mean? The average person would never earn such a sum in their lifetime. Given that the average price of houses in Jiangxing is around 20,000, 10 million could potentially purchase 5 apartments of 100 square meters each. 5. Naturally, the system imposed restrictions that the 10 million could only buy one house, but as long as he chose a spacious one, that sufficed. As for the limitation of needing to buy within the university city, that was straightforward. The university city was merely a collective term for that area, which housed multiple universities and numerous residential complexes, including many newly constructed ones. In short, option A was the clear choice. The rental expert title in option B was clearly useless. System, I choose option A, Chen Zhibai declared internally. Ding, congratulations to the host for selecting option A and successfully obtaining 10 million in housing funds. Note, the 10 million has been transferred in real time to the host's agricultural bank account. Please check promptly. Note 2. After purchasing the property, any remaining funds will be automatically reclaimed by the system. For example, if the host spends 5 million on the property, the remaining 5 million will be reclaimed. Please plan your property purchase wisely. The system's voice resonated in his mind. Suddenly, his phone vibrated twice. Chen Zhibai looked down and saw a bank notification. 10 million had arrived. Frankly, Chen Zhibai felt a bit dazed upon seeing the bank message, with its string of zeros. Many ordinary people, no, it should be said that 99 of people, would never hope to see such a number of zeros in their lifetime. But now, he had it. And he was about to wager it all on a house. Why are you silent? Are you sleepy? In the girls' dormitory, Lu Ming noticed that Chen Zhibai had not replied for several minutes and couldn't help but ask. As she typed, she stifled a yawn. She was indeed feeling a bit tired. To maintain her health and skin, she always went to bed early, knowing her appearance and figure were her only reliable assets. Had it not been for her conversation with Chen Zhibai, she would have been asleep long ago. Although she was still holding on, fatigue was creeping in. Yes, I'm actually a bit sleepy, Chen Zhibai replied, shaking off his excitement. Then sleep well, good night, Lu Ming typed. Good night, Chen Zhibai replied, and Lu Ming sent another message. Shall we meet at the playground tomorrow morning? I haven't seen you run yet. Sure, at the playground? He confirmed. All right, good night again. Sweet dreams. After sending her message, Lu Ming lay on her bed and yawned again. Even in her yawning, there was an undeniable elegance about her. After yawning, she turned off her phone, tucked it under her pillow, and closed her eyes, ready to sleep. She was truly exhausted. Before long, Lu Ming fell into a deep slumber. However, in the same dormitory, Liu was wide awake. The fact that Chen Zhibai had yet to respond to her messages left her feeling quite displeased. Especially since she had been observing Lu Ming, who had been texting away. It was evident that Lu Ming was chatting with Chen Zhibai, which only exacerbated Liu's frustration. Why was Chen Zhibai ignoring her messages while conversing with Lu Ming? Did that imply she had no allure? While she might not be as beautiful as Lu Ming, she was still attractive, and the gap between them was not insurmountable. Yet now, she found herself neglected by Chen Zhibai. Grinding her teeth, Liu suppressed her thoughts and glanced at her phone again. The screen displayed her chat with Chen Zhibai, which she had not closed. Now that Lu Ming was asleep, surely it was time for him to chat with her? Are you still there? Liu typed and sent the message. After a moment's thought, feeling reluctant to miss an opportunity, she opened her phone's camera and snapped a picture of her leg. Due to the dormitory lights being off, the flash went off at that moment. Yeah, what are you doing? Why are you taking pictures so late? Wang Hui, who was still awake in the adjacent bed, asked curiously. Nothing much. I thought a mosquito bit my leg, so I was checking, Liu quickly replied, not expecting Wang Hui to inquire about a mosquito. Really? But our dorm has the air conditioning on. How could there be mosquitoes? Wang Hui responded, surprised. When I was at home, I never had mosquitoes with the air conditioning on because they dislike the cold. Wang Hui continued, but after speaking, she did not dwell on its probably because we opened the window for ventilation at night. Letting the mosquitoes in, you want me to help you catch it? Wang Hui offered. No, I can handle it. You go ahead and sleep. Hui, Liu waved her hand. All right then, Wang Hui nodded, if you need help. Just let me know, don't worry, Liu replied. relieved as she noticed Wang Hui returning to her phone. Afterward, she checked the photo she had just taken and frowned slightly, feeling unsatisfied. Adjusting her leg to a more flattering angle, Liu took several more photos before selecting one that pleased her. After enhancing it, she sent it directly to Chen Zhibai. Chapter 53. No man is immune to temptation after sending the photo. Liu held her phone, eagerly awaiting Chen Zhibai's response. She was confident that he would reply upon seeing the picture, as her legs were quite attractive. Even if Chen Zhibai was in a relationship with Lu Ming, the implication of her leg photo was unmistakable. She doubted he could resist. There was no man who didn't harbor a wandering eye. With that thought, a gleam of triumph flickered in Liu's eyes. In the boys' dormitory, Chen Zhibai was in the restroom, preparing to relieve himself before heading to bed, as he had to wake up early for a run the next day. This was crucial for his goal of growing an additional 3 centimeters in height. Although he now had a system and 2 girlfriends, Chen Zhibai aspired to become even more exceptional, wealthy, handsome, and tall. Shortly after finishing up, Chen Zhibai washed his hands and felt his phone vibrating in his pocket several times. Taking it out, he saw the messages and photo from Liu. Instinctively, he clicked on the image. To be honest, Liu's legs looked nice, but when compared to others, they were undoubtedly appealing, yet they paled in comparison to Lu Ming's. After a brief evaluation, Chen Zhibai was about to put his phone away. Even though Liu had sent a suggestive leg photo, he was still not inclined to engage in a conversation with her. After all, Liu had a boyfriend. Moreover, even if she didn't he doubted he would chat with her, as both Lu Ming and Chen Zhihui were considerably more attractive. Just then, a voice called out from outside the restroom. "Hey, Lao Chen, are you done in there? I really need to go." It was Zhou Hao, his tone urgent. "I'm done." Chen Zhibai opened the restroom door, holding his phone. Zhou Hao rushed in without saying a word. But then he paused. He noticed the photo displayed on Chen Zhibai's phone, a girl's leg. While her face was not visible, the leg looked quite nice. For some reason, Zhou Hao felt an inexplicable familiarity with the image. However, he didn't ponder it further. "Hey, Lao Chen, are you secretly searching for pictures of girls' legs online?" "Not bad. This one looks pretty good," Zhou Hao remarked. Only then did Chen Zhibai realize that his phone had not locked when he opened the door for Zhou Hao. Revealing Liu's photo. "Not to call you out, but you should really consider getting a girlfriend. Look at me. I just started school and already have a girlfriend. You've met her. She's a real beauty and treats me well." Zhou Hao began to boast, even holding back his urge to relieve himself to continue his bragging. Chen Zhibai remained silent, rolling his eyes at Zhou Hao. "Liu is treating you well? Do you have any idea that this leg photo was sent to me by your girlfriend? And if I just beckon with my finger, she'd probably come running to me." Choosing not to respond, Chen Zhibai left the restroom and returned to his bed, silencing his phone and tucking it under his pillow, trying to cultivate sleepiness. "Hey, I say," as Chen Zhibai walked away without a word. Zhou Hao's expression soured. He instinctively wanted to speak, but the urgency to relieve himself overcame him, so he hurried to the restroom, feeling quite uncomfortable. However, it soon dawned on him that Chen Zhibai's silence was likely due to feelings of inferiority. After all, he had a girlfriend right after the start of school, while Chen Zhibai, despite his new hairstyle and improved looks, still hadn't secured a girlfriend. Thus, Zhou Hao felt a surge of superiority. His thoughts then wandered back to the photo that Chen Zhibai had displayed on his phone. Strange, why did it feel vaguely familiar? Shaking his head, Zhou Hao dismissed the thought. In the girls' dormitory, Liu lay in bed, waiting for 10 minutes without receiving a response from Chen Zhibai, causing her to furrow her brows. Had he fallen asleep and missed her message? Or had he seen it, but chosen not to respond? He must have fallen asleep and didn't see it, Liu concluded in her mind, still feeling confident about the leg photo she had sent. However, after a moment's thought, she opened her chat with Zhou Hao. "Are you asleep?" she typed. "Not yet." Yeah. Didn't you just go to sleep? Why are you suddenly looking for me? Did you wake up?" Zhou Hao, just having put on his pants, was pleased to see Liu's message and quickly replied. "Yes, I just woke up." Liu replied dismissively, then directly asked, "Has Chen Zhibai fallen asleep?" "Lao Chen? Why are you asking him?" Zhou Hao was taken aback, not understanding why Liu was inquiring about Chen Zhibai. "Just ask him if he is asleep." Liu typed back. "Oh, let me check if he is asleep. He should be. He just went to the restroom." Zhou Hao typed as he stepped out of the bathroom. Although Liu was asking about Chen Zhibai, Zhou Hao had no suspicions, feeling quite confident. After all, he was a local from Jiangxing, owning 2 apartments, and he believed Chen Zhibai could not compare. "He is asleep." Zhou Hao glanced at Chen Zhibai's bed and saw him with his eyes closed. He then typed, curious to ask, yeah, what do you actually want from Lao Chun? It's not like he knows more people in school than I do. Liu saw Zhou Hao's message but did not reply. Instead, she felt reassured. Sure enough, he is asleep, she thought, feeling validated. By the way, yeah, I have something to tell you about Lao Chen. A few minutes ago, when I was in the restroom, Lao Chen was also there. When he opened the door for me, I saw him looking at a picture of a girl's leg. Zhou Hao continued, he must have searched it online. TSK, I think he is just crazy about girls. However, the girl's legs are clearly not as attractive as yours, hee. Zhou Hao typed continuously, expressing what he had just witnessed. In the girls' dormitory, Liu was momentarily taken aback upon reading his message, and her expression soured. She was certain that the legs Chen Zhibai had seen in the photo were indeed hers, so he must have seen the picture. But why hasn't he replied? Liu felt a surge of frustration and instinctively glanced down at her own legs. They were undeniably appealing, but why no response? Does he truly prefer Lu Ming? Yeah, why are you silent again? After waiting for a while without receiving a reply from Liu, Zhou Hao hastily typed another inquiry. Liu, without responding, simply flipped her phone over. Chapter 54. Having a beautiful girlfriend is quite impressive. The night passed in silence. The next morning at 6:40 a.m., Chen Zhibai was awakened by his phone's alarm. After turning it off, he rolled out of bed and headed to the bathroom. While brushing his teeth and washing his face, Lu Ming sent a WeChat message. Are you awake? Yes, Chen Zhibai replied. All right, shall we gather soon? I'm heading to the boys' dormitory to wait for you. Then we can go to the playground together. Lu Ming responded almost instantly. Sure, Chen Zhibai replied affirmatively. Upon receiving an okay hand gesture from Lu Ming, he put his phone away and continued brushing his teeth. After finishing, he stepped out of the bathroom and noticed that Wang Chao, Li Dong, and Zhou Hao were still sound asleep, as he was changing clothes. Wang Chao sleepily opened his eyes. Upon seeing Chen Zhibai getting dressed, he jolted awake. Why are you up so early, Lao Chun? Wang Chao asked in confusion. Going for a run, Chen Zhibai replied with a smile. You were up early for a run yesterday, and now you're doing it again. Are you serious? Wang Chao exclaimed in surprise. When Chen Zhibai mentioned running yesterday, Wang Chao thought it was just a fleeting whim, but now he was shocked to see it was indeed his intention. Of course I'm serious, Chen Zhibai nodded. Impressive. Wang Chao genuinely admired, giving him a thumbs up. Still running in college and not sleeping in? I'm impressed. After that, Wang Chao rubbed his eyes. He had played games with Li Dong until 2 in the morning, so he had only managed to get around 4 hours of sleep and was feeling quite tired. You go ahead, I'm going back to sleep. With that, Wang Chao turned over, facing the wall and closed his eyes again. Chen Zhibai shook his head, just about to take out his phone to check if Lu Ming had arrived at the dormitory entrance, when he noticed a message from Lu Ming saying she had just arrived downstairs. Coming down now, he typed while walking out of the dormitory. After gently closing the dormitory door, he descended the stairs at a leisurely pace. As he made his way down, another message from Lu Ming arrived. Chen Zhibai glanced at it but chose not to reply, as he had already reached the first floor and could see the entrance to the boys' dormitory. Deeming it unnecessary to respond further, soon, he stepped out of the boys' dormitory and immediately spotted Lu Ming standing under a willow tree in front of the dormitory, making her quite conspicuous. Perhaps to facilitate their run, Lu Ming had tied her long hair into a high ponytail, revealing her radiant and delicate face, along with her fair and slender neck. She was dressed in summer sports attire. A short-sleeved top paired with casual long pants and sporting a pair of sneakers. This casual athletic outfit made her particularly eye-catching, exuding a goddess-like aura. Notably, since she was wearing long pants, Lu Ming's legs were not visible, yet their attractive shape could still be discerned. With a height of 171 and a remarkable body proportion, Chen Zhibai noticed some early risers among the boys entering and exiting the dormitory, all of whom were stealing glances at Lu Ming. However, none dared to approach her, as her stunning beauty intimidated them. To some extent, when a boy encounters an exceptionally beautiful girl with an impressive figure, he may feel a sense of inferiority, realizing that his own qualities might not suffice to pursue her. As Chen Zhibai spotted Lu Ming, she too noticed him. Having been watching the people emerging from the dormitory since she arrived, I'm over here. Upon seeing Chen Zhibai exit the dormitory, Lu Ming smiled and waved her fair arm back and forth. Her smile was bright, and her demeanor was poised. To be honest, it was quite flattering for Chen Zhibai. After Lu Ming spoke, several boys around the dormitory turned their heads in unison to look at Chen Zhibai. Their eyes filled with envy. After all, It was a privilege to have such a beautiful girl waiting for him. I see you. Undaunted by the surrounding gazes, Chen Zhibai approached Lu Ming and, after exchanging greetings, confidently took her hand. Lu Ming was momentarily taken aback, and her radiant face flushed slightly. Even though they had kissed the day before, holding hands was a first for them. Moreover, this was her first time holding hands with someone of the opposite sex outside of her family. It was a mix of shyness and nervousness, yet Lu Ming's sunny disposition prevailed. Despite the blush, she maintained her composure. "Shall we go for a run at the playground now?" Lu Ming allowed Chen Zhibai to hold her hand and spoke. "Yes, let us run first," Chen Zhibai replied, and together, hand in hand, they walked towards the playground under the envious gazes of the boys. In a wonder, successful men are often accompanied by beautiful women. It truly adds to their prestige. Chen Zhibai mused, glancing at Lu Ming. She had exquisitely fair features and an overall bright and graceful demeanor, complemented by a splendid figure and long legs. It was undeniably impressive. "What are you thinking about?" Noticing Chen Zhibai's silence, Lu Ming tilted her head curiously, sensing he seemed lost in thought. "Nothing in particular," Chen Zhibai shook his head, then added, "I just feel that having a beautiful girlfriend is indeed an impressive and uplifting thing." Upon hearing this, Lu Ming smiled brightly. A proud glint appeared in her beautiful eyes, as she was naturally pleased by Chen Zhibai's compliment. The distance from the boys' dormitory to the school playground was not far, and within 7 or 8 minutes, Chen Zhibai and Lu Ming arrived at the playground. To Lu Ming's surprise, there were quite a few people out jogging in the morning. Seeing the number of individuals jogging on the playground, Lu Ming was evidently taken aback, as she hadn't anticipated so many early risers. Indeed, there were a considerable number. Chen Zhibai nodded, about to continue speaking when he spotted their advisor, Wen Yutong, also jogging on the playground. Dressed in all white, with a white short-sleeved top and white casual pants, she had a great figure and, perhaps due to her regular exercise, exuded a healthy and vibrant aura. As she swung her arms while running, she appeared both comfortable and pleasing to the eye. You know her? As Chen Zhibai looked at Wen Yutong, Lu Ming stood beside him, casually glancing over and pretended to ask. However, she felt a twinge of wariness, realizing that the woman Chen Zhibai was looking at was not far behind in beauty compared to herself. Plus, she had a well-proportioned figure and striking presence. "Of course, she is our class advisor," Chen Zhibai replied, retracting his gaze and looking at Lu Ming. Instantly, Lu Ming felt relieved. "Oh, so she is the advisor. That is fine then. Advisors are teachers, so their beauty is irrelevant. Your class advisor is quite pretty, and she seems young too. Unlike ours, who is nearly 40 and has a terrible temper," Lu Ming remarked with a smile, glancing at Wen Yutong again as she spoke. "Terrible temper?" Chen Zhibai raised an eyebrow, inquiring. "Yes, her temper is quite bad," Lu Ming nodded, then explained. "She often speaks impatiently and has an unpleasant tone. Some classmates in our class found out that her marriage hasn't been smooth, and she remains unmarried without a boyfriend even until now. Nearly 40 and still unmarried? No wonder she has a bad temper," Chen Zhibai thought to himself. Marriage holds significant importance for women, as men can help regulate their hormonal balance. He recalled seeing a comment on Douyin where a netizen mentioned that a cousin of theirs had a bad temper and acne before getting married. But after just a month of marriage, her demeanor became gentle, her temper improved, and her acne disappeared. "Our classmates have quite a few complaints about her," Lu Ming added before shifting the topic, standing beside Chen Zhibai and stretching her ankles. Some boys nearby instinctively glanced at Lu Ming, their eyes lighting up. "Shall we get ready to run?" After a few minutes of stretching, Chen Zhibai turned to Lu Ming. "Yes," she nodded, her smile bright and beautiful. Chen Zhibai glanced at her before looking away, just as Wen Yutong finished a lap and approached their location. "Advisor," Chen Zhibai greeted. As he greeted her, his gaze unconsciously wandered to Wen Yutong's neck, fair and slender, with a slight sheen of sweat due to her run. Additionally, her posture was upright, her arms swinging gracefully, and her breathing natural, overall exuding an excellent physique. Unconsciously, Chen Zhibai compared her to Lu Ming. Each had their own merits. Lu Ming excelled in her radiant beauty, while Wen Yutong possessed a knowledgeable elegance. Time flies and reality is fleeting. Upon hearing someone call her advisor, Wen Yutong instinctively turned to look. Upon seeing Chen Zhibai, her beautiful eyes displayed a hint of confusion. "Who is this boy? Is he a student from my class? I don't recall him." This was Wen Yutong's immediate reaction upon seeing Chen Zhibai. She hadn't recognized him due to his significant transformation after changing his hairstyle and attire, appearing almost like a different person. From ordinary to a refined and stylish male college student, it would not be an exaggeration to say he had undergone a complete metamorphosis. But soon, she recognized him, for despite the notable changes, his face remained the same. "You are Chen Zhibai?" When Yutong stopped in her tracks, astonished at the sight of him, her expression revealing her surprise. "Teacher, we just met yesterday morning. Do you really not recognize me after just one day?" Chen Zhibai said with a helpless smile, fully aware of the reason behind Wen Yutong's confusion and astonishment. Even his parents would take a moment to process his new look when he returned home. "I truly didn't recognize you. Your transformation is too drastic. You've become handsome with a new hairstyle. And your clothes suit you well." "Wow," Wen Yutong exclaimed, about to inquire where he had his hair done when she noticed Lu Ming standing beside him. Instantly, her eyebrows raised slightly. She was quite confident in her appearance and figure. In her daily life, aside from her close friends, she hadn't encountered any other girl who could compare to her. Yet, the girl before her could. Beautiful features, excellent body proportions, and an overall bright and graceful aura. Even in long pants, her shapely legs were still evident. Who is this girl? She seems quite close to Chen Zhibai. When Yutong thought, then glanced at Lu Ming again before directly asking, "Who is this?" "This is my girlfriend, Lu Ming. She is also a freshman at our school, studying in the International Trade Department," Chen Zhibai replied. Upon hearing this, Wen Yutong was taken aback, as she hadn't expected Lu Ming to be Chen Zhibai's girlfriend. Given her looks, figure, and aura, she initially thought they were merely friends. "Hello, teacher," Lu Ming stepped forward, politely greeting Wen Yutong. "Hello," Wen Yutong nodded in response before turning back to Chen Zhibai. "Getting a girlfriend right after starting university? Aren't you afraid I'll tell your parents?" Wen Yutong teased with a smile. After all, once in college, the school doesn't interfere with student relationships. She just wanted to make a light-hearted comment. "Not at all. If you were to inform my family, my mom would probably be pleased. Just a couple of days ago, she called me to remind me to consider dating if I meet suitable girls at school." Chen Zhibai replied with a chuckle, not taking it too seriously. "You rascal," Wen Yutong laughed lightly before waving her hand. "I want to say more. I need to continue my run. You two should get going as well." "All right," Chen Zhibai nodded, and Lu Ming waved her hand as well. Seeing this, Wen Yutong didn't say anything more and resumed her run, merely nodding in acknowledgement as she departed. "Let us run too. But let us take it slow. I'm just getting used to morning runs. Today is only my second day." After Wen Yutong had jogged a distance away, Chen Zhibai turned to Lu Ming. "Yes, let us go." Lu Ming nodded, and the two ceased their conversation, running side by side. Since Wen Yutong had provided guidance during their run yesterday morning, Chen Zhibai adjusted his breathing and maintained a pace slightly faster than a slow jog, thus not feeling overly fatigued. Beside him, Lu Ming's physical fitness surprisingly surpassed Chen Zhibai's, her long legs moving gracefully, creating a visually pleasing sight. When Wen Yutong finished her run and paused, she glanced at Chen Zhibai and Lu Ming, noting that they were both diligently jogging, and thus chose not to interrupt them as she left the playground. As she departed, she felt a mix of astonishment, first at the significant transformation Chen Zhibai had undergone due to his hairstyle and clothing, and second at the stunning beauty of Chen Zhibai's girlfriend, which caught her off guard. Shaking her head, Wen Yutong decided not to dwell on it further. She intended to return to her dormitory for a shower before heading to the cafeteria for a meal. As a graduate who stayed on as an advisor, the school provided accommodations, albeit shared with another person. Fortunately, her roommate had a boyfriend outside of school, so she rarely stayed in the dormitory, which made things easier for Wen Yutong. Chapter 56. The lipstick is smudged at the playground. After 30 minutes of running, Chen Zhibai heard the system's notification. Ding! The host has completed today's running check-in. Current check-in progress, 27. Today's running task is complete. Chen Zhibai contemplated, yet his feet continued to move as he felt he could run a bit longer. Although the initial motivation for morning runs was the system task promising a 3-centimeter height increase as a reward, he genuinely enjoyed the physical exercise and the refreshing breeze that accompanied his run. Thus, Chen Zhibai decided to run for a little longer. After running for another 10 minutes or so, he finally slowed down. Upon seeing him stop, Lu Ming also came to a halt. Although she was slightly out of breath, with a light sheen of sweat on her face and neck, she was in good overall condition. "Your physical fitness is impressive," Chen Zhibai remarked, observing Lu Ming. "I sometimes exercise in my dorm room. following fitness bloggers on Douyin. Lu Meng replied with a smile, as she indeed often exercised in her dorm to enhance her posture and physique. I see. Chen Zhibai nodded, then fell silent, focusing on regulating his breathing. After walking slowly for a few minutes, his heartbeat gradually returned to normal. Let us head back to the dormitory for a shower before we eat, Chen Zhibai suggested. Sure, Lu Meng agreed, and after speaking, she pulled out a pack of tissues from her pocket, opened it, and handed a piece to Chen Zhibai. Wipe the sweat from your face first. Do you still have the tissue? Chen Zhibai inquired, a hint of surprise in his voice. Of course, Lu Meng replied with a smile. She had specifically brought the tissue for the purpose of wiping sweat. Then please wipe my face, Chen Zhibai said. Upon hearing this, Lu Meng's cheeks flushed slightly, yet she did not hesitate, taking the tissue to gently dab at the perspiration on Chen Zhibai's face. He could catch a faint fragrance emanating from her. A delicate blend of body wash and shampoo, quite pleasant. Moreover, with the slightest inclination of his head, he could behold Lu Meng's exquisite, fair features up close, her captivating brows and eyes. All done, Lu Meng said, tucking the tissue away as she lifted her gaze. Chen Zhibai nodded, subsequently taking Lu Meng's hand. However, after exiting the playground, they did not head towards the dormitory. Lu Meng naturally noticed this, her curiosity piqued. Where are we going? She inquired. Just after posing the question, she saw Chen Zhibai guide her to a secluded corner, a spot invisible from the outside. In an instant, Lu Meng's fair cheeks turned slightly rosy as she realized the reason behind Chen Zhibai's choice of location. After they emerged from the corner, over 10 minutes had passed. Lu Meng's meticulously applied lipstick had begun to smudge. Let us return to the dormitory for a shower and then have a meal, followed by searching for a place to stay. It's truly inconvenient right now, Chen Zhibai articulated as he held Lu Meng's hand. He genuinely felt the inconvenience of not having a place. Kissing required finding a secluded spot, and at the slightest sound of footsteps, Lu Meng would push him away. Having a place would make things considerably easier, and it would also open up possibilities beyond mere kisses. With this thought, Chen Zhibai glanced at Lu Meng, his gaze lingering momentarily on her legs. Lu Meng said nothing but lightly swatted Chen Zhibai's arm, yet did not refuse the idea of searching for a place. After all, she had contemplated this the previous night, deciding that apart from the final step, she could let Chen Zhibai have some advantages. Soon, they arrived at the foot of the boys' dormitory. I'll head back first. I shower quickly. While you girls take your time, I'll wait for you at the foot of your dormitory after I finish, Chen Zhibai declared. How do you know we girls take longer to shower? Lu Meng teased with a laugh, nodding afterward. All right, understood. After Chen Zhibai released Lu Meng's hand and entered the boys' dorm, Lu Meng withdrew her gaze and headed back to her dormitory. Upon entering, she found Wang Hui and Li Yu still asleep, while Shen Qing was already up. Did you go for a run? Shen Qing asked, seated at her desk, brushing her hair, surprised to see Lu Meng in her athletic attire with a hint of sweat on her face. Yes, I went for a run, Lu Meng replied, unable to resist glancing at Shen Qing. She genuinely thought Shen Qing possessed a graceful demeanor, a beauty with an air of coolness. I went running with my boyfriend, Lu Meng added after a moment's thought. That's nice. Shen Qing nodded. I'll go shower now, Lu Meng said, picking up a towel and a change of clothes before stepping into the dorm's bathroom. When Chen Zhibai returned to the dormitory, he found Wang Chao, Li Dong, and Zhou Hao asleep. He paid them no mind and went straight to the bathroom to shower. After his shower, 5 minutes had passed. Due to having washed his hair, he used a hairdryer in the bathroom. Once everything was in order, he picked up his phone to send Lu Meng a WeChat message, informing her that he was done showering and was preparing to head to the girls' dormitory. Just as he was about to put his phone away, he remembered to send a good morning message to Chen Zhibai. After all, both were his girlfriends, and he believed in treating them equally. He waited a few minutes, realizing that Chen Zhibai had not replied, indicating she was still asleep. Chen Zhibai put his phone away, retrieved the keys to his BMW from beneath his pillow, and prepared to exit the dormitory. Old Chen, are you done running? Where are you off to now? Wang Chao groggily opened his eyes, looking at Chen Zhibai with a puzzled expression. Going on a date? Chen Zhibai replied, glancing at him directly. Yeah, right. You think I'll believe that? Wang Chao scoffed, completely unconvinced by Chen Zhibai's words. I admit you look handsome with your new hairstyle, but finding a girlfriend doesn't happen that fast. I don't buy it, he continued, wearing an expression that suggested he was too clever to be deceived. Chen Zhibai remained silent. Believe it or not, he said, leaving the dormitory without further comment, of course. I don't believe it, Wang Chao mumbled, preparing to go back to sleep, only to feel the urge to urinate. After using the restroom, he returned to his bed and noticed Zhou Hao still fast asleep. After some thought, Wang Chao stealthily approached and playfully slapped Zhou Hao's thigh. "What the hell?" Zhou Hao jolted awake. "Nothing, young Master Zhou. I just saw a mosquito on your leg, so I gave you a swat." "No need to thank me," Wang Chao said nonchalantly. "Really?" Zhou Hao looked on in confusion and disbelief, feeling it was more likely a deliberate act. "Absolutely," Wang Chao assured him with a serious nod, humming a tune as he returned to his bed. Chapter 57. Effort is futile. I've finished showering, but my hair will take a bit longer to dry. Chen Zhibai stepped out of the boys' dormitory when he received a WeChat message from Lu Ming. A text accompanied by a cute emoji. "No rush. Take your time drying." He replied. Lu Ming responded almost instantly, followed by another message. "My boyfriend is so considerate." Heart emoji. Chen Zhibai chuckled softly, choosing not to reply further, instead putting his phone away. Inside the girls' dormitory, Lu Ming noticed that Chen Zhibai had not replied again. After placing her phone by the sink, she picked up a hairdryer to dry her hair. After about 5 to 6 minutes, she checked her reflection in the mirror and applied a light touch of makeup, just enough powder and lipstick. Although it was a simple look, her natural beauty shone through, making her appear stunning. After putting away the hairdryer, Lu Ming exited the restroom. Wang Hui and Li Yu were still asleep, while Shen Qing had finished styling her hair and was now reciting English vocabulary, eager to pass the CET for exam. Hearing the restroom door open, Shen Qing instinctively glanced back and saw Lu Ming stepping out. "Are you going out?" Shen Qing asked, noticing the subtle makeup on Lu Ming and her styled hair. "Yes, I'm going out for breakfast with my boyfriend," Lu Ming replied with a smile, prompting a brief silence between them. Shen Qing returned to her studies, while Lu Ming rummaged through her wardrobe for an outfit. Though they shared a dormitory, their relationship remained somewhat distant. They would chat occasionally, but seldom engaged in deeper conversations. Perhaps it was due to their shared beauty that they kept their distance, as if beautiful women naturally repelled one another. Before long, Lu Ming selected her attire. A white short-sleeve top paired with a black skirt. Once dressed, she carefully tucked the hem of her white top into the black skirt, accentuating her slim waist and long legs, creating a striking silhouette. There was a half-length mirror in the dormitory, one that Lu Ming had purchased, and she admired her reflection, a satisfied expression gracing her fair, beautiful face. She had chosen this outfit deliberately, intending to showcase her legs. When it came to the allure of her legs, she had never felt inferior to anyone. With this thought in mind, Lu Ming glanced at Shen Qing. Even though she found Shen Qing to be quite beautiful, especially with her unique cool demeanor, she felt confident about her own legs. Having seen Shen Qing's legs on occasion, especially after showers when she dressed lightly, Lu Ming could honestly say that while they were nice, they paled in comparison to her own. Lu Ming redirected her gaze, feeling pleased, and then sent a WeChat message to Chen Zhibai. "I'm all set. Heading out of the dorm now, okay? I'll be waiting at the foot of your dormitory," Chen Zhibai replied. Lu Ming tucked her phone away and descended the stairs. As the sound of the door closing echoed softly, Shen Qing paused her recitation and glanced toward the door, then resumed her studies. Qing, are you still memorizing vocabulary? So diligent. What time is it now?" Wang Hui mumbled sleepily, noticing Shen Qing at her desk. "It's just past 8. There's still time to sleep a bit longer," Shen Qing replied after checking the time on her phone. "Oh, it's only 8. Then I can definitely sleep a little longer," Wang Hui agreed, though she didn't immediately close her eyes. Instead, she continued to watch Shen Qing, saying, Qing, honestly, I think you're amazing, you're beautiful and have such a great presence, and you're so hardworking. Whoever gets to be your boyfriend will surely be very lucky," Wang Hui said earnestly. She genuinely meant it, having observed Shen Qing diligently memorizing vocabulary every morning throughout the month since school started. Despite her striking beauty, Shen Qing was equally committed to her studies. "Go ahead and sleep." Shen Qing smiled, her smile illuminating her striking features, paired with her cool demeanor, reminiscent of a daffodil. "I'm serious. I truly believe anyone who becomes your boyfriend will be fortunate," Wang Hui insisted with a chuckle, but soon turned over, closing her eyes to sleep. Seated at her desk, Shen Qing found herself momentarily distracted and helpless. Throughout her childhood, she had believed that hard work was paramount. With enough effort, one could attain the life they desired. Yet, growing up, she realized that effort often bore little fruit. Just look at the elderly sweeping the streets at dawn, the laborers toiling at construction sites, and the delivery workers racing against the clock. Did they not exert themselves? Yet, did they live the lives they wished for? They did not. Hence, effort seemed ultimately futile. Nevertheless, she had grown accustomed to striving. Shaking her head, Xinqing chose not to dwell on it further, focusing her attention back on her vocabulary. Sunlight streamed through the window, casting a warm glow on her delicate features, imbuing her with a unique charm. Upon exiting the girls' dormitory, Lu Ming spotted Chen Zhibai standing a short distance away, engrossed in his phone. Initially intending to greet him, she decided instead to tease Chen Zhibai, slowing her pace and tiptoeing silently behind him. She then cupped her hands over his eyes. Cough, guess who I am. If you guess wrong, you'll have to keep guessing. Lu Ming deliberately altered her voice to sound rough, hoping to throw Chen Zhibai off. However, the truth was, how could he not know? Setting aside the delightful scent of her shampoo and body wash. In this moment, who else but Lu Ming would play such a game with him? Furthermore, despite her feigned roughness, it was still unmistakably Lu Ming's voice. Thus, Chen Zhibai instantly recognized her, but he decided to play along. Is it Su Miao Miao? He fabricated a name. No? Lu Ming exclaimed, momentarily taken aback, her voice rising slightly. Not? Then let me guess again. Is it? Chen Zhibai conjured another name. No? Lu Ming exclaimed, lowering her hands and stepping out from behind Chen Zhibai to stand before him. It's me, so, tell me, who are Su Miao Miao and Wang Ya? Lu Ming questioned curiously. Chen Zhibai was about to respond, but he found himself captivated by Lu Ming's presence, her fair and beautiful face, radiant demeanor and long, flowing hair cascading over her shoulders revealed her elegant neck. The white short-sleeve top tucked into the black skirt accentuated her slender waist and remarkable leg proportions, exuding an aura of a goddess. As if she had stepped out from a campus film. Chapter 58. Lu Ming's anxiety. What do you think? Am I pretty? Seeing Chen Zhibai gazing at her with an awestruck expression, Lu Ming felt a surge of pride. As she spoke, she twirled around to showcase her figure. Yes, very beautiful, Chen Zhibai affirmed, reaching out to take Lu Ming's hand. Let us go. First, we'll eat at the cafeteria, and afterward, we'll look for a place to stay, he suggested. All right, Lu Ming nodded, recalling their earlier agreement. However, she was now more curious about Su Miao Miao and Wang Ya. Without hesitation, she asked, who are they? Who else could they be? I was just teasing you. Did you really think I wouldn't recognize you? You told me you were ready to come out, and then suddenly my eyes were covered, Chen Zhibai replied, a hint of exasperation in his tone. Lu Ming's cheeks flushed slightly, yet she felt a palpable sense of relief. Truth be told, since establishing their romantic relationship, she had grown somewhat anxious. Chen Zhibai was exceptional in every regard. Age, looks, demeanor, and wealth, all combined made her feel a bit insecure. It seemed hard to believe, considering her own beauty placed her firmly in the goddess category. Yet, beauty paled in comparison to wealth. Not to mention, Chen Zhibai's age meant that there would undoubtedly be beautiful girls vying for his attention. Lu Ming was acutely aware that this was an absolute certainty, and she had prepared for it. After all, she was the one who had pursued Chen Zhibai, was she not? Fortunately, she had gained the upper hand. As for what lay ahead, what am I thinking? Chen Zhibai's voice snapped her back to reality, noticing her lost in thought. What are you pondering so deeply about? Oh, nothing. Just thinking about what to have for breakfast. The soup dumplings and steamed buns at the second cafeteria are delicious, and I'm torn between the two, Lu Ming replied, shaking off her earlier thoughts and smiling. She decided to leave the future for another day. For now, she was Chen Zhibai's girlfriend, and even if other girls pursued him, they would merely be trifles. She was the rightful partner. Let us get one of each. Since we're sharing, we can surely finish them, Chen Zhibai suggested without much thought. Sounds good. Lu Ming nodded, and together, they held hands as they entered the cafeteria. Inside the cafeteria, after ordering a serving of soup dumplings and steamed buns, along with 2 bowls of porridge, Chen Zhibai and Lu Ming found a window-side seat to settle down. Just as they took their first bites, a voice called out from nearby. Lu Ming, what a coincidence. You're also here at the second cafeteria for breakfast. The voice, laden with surprise, caught Chen Zhibai's attention. He looked up to see a somewhat handsome young man, dressed well, likely from a well-off family, sporting a pair of Nike shoes. Accompanying him were 3 other boys, presumably his dorm mates. By the way, who is this? After exchanging pleasantries with Lu Ming, Fu Xiaojie feigned casualness as he glanced at Chen Zhibai, inquiring. However, his casual demeanor belied a gaze filled with wariness and suspicion. He was in the same class as Lu Ming and had resolved to win her heart since the very first day of school. Yet, a month into the semester, not only had he failed to win her over, he hadn't even managed to secure an invitation to a meal with her. The only consolation was that Lu Ming had not only turned him down but had also rejected other boys, which provided him some comfort. At least they were all in the same boat. But now, what was he witnessing? His goddess, Lu Ming, was having breakfast with another boy. They seemed to be in a close and jovial relationship, which made him uneasy, leading him to approach them directly under the pretense of casual inquiry. As he spoke, he cast a brief glance at Chen Zhibai, which heightened his vigilance. He noted that while Chen Zhibai was not conventionally handsome, his features were pleasing, exuding a refreshing and clean aura. Moreover, the quality of his attire was evident. He recognized that Chen Zhibai's clothing belonged to an Italian light luxury brand, with a price tag that surely exceeded several thousand yuan. Although Fu Xiaojie felt a sense of caution, he was not overwhelmed, as his family was relatively well off, and should he wish to ask for money to purchase such an outfit to maintain appearances, his family would oblige. Behind Fu Xiaojie, his three roommates remained silent. As his companions, they were acutely aware of his infatuation with Lu Ming. In truth, they too were captivated by Lu Ming's beauty. It was impossible not to be enchanted by such a stunning girl. However, they lacked the courage to pursue her, in stark contrast to Fu Xiaojie's more favorable family circumstances. "This is my boyfriend," Lu Ming declared, her words carrying an air of finality. Upon seeing Fu Xiaojie, she instinctively furrowed her beautifully shaped brows, and without hesitation, she continued, "Is this your boyfriend? You have a boyfriend now?" Hearing Lu Ming's words, Fu Xiaojie's demeanor shifted. He could no longer maintain his composure, and disbelief washed over his face. "Yes, this is my boyfriend," Lu Ming affirmed, then turned her gaze toward Fu Xiaojie, issuing an unmistakable dismissal. "Though we are classmates, we are not well acquainted. Could you please leave? I wish to dine with my boyfriend, and I would prefer not to be disturbed." Lu Ming's words were direct, simultaneously conveying a message to Chen Zhibai. She and Fu Xiaojie were indeed not familiar. She was apprehensive that Chen Zhibai might misinterpret the situation. "What do you mean we're not familiar? After all, we are classmates." Fu Xiaojie's expression darkened. He certainly picked up on Lu Ming's dismissal but was unwilling to depart, for his feelings for her ran deep. Thus, after uttering a few words, he turned his attention to Chen Zhibai. "Brother, are you also from our school? You appear to be a freshman as well. Let us shake hands. Meeting someone is a great way to forge friendship. I'm part of the student council. If you need anything, feel free to reach out to me. I can assist with minor issues, so you won't have to seek help elsewhere." As Fu Xiaojie spoke, he extended his hand towards Chen Zhibai, eager to glean more about him. Ultimately, he was unwilling to relinquish his pursuit of Lu Ming. By mentioning his affiliation with the student council, he aimed to showcase his status. Proud of his accomplishment in joining the council, Lu Ming, seated at the table, felt her expression harden as she observed Fu Xiaojie's audacity to greet Chen Zhibai despite her clear dismissal. Chapter 59. Stunned? You wear a watch worth over $1 million? Lu Ming's face grew cold as she prepared to speak. But at that moment, Chen Zhibai waved his hand towards her, then reached out to shake Fu Xiaojie's hand. "Come on, let's shake hands, that's the spirit. Brother, I have a decent network at school. As the saying goes, the more friends, the more paths to take." As Chen Zhibai extended his hand for a handshake, Fu Xiaojie felt a surge of pride, interpreting this gesture as a sign of Chen Zhibai's submission. However, the next moment, the words he had intended to speak faltered on his lips as he caught sight of the Patek Philippe Nautilus watch adorning Chen Zhibai's wrist. This revelation left him momentarily speechless, his expression betraying a sense of astonishment. The Patek Philippe Nautilus, model 5740, was priced at an astonishing 1.55 million yuan. To be honest, at that moment, Fu Xiaojie was utterly stunned. A watch of such value, one he admired, particularly from the esteemed brand Patek Philippe, was beyond his financial reach, yet he knew its worth intimately. This realization left him in disbelief, as he could confidently affirm that the watch on Chen Zhibai's wrist was undoubtedly genuine, for its quality was unmistakable. While counterfeit versions might deceive others, they would never fool him, a true aficionado of Patek Philippe timepieces. "What's wrong, brother? Why the silence? Are you not fond of conversation?" Seated comfortably, Chen Zhibai noticed Fu Xiaojie's dazed gaze fixed on his watch and smiled, maintaining his usual tone. Fu Xiaojie stammered, recovering from his stupor, yet at a loss for words. He simply stared at Chen Zhibai. Swallowing hard, he had never anticipated that Chen Zhibai would wear a watch worth millions. He understood all too well what that implied. Typically, even among wealthy heirs, such extravagance was rare, particularly for a fellow freshman like Chen Zhibai. Consequently, Fu Xiaojie's resolve began to waver. Now, he comprehended why Lu Ming had chosen Chen Zhibai as her boyfriend. This level of wealth was formidable, a him. It's nothing. My apologies for interrupting your meal with your girlfriend. Please enjoy your dinner. My roommates and I will find another place to eat. Goodbye. Fu Xiaojie forced a chuckle and quickly excused himself, adopting a notably humble posture, no longer mentioning his earlier offer of assistance. After all, who needed help from someone who could afford a watch worth over $1,000,000? The student council. What relevance did that have? Lu Ming, observing Fu Xiaojie's sudden shift in demeanor, was momentarily taken aback by his newfound humility. However, she quickly noticed that Fu Xiaojie's gaze often drifted towards Chen Zhibai's watch, and he swallowed nervously. What more was there to decipher? Lu Ming sighed in relief. She had feared Fu Xiaojie would linger and provoke Chen Zhibai's ire. She understood that men could be possessive, and although she and Fu Xiaojie had scarcely spoken since the semester began, she was concerned that Chen Zhibai might misinterpret the situation. She wished to avoid any rift between them. Now that Fu Xiaojie had retreated, it was undoubtedly a favorable outcome. Meanwhile, Fu Xiaojie's three roommates, witnessing his abrupt change in attitude, were equally bewildered, their expressions rife with curiosity and confusion. As his roommates, they were well aware of Fu Xiaojie's prideful nature and sense of superiority, often claiming to be Lu Ming's boyfriend. Yet, the drastic shift in his demeanor left them questioning what had transpired. Are you leaving? Not going to chat a bit? Why not sit down and share a meal together? Didn't you say that having more friends creates more opportunities? Chen Zhibai, however, did not allow Fu Xiaojie to depart. He maintained his grip on Fu Xiaojie's hand, his tone casual and even teasing. No, I wouldn't want to intrude on your meal. You eat, and my roommates and I will find somewhere else, Fu Xiaojie replied. A forced laugh escaping his lips, he was acutely aware of Chen Zhibai's teasing tone. Had anyone else dared to jest with him? He would have been incensed. But with Chen Zhibai, he felt a sense of trepidation. He did not wish to offend someone who, despite being a freshman, wore a watch worth millions. Not eating? Really? Chen Zhibai arched an eyebrow, countering with a question. No, really, you enjoy your meal. I wouldn't want to disturb you, Fu Xiaojie insisted, chuckling awkwardly once more. Very well, then. Enjoy your meal. Chen Zhibai finally released his hand. Fu Xiaojie let out a sigh of relief. All right, brother, we'll take our leave then. Goodbye. He waved at Chen Zhibai, who nodded in acknowledgement and turned to leave with his roommates. Throughout the entire exchange, he refrained from engaging with Lu Ming, not even glancing in her direction again. Having relinquished his pursuit, he resolved to do so entirely. Though a twinge of regret lingered in his heart, he understood that any hope of a relationship with Lu Ming was futile. Suppressing his emotions, Fu Xiaojie led his roommates out of the cafeteria, opting not to continue dining at the second dining hall. Jiegu, what just happened? Why do I feel like you were showing respect to Lu Ming's boyfriend? Are you not planning to compete for her affection anymore? One of his roommates finally broke the silence after they exited the cafeteria. Yeah, Jiegu, this isn't like you. Why not go for it? I believe you have a chance, another roommate chimed in. Indeed, I feel the same way, the third roommate nodded in agreement. Compete? What do I have to contest against someone of his caliber? Fu Xiaojie scoffed, a sense of helplessness evident in his expression. A rich heir? You think he's a rich heir? Then why worry? Jiegu, you're also a rich heir. Go for it. Lu Ming is the goddess among the boys in our class. We can't let her be taken by someone from another class. Exactly, his roommates echoed in unison. All right, enough of this chatter, Fu Xiaojie quickly interjected. While my family has some means, I'm nothing compared to him. Let me put it plainly. My family cannot be compared to his at all. We lack the standing to even draw comparisons, Fu Xiaojie stated firmly. Really? You're joking, right? His roommates were momentarily taken aback, their expressions betraying disbelief. Jiegu, your family runs a clothing factory. You mentioned before that it generates over $1 million in profit each year. With that much money, you can't even compare? Jiegu, there's no need to be so modest. One roommate insisted, convinced that Fu Xiaojie was downplaying his own wealth. After all, with a family profit exceeding $1 million, what else could one expect? Who's being modest? I'm speaking the truth, Fu Xiaojie replied, glancing at his roommates, noting their skeptical expressions. Do you know why my attitude shifted so dramatically, even calling him brother? Not at all. Why, Jiegu? His roommate inquired, shaking his head. Because he's wearing a Patek Philippe Nautilus watch, Model 5740.as Fu Xiaojie spoke. He noticed the puzzled looks on his roommates' faces and paused before revealing the price. You might not understand the model, but let me tell you, this watch costs 1.55 million yuan. How much? Wait, what? Did you say his watch is worth how much? As the figure of 1.55 million was revealed, his roommates were momentarily dumbstruck, their expressions filled with disbelief. Don't doubt your hearing. You heard correctly? It's 1.55 million, Fu Xiaojie confirmed. So, do you now understand why I suddenly changed my demeanor and started referring to him as brother while pulling you all away? Got it. One roommate swallowed hard, though he added, but Jiegu, are you certain he's really wearing such an expensive watch? It couldn't be a counterfeit, could it? Fu Xiaojie shot him a look, exasperated. Do you think I can't tell the difference between genuine and counterfeit? The moment those words left his lips, the roommate who had questioned him fell silent, the complexity of his emotions evident. A watch worth 1.55 million. He couldn't fathom whether he would ever earn that much in his lifetime, yet here it was, merely a watch. Jiegu, even if he wears a watch worth over $1 million, I believe you can still compete with him, right? After all, your family's factory profits over $1 million each year. Another roommate asked curiously, compete? My family's factory works tirelessly to earn over $1 million a year. And then I go buy a watch. You think my dad would agree? Let me put it this way. If I dared to approach my father with such a request, he'd be considering whether he should start training a junior. Because I'd be out of the picture, Fu Xiaojie asserted, contemplating the differences between the various types of wealthy heirs. On one hand, he sought to educate his roommates, and on the other, he aimed to preserve his dignity. Let me enlighten you about the distinctions among the wealthy heirs. While they all fall under the umbrella of rich second generation, some disparities between them are greater than the chasm between a beggar and a wealthy heir. Fu Xiaojie began, pulling out a pack of cigarettes from his pocket. Soft pack Zhonghua. He extracted 4 cigarettes, placing one in his own mouth and handing one each to his 3 roommates. After lighting up, he took a drag before continuing. Take my family, for instance. Our factory operates on a relatively large scale, generating 2 to 3 million in sales annually. However, after accounting for costs, electricity, rent, and employee wages, we're left with just over $1 million in profit. But when it comes to my family's reputation, we can genuinely claim to be a family with assets exceeding 10 million. Assets are one thing. Profits are another. Our family's assets are indeed substantial. But let me clarify, even if I wanted to buy a watch worth over $1 million, my father would never agree. However, if I were to ask for a 50,000 yuan car, he would likely acquiesce. This is because a car is a necessity in daily life, whereas a watch is categorized as a luxury item. Go put it simply, after I graduate from university, my father will certainly buy me a car worth over 50,000 yuan, but he would never purchase a watch priced at 50,000 yuan. And as for him, he is just a freshman, yet he is already wearing a watch worth 1.55 million. I can assure you, his family's assets must exceed 100 million, and not just marginally. Otherwise, he wouldn't be so willing to spend on such luxuries, especially given his age. Ts akin to how my father would only consider buying me a car after I finish my studies. Thus, for him, a watch costing over $1 million might not be considered a significant expenditure, so I trust you can now comprehend why I say that I lack even the qualifications to compare myself to him. Fu Xiaojie concluded, taking a deep drag on his cigarette. There was one additional point he refrained from mentioning. The aura that Chen Zhibai exuded, calm, confident, and composed. He recalled attending a banquet with his father, where the son of a wealthy magnate possessed a similar presence. Such an aura could only belong to someone genuinely grounded in their own worth. Understood. So, his family is that affluent. No wonder Lu Meng would choose him as her boyfriend. His 3 roommates nodded in comprehension, their expressions reflecting the realization that a watch worth $1 million signified a level of wealth that allowed for such extravagant purchases. Only families with assets exceeding a certain threshold would consider spending over $1 million on something so seemingly superfluous. Fu Xiaojie glanced at his roommates, remaining silent as he took another drag of his cigarette. Jiegu, now that Lu Meng has a boyfriend, what will you do? I think Shenqing from our class is quite beautiful too. Her cold, elegant demeanor rivals that of Lu Meng. One roommate suggested. Upon hearing this, Fu Xiaojie remained silent but felt a flicker of interest. He had indeed wavered between pursuing Lu Meng and Shenqing when the semester began, ultimately choosing Lu Meng for her striking legs. However, with Lu Meng now seemingly out of reach, he found himself reconsidering his options. Shenqing, the mere thought of her beauty, which rivals that of Lu Meng, coupled with her ethereal and cool demeanor, sparked a flurry of thoughts in Fu Xiaojia's mind. Should he pursue her? However, he must tread carefully, for everyone is aware of his pursuit of Lu Ming. A cooling-off period is necessary before he can approach Shanqing. With this in mind, Fu Xiaojia devised a plan. "Let's go out for barbecue." "It's on me," he declared, suppressing his inner musings. Brother Jia is so generous. Brother Jia is amazing. His 3 roommates cheered, their spirits lifted. Observing their excitement, Fu Xiaojia couldn't help but feel a sense of pride. Though he lacked the wealth of Chen Zhibai, he was undoubtedly a second-generation rich kid among ordinary folk. While he had yet to win over Lu Ming, it was a unique situation. Who could have imagined that Lu Ming would find herself with such a wealthy suitor wearing a $1 million watch? What incredible luck! Yet, it was hard to believe that Shanqing could possess such good fortune as well. Did one really encounter second-generation rich kids so easily? Chapter 61. Unflustered and steady in the cafeteria, as Fu Xiaojia and his 3 roommates departed, Chen Zhibai withdrew his gaze only to find Lu Ming watching him, a hint of nervousness evident in her demeanor. "What's wrong?" he inquired. "It's nothing," Lu Ming replied, shaking her head. After a moment's hesitation, she couldn't help but ask, "You're not angry, are you?" "Angry? Why would I be angry?" Chen Zhibai raised an eyebrow, puzzled by her question. However, it soon dawned on him. "Are you worried that I might be upset because of Fu Xiaojia?" he asked. Lu Ming nodded earnestly. "I really don't know him well. Although we're in the same class, I haven't spoken to him much in the past month since school started. I've never accepted his invitations to dinner." "So," she explained, genuinely concerned that Chen Zhibai might be upset. "You think too little of me. I'm not that petty that it's perfectly normal for boys to pursue you. In fact, if no one showed interest, that would be odd. I trust that you aren't close with him, so there's no need to worry about me being angry." Chen Zhibai assured her. He truly wasn't upset. He wasn't the type to feel threatened by other boys vying for Lu Ming's attention. Given her beauty, figure, and grace, it was entirely natural for her to attract admirers. To feel anger over such matters would reflect insecurity. A truly confident man would feel pride in his girlfriend's popularity, knowing that while others could only admire her from afar, he was the one who could claim her. If you were worth billions, would you be angered by other men pursuing your girlfriend? Honestly, no. That confidence stemmed from self-assurance. "Really, you're not angry?" Lu Ming asked, looking at Chen Zhibai. When she saw him nod, she felt a wave of relief wash over her. "That's good, let's eat." "You mentioned you like the soup dumplings here," Chen Zhibai said, picking up a dumpling with his chopsticks and placing it in Lu Ming's bowl. Lu Ming nodded, but instead of eating immediately, she took a small hair tie from her bag and casually tied her hair up before bowing her head to eat. As she did, she realized why Chen Zhibai was unperturbed. Someone like him, possessing such confidence, would hardly be bothered by others vying for his attention. Although Fu Xiaojia seemed acceptable, he likely didn't register on Chen Zhibai's radar at all. Lu Ming couldn't help but glance at Chen Zhibai again. With a comfortable appearance and a calm, confident demeanor, he exuded qualities far more significant than mere looks. She returned her gaze to her soup dumpling. Her emotions clear. The more outstanding Chen Zhibai was, the happier she felt. Chen Zhibai finished his meal quickly, while Lu Ming still had half a bowl of porridge left. His gaze fell upon her. Her hair, previously cascading over her shoulders, was now casually tied up in a simple ponytail, yet it enhanced her beauty. Her delicate features were fully revealed, along with her long, fair neck, radiating an overall aura of brightness and grace. "What's the matter?" Lu Ming sensed Chen Zhibai's gaze upon her and instinctively looked up, curious. "Nothing," he replied, shaking his head, encouraging her to continue eating. "Oh, okay," Lu Ming said, dismissing her thoughts and returning to her meal. Buzz. Chen Zhibai's phone on the table vibrated. He picked it up and glanced at Lu Ming, noticing it was a WeChat message from Chen Zhibai. Seeing her focused on her food, he opened the message. "You're up early. I just woke up. An adorable cat yawning emoji accompanied her text. Chen Zhibai sent 2 messages in quick succession, 1 text and 1 emoji. She followed up with another inquiry about what Chen Zhibai was doing. After pondering for a moment, he snapped a picture of the table, capturing the empty bowl and the 2 empty bamboo steamers, ensuring Lu Ming was not in the frame. After sending the photo to Chen Zhibai, he typed, "Having a meal with my roommates. I'm feeling a bit hungry too, but I don't want to move right now, just want to lie in bed." Chen Zhibai replied without suspicion, lounging on her bed in the Silver Spring community. Dressed casually in a white tank top and black shorts, her figure was quite remarkable. "Then just lie there. It's not like you have anything pressing to do, Chen Zhibai chuckled in reply. He could easily picture Chen Zhihui sprawled on her bed, appearing lazy and reluctant to rise. Hee. Chen Zhihui sent a playful emoji back, and their conversation continued back and forth. I finished eating. Shall we go? Lu Ming said after finishing her porridge, dabbing her mouth with a tissue before looking at Chen Zhibai. Yes, let's go, he nodded, typing a quick message to Chen Zhihui. I'll chat later. Something's come up. Okay, go ahead and I'm going to check if my best friend is awake. If she is, I'll see if she is hungry, Chen Zhihui replied promptly. Chen Zhibai didn't respond further, locking his phone and putting it away. Let's head to the school parking lot to get the car, Chen Zhibai said to Lu Ming. All right, she agreed, appearing composed, yet her beautiful eyes couldn't help but glance at the phone Chen Zhibai had just tucked away. She was curious about who he had been chatting with, as she had noticed the smile in his eyes. By the way, who were you chatting with just now? You seem to be having a good time. Lu Ming asked casually, linking her arm through Chen Zhibai's as they exited the cafeteria. Just a childhood friend, a guy, Chen Zhibai replied nonchalantly. Lu Ming felt relieved upon hearing this, and she quickly shifted the topic. Are we heading straight to rent a place? No, Chen Zhibai shook his head, and upon seeing her surprised expression, he continued, first, we need to get the license plate sorted out. The car still has a temporary plate. Once that's done, we'll find a place, but not to rent. Rather, we'll buy a property. Chapter 62. How wonderful it is to meet you by a house. Chen Zhibai spoke so casually, but Lu Ming was momentarily taken aback, her beautiful brows furrowing in confusion. Didn't we say we would rent a place last night? She asked, unable to contain her surprise. That's because I hadn't secured the funds for $1 million yet. Chen Zhibai thought to himself that of course, he couldn't divulge that to Lu Ming, but he had prepared a reasonable explanation. Last night, I was indeed considering renting, but then I thought, why rent when we could buy? It would be more secure and comforting to have our own place, and living in our own home feels different, he explained. His tone was so lighthearted that it seemed almost unbelievable, and in Chen Zhibai's mind, it was genuinely a casual matter. After all, the funds for the house came from the system, so he wouldn't be spending his own money. However, while he spoke so casually, Lu Ming's feelings became increasingly complex. She was aware of the housing prices in Jiangxing, averaging around 20,000 per square meter, with prime locations even higher. A 100-square-meter apartment, even at the lower estimate, would amount to $2 million. Yet, she realized that for him, $2 million was merely the cost of a watch. This realization made it surprisingly easy for her to accept the notion of buying a house. For others, acquiring an apartment in Jiangxing could take years of hard work. But for him, it was something he could obtain effortlessly. By the way, I'm going to drive to the vehicle management office to get the license plate. While I'm doing that, could you check if there are any nice communities in the university town? Chen Zhibai suggested. Huh? You want me to look at the communities? Lu Ming was momentarily stunned, instinctively asking. She hadn't expected Chen Zhibai to invite her to participate in the search. Of course, you're the one who will be living there. You're the lady of the house. If you don't look, who will? Chen Zhibai replied with a smile, and as he spoke, he noticed the surprise lighting up Lu Ming's fair and lovely face, prompting him to gently pinch her cheek. Lu Ming was genuinely delighted, understanding that the house was meant for the two of them, and she would be its mistress. All right, I'll check while we're in the car. We're buying in the university town, right? She asked, suppressing her excitement. Yes, it's convenient to buy in the university town since we'll be here for the next 4 years. Take a look at the new communities, preferably ones that are fully furnished, so we only need to buy a few pieces of furniture to move in, Chen Zhibai affirmed. Okay, Lu Ming agreed, and as they spoke, they arrived at the school parking lot, quickly reaching the sleek gray BMW X5. Under the sunlight, the gray hue appeared particularly stylish and sporty. Get in, Chen Zhibai instructed as he unlocked the car with the key, taking his seat in the driver's position. Once Lu Ming joined him, he started the engine, driving towards the school gate while Lu Ming pulled out her phone, eager to search for new communities in the university town. Truth be told, she was feeling excited and impatient. Drive safely. I'm starting to look at communities now, she said, glancing up at Chen Zhibai. Sure, he nodded, though his gaze couldn't help but drift toward her. Beneath her black skirt, her long, fair legs were exposed. Lu Ming, engrossed in her search, was oblivious to Chen Zhibai's gaze. Chen Zhibai, undeterred, picked up his phone and dialed a number. After unlocking the task of obtaining Chen Zhihui's initial kiss and securing the license plate, the system had provided a contact number to expedite the process. 20 minutes later, he parked outside the Jiangxing Vehicle Management Office. Hello, I'm Wang Hai, the one you called about the license plate. A young man in his mid-20s approached briskly as Chen Zhibai stepped out of the car, greeting him. Wang Hai's gaze held a hint of envy as he recognized Chen Zhibai. He had been informed by his superiors that someone would be coming for the special license plate A999N, which had been reserved for some time. He had anticipated this moment and had been waiting at the door. However, he never expected the person to be such a young student, likely just starting university. It was a clear case of having good fortune, starting university and already driving a top-of-the-line BMW X5, with the director personally arranging for him to receive a premium plate. Thank you for your assistance. Chen Zhibai replied politely. Not at all. It's no trouble, Wang Hai quickly assured him, adding, please hand me your car key. I need to inspect the vehicle for the registration. But don't worry, the entire process will be swift. It should be completed within half an hour. All right, Chen Zhibai nodded, calling Lu Ming out of the car and handing the keys to Wang Hai. You can take care of everything from here. I'll wait for you in the office. Wang Hai took the keys and led Chen Zhibai and Lu Ming into an office. As he left with the keys, Chen Zhibai settled onto the sofa. Contemplating the situation, it was evident that this was the power of the system. He couldn't help but wonder how the system had managed to acquire such a license plate. Shaking his head, he decided not to dwell on it, as, quite frankly, the stronger the system was, the stronger he would become. Lu Ming, sitting beside him, felt a surge of emotions. She had always thought getting a license plate would be a cumbersome process, as a relative of hers had complained about the hassle after purchasing a car. But now, where was the hassle? The vehicle management staff handled everything, and despite Wang Hai's not-so-young age, he had treated Chen Zhibai with utmost respect. Furthermore, the license plate was a rare 999 combination. Lu Ming's feelings were complicated, but she understood that this preferential treatment was entirely due to Chen Zhibai. Was this what they referred to as privilege? What are you thinking about? Chen Zhibai waved a hand in front of Lu Ming's face, smiling as he asked, Oh, nothing, she said, snapping back to reality. After a brief smile, she leaned affectionately against Chen Zhibai's arm. I just feel so fortunate to have met you. Chapter 63. The gap between people. Though it was promised that the license plate would be ready in half an hour, all procedures were completed in just 20 minutes, and the plate was affixed to the car. The 999 license plate transformed the aura of the sleek gray BMW X5 entirely. As Chen Zhibai drove away from the vehicle management office, Wang Hai accompanied him to the door. Hey, can I ask you something in secret? What is his background? He got the director to personally greet him and even received a 999 license plate. A curious young man, also a staff member, inquired. He had only recently joined the office. Some things are better left unsaid, Wang Hai replied, adopting a senior's demeanor before turning back toward the office. If you don't want to say, then don't. The young man pouted, muttering under his breath as he couldn't help but steal a glance at the departing BMW X5, his eyes filled with envy. Regardless of Wang Hai's silence, he understood that Chen Zhibai's background was likely extraordinary. After all, he was so young and already driving a top-tier BMW X5, with a 999 license plate to boot. Jiangxing, being a new first-tier city, had an abundance of people, making it difficult to acquire a good license plate, as they were closely monitored by those in the know. Yet, Chen Zhibai had managed to secure one. As these thoughts crossed his mind, the young man's envy for Chen Zhibai only grew. He envied not only his wealth but also Chen Zhibai's girlfriend. He had just caught a glimpse of Lu Ming, although he quickly averted his gaze after that fleeting moment. Her stunning beauty, exquisite figure, and that pair of enviable long legs left him feeling quite envious of Chen Zhibai. The disparity between individuals is indeed staggering. With a sigh, the young man chose not to dwell on it further and turned to enter the vehicle management office. What are you pondering? Chen Zhibai inquired as he drove the BMW X5, noticing that Lu Ming had been silent and lost in thought. It's nothing much, Lu Ming replied, returning to the present with a smile, though her mind was still preoccupied with matters concerning license plates. How swift, and it's a plate with 3 nines. How did the property viewing go? He asked. The time was still early, not yet 10 in the morning. If they had found a promising community, they could head over to take a look. Without much thought, Chen Zhibai parked the car in a temporary spot by the roadside and posed the question. As he spoke, his gaze swept over Lu Ming's fair and radiant face. Once again, the importance of having a home was underscored, as it provided a space for solitude. I have viewed a few communities. They are all new developments from recent years, and I found some unsold units online, Lu Ming stated. Really? Which communities are those? Chen Zhibai asked, intrigued. Lu Ming picked up her phone and placed it in front of Chen Zhibai, beginning to introduce them one by one. Overall, they were all new developments from the past few years, but even among new communities, there were significant differences in location, amenities, greenery, and property management. This led to a noticeable disparity in housing prices across these developments. The community with the lowest price had a unit price of exactly 20,000 per square meter, which could be considered the average price for housing in Jiangqing. In contrast, the most expensive community boasted a unit price of 50,000 per square meter. Located in the most prime area of the university town and hailed as the high-end community within the university district. While a difference of 30,000 per square meter may not seem significant at a glance, it translates to a staggering difference of 3 million for a 100 square meter apartment. It is estimated that 99% of people will never earn 3 million in their lifetime, highlighting the gap between these two communities. However, the high price is justified. The community named Jinhu Garden stands out with its excellent location, surrounding amenities, and lush landscaping that truly captivates the eye. Furthermore, all units are fully renovated in collaboration with a well-established design and renovation company in Jiangqing. The contrast with the 20,000 per square meter community is clearly evident. Which community are we considering? Lu Ming, seated in the passenger seat, fastened her seatbelt, accentuating her curves, though it was her long legs that truly commanded attention. With proportions so striking that even those indifferent to legs would find it hard to look away. And these were not the artificially elongated legs seen on social media. Lu Ming's legs were genuine, making them all the more remarkable. After speaking, she couldn't help but glance at Chen Zhibai. Naturally, she preferred Jinhu Garden due to its genuinely beautiful environment. She had been somewhat mesmerized by the promotional video she had watched online, which showcased the community's allure. Moreover, Jinhu Garden had a stellar reputation within the university town. Everyone knew the quality of the housing there, and the residents were affluent. Yet, the price of 50,000 per square meter was exorbitant. A 100 square meter unit would cost a staggering 5 million. Conversely, the community with an average price of 20,000 would allow one to purchase a 100 square meter apartment for merely 2 million. This represented a 3 million difference, not a trivial 30 or 300. Are there still unsold units in Jinhu Garden? Chen Zhibai raised an eyebrow, inquiring. He was well aware of Jinhu Garden's status as a high-end community within the university town. Yes, there's a real estate agent on Douyin for Jinhu Garden. I asked her, and she said there are still some unsold units. Lu Ming nodded, her heart racing slightly, as she sensed that Chen Zhibai might be inclined to buy in that community. Sure enough, the next moment, she saw Chen Zhibai nodding affirmatively. Let us go to Jinhu Garden's sales office now, Chen Zhibai stated decisively. For him, the choice of which community to purchase in was straightforward. Especially since he wouldn't be spending his own money. Naturally, he would opt for the best option. Moreover, having seen the properties at Jinhu Garden, he couldn't deny their undeniable allure. Are we truly buying a property at Jinhu Garden? Despite having guessed as much, witnessing Chen Zhibai's intention to purchase there still prompted Lu Ming to ask, and of course, if something is good, we should acquire it, Chen Zhibai replied, nodding, before starting the car and activating the navigation system. Heading directly to Jinhu Garden's sales office, in the passenger seat, Lu Ming felt her heartbeat quicken uncontrollably. Was she really going to live in a property at Jinhu Garden? As she recalled the images from the promotional video, she felt a bit dazed. Her family resided in an old-style apartment building with limited space, only 2 bedrooms and a living room. Her parents occupied one bedroom while she shared the other with her sister. Thus, throughout her life, she had never had a personal space to call her own. The contrast between her current living situation and the beautiful Jinhu Garden was stark. Chapter 64. Purchasing a home. The sales office for Jinhu Garden was conveniently located beside the community itself, designed to facilitate potential buyers in viewing the properties. After driving for nearly 20 minutes, Chen Zhibai arrived at the sales office. We've arrived. Let us get out, he said, unbuckling his seatbelt and turning to Lu Ming. All right, she nodded, releasing her own seatbelt. Chen Zhibai took Lu Ming's fair hand and walked into the sales office. He noticed that the spacious interior was quite empty, with only a few sales representatives in uniforms, lending an air of desolation. Chen Zhibai was somewhat taken aback, but soon understood the reason for the lack of clientele. In a market where most communities averaged between 20 to 30,000 per square meter, Jinhu Garden's average price of 50,000 naturally deterred many potential buyers. In simpler terms, was Jinhu Garden a good community? Undoubtedly, but the prices were indeed steep. While many admired Jinhu Garden, the the reality of their financial capabilities likely left them hesitant to even step foot into the sales office. Hence, it appeared rather quiet. Nevertheless, the office itself was well decorated. Chen Zhibai surveyed the area. It was bright and clean, with a tasteful design. The sales representatives, both male and female, were dressed in suits and ties or formal OL dresses, all possessing a decent level of attractiveness. While they might not compare to Lu Ming, they were still considered quite lovely by the average person's standards, likely scoring a solid 70 or 80 in attractiveness. Chen Zhibai, curious and intrigued, examined the sales office, as it was his first time visiting such a high-end property sales office. However, he felt no anxiety or discomfort. After all, he was genuinely capable of affording a unit here. With 1 million in purchasing power at his disposal, he felt a sense of assurance. As the saying goes, confidence breeds self-assurance. Thus, despite this being his first visit to a luxury community sales office, he felt remarkably at ease. Yet, while he remained composed, Lu Ming, holding his hand, felt a twinge of nervousness. She concealed it well, ensuring that others could not detect her inner turmoil at this moment. "Good day, sir. How may I assist you?" Zhao Xiaoli approached briskly, stopping before Chen Zhibai and speaking in a warm tone. Her demeanor was friendly, particularly upon noticing that Chen Zhibai had stepped out of a BMW X5. This indicated wealth and capability in the service industry. It is a reality that people often do not judge others through a colored lens, but in this era, those who possess true financial strength naturally receive a more sincere attitude. This is both understandable and justifiable. Allow me to introduce myself. My name is Zhao Xiaoli, and I am a sales representative for Jinhu Garden. It's a pleasure to assist you, she continued, addressing Chen Zhibai, who she recognized as the one in charge. However, as she spoke, she couldn't help but steal glances at Lu Ming, feeling a sense of to be frank. She had encountered many beautiful women, but Lu Ming's beauty was unparalleled, and her figure was truly remarkable. This made Zhao Xiaoli, who typically felt confident in her own appearance, feel a hint of pressure. "Hello," Chen Zhibai replied courteously, nodding at Zhao Xiaoli before continuing. "I'm here to inquire about available properties. What types of units do you currently have for sale?" Upon hearing this, Zhao Xiaoli's eyes lit up, as she had dealt with numerous clients before and could easily discern who was genuinely interested in purchasing. At this moment, she had no doubt that Chen Zhibai was a serious buyer, as he was directly inquiring about available unit types. Moreover, the most crucial factor was that Zhao Xiaoli could sense Chen Zhibai's genuine confidence. "Sir, please follow me to the VIP lounge, where I can provide you with more information," Zhao Xiaoli quickly said, suppressing her thoughts. She noticed that Chen Zhibai appeared youthful, but that didn't matter. What mattered was his financial strength. "All right," Chen Zhibai nodded, taking Lu Ming's hand as they followed Zhao Xiaoli into the VIP lounge. "Please, have a seat." Zhao Xiaoli gestured for them to sit on the soft white sofa. After they settled in, she didn't immediately begin detailing the available units. Instead, she asked what they would like to drink. Both Chen Zhibai and Lu Ming opted for mineral water. Zhao Xiaoli nodded in acknowledgement and went to fetch 2 bottles of Evian mineral water. Afterward, she returned with a tablet but did not take a seat. Instead, she crouched down to present the unit options to Chen Zhibai. In general, Jinhu Garden did not offer small units. There were number 70, 90, or even 100 square meter apartments available. The smallest units were 112 square meters, followed by options of 130, 150, 180, and the largest being 220 square meters. Which floors of the 180 square meter units are currently available? Chen Zhibai inquired directly. Based on Jinhu Garden's average price of 50,000 per square meter, his purchasing power of 1 million would allow him to acquire a unit under 200 square meters. If possible, he preferred to choose a 200 square meter unit, but unfortunately, Jinhu Garden did not offer that option. Thus, he had to consider the 180 square meter units. Upon hearing Chen Zhibai's inquiry about the 180 square meter unit, Zhao Xiaoli's eyes brightened, and her heart raced. To ask about this unit size indicated that he could afford it. A 180 square meter unit, at an average price of 50,000, would cost a total of 9 million. Her commission was 0.5, which might seem modest, but selling a 180 square meter unit would yield her a commission of 45,000, a considerable amount. Thus, Zhao Xiaoli's heart raced, and she even felt a bit parched, as if she could hear her own heartbeat. Fortunately, she quickly regained her composure. "We currently have 15 180 square meter units available," located on Zhao Xiaoli began, her voice slightly trembling with excitement. It was understandable for her to feel this way. Since the launch of Jinhu Garden, the 180 square meter units had not sold as easily. After all, a 9 million property is not something just anyone can purchase. Although Jiangxing is a new first-tier city, the average salary is not particularly high, and when categorized, it could be considered more of a second-tier city, far behind Beijing, Shanghai, Guangzhou, and Shenzhen. Therefore, a 9 million property is indeed quite pricey. Chapter 65. Heartbeats quickening. Seated on the spacious, plush sofa, Lu Ming felt her heart race instinctively upon hearing Chen Zhibai request information about the 180 square meter unit. Thump, thump, quick and fervent. She struggled to maintain an air of composure, but her beautiful eyes betrayed her anticipation and nervousness. Could it be as she hoped? At this moment, Zhao Xiaoli finished detailing the available 180 square meter units and asked, "Would it be convenient to view the unit on the 16th floor?" Chen Zhibai pondered briefly before looking at Zhao Xiaoli. Overall, the 180 square meter units had not sold well, so most floors remained unsold. He chose the 16th floor simply because he liked the number. It was his birthday. August 16th, and the height was just right. Of course, it's quite convenient, Zhao Xiaoli quickly affirmed, adding, "Please wait here a moment. I'll go get the keys and take you to see the unit." After receiving Chen Zhibai's nod, she stood up from her crouched position. As she did, her lovely curves became apparent. He'll be honest. While she might not compare to Lu Ming or Chen Zhihui, she still had an attractive figure. Chen Zhibai couldn't help but glance at her briefly before quickly redirecting his gaze. Zhao Xiaoli sensed his lingering gaze but feigned ignorance and truth. Had Chen Zhibai not been accompanied by Lu Ming, she would have considered making a bold move. Chen Zhibai exuded confidence and composure, which was compelling. Moreover, her instincts told her that he was indeed a buyer. As Zhao Xiaoli turned to fetch the keys, they were centrally located at the front desk, making it easy for clients to access them as needed. Chen Zhibai sat on the sofa, casting a glance at Zhao Xiaoli's retreating figure. He couldn't shake the feeling that her waist swayed a bit more than usual as she walked, which was quite captivating. Shaking his head, he redirected his focus to Lu Ming, who was gazing at him with bright eyes filled with anticipation and anxiety. "What's on your mind?" he asked, noticing her expression. "Are we really considering purchasing the 180 square meter unit?" Lu Ming hesitated, unable to contain her curiosity any longer. The thought of such a significant investment was overwhelming, especially since the price was 9 million. Could she truly live in such a place? "We'll go take a look at the unit first. If it's suitable, we'll proceed with the purchase," Chen Zhibai replied, nodding. His words sent Lu Ming's heart racing uncontrollably once more. The notion of proceeding with the purchase lingered in her mind, causing her eyes to momentarily glaze over. "Sir, I've retrieved the keys. We can go see the unit now." Zhao Xiaoli re-entered the VIP lounge promptly, smiling as she addressed Chen Zhibai. "All right, let us go," Chen Zhibai nodded, rising from the sofa. Although the community was adjacent to the sales office, he opted to drive as the building housing the 180 square meter units was situated further inside the community, making walking a less convenient option. After speaking with the security guard at the entrance, Zhao Xiaoli signaled for the electronic barrier to lift, and Chen Zhibai smoothly drove into the community. The community features a separation of vehicles and pedestrians with underground parking. Should you decide to purchase the 180 square meter unit, we will include 2 parking spaces at no additional cost, which is quite a saving. Zhao Xiaoli was seated in the back, her entire body leaning forward as she spoke. Chen Zhibai nodded in response, but remained silent. "Let's first view the property. We can discuss other matters later." Frankly speaking, although a house priced at 9 million was indeed expensive, Chen Zhibai was not overly concerned, for the expenditure came from the system, not his own pocket. Once the financial burden was lifted from his shoulders, the weight of it felt considerably less. As the vehicle smoothly cruised into the community, Zhao Xiaoli began to provide a series of introductions from the back seat. Lu Ming, positioned in the front passenger seat, gazed outside through the window with her strikingly beautiful eyes. Although she had previously seen promotional videos of the Jinhu home community on Douyin, witnessing it in person was an entirely different experience. It was truly exquisite and aesthetically pleasing. If only she could reside here. Lu Ming took a deep breath, attempting to steady her racing heart. Moments later, guided by Zhao Xiaoli, Chen Zhibai parked the car beneath an apartment building. This building consisted entirely of spacious 180 square meter units. While each floor housed 2 units, each had its own private elevator, employing a staggered design that allowed residents to avoid encounters with their neighbors. After Zhao Xiaoli exited the vehicle, she stated, "This design ensures privacy." Chen Zhibai nodded, fully comprehending her explanation in simpler terms. Although there were 2 units per floor, the elevator effectively separated them, allowing for a 1 elevator per unit arrangement. Holding Lu Ming's hand, he followed Zhao Xiaoli into the building. The entire first floor was devoid of residents, having been entirely transformed into a leisure space. Zhao Xiaoli briefly introduced the area, but upon noticing Chen Zhibai's lack of interest, she refrained from elaborating further and pressed the elevator button. When the doors opened, she did not enter immediately but held the door for Chen Zhibai and Lu Ming, stepping in only after they had entered. She then produced an elevator card and swiped it, selecting the 16th floor. This is a private elevator card, distinct from the one the owners possess, which only allows access to their own floor. Please rest assured, she remarked with a smile as the elevator ascended. Chen Zhibai nodded in acknowledgement. Soon, the elevator reached the 16th floor, the doors opening with a chime. Zhao Xiaoli stepped out first, holding the elevator door open until Chen Zhibai and Lu Ming exited before retracting her hand. The elevator opened directly in front of the apartment door, but there was a spacious area of approximately 20 square meters in between. This space is entirely yours, measuring 23 square meters. Therefore, although the apartment is 180 square meters, with this area included, it effectively totals 200 square meters, Zhao Xiaoli explained with a smile. She then produced a key card, gently swiping it across the electronic lock on the door, which clicked open. Zhao Xiaoli held the door ajar but did not enter, instead gesturing for Chen Zhibai and Lu Ming to proceed inside. As they stepped into the apartment, Chen Zhibai was immediately taken aback by the exquisite interior design. The entire home exuded a modern aesthetic, both refined and contemporary. The living room, spanning 60 to 70 square meters, appeared remarkably spacious, with a stunning floor-to-ceiling window that offered a view of the bustling street outside. Chapter 66. Lu Ming hesitated, contemplating. Zhao Xiaoli guided Chen Zhibai through the apartment, showcasing 4 bedrooms and 2 bathrooms. Logically, in an 180 square meter apartment, it would be reasonable to expect 5 bedrooms even after accounting for shared space. Yet this unit only featured 4. Each bedroom was generously sized, ensuring greater comfort for its occupants. This underscored the community's appeal to affluent individuals, as comfort is a paramount consideration for the wealthy. To be candid, Chen Zhibai was quite satisfied with the apartment, spacious, well-decorated, and already equipped with air conditioning. All it required was the purchase of a sofa, bed, and some bedding before it was ready for immediate occupancy. "What do you think of this apartment?" Chen Zhibai turned to Lu Ming, who had been standing beside him. "It's wonderful," Lu Ming responded instinctively, her eyes sparkling with excitement. It was more than wonderful. This was the most beautiful apartment she had ever encountered in reality. From its size to its design, she could find no fault. "All right," Chen Zhibai nodded, then looked at Zhao Xiaoli. "Madam, this apartment is indeed remarkable. If you..." Zhao Xiaoli began, eager to finalize the sale. However, she was interrupted by Chen Zhibai's dismissive wave. "I'll take this apartment. Calculate the total cost. I will pay in full." Zhao Xiaoli was momentarily stunned, her disbelief evident as she gazed at Chen Zhibai, questioning whether her ears had deceived her. She had anticipated that he might purchase the apartment, but she had expected some negotiation. The directness of his intent took her by surprise. Furthermore, his demeanor was so calm and casual, as if he were discussing a mere trinket rather than a 9 million yuan property. "Sir, are you truly saying you wish to buy this apartment?" Zhao Xiaoli asked after swallowing hard. "Yes," Chen Zhibai affirmed with a nod. Observing his confirmation, Zhao Xiaoli swallowed again, her eyes shimmering with excitement and anticipation. Since the purchase was made in full, an overall discount of 200,000 yuan was applied to the total price of 9 million. In addition to this financial concession, 2 parking spaces were included at no extra charge, which, when valued, were not insignificant. Furthermore, the 3 years of property management fees were waived. The Jinhu Home community operated its own property management, and due to its upscale positioning, the annual fee was quite high, over 20,000 yuan for 180 square meters. "Sir, this is the maximum discount we can offer. Previous owners have not received such a generous concession." Zhao Xiaoli concluded her presentation, her expression a mix of tension and hope as she looked at Chen Zhibai. The completion of this transaction would yield her a commission of 45,000 yuan, a substantial sum indeed. Thus, she felt the weight of her anxiety, fearing that Chen Zhibai might find the discount unsatisfactory. But this truly was the best deal available. "All right, I will buy it," Let's proceed with the payment, Chen Zhibai declared, extending his bank card toward Zhao Xiaoli, who stood there, momentarily dazed. It took her a second to regain her composure, and she hurriedly accepted the card with both hands. The tension that had initially gripped her dissipated, replaced by exhilaration and excitement. The card was swiped, and the purchase contract was signed. As Chen Zhibai took the pen from Zhao Xiaoli's outstretched hands to sign the contract. Lu Ming sat nearby. Despite her upright posture and composed demeanor, her mind was somewhat adrift. They had indeed made a purchase. Even though she was aware of Chen Zhibai's wealth and capabilities, witnessing him swipe his card to acquire a 9 million yuan property left her in a state of disbelief and awe. This wasn't merely 9 or 90 or 900. It was an astounding 9 million. What does 9 million even signify? If one were to calculate based on an average university graduate's monthly salary of 5,000 yuan, it would require a staggering 1,800 months of relentless saving, equivalent to 150 years. To amass such a fortune, one would have to labor from the Qing dynasty until the present to accumulate that amount. Lu Ming took a deep breath, attempting to dispel the lingering shock within her. She turned her gaze toward Chen Zhibai, who was engrossed in signing the contract. From her perspective, despite just having spent 9 million, his expression remained unchanged, calm, composed, and effortlessly confident, as if the sum were but a trivial expense. Indeed, for him, it likely was just a trivial amount. Reflecting on this, Lu Ming found herself hesitating. According to her initial expectations, she had intended to take things slowly with Chen Zhibai, allowing for gradual interaction without rushing to the final step. She feared that if he obtained her too quickly, he might not appreciate her. Yet now, she found herself wavering, questioning whether she should adhere to her original plan. Would Chen Zhibai be displeased? If he were unhappy, might he seek companionship elsewhere? With uncertainty clouding her eyes, she recognized with utmost clarity that Chen Zhibai was the finest man she could ever hope to find in her lifetime. Perfectly suited to her in every aspect: age, appearance, demeanor, and wealth. Furthermore, his character was commendable. He exuded a sense of maturity and stability that far surpassed that of his peers. There were no apparent shortcomings. This raised a pressing question. If she felt this way, what must other women think? Should she truly follow her initial plan? All right. Chen Zhibai was oblivious to Lu Ming's inner turmoil. Having completed signing the necessary pages of the purchase contract under Zhao Xiaoli's guidance, he placed the pen on the table. While he was unsure how signatures were handled elsewhere in real estate transactions, he had ensured that he signed every page of the contract. When can I expect to receive the property certificate? Chen Zhibai inquired, directing his attention to Zhao Xiaoli. It will take about a week. Once the certificate is ready, I will call you immediately, Zhao Xiaoli replied, half squatting on the ground as she maintained this position during Chen Zhibai's signing. Although it was undoubtedly tiring, the prospect of earning a commission of 45,000 yuan invigorated her, allowing her to disregard her fatigue. As she spoke, Zhao Xiaoli glanced at Lu Ming, who sat quietly beside her, and sighed inwardly. To be frank, had any other woman with lesser beauty than Lu Ming been by Chen Zhibai's side, she would have set aside her morals to pursue him. Having graduated from university several years ago, and now at the age of 26, she was no naive young girl. She understood the immense significance of securing a wealthy partner in a woman's life, a matter as crucial as a fortunate birth. And without a doubt, Chen Zhibai was affluent. Not only was he wealthy, but he was also remarkably young, exuding charm and poise. Such attributes were rare among the wealthy elite. However, this rarity only intensified Zhao Xiaoli's size. While she had always considered herself attractive, standing out in the sales department, she could not help but feel slightly defeated in comparison to Lu Ming. Chapter 67. Take care, and if you have any further questions, feel free to reach out to me. As Chen Zhibai and Lu Ming departed from the sales office, Zhao Xiaoli accompanied them to the door, her face radiating warmth and enthusiasm. All right. Chen Zhibai nodded, offering a brief acknowledgement before casting a glance in her direction. Feeling a mix of sentiments. Indeed, wealth serves as the finest adornment for a man. Why did he feel this way? Because just moments ago, while in the sales office, Zhao Xiaoli had seized the opportunity, discreetly squeezing his arm when Lu Ming was distracted. Upon instinctively glancing in her direction, he found that she had not recoiled. Instead, she had met his gaze and squeezed his arm again. This was quite intriguing. He felt confident that if he chose to pursue further contact with Zhao Xiaoli, a narrative would undoubtedly unfold. This was one of the advantages of wealth. Women often express their interest first. and their enthusiasm exceeded one's expectations. Take Zhao Xiaoli, for instance. Was she beautiful? To be frank, she was indeed attractive. Even if she didn't quite match Lu Ming's allure, the difference was negligible. After all, her position as a sales representative in such a high-end community as Jinhu Home was a testament to her appeal. Additionally, at the age of 26 or 27, she had shed the naivety of youth, exuding an urban elegance that was certainly an asset in the social sphere. Women like Zhao Xiaoli were undoubtedly pursued by numerous men, benefiting from the advantages that beauty afforded them. Yet, she had just actively squeezed his arm, and when he had looked over, she had not shied away, but had instead squeezed again. It was undeniably suggestive. The intention behind her actions was unmistakable. Suppressing his thoughts, Chen Zhibai remained silent as he took Lu Ming's hand and directly entered the vehicle parked at the sales office entrance. The entire process, from viewing the apartment to signing the contract, had taken over 2 hours, and it was now nearing noon. Chen Zhibai planned to take Lu Ming out for a meal before heading to the furniture store to purchase a bed and sofa, along with some bedding essentials. Although Jinhu Home was fully furnished, they still needed to buy a bed, sofa, and bedding. As Chen Zhibai drove away from the sales office, Zhao Xiaoli stood at the entrance, watching until the BMW X5 disappeared from her view. Only then did she retract her gaze, feeling a mixture of anxiety and anticipation. She had sent out signals. Now it was up to Chen Zhibai to respond. Taking a deep breath, Zhao Xiaoli couldn't help but reflect on the earlier moment. Initially, she had intended to give up, daunted by Lu Ming's radiant beauty. Yet, during their time in the sales office, she ultimately could not resist the urge to signal her interest. After all, what if Chen Zhibai had a preference for someone like her? Her attractiveness was undeniable, and her figure was commendable. If he truly favored her, her life could change entirely. It was this thought that had propelled her to take the initiative. To be honest, it was the first time she had ever been so forward. Even suppressing some of her moral reservations, she had encountered wealthy individuals before, but they were all older, often portly men. While they had money, they exuded an indescribable sense of grace. However, Chen Zhibai was different, young, with a clean and refreshing appearance and a composed demeanor, coupled with the casual display of 9 million yuan during the purchase. This had stirred her feelings. Taking another deep breath, Zhao Xiaoli resolved not to dwell on it further. She had released her signals and now awaited Chen Zhibai's response. Surely, he would respond? After all, she was a beauty with a captivating presence. After driving for a while, Lu Ming suddenly inquired, "Where are we headed?" Sitting in the front passenger seat, her long legs beneath her black skirt were strikingly proportioned. "Let's grab a bite." "It's noon already. Aren't you hungry?" Chen Zhibai smiled as he glanced at her. "I'm all right." "Not too hungry," Lu Ming replied, then hesitated before asking, "Do you have a lot of pocket money?" As she spoke, her gaze instinctively turned toward Chen Zhibai. She hadn't intended to pose that question. Her past behavior indicated as much, for she had never asked such a thing before. It was evident to her that Chen Zhibai was wealthy. However, at this moment, her curiosity got the better of her, as she felt that his wealth exceeded her expectations. From the top-tier BMW X5 to the 100,000 yuan Patek Philippe watch, it was already astonishing. Now, with the purchase of a 9 million yuan house, his nonchalant attitude left her in awe. "It's all right," Chen Zhibai replied, meeting her gaze as he pondered his response. Lu Ming thought to herself, "Is that what you call all right? If that's the case, then no one else can compare." Her expression turned to one of resignation, but she decided not to pursue the topic further. "Let's eat first. Afterward, we'll head to the furniture store to buy a bed and sofa, and also pick up some bedding items to set up the place." Chen Zhibai outlined his plans for the afternoon. "Sounds good. I'm in," Lu Ming nodded, her heart racing at the thought of the expansive 180 square meter apartment in Jinhu Home. Seeing it in person was a world apart from viewing it on video. As they approached a traffic light that had turned from green to red, Chen Zhibai brought the vehicle to a halt. Just as he was about to change the song, his phone vibrated with a WeChat message from Chen Zhibai, a crying emoji. Upon witnessing the situation, Chen Zhibai first glanced at Lu Ming, only to find that she was not looking at him. He then prepared to type a message to Chen Zhibai, inquiring about her troubles. However, before he could send it, Chen Zhibai's message arrived. The washing machine in their rented apartment had suddenly broken down, leaving her in a state of discontent. "I haven't finished washing my clothes yet. If I had known, I would have arranged to rent a better apartment with my best friend. This place breaks down every few days, and the landlord is utterly indifferent." That moment, Chen Zhibai was sitting on the sofa in the Yinghuan community, pouting as she typed. The advantage of the apartment she shared with her friend was its affordability, but the drawbacks were numerous. Earlier, when she attempted to do laundry, she discovered that the washing machine had inexplicably malfunctioned and refused to operate. This predicament was quite distressing, especially considering that when she contacted the landlord, he responded with a displeased tone and unkind words. Inside a BMW, upon reading Chen Zhihui's messages, Chen Zhibai felt a sudden jolt of realization. Ding, as a wealthy individual, he believed in treating his girlfriend with fairness. Just then, a system notification echoed in his mind. Random task triggered. Purchase a property to serve as a love nest for Chen Zhihui. Accepting this task would grant him a funding of 10 million for the purchase. Should he choose to decline, there would be no rewards nor penalties. Chapter 68. Fairness in treatment. Hearing the system's voice in his mind, Chen Zhibai's eyes sparkled with excitement. It was indeed serendipitous. He had initially planned to rent 2 apartments, one for private moments with Lu Ming and another for Chen Zhihui. However, due to the system's task, he decided to purchase one instead of renting for his time with Lu Ming. He had anticipated renting for Chen Zhihui, but unexpectedly, the system task presented itself. Fairness in treatment? This was a task he welcomed. I accept this task, Chen Zhibai silently affirmed, and in the next moment, the system's voice resounded once more. Task accepted. 10 million has been credited to your system bank account. Please check promptly. Note: this amount can only be used for purchasing property and not for any other purpose. Buzzing. As the system notification chimed, his phone vibrated with a bank message confirming the arrival of 10 million. What's the matter? Is there something to be happy about? Lu Ming, seated in the passenger seat, looked at Chen Zhibai with curiosity. She sensed his current elation. Yes, indeed, Chen Zhibai replied with a smile, discreetly putting his phone away as he spoke. What is it? Lu Ming inquired, her bright and lovely face displaying curiosity. It's about buying a house, which will provide us with a private space together, Chen Zhibai stated straightforwardly. Upon hearing this, Lu Ming instinctively flushed, her thoughts momentarily veiled. She turned her gaze away from Chen Zhibai to look out the window, maintaining her usual bright demeanor, though upon closer inspection, one could notice the faint blush on her delicate earlobes. Observing her reaction, Chen Zhibai remained silent and instead sent a WeChat message to Chen Zhihui. Do you have a favorite community in Jiangxing? Ah. In the Yingquan community, Chen Zhihui paused upon receiving Chen Zhibai's message, puzzled by his inquiry, but chose not to dwell on it. Of course, there is the Jiangnan Spring City community. I saw it on Douyin before. It looks truly beautiful, but it's expensive. Over 40,000 per square meter, nearly 50. She typed as she mentioned Jiangnan Spring City. A hint of longing flickered across her fair and lovely face, only to be quickly suppressed. I'll be free the day after tomorrow afternoon. I'll come to pick you up then, and we'll go buy a house in that community for you. Chen Zhibai texted. Wow. In the Yingquan community? Upon reading this message, Chen Zhihui's eyes widened instinctively, her fair and lovely face displaying a dazed expression. What's wrong, Hui Hui? Why are you staring blankly? Li Shiran asked as she emerged from her room, having come to fill her cup with water. Upon seeing her best friend sitting on the sofa with a blank expression, she couldn't help but smile at the adorable sight. She approached and gently pinched Chen Zhihui's cheek, marveling at the softness. What a delightful texture, Li Shiran mused internally, then instinctively lowered her head, feeling a tinge of frustration. Sigh, I wonder what my best friend has been eating to grow up like this. Ran. Chen Zhihui snapped back to reality, lifting her gaze to Li Shiran. Although she had regained her composure, a lingering daze remained in her eyes. What's going on? Li Shiran chuckled again, observing her friend's cute, bewildered expression. Unable to resist, she playfully pinched her cheek once more. Glancing down, she remarked that Chen Zhibai is truly fortunate. Ran, he? Chen Zhihui finally regained her senses after being pinched again, swallowing hard before continuing. He said he wants to buy a house for me to live in. Who? Upon hearing this, Li Shiran was momentarily taken aback, but quickly realized it could only be Chen Zhibai. Is this for real? He wants to buy you a house. Why? Li Shiran inquired, her curiosity piqued, without questioning Chen Zhibai's financial capabilities, especially given that he wore a watch worth over $1 million. Well, I was just complaining earlier about how the washing machine broke down while I was trying to do laundry and how this apartment isn't great. Then he said he'd come to pick me up the day after tomorrow to buy a house for me. As she spoke, Chen Zhihui's small face still bore a hint of bewilderment. She had merely been venting her feelings but never expected Chen Zhibai's response to be so straightforward, simply purchasing a house, and one in Jiangnan Spring City no less. While she had always been aware of Chen Zhibai's wealth, the reality hadn't truly struck her until now. Just because she expressed a minor complaint about their current rental, he was willing to buy a house. Wasn't that a bit too extravagant? Thinking of this, Chen Zhibai couldn't help but swallow again. Meanwhile, Li Shiran was also momentarily stunned, taken aback by Chen Zhibai's bold and generous response. Is it really that extravagant? Just because you mentioned the rental was bad. He willing to buy you a house? Standing there, Li Shiran felt her emotions shift to a complex mix of envy. She was well aware of the exorbitant property prices in Jiangcheng. Even the most ordinary apartment would cost nearly 2 million. Moreover, given Chen Zhibai's wealth, would he even consider purchasing a standard apartment? Likely not. Hui, did he mention which community he intends to buy in? Li Shiran asked, suppressing her thoughts. Given that they were at home, she was dressed rather casually, in a white tank top and black shorts, her slender waist and long legs presenting an enviable figure. He did. Chen Zhibai nodded before revealing the name of the community, Jiangnan Spring City. Jiangnan Spring City? Hearing this name, Li Shiran was once again taken aback, and the complex emotions she had previously suppressed surged forth once more. Jiangnan Spring City. She was familiar with this community, having seen it on Douyin before, and she had even urged her friend to take a look. After viewing it, they had both sighed with longing, wishing they could live there, though they had laughed it off, recognizing the impossibly high prices. But now, complex feelings of envy arose within her. Chapter 69. Letting the best friend move in. Even though the wave of envy subsided quickly, it left Li Shiran feeling somewhat guilty and awkward. After all, for that fleeting moment, she had genuinely felt envious. Hui, this is a good thing, he cares about you. You've met the right person, how wonderful, Li Shiran said earnestly. Attempting to reassure her friend. Of course, I have met the right person, Chen Zhibai responded, though her thoughts were conflicted. But a property in Jiangnan Spring City is far too expensive, several million. I could never earn that much in my lifetime. Spending such an amount on a house feels excessively extravagant. Dear Hui, several million is indeed a hefty sum for us, or rather, for 99 of people. But for him, it might just be a small expense. Li Shiran replied with a hint of resignation. She then looked at her friend and added, Hui, from now on, you must change your mindset. You can't measure him by your own income. He isn't an ordinary person like us. Just as Chen Zhibai was about to respond, her phone buzzed with a message from Chen Zhibai. It's settled then. We'll go by the house the day after tomorrow. I'll pick you up. I have something to attend to now. We'll talk later. Instinctively, Chen Zhibai replied. Li Shiran, having seen the chat history between her friend and Chen Zhibai, felt the complexity of emotions rising again as she read Chen Zhibai's straightforward intention to buy a house, devoid of any unnecessary words. Fortunately, she quickly suppressed her feelings. Hui, let's be honest. Out of sight, out of mind. You're about to become a rich woman, and soon you'll be living in a high-end community like Jiangnan Spring City. Shouldn't you treat me to lunch today? Li Shiran joked with a smile. To be frank, she was genuinely happy for her friend, who had found a wealthy and sincere boyfriend, and their ages and circumstances seemed perfectly matched. Rich woman? I'm not a rich woman. Chen Zhibai blushed and replied shyly. What do you want for lunch? I'll treat you. Suddenly, she remembered a crucial detail. The day after tomorrow, Chen Zhibai would take her to Jiangnan Spring City to buy a house, which would be fully furnished and ready for immediate occupancy. Therefore, she would likely move in right away. But what about her best friend? Although the rent of their current apartment was not overly high, it was manageable when split between them. If she moved out, Li Shiran would be left to cover the rent alone, which would become a burden. Although she could find another roommate, there was no guarantee that the new person would be compatible. She had grown accustomed to living with Li Shiran since their university days, and the thought of parting was difficult. What are you thinking about? While Chen Zhibai pondered these matters, Li Shiran gently tapped her shoulder, her pretty face filled with curiosity. I'm talking to you. Why aren't you responding? I wasn't thinking about anything. Chen Zhibai shook her head, temporarily setting aside her thoughts. What were you saying? I suggested we order takeout for lunch. How about some spicy hot pot? It's noon, and the weather outside is too hot for dining out. Li Shiran repeated her earlier suggestion. That sounds good. Chen Zhibai nodded. All right then, I'll order spicy hot pot. You prefer it extra spicy, right? Li Shiran said as she took out her phone. Yes, indeed, Chen Zhibai affirmed. Okay. After completing her order, Li Shiran remarked, I truly don't understand how you can handle such spice. I can't even tolerate mild heat, yet we managed to be best friends. It's quite bizarre. As she spoke, Li Shiran found the hot pot place she frequently ordered from IT was reasonably priced at 15 yuan a bowl, with a generous selection of ingredients, and the flavor was undeniably delicious. Okay, the order is placed. Li Shiran quickly confirmed her payment and put her phone down. I'll transfer the money to you. Remember, I'm treating you, Chen Zhibai said. Stop it, I was just joking. With our relationship, it's all the same who treats whom, Li Shiran laughed, and then stood up. I need to handle some work that isn't finished yet. But I'll be done soon. Go ahead. Chen Zhibai nodded. Li Shiran said nothing more, poured herself a glass of water, and walked into her bedroom. As she moved, her attractive figure was on full display, with a slender waist and long legs, creating an enviable silhouette. Sitting on the sofa, Chen Zhibai hesitated for a moment before picking up her phone and opening the chat with Chen Zhibai. Can we discuss something? What is it? Chen Zhibai, having just parked his car in front of the hot pot restaurant, noticed the message from Chen Zhibai. After we buy the house, can my best friend come live with me as well? Chen Zhibai typed. This was a sudden idea she had, wishing to have her friend join her in the new home so they could continue living together. However, she was apprehensive about whether Chen Zhibai would be displeased. After pondering, she added, my best friend and I have a great bond. We shared a bunk for 4 years in college and rented the same apartment after graduation. If I move out, her salary won't cover the rent, and I can't bear to leave her. Please, please. She sent 3 messages in quick succession, the last one accompanied by a cute cat pleading emoji. I in the BMW. Chen Zhibai read her messages and considered her request. Letting your friend move in? That is certainly feasible. It would be nice to have company. Given the 10 million budget for the purchase, I will definitely be buying a spacious flat, so there will be enough room. Sure, let her come live with you. It's perfect for you two to keep each other company, Chen Zhibai replied. Chapter 70. Going all in. After sending the message, Chen Zhibai put his phone away, refraining from continuing the conversation with Chen Zhibai, as Lu Meng was still seated in the passenger seat. This is the hot pot restaurant you visited with your friends last night? Lu Meng unfastened her seatbelt and glanced out the window at the restaurant, asking with curiosity. Yes, this place is quite good, Chen Zhibai nodded, then opened the door to step out with Lu Meng. Upon entering the restaurant, he noticed it was already bustling with patrons, as it was mealtime. The establishment featured a trendy decor, with catchy slogans adorning the walls. Lu Meng surveyed the interior, smiling as she commented, Yes, I think so too. Chen Zhibai nodded, leading her to a window-side table. After scanning the QR code to place their order, the food arrived shortly. Coincidentally, the server was the same one who had inquired the previous day whether Chen Zhibai and Chen Zhibai were a couple. As he approached with the dishes in hand, he did not immediately notice Chen Zhibai, but rather cast a glance at Lu Meng and was inwardly struck by her beauty, truly stunning and quite tall as well. After that fleeting gaze, he dared not linger, and it was only after placing the array of dishes upon the table that he finally beheld Chen Zhibai. Upon seeing him, he momentarily froze. He recognized Chen Zhibai immediately, for the impression he had left was indelible. After all, the previous day, Chen Zhibai had brought along the lovely Chen Zhibai, and he had regaled his colleagues with tales of this enchanting encounter after work. His words tinged with envy for Chen Zhibai. Thus, the memory of Chen Zhibai lingered vividly in his mind, and that was why he was taken aback upon seeing him now. Instinctively, he turned his head back to steal another glance at Lu Meng. Chen Zhibai, of course, noticed the server's momentary lapse and understood the reason behind it. Hello, your dishes are all served. Please enjoy your meal. The server finally regained composure, swallowing hard, and looked at Chen Zhibai with eyes filled with admiration and respect. What a model of a man! Just yesterday, he had brought one beautiful girl and today, another. The key point was that both women were equally stunning. If only he could date one of them, he would wake up smiling from the dream. As for two, that was beyond his wildest imaginings. Truly remarkable, the server mused. Thank you, Chen Zhibai replied, noting the admiration and respect reflected in the server's eyes, which brought a smile to his face. Once the server departed, Lu Meng, with a hint of curiosity, asked, Why do I feel that his gaze towards me was rather peculiar just now? Sitting in her chair, she cast a puzzled glance at the server, feeling something was amiss in the way he had looked at her. Is that so? Perhaps it's just because you're so beautiful that he couldn't help but glance a few extra times. Chen Zhibai responded. In a way, Lu Meng shot him a playful glare, though her heart swelled with joy. After their meal, the clock was nearing 1 in the afternoon. First, let us purchase the bed and sofa at the furniture store. We can gradually acquire the other items later, Chen Zhibai said, gripping Lu Ming's hand as they exited the restaurant and made their way back to the car, fastening his seatbelt as he spoke. Lu Ming nodded in agreement, as they had already discussed this during their meal. To be frank, she felt a sense of anticipation, for Chen Zhibai had invited her to choose the bed and sofa to her. This was a sign of how much he valued her. Suppressing her excitement, she fastened her seatbelt and turned to glance at Chen Zhibai, her mind resolving on certain matters. 20 minutes later, Chen Zhibai parked in front of a furniture store, and after securing the vehicle, he took Lu Ming's hand and led her inside. 2 hours later, they had selected a sofa and bed, along with matching sheets and summer quilts, naturally opting for home delivery. By the time they returned to Jinhu and arranged the bed and sofa, it was almost 4 in the afternoon. Lu Ming stood on the spacious tiled floor of the living room, her bright eyes surveying the surroundings. Jinhu, a 9 million yuan expansive flat. She was the mistress of this place. How wonderful! After seeing off the delivery workers, Chen Zhibai entered the house and was greeted by the sight of Lu Ming standing in the living room. Since she had her back to him, he could not see her face, but her enchanting figure was on full display. With her straightened back and slender waist, paired with her stunning legs beneath her short skirt, she was a vision to behold. "You're back?" Hearing the sound of footsteps, Lu Ming turned her head, and upon seeing Chen Zhibai, she immediately walked over and linked her arm with his, her smile radiant and poised. "What are you thinking about?" Chen Zhibai nodded, pulling Lu Ming into an embrace, and then inquired, "I was just thinking how I can actually live in such a beautiful house. I never dared to dream of it before." Being held by Chen Zhibai, Lu Ming felt a blush creep onto her cheeks, but she was not shy. Instead, she wrapped her arms around his neck. Without waiting for Chen Zhibai to respond, she rose on tiptoe and planted a kiss on his lips. "Just a kiss?" Chen Zhibai raised an eyebrow, then lowered his head, grasping Lu Ming's slender waist, and indulged in a passionate kiss. As their breaths quickened, Chen Zhibai instinctively thought to release Lu Ming, but to his surprise, she clung tightly to his neck. Chen Zhibai was momentarily taken aback, instinctively glancing down at Lu Ming. "Carry me to the master bedroom. I've already made the bed." Lu Ming's face was slightly flushed, yet her gaze bore a resolute glint that only she understood. The notion of taking things slow and gradually giving herself to Chen Zhibai had been cast aside. Why? The answer was simple. Chen Zhibai's exceptional qualities exceeded her expectations. Therefore, there was no need for hesitation or reserve. She trusted her judgment and believed that Chen Zhibai was not the type to abandon her after taking what he wanted. Moreover, she was confident in her own beauty and figure. Hence, she was all in. She desired to be Chen Zhibai's first woman. "Are you certain you want me to carry you to the master bedroom?" Chen Zhibai asked, holding Lu Ming's delicate waist. He was no fool. He understood the implication of her words. He merely wanted to confirm once more, instinctively. "Yes, I'm sure." Lu Ming suppressed her thoughts, meeting Chen Zhibai's gaze and nodding decisively. Without a word, Chen Zhibai scooped her up and strode toward the master bedroom. Half an hour later, in the master bedroom, Chen Zhibai lay on the bed, feeling invigorated. Lu Ming nestled in his arms, her radiant face now streaked with traces of tears, yet her eyes sparkled with a newfound brightness, making her even more beautiful than before. Seeing Chen Zhibai's refreshed demeanor, Lu Ming playfully swatted at him, her cheeks tinged with crimson. Chen Zhibai was unconcerned. He pulled her closer and planted a kiss on her smooth forehead. To be honest, reaching this point so swiftly was somewhat surreal for Chen Zhibai. Given Lu Ming's beauty, figure, and demeanor, it seemed unlikely they would progress so quickly. After all, they had only confirmed their romantic relationship the day before. During their kiss yesterday, he had found it hard to contain himself and had been pushed away by Lu Ming. This indicated that she did not wish to rush into things. Yet now, they had indeed arrived at this juncture. Was it fast? Certainly, however, upon reflection, it fell within the realms of reason. After all, he was now wealthy. Whether it was the top-tier BMW X5, the luxury Patek Philippe Nautilus watch worth over $1 million, or this lavish 180 square meter flat in Jinhu, priced at $9 million, all of these were symbols of his wealth. Anyone who laid eyes upon him would perceive him as a super-rich heir. Despite Lu Ming's exquisite beauty, figure, and aura, facing a man adorned with wealth, she could hardly resist. After all, beauty could not compete with riches. Thus, while it seemed swift, it was, in fact, a natural progression. "What are you thinking about?" Lu Ming asked, wrapping her arms around Chen Zhibai's, her beautiful, radiant face reflecting curiosity as she regarded him. Her tone was affectionate, for they had been candid with one another. This gave her newfound confidence. "Nothing much." Chen Zhibai shook his head, preparing to take a shower, as he felt sticky from perspiration. "I'm going to take a shower. Would you like to join me?" he suddenly asked, glancing at Lu Ming's legs. "I'll go later." "You go ahead," Lu Ming replied, hastily covering her legs with the summer quilt. She was hesitant to shower with Chen Zhibai, fearing he might lose control. "All right then," Chen Zhibai conceded, rising from the bed and heading to the en-suite bathroom. Thankfully, during their earlier shopping for the bed and sofa, he had also picked up some daily necessities, such as shampoo, body wash, and towels. These items would come in handy now. After turning on the shower and letting the water run for a moment, warm water flowed forth. As he rinsed himself, Chen Zhibai's mind inadvertently drifted back to previous moments. To be frank, her legs were indeed long, a delightful experience. Shaking his head, he pushed those thoughts aside. Ding! Detected progress in the relationship between the host and girlfriend Lu Ming. The following rewards have been granted. 1. Host's Attractiveness 3. Note: this has been applied to the host's attractiveness attribute in real time. 2. Monthly romantic fund of 100,000 yuan. Note: this fund can only be used for Lu Ming. Any unspent amount at the end of the month will automatically vanish, with the total calculated on the 31st of each month. 3.10 million in entrepreneurial funding. Note 1. As a wealthy individual, how could the host lack a business? Please strive forward. Note 2. This 10 million can only be used for the host's entrepreneurial endeavors, not for daily indulgences. The system's voice echoed in his mind, causing Chen Zhibai, who was currently in the shower, to momentarily freeze. He had not expected that merely progressing in his relationship with Lu Ming would trigger such rewards. Moreover, the rewards were remarkably generous. First, the reward of attractiveness 3 was something he had long desired. Admittedly, with wealth, he was not lacking in female admirers, but being both handsome and affluent was undoubtedly the best scenario. Now, with attractiveness 3, this represented an enhancement of his genetic attributes. The second reward was equally enticing, a monthly romantic fund of 100,000 yuan. Although it could only be spent on Lu Ming, she was now his woman, and spending on his first girlfriend was hardly an issue. Lastly, the third reward, a staggering 10 million yuan for entrepreneurial endeavors, was an immense sum. With this capital, he could explore opportunities in life. Even if he faced losses, it would merely serve as experience, considering he had acquired this money without effort. In summary, all three rewards were excellent. An unexpected windfall. Suppressing his thoughts, Chen Zhibai decided to see how he looked now with an increase of 3 points in attractiveness. After finishing his shower, he stood before the bathroom mirror. As he gazed at his reflection, he was somewhat taken aback. His face was still the same, yet his skin appeared healthier, and his features were more pleasing to the eye. The result of this was a noticeable enhancement in his attractiveness. After observing his reflection for a while, Chen Zhibai finally averted his gaze, inwardly marveling at the wonders of attribute points. Exiting the bathroom, he found Lu Ming dressed and tidying up the sheets that had been laid on the bed earlier. "What are you doing with the sheets?" Chen Zhibai asked as he walked over, wrapping his arms around her from behind. Lu Ming, unperturbed, had already heard his footsteps. "I wanted to keep them as a memento. After all, this is my first time," she said, her cheeks flushed, yet she spoke with poise. "Keeping it as a memento?" Chen Zhibai's gaze instinctively fell upon the blue sheet in Lu Ming's hands, where a distinct dark red plum blossom imprint stood out prominently. He immediately understood. "Well, then, keep it as a memento?" Chen Zhibai nodded, and as he spoke, he lowered his head to plant a kiss on Lu Ming's fair, slender neck. "It tickles." Lu Ming instinctively recoiled slightly, as she was quite ticklish, though no one outside her family knew. "How ticklish?" Noticing her response, Chen Zhibai leaned down to kiss her again, laughing as he said, "Very ticklish." As Lu Ming spoke, she turned to look at Chen Zhibai, but then she froze, for she noticed the change in his appearance. Although his face remained the same, it somehow appeared cleaner and more pleasant, resulting in a more handsome visage. This was the aspect that left Lu Ming momentarily spellbound. "Why do I feel like you've become even more handsome after your shower?" Lu Ming queried, her radiant face reflecting surprise, only to wonder if it was simply a case of love, making her see him in a more favorable light. After tidying up the sheets, Lu Ming headed to the bathroom for a shower, feeling somewhat sticky as well. Once she finished, she emerged, albeit walking with a hint of discomfort. While she was not limping, it was evident that she was moving cautiously. This was perfectly normal, considering the recent events. Does it still hurt? Observing Lu Ming's delicate brows furrowing slightly as she walked slowly, Chen Zhibai approached and wrapped her in his embrace, then asked gently, It still aches a bit, Lu Ming replied, nodding as she wrapped her arms around his neck, her brows furrowing again as she spoke. It's all your fault. You didn't take care of me. Gently swatting at Chen Zhibai, her touch was light, almost like a massage, a hymn. Chen Zhibai cleared his throat, feeling a twinge of guilt, and decided to shift the topic. It's nearly 6 o'clock. What do you want for dinner? I'm not sure, but let us not go out to eat. I'm not keen on moving around right now, Lu Ming replied. Having noticed Chen Zhibai's attempt to change the subject, she chuckled at him, choosing not to pursue the previous topic, and after a moment of thought, she added, I really don't want to go out to eat, as walking is inconvenient. All right, let us order takeout then. What do you feel like? Chen Zhibai asked, nodding. How about some red date porridge? That should help replenish your energy. Sounds good, Lu Ming agreed, and then added, I'll leave it to you. Lu Ming wrapped her arms around Chen Zhibai's neck, and after speaking, she rose on tiptoe to plant a kiss on his lips, then nestled her head against his chest, listening to the sound of his heartbeat. While it was indeed slightly faster, given that they had just confirmed their relationship the previous day and were now being so open with one another, she had no regrets about her bold choice. Chen Zhibai's exceptional qualities made her realize that she had to go all in. Thankfully, she trusted her instincts and had confidence in her own beauty and figure. The takeout they ordered for dinner included millet red date porridge and scallion pancakes, accompanied by 2 side dishes, which were relatively light. After finishing their meal, the time crept past 8 o'clock in the evening. It's time to head back to school. It's already past 8. Lu Ming said, clinging to Chen Zhibai's arm. How are you feeling now? Does it still hurt? Chen Zhibai nodded and then looked at Lu Ming. Much better. I can walk slowly without any issue now, but I shouldn't engage in any strenuous activities for the next few days, so I want to be able to join you for morning runs tomorrow, Lu Ming assessed. That's fine, Chen Zhibai replied, shaking his head, and then took Lu Ming's hand, leading her out of the house. On their drive back to school, they passed by an Apple store, and upon seeing it, Chen Zhibai parked the car in front of the shop. Why did you stop? Lu Ming initially thought they had arrived at the school, but when she looked up, she was taken aback, her beautiful face tinged with curiosity as she gazed at Chen Zhibai. I'm buying you a phone, Chen Zhibai said with a smile, gesturing toward the Apple store outside the window. Lu Ming, realizing he was referring to the store, replied, There's no need for a new phone. My current one still works. Enough of that. I'm getting you a new phone. Let us go, Chen Zhibai insisted, unfastening his seatbelt and signaling for Lu Ming to get out of the car. A little over 10 minutes later, Chen Zhibai and Lu Ming exited the Apple store and returned to the car, with Lu Ming holding the latest iPhone Pro Max, a 1 terabyte model. This new phone is so smooth. And this is my first Apple phone, Lu Ming exclaimed, playing with her new device while marveling at it. Her family background is quite ordinary, and she has a younger sister, so it is unlikely that they would spend over $10,000 on a phone for her. Consequently, this marks her first experience owning an Apple phone. As long as she is happy, that suffices. Chen Zhibai smiled slightly. Just as he finished this sentence, his phone vibrated. Upon retrieving it, he noticed a WeChat message from Chen Zhibai, inquiring whether he had eaten dinner. Whose message is that? Lu Ming, seated in the passenger seat, asked curiously as she saw Chen Zhibai looking at his phone. Oh, just a friend checking in to see if I've had dinner. Chen Zhibai replied nonchalantly. Oh, I see, Lu Ming nodded, not suspecting anything further, and returned to playing with her new phone. Observing this, Chen Zhibai sent a quick reply to Chen Zhibai before putting his phone away. Soon, Chen Zhibai drove back to the school, but instead of heading to the parking lot, he steered towards the girls' dormitory. Aren't you going to park? Lu Ming inquired, noticing the change in direction. I'll drop you off at the girls' dorm first. Considering it's not convenient for you right now, Chen Zhibai responded. Lu Ming glanced up at him and smiled. She could sense a shift in his attitude towards her. Indeed, the gamble had paid off. Of course, Lu Ming also understood that this was significantly related to the fact that it was her first time experiencing such intimacy. Men inherently possess a sense of possessiveness. Before long, the BMW X5 came to a halt beneath the girls' dormitory. Since it was still before 9 in the evening, numerous girls were entering and exiting the dorm, along with some boys waiting for their girlfriends to come down. Upon spotting the brand new BMW X5 with a license plate reading 999, their gazes instinctively turned towards it. Even if some girls couldn't recognize this as a top-spec BMW X5, they were familiar with the BMW brand. Mercedes, BMW, and Audi. These three brands are well known among the populace. Even those who are not car enthusiasts can identify these logos. Consequently, the boys and girls gathered outside the dormitory cast their eyes towards the car. Some discerning boys, recognizing it as the high-end BMW X5, displayed envy in their eyes upon noting its price tag exceeding $80,000. "I've arrived at the entrance. I'm getting out now," Lu Ming announced with a smile after unbuckling her seatbelt. Although she had always been bright and beautiful, she appeared even more radiant now, exuding a newfound feminine allure. This was undoubtedly Chen Zhibai's influence. "You're just getting out like that?" Chen Zhibai asked, raising a finger to indicate his face. Lu Ming understood his implication and leaned in to give him a quick kiss. "All right, I'm getting out now," she said after the kiss. Go ahead." Chen Zhibai nodded. Lu Ming opened the door to exit, but lingered beside the car instead of heading straight into the dormitory, waving at Chen Zhibai. "You go ahead. I'll wait until you leave to go in," she told him. Chen Zhibai nodded, then turned the car around and drove away from the girls' dormitory, heading toward the school parking lot. Lu Ming watched until his car disappeared from view before turning around and entering the dorm. Drawing envious gazes from several girls, she moved slowly, and even as she stepped onto the dormitory entrance stairs, her brows would occasionally furrow slightly. Chapter 73. Shunqing. "It shouldn't be possible, Dream Ming. You're back. Where did you and your boyfriend go today? You two must have been on a date all day," Wang Hui asked curiously as Lu Ming entered the dormitory. "We didn't go anywhere special. Just strolled around," Lu Ming replied with a smile. She certainly wouldn't disclose that she had become intimate with Chen Zhibai, as that was a private matter. "I see." Wang Hui nodded, about to continue speaking when she suddenly paused and stared at Lu Ming with a look of astonishment. "What's wrong? Is there something on my face?" Lu Ming inquired, amused by Wang Hui's surprised expression. She had a favorable impression of Wang Hui. Though plain in appearance, her lively personality made her likable. Unlike Li Yueming, who secretly compared herself to Lu Ming, or Shunqing, whose striking beauty created an unconscious rivalry, Lu Ming found her rapport with Wang Hui much more amicable. At that moment, Lu Ming noticed that Li Yu was absent from the dorm, but Shunqing was present. "Strange, Dream Ming. I feel like you look even prettier than before," Wang Hui remarked as she walked over to Lu Ming, her eyes wide with amazement. She couldn't quite articulate what had changed, but Lu Ming exuded a different aura. Wang Hui remained oblivious to the fact that this was simply femininity shining through. "Really?" Lu Ming asked, feigning indifference. "Absolutely. You've definitely become much prettier," Wang Hui affirmed. Nodding vigorously, she then called out to Shunqing, "Qing, come take a look. Is Dream Ming prettier than before?" At that moment, Shunqing was scrolling through Douyin. Upon hearing this, she instinctively looked up at Lu Ming. In her cool, beautiful eyes, a hint of surprise flickered. She too noticed that Lu Ming appeared different from this morning. Not only prettier, but she also possessed an indescribable charm that was quite captivating. "Strange, what's going on?" Shunqing wondered, nodding in agreement. "You do look a bit prettier than this morning. Right? I told you. It's probably due to makeup," Wang Hui exclaimed upon receiving Shunqing's endorsement. Perhaps Lu Ming maintained her facade, though if one looked closely, they would notice her delicately pale earlobes had turned slightly red. Regardless of how outgoing and graceful she was, she couldn't help but feel a little shy in such situations. Fortunately, Wang Hui didn't dwell on it, attributing it merely to makeup. As for the true reason, Wang Hui hadn't even considered it. After all, they had only just started university, and such thoughts hadn't crossed her mind yet. Had it been half a year into the semester, she might have understood. "I'm going to freshen up," Lu Ming said, relieved that Wang Hui didn't pursue the topic further, and she sought an excuse to leave. "Wait a moment, Dream Ming," Wang Hui tugged at Lu Ming's arm. "What's up?" Lu Ming looked down at her. Being 171 centimeters tall, she had to slightly lower her head to meet Wang Hui's gaze, who stood at 160 cm. It's nothing much, but now that you're in a relationship, shouldn't Chen Zhibai treat us to a meal? Wang Hui proposed, continuing, "This was the rule we established at the beginning of the semester. Whoever starts dating has to treat the others. When Ye started dating Zhou Hao, he treated us to dinner today." As soon as Wang Hui said this, Lu Ming couldn't help but laugh. "Sure, no problem. I'll treat you all, but I need to check with my boyfriend first to see when he is free. Once I know, I'll invite you, Lu Ming replied. Initially proposed by Wang Hui, the rule about treating others once someone started dating had been agreed upon by Lu Ming. Hee, all right. I'm looking forward to a free meal. Wang Hui giggled, her lively personality shining through. By the way, I'm really curious about your boyfriend Chen Zhibai. He just casually gifted you a 70,000 yuan LV bag. My parents earned that much in a year combined. He must be wealthy. I've never met such a rich second-generation heir. Wang Hui remarked, her expression filled with awe. All right, I'll make sure you meet him then, Lu Ming laughed as she walked towards the bathroom. However, as she took a slightly larger step, her beautifully shaped brows furrowed momentarily, and she let out a soft hiss. What is wrong, Dream Ming? Wang Hui asked with concern, noticing her reaction. Shen Qing, who had turned her attention back to her phone, glanced over at Lu Ming upon hearing the sound. Dressed in a light sleep dress due to the dormitory setting, Shen Qing's black attire accentuated her fair skin, her delicate collarbone and slender waist lending her an ethereal quality. It's nothing. I just took a larger step, Lu Ming replied, shaking her head as she met Wang Hui's gaze before continuing to the bathroom. Be careful then, Wang Hui replied, slightly taken aback but not thinking much of it. She turned to Shen Qing and asked, Qing, do you want to play some games? I'm feeling a bit bored. However, Shen Qing remained silent as she watched Lu Ming walk slowly toward the bathroom. The way she walked sparked a suspicion in Shen Qing's mind. Yet, in the next moment, she dismissed the thought, reasoning that it was impossible. After all, they had only just confirmed their relationship yesterday. There was no way they would have become intimate so quickly. Shen Qing shook her head, suppressing the notion that had crossed her mind. Although her relationship with Lu Ming was average, she could still discern that Lu Ming's inherent nature was proud and reserved. Thus, it simply couldn't be true. Qing, what are you thinking about? Why aren't you responding when I'm talking to you? Wang Hui asked curiously as she walked over and waved her hand in front of Shen Qing's eyes. Oh, nothing, I just zoned out for a moment. What were you saying? Shen Qing replied with a smile, consciously keeping her earlier thoughts to herself. I was suggesting we play some games together. I'm feeling a bit bored. Wang Hui reiterated. Sounds good, Shen Qing agreed after a moment of thought. That's fantastic. Wang Hui exclaimed excitedly, as Shen Qing's gaming skills were exceptional, particularly her prowess in the jungle role. Whenever they played together, they had hardly ever lost. Chapter 74. Chen Zhibai blushes in the school parking lot. After Chen Zhibai parked the car and stepped out, the moonlight shone brightly, uplifting his spirits. After all, he had transitioned from a boy into a man, with Lu Ming being the one to guide him through this transformation. Undoubtedly, in terms of looks, figure, temperament, and those long legs, Lu Ming was nothing short of top tier. Reflecting on the events that transpired in the main bedroom of Jin Hu home earlier that afternoon, Chen Zhibai felt a wave of nostalgia. Buzz. His phone vibrated, pulling him from his reverie. He retrieved it to find a WeChat message from Chen Zhibai expressing that she missed him and asking if they could video call. Instead of replying, Chen Zhibai decided to initiate a video call himself. As soon as he connected, Chen Zhibai appeared on the screen, her fair and beautiful features illuminated. She wore a white camisole, its straps elegantly resting on her shoulders, exuding a unique charm that sparked the imagination. Chen Zhibai's gaze lingered on her face only briefly before instinctively drifting downward. Oh! In Yingquan community, Chen Zhibai lay on her bed. Upon seeing Chen Zhibai, she instinctively froze for a moment, realizing her boyfriend seemed to have become even more handsome. Oh? What is this? Chen Zhibai chuckled internally, noticing the astonishment in Chen Zhihui's eyes. Clearly, the effects of his enhanced appearance were quite significant. Why do I feel like you've become more handsome? Chen Zhihui asked, her gaze still fixed on Chen Zhibai's face. Really? Chen Zhibai responded with a hint of disbelief. Definitely. Chen Zhihui began to nod in agreement, but as she finished her sentence, she noticed Chen Zhibai's gaze, causing her fair, delicate face to flush instantaneously. She hurriedly grabbed a pillow from beside her and held it in front of her chest. Though her cheeks remained rosy, "Stop looking," she exclaimed, her face still flushed. Sighing at the fleeting moment, Chen Zhibai thought it a pity. Naturally, he couldn't help but compare her to Lu Ming. There was simply no competition. It was as if Lu Ming had been crafted by nature itself. Where are you right now? You seem to be outside, Chen Zhihui asked, noticing Chen Zhibai's slightly regretful expression. Oh, be precise. I just returned to school after stepping out for a bit and parked my car, Chen Zhibai explained, turning the camera to show his surroundings. Since it was still before 9, Many students were about, with couples strolling hand in hand. After a quick scan, he turned the camera back to himself. "Where did you go?" Chen Zhibai asked curiously, propping herself up on her elbows, her fair legs elegantly bent. "Just a quick stroll outside," Chen Zhibai replied casually. "Oh, I see it. A stroll is nice too." Chen Zhibai nodded, not pursuing the topic further as she shifted to discussing their plans to buy a house. "Are we really going to buy a place at Jiangnan Spring City the day after tomorrow?" she inquired. "Of course we are. Do you think I'm joking?" Chen Zhibai replied, a hint of exasperation evident. "It's not that. I just think the apartments at Jiangnan Spring City are quite pricey. I checked this afternoon, and they're 45,000 per square meter. For a 100 square meter apartment, that's 4.5 million. Way too expensive." After pausing momentarily, she continued, "I think we don't need to buy such an expensive place. We could find a comparable apartment in Jiangxing where the average price is around 20,000 per square meter." Chen Zhihui trailed off, but Chen Zhibai interrupted her decisively. "We're buying the apartment at Jiangnan Spring City, and that's final." His tone was direct and unequivocal. With $1 million in purchasing funds from the system, it only made sense to opt for the more expensive option. "Oh," Chen Zhihui pouted, glancing at Chen Zhibai. "How domineering. Hey, do you want an apple? If you do, I'll wash one for you." Li Shiran's voice floated in from the living room. "No, I've already brushed my teeth," Chen Zhihui quickly replied, not wanting to brush again if she ate an apple. "All right, I want to wash it then," Li Shiran responded. "Don't wash it?" Chen Zhihui nodded in agreement. "Was that your close friend who spoke just now?" Chen Zhibai asked, having heard the woman's voice during the video call. From the sound alone, it was quite pleasant. "Yes, that's her. We're very close. We were roommates in college and have been inseparable. After graduation, we even rented the same apartment and still sleep together often," Chen Zhihui said, her eyes sparkling as she spoke of her friend. "That's a tight bond, being able to share a bed. And no wonder you want her to move in with you after buying the place," Chen Zhibai commented. "Hee hee," Chen Zhihui giggled, her eyes narrowing into crescents, making her even more charming. "But now that you're in a relationship, you shouldn't sleep together anymore," Chen Zhibai suddenly said. "Huh? Why not?" Chen Zhihui asked, taken aback. "Because you have a boyfriend now. Once you're in a relationship, you can't sleep with anyone else, not even your close friend. What if something happens? You're all mine. I'm quite possessive like that," Chen Zhibai stated. Initially, Chen Zhihui didn't understand, but soon enough, she grasped his meaning, her face flushing deeply. "Everything is yours? I haven't even agreed to that," Chen Zhihui said with a flushed face, and then she changed the subject to talk about starting work at her best friend's company tomorrow. Chen Zhibai chatted with Chen Zhihui as he walked, and soon he arrived at the entrance of the boys' dormitory. "I've reached the dormitory entrance. I'll head in first, wash up, and then we can continue our conversation," Chen Zhibai said. Chen Zhihui nodded. After hanging up, just as Chen Zhibai was about to tuck his phone into his pocket, he noticed a message from Lu Ming asking if he had arrived at the dormitory yet. He had just gotten to the base of the dormitory. After taking a photo, Chen Zhibai sent it to her along with a hem emoji from a little bear. Lu Ming replied with an emoji and then inquired when he would be free. "What's up?" Chen Zhibai typed back. "It's nothing. It's just that when our dormitory started school, we agreed that whoever starts dating and gets a boyfriend must treat everyone in the dormitory to a meal. Now it's my turn," Lu Ming replied. Chapter 75. Alarm lifted. Continue watching. Then how about tomorrow night? After class in the afternoon, we can go out for a meal together. First, check with your roommates to see if they are free tomorrow night. If so, ask them what they would like to eat." Chen Zhibai responded via text. "Okay, I'll ask my roommates in a bit," came Lu Ming's reply. "All right, I'll head back to wash up first," Chen Zhibai responded before putting his phone in his pocket. He soon arrived at the entrance of the third-floor dormitory, only to find the door firmly shut. This struck him as odd, as the dormitory door was usually only slightly ajar. However, he dismissed it and reached for the doorknob. To his surprise, it wouldn't open. Is it locked from the inside? "Who's in there?" Wang Chao's voice came from within, laced with a hint of panic. "It's me." "Why did you lock the dormitory door?" Chen Zhibai replied, slightly exasperated. He had assumed the dormitory was empty, thinking Wang Chao and Li Dong had gone out to have fun, but it seemed there were indeed people inside, and the door was locked. "Phew, Lao Chen, you scared me to death. I thought it was the dorm supervisor checking on us, and it nearly gave me a heart attack." The dormitory door swung open, revealing Wang Chao, who wiped the sweat from his brow as he spoke. "What's the big deal? Why are you all sweaty?" Chen Zhibai glanced at Wang Chao's sheen of sweat, and just as he finished speaking, He observed the scene inside the dormitory. Li Dong and Zhou Hao were present, seated before a laptop. "What is going on?" "We are diligently studying," Wang Chao said, pulling Chen Zhibai into the dormitory before locking the door again and exchanging knowing glances. "So, are you going to join us in our studies?" Wang Chao winked, his eyes conveying a message only men could understand. Instantly, Chen Zhibai realized why the dormitory door was locked. Apparently, they were not studying but rather engaged in something else entirely. "You all carry on. I'm off to the restroom," Chen Zhibai waved his hand dismissively. He had already practiced the practical side of things and, to be frank, was not particularly interested in theoretical instruction. "Going to the restroom? Let me tell you, Lao Chen, you will absolutely regret not watching this." Just as Chen Zhibai turned to leave for the restroom, Wang Chao tugged at his arm and said with a playful nudge. Chen Zhibai was about to refuse again when he heard the mention of a flight attendant, causing a flicker of intrigue within him. "Is it really a flight attendant?" he asked Wang Chao. "Of course," Wang Chao replied emphatically, and noticing Chen Zhibai's evident wavering, he grinned and pulled him towards the laptop. Alarm lifted. "Continue watching," Wang Chao said to Li Dong. Li Dong nodded and reopened the laptop. Chen Zhibai lost interest after just a few seconds, as the girl on the screen was not particularly beautiful and seemed a tad older. "You all keep watching. I'm off to the restroom." After saying this, Chen Zhibai turned and headed for the restroom. His standards had been raised by Lu Ming and Chen Jiahui, both of whom were stunningly beautiful, possessing exceptional looks, figures, and charm. Hence, he truly had no interest in whatever Wang Chao and the others were engrossed in. "Seriously, Lao Chen, is your taste really that discerning now?" Wang Chao called out, and just as he was about to continue speaking, Zhou Hao interjected. "All right, if he doesn't want to watch, let us just enjoy it ourselves." Zhou Hao expressed his dissatisfaction, especially since Wang Chao had hit the pause button. "Young Master Zhou, care for a smoke?" Wang Chao glanced at Zhou Hao and, after a moment of thought, offered, "Don't you have cigarettes?" Hearing Wang Chao asking for a cigarette, Zhou Hao hesitated, reluctant to share, but after a moment's consideration, he pulled out a cigarette from his pack and handed it to Wang Chao. "Wait, is it just for me? Dongzi doesn't he smoke?" Wang Chao remarked as he accepted the cigarette. "Didn't I say I wouldn't give it? You just talk too much," Zhou Hao retorted, rolling his eyes as he pulled out another cigarette and handed it to Li Dong. Yet, even though he had given it, he felt a twinge of regret. Wang Chao, observing Zhou Hao's expression of reluctance, scoffed quietly. He had little respect for Zhou Hao's attitude. Although Zhou Hao boasted about being a local from Jiangxing with 2 houses at home, he came across as petty and stingy. "What is the big deal about sharing a cigarette? Hurry up. I've already given you one." Zhou Hao nudged Wang Chao's arm. "Speaking up, Donamim." Wang Chao didn't say much more, choosing not to argue with Zhou Hao, as he too wanted to watch, so he pressed the spacebar on the laptop. After relieving himself in the restroom, Chen Zhibai washed up, and by the time he emerged, nearly 9:30, Wang Chao, Li Dong, and Zhou Hao were still seated in front of the laptop, but the screen was now off. "Well, that was that. I'm really not interested in this. If it weren't for Chaozi insisting on dragging me into it, I wouldn't have bothered at all," Zhou Hao suddenly remarked while sitting in his chair. "Can you not be so pretentious?" Wang Chao shot Zhou Hao a look of exasperation. "You're just wasting your breath. It's like listening to a radio that you could have bought with your money, but instead, you choose to listen to yourself brag. Who is being pretentious? I genuinely don't want to watch." Zhou Hao replied, feeling slightly offended. He first glanced at Wang Chao before continuing, "After all, I'm different from you guys. You're all single, while I have a girlfriend, so you can only watch, but I can actually practice." After saying this, Zhou Hao's expression turned smug. He truly believed he was unlike Chen Zhibai, Wang Chao, and Li Dong. After all, he had a girlfriend. Although he hadn't even held Li Yu's hand yet, he was confident that he would certainly be intimate with her. His background was solid. Being a local from Jiangxing with 2 houses at home, that was reality. Thus, he felt superior to Chen Zhibai and the others. "To be honest, my girlfriend and I have already progressed to kissing," Zhou Hao boasted, trying to elevate his status. Wang Chao felt a twinge of jealousy after hearing this. "Oh, so you've kissed her? How impressive," he said, glancing at Li Dong. "Want to go out for a smoke on the balcony?" "Let us go," Li Dong nodded, and the two of them headed to the dormitory balcony. "How can he have a girlfriend? And he even kissed her, damn," Wang Chao exclaimed, lighting a cigarette with a lighter, feeling quite disgruntled as he truly looked down on Zhou Hao. "All right, why bother arguing with him?" Li Dong advised, ever the peacekeeper. Though he too disapproved of Zhou Hao's arrogance, he felt it best to maintain harmony in the dormitory. Sigh. Wang Chao sighed heavily, taking a deep drag from his cigarette before saying, "Just wait and see." With his attitude, his girlfriend will dump him sooner or later. Chapter 76. No man is faithful in the girls' dormitory. Lu Ming sat on a chair, applying lotion to her legs with great focus and care. She knew her legs were one of her assets and a point of attraction. The events of that afternoon at Jinhu home only reinforced this. Chen Zhibai had been utterly captivated by her. Remembering what had happened earlier made Lu Ming blush. Her hand momentarily paused, and her fair earlobes turned slightly red. Huff. She took a deep breath, trying to suppress her thoughts about that moment. Ming Ming, your legs are so long and beautiful. I've never seen legs as stunning as yours in real life, Wang Hui said with genuine admiration, her face filled with envy. After complimenting Lu Ming's legs, she glanced at Xin Qing and quickly flashed an apologetic smile. Xin Qing remained silent, her coldly beautiful face betraying a hint of helplessness. She had said nothing, and in truth, she also acknowledged the beauty of Lu Ming's legs. From the moment she first saw Lu Ming at the start of the semester, she had noticed this, so she was not bothered by Wang Hui's words, for they were simply accurate. Ming Ming, Qing, did you know? Our dormitory has a reputation on the school forum. Someone referred to us as the beauty dormitory. This is mostly thanks to the two of you. I'm just riding on your coattails, Wang Hui continued. In fact, Yaya is also very beautiful, even more so than me, but compared to you two, she just doesn't measure up. By the way, where did she go? Lu Ming inquired. She mentioned she had a dinner with the External Relations Department of the Student Council tonight. Wang Hui replied. Lu Ming nodded, not elaborating further as she continued to focus on applying lotion to her legs. She had no interest in joining the student council. If she had wanted to, she would have done so long ago. Previously, when she walked around the school, someone from the student council had approached her, asking if she wanted to join, but she had declined. After 10 minutes, Lu Ming finished applying lotion to both legs. When she stood up, she felt a slight ache, causing her to furrow her brow momentarily, but it was bearable. It should feel better by tomorrow. By the way, do you both have time tomorrow night? Lu Ming looked up first at Wang Hui, then turned her gaze to Xin Qing, asking. When she looked into Xin Qing's beautiful eyes, a hint of admiration flickered within her. Even Lu Ming found Xin Qing's cold demeanor and looks quite appealing. I'm free. What is up? Wang Hui nodded eagerly, curiosity shining in her eyes as she looked at Lu Ming. Xin Qing did not respond about her availability but turned her attention to Lu Ming. It's nothing much, just that my boyfriend said he'd like to treat you both to dinner tomorrow night. I wanted to ask if you're available and what you'd like to eat. Lu Ming replied with a smile, her already radiant features glowing even more as she transitioned into womanhood. I'm free, and Qing is free too, Wang Hui replied. Upon hearing that, Xin Qing's beautiful face bore a hint of reluctance. Yet she also nodded in agreement, acknowledging that she would not miss out on this collective dormitory activity. When Liu had treated Zhou Hao to dinner, she had gone as well. All right, then I'll wait for Liu to come back and ask her. But she should be free too, Lu Ming nodded, then inquired what they wanted to eat. I'm fine with anything. It's up to you, Xin Qing replied. Same here. I'm good with anything, but it'd be great if we could have a feast. Wang Hui added, feeling a bit bashful. Okay, I'll keep that in mind, Lu Ming said, preparing to take out her phone to inform Chen Zhibai. Just then, the dormitory door swung open, and Liu walked in. Yeah, you're back. Wang Hui greeted her. I'm back, Liu nodded, her gaze instinctively landing on Lu Ming, and she bit her lip, feeling a surge of unease. Throughout the day, she had sent Chen Zhibai several messages on WeChat, yet not a single one had been answered. This left her feeling frustrated. Although her looks and figure might not match Lu Ming's, she was still a beauty in her own right, pursued by many boys at school. Yet, Chen Zhibai had chosen to ignore her messages. What did this mean? Was the gap between her and Lu Ming so vast that he wouldn't even reply to her? Lu Ming noticed Liu's furrowed brow. Sensing the imbalance in her gaze, I'm going to take a shower, Liu said, suppressing her feelings upon seeing Lu Ming's frown. After saying this, she headed to the bathroom. Yay, wait, Wang Hui called out, reaching out to grab Liu's arm, and then shared Chen Zhibai's plan to treat them to dinner. Yeah, are you free tomorrow night? Wang Hui asked. I'm free, Liu replied without a second thought. However, she did have plans for tomorrow night because she was involved with the External Relations Department of the Student Council, which needed to discuss sponsorship for the upcoming sports meet. But now, Liu decided to forego that meeting. Compared to attending the meeting, she was far more eager to see Chen Zhibai. Liu mentally prepared herself, resolving to dress beautifully tomorrow night. After all, she was still a beauty. She was determined to make a lasting impression on Chen Zhibai. She was confident that he would not ignore her anymore. There is no such thing as a man who wouldn't stray. Liu firmly believed. Ming, I'm definitely going to mooch off your meal tomorrow. Suppressing her thoughts, Liu looked at Lu Ming and suddenly said. Lu Ming nodded. Liu said nothing further and turned to enter the restroom, her heart fluttering with anticipation for tomorrow night. She wanted more than just a free meal. She intended to win Chen Zhibai over. With that thought in mind, she closed the bathroom door, ready to undress, when her phone buzzed. Picking it up, she frowned upon seeing several messages from Zhou Hao. Ignoring them, she flipped her phone over and began to undress for her shower. After washing up and drying off, half an hour had passed. Yeah, why aren't you replying to me? You've ignored me for a whole day. What have you been busy with today? Liu picked up her phone and saw that Zhou Hao had sent several more messages. Chapter 77, Free Ride. I just asked my roommates, and they all said they are free tomorrow night. Chen Zhibai lay on his bed, reading Lu Ming's message. Did your roommates mention what they want to eat? Chen Zhibai typed back. They said they're fine with anything, so how about we eat at the Good Flavor restaurant near the school? The food there is quite good. It's where Liu and Zhou Hao treated us before. Lu Ming's message came back. The Good Flavor restaurant is conveniently located just outside the school, and while its prices are slightly higher than others, the environment is decent and the food tastes great. Many students choose to celebrate their birthdays or have gatherings there, which is why Lu Ming suggested it. However, upon seeing her message, Chen Zhibai outright rejected the idea. Let us not go there. I'll find another restaurant, he replied. While the Good Flavor restaurant is indeed a good option, Chen Zhibai preferred not to treat Lu Ming's roommates there. Instead, he planned to find a better place. The reasoning was simple. He wanted Lu Ming to have face in front of her roommates. To put it another way, he wanted to show off a bit, though be more explicit. Although he currently had two girlfriends, Lu Ming and Chen Zhihui, and would undoubtedly have others in the future, Lu Ming held a special place in his heart as his first woman, the one with whom he shared his first experience. This made her more significant to him. Furthermore, Lu Ming was not only beautiful but also had an excellent figure and demeanor. Thus, he wanted to give her the recognition she deserved. Thus, it became impossible to dine at the Hao Weidao restaurant, and instead, a more upscale establishment needed to be sought out. Chen Zhibai pondered these thoughts internally, and before he could delve deeper, a chime resonated in his mind, heralding the system's voice. Ding! The host has triggered a random hidden task. As the host's girlfriend, she must naturally be envied by her roommates. The host's dining expenses for this occasion will be covered by the system, amounting to 20,000. This was indeed a welcome surprise. A dining budget of 20,000. Hearing the system's announcement, Chen Zhibai's eyes sparkled. He had not anticipated such an unexpected delight, triggering a random hidden task. Although he currently possessed ample funds, with various task rewards totaling around 400,000, spending on a meal was not substantial. However, having the system cover the bill was certainly preferable. Freebies are always delightful. Buzz. Suddenly, his phone vibrated, revealing a bank notification. 20,000 had been credited. Where to dine? I think the Hao Weidao restaurant is quite good. It's a popular spot for gatherings. A message from Lu Ming arrived. I'll handle the arrangements. You need not worry, Chen Zhibai replied, then opened Douyin to search for high-end restaurants in Jiangcheng. In no time, the search results appeared. After half an hour of browsing, he decided on a restaurant, Bayun Impression. This establishment had opened a few years ago in Jiangcheng, catering primarily to the affluent, featuring uniquely styled interiors and a menu centered around stir-fry dishes. Naturally, the prices were steep, averaging 700 per person. Having settled on Bayun Impression, he noticed they had a Douyin account, and Chen Zhibai promptly sent a direct message to reserve a private room. After completing these tasks, he exited Douyin and resumed chatting with Lu Ming, and of course, he did not forget about Chen Zhihui. Still feeling a bit sore, all your fault, was Lu Ming's message. I have to go to work tomorrow. Feeling a bit nervous, was Chen Zhihui's message. Chen Zhibai, multitasking, chatted until after 11 at night. Since Chen Zhihui needed to work the next day, she bid him good night and went to sleep. Seeing her drift off, Chen Zhibai contemplated sleeping as well, considering he needed to rise early for a run. After 5 more morning runs, he would earn the reward of growing 3 centimeters without side effects. Preparing for sleep, he messaged Lu Ming, stating, "Yes, I should sleep. I'm feeling a bit drowsy as well." Lu Ming replied instantly. After exchanging goodnights, Chen Zhibai tucked his phone under his pillow and closed his eyes, ready to embrace slumber. In the girls' dormitory, after sending her goodnight message, Lu Ming resisted the urge to respond further and finally set her phone down. She had been quite tired but had been forcing herself to engage in conversation with Chen Zhibai. However, at that moment, she suddenly found her fatigue dissipating. Holding her phone, she felt a rush of warmth to her cheeks. She was no longer merely a girl but had transformed into a woman. Suppressing her thoughts, Lu Ming shifted her right leg slightly, still feeling some discomfort. Beast, Lu Ming blushed as that word crossed her mind, for he truly could be quite exhausting. The next morning, Chen Zhibai was awakened by his alarm. After silencing it, he swung his legs off the bed. After brushing his teeth and washing his face, he glanced over at Wang Chao and Li Dong, who were still fast asleep. This was to be expected, as he had seen them playing games just before he went to BS for Zhou Hao. Chen Zhibai looked at Zhou Hao, who was still slumbering, and his mind drifted to the picture of legs that Li Yu had sent him the night before, along with those flirtatious messages. Thus, Chen Zhibai found himself staring at Zhou Hao's head for a few moments, feeling as though he were witnessing a rather green hat. Just as he was about to avert his gaze, Zhou Hao, bleary-eyed, opened his eyes and met Chen Zhibai's gaze. "Old Chen, why are you staring at me? Is there something on my head?" Zhou Hao frowned, looking displeased. He sensed something strange in Chen Zhibai's expression. Tinged with pity. Ridiculous. Do I need your pity? I'm a local from Jiangqing, with 2 houses to my name and a girlfriend. And you? An outsider, with an ordinary family background and no girlfriend. Zhou Hao thought to himself, feeling increasingly disgruntled. Nothing's there. Chen Zhibai replied with a sidelong glance before exiting the dormitory. Crazy, Zhou Hao muttered, preparing to return to sleep, but hesitated a moment before running a hand over his head. Upon confirming there was indeed nothing there, he exhaled in relief. Crazy, he muttered again before shutting his eyes and drifting back to sleep. Upon arriving at the playground, Chen Zhibai, as before, began by stretching his ankles at the edge of the rubber track. Hey, why are you here alone for your morning run today? Where's your beautiful girlfriend? A pleasant feminine voice, laced with curiosity, reached his ears from behind. Turning around, he found Wen Yutong, still dressed in casual athletic wear. Her figure evidently fit, with a high ponytail accentuating her delicate and fair features, her neck long and graceful indeed. A high ponytail is a test of one's facial and neck shape. There was no doubt that Wen Yutong was exceptionally suited to this hairstyle, her complexion radiant and appealing. What's wrong? Is there something on my face? Chen Zhibai had been gazing for a while, prompting Wen Yutong to instinctively touch her face. Yes, there is, Chen Zhibai nodded, glancing at Wen Yutong's hand, delicate and fair. Even though he wasn't particularly attentive to hands, he couldn't help but admire them at that moment. They were truly beautiful. What is it? Wen Yutong inquired, pulling out her phone to check her reflection, puzzled as to how something could be there when she had washed her face before coming out to run. Just as she was lost in her thoughts, she heard Chen Zhibai's next remark. Beauty? Ugh, Wen Yutong replied, rolling her eyes. Smooth talker. Here I thought you were the most honest and obedient boy in class. She shot him a playful glare, not genuinely upset and refraining from adopting a teacherly demeanor. Although she was indeed a teacher, being only 4 years older than Chen Zhibai and fresh out of graduation, she rarely exerted authority. Speaking of which, why are you running alone today? Where's your beautiful girlfriend? When Yutong shifted the topic, her curiosity piqued. After her run yesterday, she had thought about Chen Zhibai's girlfriend. Her looks, figure, and demeanor were certainly commendable, and those long legs with perfect proportions had left her both envious and in awe. So, upon noticing the absence of Chen Zhibai's partner today, she approached him out of curiosity. She's feeling a bit unwell today, so she stayed back in the dormitory. Chen Zhibai replied, "Oh, I see," when Yutong nodded, not probing further. Well done, managing to find such a beautiful girlfriend without a word. Good for you, she said with a smile, glancing at Chen Zhibai, her expression turning slightly skeptical. She couldn't shake the feeling that her student seemed to have become more handsome since yesterday. While the change was subtle, the overall impression was significantly more pleasant. By the way, where did you get your hair done? I wanted to ask yesterday, but your girlfriend was around, and I didn't want to interrupt you too. I got it done at Dream's Styling Studio, Chen Zhibai replied. You went to Dream's Styling Studio? When Yutong exclaimed, momentarily taken aback, then stared at him in astonishment. She hadn't expected him to mention the name of that studio. Known for its clientele of many celebrities, a haircut there would cost a fortune, easily over 1,000. This revelation filled Wen Yutong with surprise and curiosity, her gaze now tinged with disbelief. as a counselor. She was well aware of her students' family backgrounds. If she recalled correctly, Chen Zhibai had indicated that he came from an ordinary family? Yes, that's where I got my haircut, Chen Zhibai confirmed with a nod. Upon hearing his affirmation, Wen Yutong suppressed her surprise, a hint of resignation appearing on her fair and beautiful face. Well, I certainly can't afford to go there, my monthly salary is limited, Wen Yutong remarked, dismissing the prospect of visiting that salon, as her earnings barely reached 5,000 a month, making it impractical to consider regular visits. Is it expensive to get your hair done there? Many celebrities go there, she inquired, still curious. It's all right. I spent 1,888 yuan on my haircut, Chen Zhibai replied. That's just all right? When Yutong raised an eyebrow, looking at him incredulously, I never imagined you were from a wealthy family. Spending 1,888 yuan on a haircut and claiming it's not expensive. She teased him with a smile, not genuinely believing he was a rich kid but understanding that his family background must be decent. All right then, I won't keep you any longer to go on with your run. I need to continue mine as well, when Yutong waved her hand, concluding their conversation before setting off to jog. As she ran, her movements exuded an aesthetic grace. Although her legs were not as long as Lu Ming's, they were still longer than most girls, complemented by an attractive shape. It was no surprise that many boys on the playground couldn't help but glance her way. Among them were even a few male teachers in their late 20s to early 30s, all of whom were clearly captivated by Wen Yutong's allure. Chen Zhibai considered this normal. After all, Wen Yutong's beauty and figure were undeniable. Reflecting on this, he looked up at the running Wen Yutong and inadvertently compared her with Lu Ming and Chen Zhibai. All three were beautiful, yet each had distinct advantages. Lu Ming exuded a charming and graceful aura, complemented by her long legs. Chen Zhibai possessed an extraordinary talent, a significant asset in itself. As for Wen Yutong, she was strikingly beautiful, with a well-proportioned figure, and perhaps due to her role as a teacher, she carried an indescribable charm, her every move imbued with a certain dignified grace. Shaking his head, Chen Zhibai dispelled these thoughts. Having completed his ankle stretches, he began his run around the track, feeling lighter today after having adjusted to the routine over the past 2 days. Unconsciously, 30 minutes passed as he ran. Ding! The system's voice echoed in his mind. The host has completed 30 minutes of morning running today, with a progress check of 3.7. Perseverance is one of the finest virtues, and the host has begun to embody this trait. Keep up the good work. Upon successfully logging 7 days of running, the host will receive an additional opportunity for a spinning prize draw. Initially, Chen Zhibai paid little attention, accustomed to the system's announcements at the 30-minute mark. However, when he heard the mention of the prize draw, he paused, his eyes lighting up. Had he triggered a reward? The spinning prize draw. Chen Zhibai had previously inquired about this feature, knowing it held great potential for acquiring attribute points, and that it even included the possibility of drawing advanced technology. Although the odds were exceedingly low, at merely 0.00000012, the mere thought of a potential explosive stroke of luck was exhilarating. He had been contemplating when he would trigger the prize draw, never expecting it to arrive so suddenly. This was splendid. After 5 more days of morning runs, not only would he earn the reward of growing 3 centimeters without side effects, but he would also gain an extra chance for the prize draw, a delightful bonus. With this in mind, Chen Zhibai felt a noticeable uplift in his spirits. Suppressing his thoughts, he continued running. After another 10 minutes, as his breathing grew more labored, he finally halted. Checking the time on his phone, he noted it was nearly 8 o'clock. Tucking his phone back into his pocket, Chen Zhibai prepared to return to his dormitory for a shower before heading out to eat, followed by attending classes. It was Monday, with lessons scheduled for both the morning and afternoon. Although he now had the system and no longer needed to worry about finances, he had never considered dropping out of school. The reason was simple. He could not face his family. He could never reveal the existence of the system to them, and even if he did, his parents would likely not believe him in the eyes of the older generation. The proper path was to study diligently and secure a job afterward. Dropping out was simply out of the question, sounding utterly rebellious. Even though he was their only child, his parents, Chen Jiangwo and Li Xiaomei, had always been very affectionate towards him. However, if he were to drop out, they would likely not hesitate to intervene. Thus, Chen Zhibai had no intention of leaving school. Fortunately, university life was quite relaxed and free. While musing over these thoughts, Chen Zhibai was about to head back to his dorm when he noticed Wen Yutong, looking rather helpless, engaged in conversation with a man. The man appeared to be in his 30s, wearing glasses, with a reasonably decent appearance and stature. Chen Zhibai recognized him as a fellow teacher at the school. After a brief glance, Chen Zhibai redirected his gaze, recognizing that this male teacher was pursuing Wen Yutong, who clearly showed no interest in him, as evidenced by her unmistakable discomfort. Yet, whether the male teacher was feigning ignorance or not, he continued to chatter away. Nevertheless, this was none of Chen Zhibai's concern. As he withdrew his gaze, Wen Yutong suddenly spotted Chen Zhibai, and her beautiful eyes lit up. "Zhibai, come over." Chen Zhibai hesitated for a moment, wondering why she was summoning him. Although puzzled, he nonetheless walked over. As he approached, he overheard Wen Yutong saying, "I'm sorry, Teacher Zhang, but I need to speak with my student about something, so I'll have to continue this discussion later." With that, it became clear to Chen Zhibai that she had called him over to act as a shield. Chen Zhibai said nothing and simply stood beside Wen Yutong. Noticing his silent compliance, Wen Yutong shot him a knowing look, as if to say, "You're quite considerate." Zhibai, Zhang Xuebin, standing in front of Wen Yutong, glanced at him before turning his attention back. If it were any other male teacher approaching, he might have felt threatened or uneasy. However, given that Chen Zhibai was merely a student, he dismissed him entirely. "Let us go, Zhibai. We can chat as we walk," Wen Yutong suggested, ready to leave. But Zhang Xuebin interjected, extending his hand to halt them. "Hold on, Yutong, it's not often we meet. Why not grab a meal together? Discussing matters with students can wait. It's not urgent, right?" Zhang Xuebin said with a smile, exuding charm, yet even without scrutinizing closely, one could see the flicker of desire and possessiveness in his gaze as he looked at Wen Yutong. Wen Yutong naturally noticed this, and thus furrowed her brows momentarily. "Teacher Zhang, our relationship has not yet reached the level where you can call me Yutong, so please refer to me as Teacher One," she stated directly. Zhang Xuebin's smile faltered for an instant. He truly did not expect Wen Yutong to be so dismissive. However, gazing at Wen Yutong's beautiful, fair face, which her casual sportswear could not conceal, he suppressed the discomfort rising within him. As long as he could pursue Wen Yutong, it would all be worth it. Zhang Xuebin mused internally, convinced he would indeed win her over. After all, his own circumstances were quite favorable. At 30 years old, a university lecturer, with an appropriate age and occupation, he owned a house and a car, was not unattractive, and stood at a decent height. Among unmarried male teachers at the school, his qualifications were rather exceptional, with no apparent shortcomings. Therefore, he brimmed with confidence. "Teacher One, you're being rather distant," he said, brushing aside his thoughts, before continuing, "Let us share a meal together. Point one cannot be solely consumed by work. A balance between labor and leisure is essential. The modest salary the school provides surely allows for some personal time. No, I have no interest in dining with you whatsoever," Wen Yutong replied, casting a glance at Zhang Xuebin as she declined his invitation. Initially, she intended to extend him some courtesy, considering they were colleagues at the same institution. However, she quickly realized that granting him an inch would only encourage further advances. Thus, she deemed it unnecessary to offer him any leniency. "Yutong, you're being," Zhang Xuebin began, a hint of displeasure creeping into his expression, but he was interrupted by Wen Yutong. "Call me Teacher One." Having said that, Wen Yutong turned her gaze away from Zhang Xuebin and looked towards Chen Zhibai. "Let us go." "All right," Chen Zhibai nodded, and together they walked off the playground. Behind them, Zhang Xuebin stood rooted in place, his expression darkening as he watched Wen Yutong stride away from the playground, feeling a twinge of annoyance at her blatant disregard for his feelings. Yes, she was indeed beautiful and possessed an admirable figure, but his own circumstances were not lacking. He had a house, a car, and a job. If she were to marry him, at the very least, she could settle in Jiangxing. Otherwise, with her salary, when would she ever afford a house? After taking a deep breath to quell the discomfort in his heart, he resolved not to give up on Wen Yutong. Her appearance and physique perfectly aligned with his aesthetic preferences. In pursuit of Wen Yutong, he had even ended his relationship with his girlfriend, who was on the verge of an engagement. How not pursue her would be a waste. Absolutely not. Zhang Xuebin stood still, refusing to dwell further on the matter. Noticing several male teachers watching him, he merely scoffed and left the playground, dismissing them as insignificant. Chapter 80. Not a good person. That Zhang Xuebin is not a good person, Wen Yutong suddenly remarked as they exited the playground. "Huh?" Chen Zhibai responded, turning his gaze towards her. "Zhang Xuebin is the teacher who just spoke to me. At first glance, one might think he appears rather decent." With a polite smile, Wen Yutong commented, glancing at Chen Zhibai. Isn't that so? Chen Zhibai instinctively inquired. He truly believed that, based on appearances alone, Zhang Shuabin was acceptable. Absolutely not. When Yutong replied directly before continuing, you're new to the school. So you may not know, but Zhang Shuabin has a notorious reputation here. He has been involved with multiple female students in romantic relationships, and a few years ago, he even caused one of them to become pregnant. When Yutong elucidated, feeling a sense of exasperation within herself, how could Zhang Shuabin possibly have the audacity to pursue her? Did he think she was oblivious to his sordid past? Impossible. She was a graduate of this very institution. Is that true? A teacher engaging with his students and causing pregnancy? Chen Zhibai was taken aback, questioning the validity of her statement. It's absolutely true. If you search for keywords on the School S forum, you can still find accounts of these incidents, when Yutong affirmed. How was it resolved in the end? Given that she was pregnant, Chen Zhibai inquired. What else could be done? The girl had an abortion. At the time, it caused quite a stir. Her parents came to confront Zhang Shuabin, demanding he take responsibility, but he merely claimed it was a consensual relationship. In the end, he paid her off, and the matter was buried. But the girl quickly dropped out of school. Sigh when Yutong sighed, expressing her discontent. Did the school not intervene in this matter? After all, he is a teacher. Chen Zhibai frowned. How could the school intervene? There is no law against teachers dating students. And since Zhang Shuabin paid her off and the girl didn't pursue the matter further, the school had no grounds to accede. It's just tragic for that girl, to have to undergo an abortion at such a young age and then drop out. Her future will likely be challenging. When Yutong lamented once more, so now you understand why I am unwilling to engage with him, right? If he were truly a good person, I might not mind interacting with him, especially since I am already 25 and should be considering a relationship in preparation for marriage. However, with a person like him, I have absolutely no interest. When Yutong stated plainly, I understand. Chen Zhibai nodded. He had wondered why when Yutong, known for her amiable demeanor and gentle nature, would suddenly turn cold in front of Zhang Shuabin. It seemed there was more to the story. How could he still have the face to pursue you after all that? Chen Zhibai queried. Who knows what he thinks? He probably believes his circumstances are good enough that I would overlook his past misdeeds. Absolutely not. If it were merely a matter of dating, it wouldn't be a big deal. Although I've never been in a relationship, I could accept that my future boyfriend might have had past relationships. That is quite normal. But engaging with students and causing pregnancies, then being irresponsible enough to let them have abortions? That I cannot accept. When Yutong asserted firmly, that is indeed the case, Chen Zhibai nodded in agreement. After that, when Yutong chose not to discuss Zhang Shuabin any further, as even mentioning him made her feel physically ill. When Yutong fell silent, but Chen Zhibai spoke up. Teacher 1, you've never been in a relationship? He asked curiously, glancing at Wen Yutong's face. Fair and beautiful, her features were exquisite. In terms of looks, she ranked alongside Lu Meng and Chen Jiahui, all above the 90-point mark. Once a person's beauty exceeds 90 points, they are universally acknowledged as a beauty, regardless of individual aesthetic preferences. Without a doubt, when Yutong belonged to this category. So, you've never been in a relationship? That is surprising, Chen Zhibai remarked. I've never been in a relationship, and it's not something to be ashamed of, when Yutong replied, glancing at Chen Zhibai. During college, I had quite a few admirers, many of whom were well off and had good backgrounds. So why didn't you date anyone? Chen Zhibai inquired. Because at that time, as she spoke, a rare flush of embarrassment and awkwardness crossed Wen Yutong's fair and lovely face. I was rather oblivious to that aspect. When faced with the pursuit of boys, I found it genuinely bothersome, as my focus was entirely on my studies. Now that I think back, it's truly unfortunate. I spent the most beautiful 4 years of my life in college without ever having dated. Sigh, when Yutong sighed, her beautiful eyes reflecting a sense of regret. The fact that she had not experienced a relationship during her college years was something she now viewed as a missed opportunity. Whenever she walked through the school and saw couples holding hands, she couldn't help but feel a twinge of envy. This is the romance of campus life. Chen Zhibai remained silent, unable to resist stealing glances at Wen Yutong, a smile creeping onto his face. The reason she hadn't dated was due to her naivety? No wonder she felt embarrassed. Are you laughing at me? Wen Yutong, having steadied her emotions, looked up just in time to catch the glimmer of amusement in Chen Zhibai's eyes, her expression shifting to one of warning. No, how could I? Don't make baseless accusations, Chen Zhibai insisted, shaking his head vehemently. Do you think I can't see the amusement in your eyes? If you want to laugh, then laugh, Wen Yutong retorted, casting a sidelong glance at Chen Zhibai. However, I was initially planning to invite you for a meal as a gesture of gratitude for your help, but now, that's off the table. With that, when Yutong waved her hand, I'm leaving. I need to return to the dormitory. I remember we have class in the afternoon. After finishing her words, when Yutong turned and walked towards the teacher's dormitory, her back straight and her posture surprisingly graceful. Chen Zhibai watched her for a moment, suddenly recalling how some female celebrities gained fans just for their elegant way of walking. After learning about this term, he had even searched for videos of female celebrities with beautiful walking styles and had found them appealing. Yet now, he felt those celebrities paled in comparison to Wen Yutong. If a video of her walking were posted online, it would surely attract countless admirers, not to mention her hands, which would undoubtedly captivate many hand enthusiasts. As Chen Zhibai pondered these thoughts, once when Yutong's figure had vanished from his sight, he shook his head and returned to the boys' dormitory. Chapter 81. What a joke! Upon returning to the dormitory, Chen Zhibai took a shower. When he emerged, Wang Chao, Li Dong, and Zhou Hao had already awakened, their eyes wide open, as they had class at 9 and it was now past 8. I'm so tired. I just want to sleep. I played video games until 3 last night and can barely keep my eyes open. I really don't want to go to class. Wang Chao complained. Though he was awake, I told you to sleep early, but you didn't. He listen. Now look, I'm exhausted. Li Dong yawned, his face reflecting his fatigue. I forgot we had class today. Wang Chao sighed, putting on his pants. Old Chen, I really admire you. You actually went jogging again today. This is your 3rd consecutive morning run, right? Wang Chao said, looking at Chen Zhibai with a hint of respect. Yes, it's been 3 days. Chen Zhibai nodded. That's impressive, Wang Chao praised, giving a thumbs up before heading to the bathroom. I need to relieve myself after holding it all night. I'm going to the restroom. As Wang Chao entered the bathroom, Zhou Hao became anxious. Wait, I need to go, he exclaimed, but Wang Chao paid him no mind and shut the door with a bang. This left Zhou Hao visibly displeased. I said I needed to go. Can't you let me use the bathroom first? He grumbled unhappily. Chen Zhibai shot him a glance but remained silent. Why wait until Wang Chao was in the bathroom to mention it? After Wang Chao finished in the bathroom and emerged, he ignored Zhou Hao's disgruntled expression. Old Chen, I feel like you've become even more handsome, Wang Chao remarked, looking at Chen Zhibai with a puzzled expression. Really? Chen Zhibai feigned ignorance, though he knew it was due to his recent increase in appearance points. 3 points might sound insignificant, but it was quite substantial. After adding those 3 points, both Lu Ming and Chen Jiahui, as well as his current roommates, had noticed the change in his looks. Definitely, I think you look quite different. What is the reason? Wang Chao urged Li Dong to take a look. Let me see. Wow, he really does look different. What happened? Li Dong leaned in, surprised at Chen Zhibai's current appearance. All right, it's already past 8. Let us grab a bite at the cafeteria before class. Chen Zhibai waved his hand, choosing to move on from the topic. Sure, Wang Chao and Li Dong nodded, not dwelling on it any longer, and began to get dressed. Since there were more girls than boys in their class, both Wang Chao and Li Dong were eager to find girlfriends, which meant they always put in extra effort before classes. However, nearly a month into the semester, neither had made any progress. I'm quite handsome, standing at 1.8 meters tall. Why is it that none of the girls in our class like me? Li Dong sighed after finishing his grooming. Chen Zhibai glanced at him. While his height was indeed impressive, his mature appearance, coupled with a beard and a robust physique, made him look more like a student-s parent than a peer. I'm also quite handsome. Sigh, we're both in the same boat. Wang Chao echoed, sighing in agreement. The two embraced briefly. Just then, Zhou Hao emerged from the bathroom and overheard their conversation, rolling his eyes. You two really know how to flatter yourselves. You think you're handsome? Zhou Hao scoffed, pointing to himself. This is what true handsomeness looks like. Zhou Hao wore a triumphant expression. Among the boys in their class, he indeed stood out as attractive. Additionally, he had boasted during his self-introduction at the start of the semester, claiming to be a local with 2 houses, which had garnered some attention from the girls in the class. However, he found those girls too ordinary to be worthy of him, so he did not reciprocate their interest. Naturally, this gave him a sense of superiority over Wang Chao and Li Dong. You're nothing special. The real handsome one is old Chen in front of him. You don't count for anything? Wang Chao shot back. Zhou Hao's expression darkened as he instinctively opened his mouth to retort, but he paused when he caught sight of Chen Zhibai. Although he was reluctant to admit it, Chen Zhibai was indeed more attractive than him now. Not only was he handsome, but his fashion sense was also commendable, making him stand out in a pleasant way. Being handsome is useless if you lack money. At the very least, my family has 2 houses, Zhou Hao stated. Yes, you have 2 houses. We all heard it before that and no need to repeat it, Wang Chao retorted, rolling his eyes. With that, he called out to Chen Zhibai and Li Dong. Come on, old Chen, Dongzi, let us head to the cafeteria for a meal. Chen Zhibai nodded, feeling a bit hungry after jogging for over 40 minutes. Soon, the 3 of them left the dormitory, leaving Zhou Hao behind. TCH, Zhou Hao scoffed, pulling out his phone and opening WeChat to find his chat with Li Yu. Yeah, are you awake? Yeah, what do you want to eat this morning? Yeah. Zhou Hao sent several messages in quick succession before glancing at the now-closed dormitory door. Rolling his eyes once again, he couldn't be bothered to eat with Chen Zhibai and the others. After all, he had a girlfriend, at the school cafeteria. During mealtime, Wang Chao still looked disgruntled. From the very beginning of the semester, Zhou Hao had emphasized his status as a local with 2 houses, and it seemed he couldn't help but mention it every chance he got. Having 2 houses is indeed impressive, but constantly bringing it up is quite annoying. Wang Chao complained, I suspect even the ants in our school know he has 2 houses by now. Chen Zhibai couldn't help but chuckle at Wang Chao's comment. Although it was somewhat exaggerated, it was also true. Zhou Hao would inevitably mention his local status and 2 houses within every 3 sentences. This had become rather tiresome. While a few girls had initially shown interest in Zhou Hao, that enthusiasm had since waned. Good conditions might capture attention at first, but if one's character fell short, it would be challenging to maintain interest. Zhou Hao's overly superior attitude, combined with his need to flaunt it, had led to this decline. Suddenly, Chen Zhibai felt his phone vibrate. Taking it out, he saw a message from Chen Zhihui, informing him that she was heading to work. Along with the message was a selfie, showcasing her in a white floral dress, her slender waist and long legs accentuated, and despite some modesty, her innate allure still shone through. Overall, the photo exuded a captivating ambience. Lao Chun, who is this? She is incredibly beautiful. Wang Chao inadvertently glanced at Chen Zhibai's phone, and upon seeing the photo of Chen Zhihui, he was momentarily stunned, and then a surge of excitement coursed through him. He found the girl in the picture to be extraordinarily stunning, with a figure that was simply breathtaking. Chapter 82. Class monitor Zhou Yu. Who is she? Who's so beautiful? Let me take a look, Li Dong said curiously, drawn into the commotion. All right, let's get to work. Chen Zhibai ignored the 2, typing out a message before putting his phone away. Although there was nothing inappropriate about the selfie Chen Zhihui had sent, Chen Zhibai preferred not to let Wang Chao and Li Dong see it. Perhaps this was a manifestation of a man's possessiveness? Lao Chun, tell me, who is this girl? She is truly beautiful. Is she your sister? Seeing Chen Zhibai put his phone away, Wang Chao expressed his disappointment and pressed for answers. Chen Zhibai shot him a glance and replied, This is my girlfriend. Pfft, I don't believe it. The girl in this photo is so stunning, with such a fantastic figure. How could she possibly be your girlfriend? Wang Chao was skeptical. Lao Chun, while I admit you've become quite handsome and have good taste in clothes, I still think there's a gap between you and her. Believe what you want, Chen Zhibai chuckled. Offering no further explanation, he was not the kind of person who would feel compelled to justify himself simply because Wang Chao doubted him. The fact that Chen Zhihui was his girlfriend was a truth that needed no clarification. After finishing their meal, the time had come to 8:30 when Chen Zhibai, Wang Chao, and Li Dong entered the classroom. Most of their classmates had already arrived. With more girls than boys, it was to be expected in a teacher training college. Initially, the girls in the class paid little attention to Chen Zhibai, instead sitting together in groups based on their dormitories, chatting amongst themselves. Although the semester had begun nearly a month ago, there was still a hint of awkwardness among them. So activities like classes and meals were organized by Dormitory.as. Chen Zhibai walked into the classroom with Wang Chao and Li Dong towards the back row by the window. Some girls noticed him. Momentarily taken aback, one of them quickly nudged her roommate. What's wrong? The nudged friend blinked, a look of confusion on her face. Is that one of our male classmates? I didn't realize we had such a handsome guy in our class. Who is he? The roommate inquired, instinctively looking over. Upon seeing Chen Zhibai, she too was momentarily stunned. With a new hairstyle and fitting clothes, Chen Zhibai exuded a remarkable sense of style and charm, appearing fresh and clean. The confidence he emanated, bolstered by the system's support, gave him an air of steadiness and self-assurance that stood out among his peers. I have a vague recollection of him. He is indeed one of our classmates. I think his name is Chen Zhibai. He seemed quite ordinary before, but I never expected such a dramatic transformation with his new look, another roommate remarked, glancing at Chen Zhibai. Such conversations echoed throughout the classroom, with the girls quietly discussing Chen Zhibai among themselves. Just as boys are drawn to beautiful girls, girls are equally attracted to handsome boys. It is an immutable aspect of human nature, an innate attraction to aesthetically pleasing beings. Undoubtedly, Chen Zhibai could now be labeled as a handsome guy, and coupled with his fashion sense and charm, he unwittingly captured the attention of the girls in the classroom in the front row. Four girls sat together, all from the same dormitory. Yu, I can't believe our class actually has a good-looking boy, Zhang Fangfang remarked after observing Chen Zhibai for a moment, turning to whisper to her companions. The girl next to her was exceptionally beautiful, with well-defined features and an overall graceful demeanor, embodying the sophisticated charm of a well-raised only child from Jiangsu or Zhejiang. She was indeed one such only child, named Zhou, and was recognized as one of the prettiest girls among the boys in the class, also serving as the class monitor to MMO. Zhou merely acknowledged her roommate's comment with a soft murmur, her captivating gaze still fixated on Chen Zhibai. She had not anticipated that a gem like him was hidden among their male classmates. While her friends were taken by Chen Zhibai's looks, Zhou found herself more intrigued by the composure and confidence he exuded. Such qualities represented much more than mere appearance. Of course, this was not to say she dismissed the importance of a boy's looks. She valued them too, but she placed greater significance on a man's aura. Moreover, she recognized the clothing Chen Zhibai wore as belonging to a well-known Italian light luxury brand. Her cousin was quite fond of that brand, hence her familiarity with it. Yu, I feel like the boys in our class seem rather immature compared to him, Zhang Fangfang added, glancing between Chen Zhibai and the other boys in the class. It's so obvious. The difference in demeanor is palpable. Zhou remained silent but continued to observe Chen Zhibai, waiting until he settled into his seat before she intended to divert her gaze. However, at that moment, she noticed that Chen Zhibai seemed to have caught her eye, raising his head to look in her direction. Zhou did not speak, but she smiled and nodded at him, her expression radiating warmth and charm. If one were to encapsulate her smile in a phrase, it would be a visage of peace and prosperity. As Chen Zhibai took his seat, he sensed the furtive glances from the girls in the classroom. Initially indifferent, he soon felt a gaze that surpassed the others in intensity. He instinctively looked up and found Zhou watching him. He was no stranger to her. On the very first day of school, she had already been recognized as one of the prettiest girls among the boys in the class. Throughout military training, boys from other classes would come daily to catch a glimpse of Zhou. Chen Zhibai did not dwell on it for long, intending to return his gaze, but then he noticed Zhou nodding and smiling at him. This unexpected reaction left Chen Zhibai momentarily dazed and surprised. Even though nearly a month had passed since the start of school, he had yet to exchange a single word with her. While they were classmates, their interactions had been akin to those of strangers. Yet now, she had taken the initiative to acknowledge him with a smile. Chen Zhibai was taken aback but returned a polite smile before averting his gaze. Zhou, observing that he had shifted his focus away, also redirected her attention, appearing as though nothing had changed. However, upon closer inspection, one could notice her delicate earlobes subtly tinged with a hint of red, conveying a sense of captivating allure. Yu, why are your ears so red? Zhang Fangfang, catching sight of Zhou's flushed ears, was momentarily taken aback and promptly inquired. This prompted curiosity from the other two roommates as well. Oh, they really are red. What is going on? Nothing. Zhou smiled in response to their inquisitive gazes, then seamlessly transitioned to another topic. The three roommates did not think much of it and continued their conversation. However, as they chatted, Zhou found herself speaking less and less, her gaze drawn back to Chen Zhibai. Chapter 83. Hee hee. In the back row of the classroom, Wang Chao was visibly exhilarated. The class monitor just looked at me, and she even smiled. I can't believe it. His voice was laced with excitement, and his face flushed red from the thrill. How could she be looking at you? Don't get carried away, Li Dong replied, unimpressed. Think about it. Why would the class monitor look at you and smile? You're overthinking it. I know you don't believe me, but I swear it's true. She definitely nodded and smiled at me. Wang Chao insisted, his urgency palpable. Really? Li Dong, initially skeptical, scrutinized Wang Chao's face, recognizing his sincerity. After nearly a month of being roommates, he knew Wang Chao's temperament well enough to believe he wouldn't exaggerate. So the class monitor really did smile and nod at you? Absolutely, Wang Chao affirmed, his excitement bubbling over. Dongzi, do you think the class monitor might have feelings for me? Otherwise, why would she smile and nod? Even though she is friendly with everyone, she rarely smiles at boys. Wang Chao was unable to contain his bubbling enthusiasm. I think there's a real possibility. Wow, you might actually have a chance. Li Dong's tone was tinged with envy, as he considered Zhou Yu's character and how she interacted with others, maintaining a certain distance. Yet now, she had smiled at Wang Chao. Hee hee. Wang Chao chuckled to himself, basking in his newfound optimism. I don't care. If I actually start dating the class monitor, you have to treat me to a big meal. Li Dong gritted his teeth, a hint of resentment in his voice. No problem. If you really get together with her, you must treat us to dinner, no matter what we order. Wang Chao readily agreed, and as he spoke, he couldn't help but glance at Zhou Yu again. From his current viewpoint, all he could see was her beautiful back and her well-styled bun, which only fueled his admiration. Hey, he chuckled again, just as he was about to look away when he noticed Zhou Yu turning her head once more to glance in his direction. Wang Chao quickly nodded and flashed her a smile. Zhou Yu, seated at her desk, noticed the excitement on her classmates' faces. She had initially been focused on Chen Zhibai, but now she was distracted by the boy sitting next to her, who appeared a bit foolish and was smiling at her, which struck her as somewhat inappropriate. What was his name again? She had forgotten. It didn't matter. Zhou Yu dismissed the thought and turned her attention back to Chen Zhibai. Yu, what are you looking at in the back? Zhang Fangfang asked curiously, seated beside her. Nothing, by the way. What should we have for lunch? Zhou Yu replied, shaking her head and subtly shifting the topic. How about some spicy and sour noodles? I feel like having that. Sure. Zhou Yu nodded, and the conversation ended there as the bell rang for class. The teacher entered with a textbook in hand. Stand up, Zhou Yu, as the class monitor called out, prompting her classmates to rise and greet the teacher. Hello, everyone. Please take your seats. The teacher, an ordinary-looking woman in her 40s, gestured for them to sit down in the back row. Once seated, Wang Chao excitedly nudged Li Dong's arm, his voice barely above a whisper, yet his expression was filled with enthusiasm. Dongzi, did you see that? The class monitor just looked at me again. I saw. I can't believe you have such luck. Li Dong replied, his tone laced with jealousy. He had also noticed Zhou Yu glancing their way, and under the impression that she was looking at Wang Chao, it only added to his frustration. Don't be bitter. This is a good thing for a brother. You should be happy for me. Wang Chao grinned, then turned his gaze back to the teacher. You might be thrilled, but I'm still single. And this is the class monitor, the goddess in our class. Many boys from other classes are also infatuated with her, yet she has been paying attention to you. Li Dong sighed, a look of melancholy on his face as he spoke, envy evident in his expression. He was at a point where he was no longer picky about potential girlfriends. He just wanted someone, anyone, as long as they were alive. Don't worry. Your happiness will come soon enough, Wang Chao assured him. You should take the initiative and add the class monitor on WeChat from the class group. You can't just wait for her to add you. That would be inappropriate. Girls are usually reserved. Wang Chao proposed. Definitely. You should take the plunge and add her. Li Dong nodded in agreement. I think that's the way to go. All right, I'll add her right now, Wang Chao exclaimed, grinning widely at the prospect of getting the class monitor's attention. With that, he discreetly pulled out his phone and opened the WeChat group for their class. Quickly locating Zhou Yu's WeChat, he typed out a message. Hello? Class monitor. I am Wang Chao. Feeling a bit insecure, he showed the message to Li Dong before sending it. After sending the request, Wang Chao held onto his phone, anxious to see if she would accept it. Lao Chun, I might soon be off the market. Don't be envious. This is fate, Wang Chao declared, turning to slap Chen Zhibai on the shoulder, his pride evident. Chen Zhibai remained silent, casting a series of incredulous glances at Wang Chao. He was utterly baffled by Wang Chao's imaginative leaps. How could he even entertain the notion that Zhou Yu had feelings for him? Chen Zhibai was certain that Zhou Yu's gaze had been directed at him, as their eyes had genuinely met. Yet, despite this, he would never assume that she harbored any feelings for him. One would need an extraordinary amount of confidence to think otherwise, as long as you're happy. Chen Zhibai remarked, shaking his head in disbelief. Lao Chun, you're not feeling envious, are you? Don't be like that. We're brothers. If I end up with the class monitor, I'll treat you and Dongzi to a lavish meal. Whatever you want, Wang Chao proclaimed, not waiting for a response from Chen Zhibai or Li Dong, and once again broke into a silly grin. Chapter 84. Who is Wang Chao? In the front row, Zhou Yu sat attentively listening to the teacher's lecture. Although university life often allows for a more relaxed attitude towards classes, she held herself to a high standard. Thus, she not only listened intently but also jotted down notes from time to time. Sunlight streamed through the window, casting a lovely glow on her fair, beautiful face, creating a delightful ambience. Yu is truly stunning, Zhang Fangfang remarked softly to her roommate after sneaking a glance at Zhou Yu. Her roommate nodded in agreement, clearly captivated. Though the semester had just begun, they had already developed a fondness for Zhou Yu, or rather, admiration. She was beautiful, well-proportioned, possessed a great sense of style, and demonstrated an organized and generous approach to her duties, earning her an excellent reputation among the girls in the class. Sometimes, they would speculate about the type of boy Zhou Yu might be interested in. As a few roommates chatted quietly, Zhou Yu remained focused on the lecture. However, she felt her phone vibrating in her jeans pocket, a reminder of a message. Having set her phone to vibrate mode before class, she hesitated, not wanting to check it, but the thought of a message from family made her reconsider. Glancing at the teacher to ensure she wasn't watching, Zhou Yu retrieved her phone from her pocket. Unlocking it, she opened WeChat. Wang Chao? Who is Wang Chao? She pondered, frowning slightly as she read the friend request. She dismissed it quickly, assuming it was just another boy trying to add her without any real significance. Since the beginning of the semester, this incident has transpired approximately 30 times, nearly once or twice each day. Have you once again disclosed my WeChat ID to other boys? Zhou Yu turned her head and inquired of Zhang Fangfang. No, I swear I haven't. Ever since you told me not to share your WeChat ID with other boys, I have refrained from doing so, Zhang Fangfang responded, initially taken aback, then expressing her grievance. She had indeed shared Zhou Yu's WeChat ID with a few boys previously, but did not think it was a matter of concern at the time. However, after Zhou Yu's request, she ceased to do so, even though some boys had tried to win her over with snacks in exchange for the WeChat ID. Haven't shared. Zhou Yu pondered for a moment, but dismissed the thought. Ignoring the friend request and preparing to put her phone away. At that moment, however, her hands hesitated as she noticed the WeChat class group. Instinctively, Zhou Yu turned to glance at Chen Zhibai, then clicked into the class group to find his WeChat ID. I am Zhou Yu. Could you please add me on WeChat? I have a few matters I would like to discuss with you. As Zhou Yu typed, her fair and delicate face involuntarily flushed with a hint of red. To be honest, this was her first time taking the initiative to add a boy on WeChat. Despite her outgoing personality, she couldn't help but feel a twinge of embarrassment. Fortunately, the feeling of shyness was quickly suppressed. After sending the friend request, she tucked her phone back into her pocket and resumed her focus on the lecture. Yet, she soon realized that she seemed somewhat distracted and absent-minded, occasionally pulling out her phone to check for updates. What's wrong, Yu? Are you expecting an important message? Zhang Fangfang, seated beside her, initially did not notice Zhou Yu's unusual behavior, but upon Zhou Yu checking her phone for the 5th time, her curiosity piqued. Zhang Fangfang shot Zhou Yu a puzzled glance and asked, as she spoke. The look of surprise and curiosity in her eyes intensified. She believed she understood Zhou Yu quite well. She was always focused during class, and nothing ever seemed to distract her. Yet now, she was evidently preoccupied, frequently glancing at her phone, clearly waiting for a message. So, who could she be waiting for? Could it be from home? Zhang Fangfang speculated internally, nodding affirmatively to herself, convinced that it must be the case. After all, it was unlikely she was waiting for a boy's message. That seemed improbable. Zhang Fangfang was well aware of Zhou Yu's high standards. Throughout the month since the semester began, the boys who pursued her all had commendable qualities, yet they were all turned down. Therefore, it couldn't possibly be a boy's message she awaited. Well, while the words may seem abundant, reality is but a blink away, Zhou Yu thought to herself. Noticing Zhang Fangfang's inquisitive gaze, she initially hesitated, then prepared to subtly deflect the topic. But before she could speak, Zhang Fangfang quietly interjected, Yu, are you chatting with your mom? Huh? Zhou Yu looked up at Zhang Fangfang, then subtly nodded and softly murmured an affirmative sound. I knew it. Zhang Fangfang replied, her expression swelling with pride upon seeing Zhou Yu nod. She then fell silent as the teacher at the podium glanced in her direction. Realizing this, Zhang Fangfang felt a sudden rush of anxiety and quickly adopted a serious demeanor, focusing on the lecture. The teacher, noticing her attentiveness, resumed the class without further comment. University instructors do not admonish students like those in primary or high school. If one is willing to learn, they will teach earnestly, and if not, they will say nothing. This is the nature of university life, where the atmosphere is relaxed, and each individual bears their own responsibility. That said, it is undeniable that there are also commendable teachers in university who encourage students to study diligently. Zhou Yu lowered her gaze to the textbook, her exquisite bun hairstyle accentuating her long, fair neck, making her appearance quite appealing. Though still somewhat distracted, she refrained from pulling out her phone again in the back row. Chen Zhibai had not immediately noticed the friend request from Zhou Yu, as Wang Chao was engaged in conversation with him. "Old Chen, Dongzi, why hasn't the class monitor approved my friend request yet? I've seen her pull out her phone 5 or 6 times. Logically, she should have accepted it by now," Wang Chao expressed, his face clouded with confusion. Chen Zhibai merely glanced at him in silence, overwhelmed by the multitude of complaints and unsure of how to respond. Li Dong, seated nearby, interjected, "Chaozi, why are you so anxious? Perhaps this is the class monitor testing you, to see if you are a composed individual." Patience is Li Dong's serious demeanor, combined with his overly mature appearance, made his words quite convincing, prompting Wang Chao to nod vigorously in agreement. "Yes, Dongzi, you are right. I must remain calm and wait. Indeed, do not be deceived by my lack of romantic experience. My theoretical knowledge is solid, I assure you." Li Dong declared confidently, then continued his hushed conversation with Wang Chao. Chen Zhibai, however, chose not to participate, instead taking out his phone to check on Lu Ming's condition and to inquire about Chen Zhibai. Especially since it was her first day at work. With 2 girlfriends, he aimed to maintain balance. Just as he retrieved his phone, Chen Zhibai raised an eyebrow and glanced at Zhou Yu in the front row. Her slender waist and straightened back, along with her elegant bun hairstyle, caught his attention. Yet, that was not the primary focus. What intrigued him was the sudden urge for her to add him, and the fact that she had something to discuss. Chen Zhibai pondered this. Throughout the month since the semester began, he had not exchanged a single word with Zhou Yu. In such circumstances, what could she possibly want to ask him? Shaking his head, Chen Zhibai dismissed the thought, approving the friend request. In the next moment, a chat window with Zhou Yu appeared. Her WeChat avatar depicted a beautiful ragdoll cat, presumably a pet from her home. "What is it?" "Class monitor, please ask," he typed, redirecting his attention from her avatar. "Still not awake?" After a brief wait, he received no response from Lu Ming. Chen Zhibai paid no mind and switched to chatting with Chen Zhibai, asking how her first day at work was going. Chen Zhibai responded promptly, sharing that everything was going quite well. "My best friend has been working here for over 2 months, so no one has made things difficult for me." Chen Zhibai sent several messages. Chen Zhibai smiled and was about to reply when she sent a photo of her workstation, which she had begun to decorate. "Looks nice, right?" she asked. "It looks great," he replied quickly. The two continued their conversation, with Chen Zhibai noting that her first day was mainly about familiarizing herself with the company and that she would be assigned specific design tasks in a few days. So she had plenty of free time. As the class neared its end, Lu Ming finally replied, "I just woke up," accompanied by a yawning emoji. "You're just waking up now?" Chen Zhibai typed back, assuming Lu Ming had not responded because she was in class. As it was Monday and most majors had lectures, "Do you have class today?" he asked again. "Yes, but I took a leave," Lu Ming replied almost instantly, sending another message without waiting for Chen Zhibai to respond. "Because I'm still feeling a bit uncomfortable." Chen Zhibai understood right away. However, given that an entire night had passed since the previous afternoon, he wondered how she could still be in discomfort in the girls' dormitory. Lu Ming lay in bed, unaware of Chen Zhibai's current thoughts. Had she known, she would have undoubtedly quipped, "With all that you put me through, it's no wonder I'm still in pain." Lu Ming had not initially planned to take leave. She thought she would feel better by morning. Yet upon waking, she found herself utterly drained and her legs still aching. Consequently, she had Wang Hui help her request a sick day, citing stomach discomfort as the reason. "How will you handle lunch?" Chen Zhibai inquired. "I'll have my roommate bring it back for me," Lu Ming replied, sending a series of expressive emojis reflecting her discomfort. "This is all your fault?" "All your fault," Chen Zhibai thought he understood Lu Ming's implication, attributing her discomfort to their previous day's activities. Yet, he felt he had been quite restrained and considerate, given her looks and figure. Though be honest, he had already shown considerable restraint the previous afternoon, and he had been genuinely concerned for her well-being. "If you're still in pain, perhaps we should skip dinner together tonight and wait a couple of days." Chen Zhibai contemplated, typing his response. After all, Lu Ming was now his girlfriend, and he ought to show some tenderness. "That won't be necessary. Compared to yesterday, I feel much better. I estimate that if I rest in the dormitory all day, By the time dinner rolls around, I should be fine. Let us plan to have dinner tonight. I've already informed my roommates, so it's better to get it over with. Lu Ming sent 2 messages in quick succession. Okay, sounds good. Chen Zhibai nodded, just as he was about to type again when Lu Ming sent a photo. The image showcased her long, slender, and fair legs. Dio, they look good. In the girls' dormitory, Lu Ming's radiant and fair complexion was slightly flushed, yet her beautiful eyes radiated confidence and pride. They look lovely, Chen Zhibai replied, his attention diverted due to Wang Chao and Li Dong's presence nearby. He merely glanced at Lu Ming's photo before exiting the chat, not wanting to linger. However, there was no doubt about her beauty, long, straight, and fair. Upon receiving Chen Zhibai's compliment, Lu Ming felt an additional surge of pride. Juggling conversations with both Lu Ming and Chen Zhihui naturally slowed Chen Zhibai's response rate. But neither girl suspected anything, given that he had claimed to be in class. After a little over 10 minutes, the bell rang to signal the end of the class. As the bell echoed through the room, the teacher, who had been lecturing just moments ago, promptly closed the textbook. Class is dismissed. Stand up, goodbye teacher. Zhou Yu rose from her seat and softly called out, prompting her classmates to follow suit and bid farewell to the instructor. The teacher nodded and exited the classroom. Instantly, the atmosphere in the classroom turned lively. Some students headed to the restroom, while others remained to chat, as another class awaited them shortly. Why Yu? Let us go. I need to use the restroom, Zhang Fangfang said, wrapping her arm around Zhou Yu's. I want to go. You all can go. Zhou Yu shook her head in response. All right then. Zhang Fangfang, unfazed, said all right and prepared to leave with another roommate. Once Zhang Fangfang departed, Zhou Yu took out her phone from her pocket. For some reason, she felt an inexplicable surge of nervousness. Upon realizing this anxious feeling, Zhou Yu paused for a moment, then couldn't help but chuckle. She had always believed herself to be outgoing and generous, hardly ever feeling nervous about anything. Yet here she was, experiencing it now. Nevertheless, he is indeed quite appealing. His looks are pleasant, and his demeanor is steady, truly the best among the boys she has encountered. She genuinely wished to engage with him, which was evident from her repeated glances and her decision to add him on WeChat. Shaking her head, Zhou Yu suppressed her inner thoughts and focused on her phone. Chapter 86. Quite normal upon seeing that Chen Zhibai had accepted her friend request and sent a message, Zhou Yu smiled as the slight tension in her heart eased. Contemplating for a moment, she began to type. It's not a big deal. I just wanted to ask if you could help me out. Whenever the teacher shares information or assigns tasks, could you relay it to the boys? It's somewhat inconvenient for me as a girl. This was the reason Zhou Yu had in mind when adding him on WeChat, a pretext to request Chen Zhibai's assistance in communicating with the boys. It was a perfectly valid excuse. What do you think? Is it convenient for you? If so, it would be a tremendous help. Otherwise, I'm at a loss on how to communicate with the boys in class. Zhou Yu continued typing, sending an adorable cat emoji afterward. Chen Zhibai, of course, noticed the message from Zhou Yu, as he was already engaged in chatting with Lu Ming and Chen Zhihui. However, the nature of Zhou Yu's message and the tone she used surprised him. Her message carried a hint of playful charm, which caught him off guard. In his mind, Zhou Yu did not fit the mold of someone who would act coy. He had always perceived her as organized and composed, a girl who carried herself with grace. This impression had only solidified over the past month. As class monitor, Zhou Yu had handled every situation adeptly, whether it was addressing someone feeling unwell or managing class affairs. It was evident that she had been raised well. Thus, when he observed her playful tone in their current chat, he felt taken aback. Why the change? Surely, there must be a reason for it. Chen Zhibai pondered this, and soon, an answer surfaced in his mind. It was quite simple. He was no longer the same person he had been. Previously, he was ordinary and introverted, barely speaking in class, essentially invisible. But now, his appearance had transformed, along with his style, creating a stark contrast. The changes within him were even more profound. The confidence instilled by the system radiated from him, enhancing his aura and presence. Undoubtedly, he had become the kind of boy who could catch a girl's eye. This was evident from the way the girls had looked at him when he entered the classroom earlier that day, whispering among themselves. Even though Zhou Yu was strikingly attractive, her developing feelings for him were entirely normal. This explained her repeated glances and her initiative in adding him on WeChat, as well as the slight playfulness in their conversation. With this realization, Chen Zhibai couldn't help but smile. In the front row, Zhou Yu sat at her desk, glancing at the time. Several minutes had passed since she sent her message, Yet Chen Zhibai had not responded, causing her to furrow her brow slightly. In no reply. Had he not seen it? Zhou Yu wondered. Just as she was about to turn and see what Chen Zhibai was doing, she felt her phone vibrate. Looking down, she noticed Chen Zhibai's replied, "It's convenient. If the boys need me to convey anything, just let me know." Seeing this message, Zhou Yu sighed in relief. She had feared that Chen Zhibai's silence indicated a refusal. Thankfully, that was not the case. After all, her looks and figure certainly contributed to her confidence. With this thought, a smile appeared at the corners of her lips, which she quickly suppressed. "Thank you so much for helping me out," Zhou Yu typed, then continued, "By the way, our school is hosting a sports meeting soon, and each class needs to report on certain events. I've already discussed the girls' side. So now it's time for the boys. Do you have time around noon? I invite you to a meal, and while I am at it, I shall also discuss this matter with you." Zhou Yu continued typing, sending 2 messages in quick succession. Subsequently, her lovely, fair complexion took on a slight blush. After all, one knows one's own affairs. Even without Chen Zhibai's assistance, she could manage this matter competently. Ultimately, she merely sought an excuse to interact with Chen Zhibai. This was the reason for her slight embarrassment, yet despite her flushed cheeks, she felt little true shyness. In fact, she harbored a genuine fondness for Chen Zhibai's calm and confident demeanor and was eager for a closer acquaintance. By nature, she was not fond of impulsive and immature boys. Rather, she preferred those who remained composed in the face of challenges. However, among her peers, she had never encountered such a boy until Chen Zhibai came along. Thus, her desire to connect with him was undeniable. As Zhou Yu pondered these thoughts, her phone vibrated, and she glanced down to see Chen Zhibai's reply. Instantly, a smile graced her lips, and she replied with an okay. Following this, she turned to glance at Chen Zhibai's location, just as he lifted his gaze to meet hers. Their eyes locked for a moment. Zhou Yu, exuding grace, nodded and returned his smile. Only after witnessing Chen Zhibai's gentle smile did she turn her head back. "Why, Yu? I'm back," her roommate Zhang Fangfang exclaimed as she returned from the restroom, wrapping her arm around Zhou Yu's. "What's with the surprise?" Zhou Yu turned to give her a questioning glance. "Why, Yu? Is there something joyous happening? You seem particularly cheerful," Zhang Fangfang observed, her expression one of curiosity as she scrutinized Zhou Yu. "Is there?" Zhou Yu asked nonchalantly. "Of course there is," Zhang Fangfang insisted, nodding vigorously. She could see that Zhou Yu's eyes were sparkling with delight. Having been roommates for quite some time, she recognized this as a telltale sign of Zhou Yu's happiness. "So, what is it? Share it with us, Yu. Let me partake in your joy," Zhang Fangfang prompted eagerly. "Yes, do tell," chimed in the other 2 roommates, drawn in by their curiosity. "There's nothing to be excited about." "So stop guessing," Zhou Yu said, playfully tapping each of their arms. "Clearly, there is something delightful, yet you choose to hide it from us. Are we not your closest friends?" Zhang Fangfang feigned a look of injury, clutching her arm. Zhou Yu, witnessing her exaggerated expression, quickly offered a promise to brighten her mood. "I'll treat you to something delicious tonight." "Really?" Zhang Fangfang's eyes lit up, embodying the essence of a true foodie. Chapter 87. Dreams and Delusions. The morning comprised 3 classes. Aside from the first class, during which Chen Zhibai conversed with Lu Ming and Chen Zhihui, he attentively engaged in the remaining 2 classes. Knowledge, after all, is invaluable. It is unclear when the notion that studying is futile began to circulate, gaining a considerable following of supporters. Yet, Chen Zhibai vehemently disagreed with this sentiment. He believed that knowledge is indeed beneficial. Thus, even with a system in place and financial security, he could easily justify ceasing his studies and, like his peers Wang Chao and Li Dong, discreetly play games on his phone. However, he refrained from doing so. In many ways, Chen Zhibai aspired to possess knowledge. Even if such knowledge proved unnecessary, its mere presence would impart a different sense of self. The distinction between having knowledge and lacking it is stark. Consequently, he studied diligently, even silencing his phone on several occasions. When Zhou Yu turned her head to feign casual interest, she caught sight of Chen Zhibai engrossed in his studies. This only deepened her admiration for him. As the 3rd class drew to a close, Wang Chao set aside his phone, losing interest. "What is the matter with you?" Li Dong inquired, puzzled. "What do you think is wrong?" Wang Chao sighed, his expression one of discontent. "The class monitor still hasn't accepted my friend request on WeChat." "What gives? Am I mistaken in thinking she noticed me?" Wang Chao lamented. He often exited his games to check for notifications, yet each time, The WeChat interface remained devoid of any acknowledgement from Zhou, leaving him increasingly disheartened. "Why are you so anxious?" Li Dong began to console him, but Zhou Hao interjected, "Is it not obvious? The class monitor has undoubtedly overlooked you," he remarked dismissively. He had arrived just before the second class commenced and nearly laughed at Wang Chao's earlier assertion about the class monitor's attention. "How could that be? Chaozi, I'm not criticizing you. But while it's commendable to dream, there is a distinct difference between dreams and foolish fantasies. How could you dare to believe that the class monitor has any regard for you? Have you lost your mind?" Zhou Hao continued. "Just look at your own standing. You are neither tall nor particularly handsome. Why would the class monitor notice you? I wouldn't even entertain such notions. Did I ask you? And how could you presume to know whether she noticed me or not?" Wang Chao retorted, his mood souring. Zhou Hao merely shrugged, remaining silent. He was certain that Zhou had not noticed Wang Chao, a conclusion easily reached. After all, what sort of person was Zhou on the first day of school? She had been unanimously recognized by the boys as the most beautiful girl in the class, attracting the attention of many during military training. She was not only stunning but also poised and capable, exuding an air of privilege. Such a girl undoubtedly possessed high standards. Did he not harbor feelings for Zhou? Without a doubt. Yet he felt utterly unqualified to pursue her, even to entertain such thoughts. Given the vast chasm between them, as these thoughts swirled in his mind, the bell signaling the end of class rang. "Class dismissed," the teacher announced, gathering the textbooks. "Stand up, goodbye, teacher." Zhou instructed her classmates as they rose in unison. After the teacher nodded and exited the classroom, chaos ensued. Finally, class was over. "What a relief! Why, you. Let us go. We're heading to the cafeteria for spicy hot pot," Zhang Fangfang said, turning to Zhou after hastily organizing her books. "I'm not joining you for lunch today. I have plans," Zhou replied with a smile. Upon hearing her words, Zhang Fangfang and the other two roommates froze momentarily. "Plans? With whom?" Zhang Fangfang inquired curiously, while the others silently cast inquisitive glances. For the past month since school began, Zhou had consistently dined with them, never mentioning plans with anyone else, hence their curiosity. "Just with our class's Chen Zhibai," Zhou stated casually, gesturing towards his direction with an air of confidence, devoid of any shyness. She felt no need to conceal this fact. "Chen Zhibai?" Zhang Fangfang and the other two roommates blinked in astonishment, turning to follow Zhou's finger to where he sat. You, are you saying that the person you're meeting is Chen Zhibai?" Zhang Fangfang gasped, swallowing hard, her face a picture of shock. Beside them, the expressions of the other two roommates mirrored hers. To them, Zhou was an elegant and capable individual, pursued by many suitors, yet she had never accepted any. They had assumed that there might not even be a boy in school who could capture her interest. But now, to think she was going to have a meal with Chen Zhibai from their class? "Yes, that is who I'm meeting," Zhou responded, slightly exasperated by their astonished reactions. Was it truly that shocking for her to have dinner with a boy? Her sexual orientation was perfectly normal. She had simply not encountered a boy she wished to connect with until now. "Why you? May I ask if you have feelings for Chen Zhibai?" Zhang Fangfang asked, tugging at Zhou's arm, her voice low and inquisitive, casting a glance at Chen Zhibai. The other two roommates leaned in, their curiosity piqued. "It's not quite at the level of like yet. But I am eager to get to know him better. If things go well, I believe a romantic relationship could be on the horizon," Zhou mused, contemplating her response. Hearing this, Zhang Fangfang and the others shared a moment of shock. Although Zhou had not explicitly declared her affection, her words implied much. She was open to the possibility of a connection, and if all went well, romance could blossom. Zhou smiled, waving her hand dismissively. "Enough of this, you all should hurry to the cafeteria." With that, she stood and made her way towards Chen Zhibai. Zhang Fangfang and the other two roommates exchanged glances, astonished by this unexpected revelation. They had never anticipated that Zhou's type would align with someone like Chen Zhibai. Yet upon reflection, it made perfect sense. Zhang Fangfang stole another glance at Chen Zhibai. While not the archetypal heartthrob, he possessed a comforting appearance and an air of stability, standing in stark contrast to the more impulsive boys in their class. His presence exuded reliability and composure, making it entirely reasonable for Zhou to be drawn to such a character. Only someone of his caliber would be a fitting match for the class monitor. As Zhang Fangfang contemplated this, a twinge of disappointment crept into her heart. Chapter 88. The envy of the boys in class finally. School was out. Li Dong tucked his phone into his back pocket and spoke up. Let us head to the cafeteria. Sure, let us go, Wang Chao replied, his expression still morose. I want to be joining you guys. Chen Zhibai glanced at them, inquiring, where are you off to? Just as Chen Zhibai was about to respond, Li Dong's face suddenly lit up with surprise. Chaozi, look, the class monitor is coming our way. Could she be looking for you? He exclaimed, tugging at Wang Chao's arm. Wang Chao froze for a moment before looking up, and indeed, he saw Zhou Yu approaching. Excitement and anxiety surged within him. Nearby, Zhou Hao, who had been chatting with Li Yu, instinctively turned his head at Li Dong's words and caught sight of Zhou Yu as well. No way, he thought, incredulous. He glanced at Wang Chao, utterly baffled. Yet, despite the chatter, in the blink of an eye, Zhou Yu stood before Chen Zhibai. Let us go to the cafeteria together. I want to discuss the upcoming sports event and thank you for your assistance, she said with a warm smile, exuding grace and confidence. All right, Chen Zhibai nodded, giving Wang Chao a light pat on the shoulder before walking alongside Zhou Yu out of the classroom. What just happened? The class monitor invited Chen Zhibai to the cafeteria. The boys still lingering in the classroom were momentarily stunned, their envy palpable. She must have something to discuss, right? She mentioned the sports event. Even if there was a matter to discuss, the fact that they were sharing a meal with the class monitor was enviable in itself. At that moment, several boys in the classroom exchanged glances, each feeling a pang of jealousy towards Chen Zhibai. Zhou Yu's status in class was undoubtedly unique. Was she beautiful? Absolutely. Did she have a great figure? Indeed. Was she graceful? Without a doubt. Did they like her? Certainly. Yet no one dared to pursue her, feeling the weight of pressure, convinced they were worlds apart. Now, however, Zhou Yu was going to the cafeteria with Chen Zhibai. Even if it was for a discussion, their envy was undeniable. Wang Chao's face fell in disappointment. At that moment, he realized he had misjudged the situation entirely. It seemed Zhou Yu had indeed been observing Chen Zhibai. But how had Chen Zhibai managed to forge a connection with the class monitor without Wang Chao's knowledge? I wonder when that happened, Wang Chao mused, his curiosity piqued. Who knows? Li Dong shook his head. Sigh. Wang Chao sighed heavily, suppressing his disappointment as he exited the classroom with Li Dong, heading towards the cafeteria. Zhou Hao, seated at his desk, wore a displeased expression, while Zhou Yu was not seeking Wang Chao. Her association with Chen Zhibai was equally troubling. The mere thought that they were dining together, even for a discussion, irked him. He had always considered himself the top contender among the boys in class. Handsome, a local from Jiangxing, and owning 2 apartments, his overall standing was the best among them. Wasn't it reasonable for her to seek his help instead? Why was she approaching Chen Zhibai? His mind churned with frustration. And although he envied Chen Zhibai for dining with Zhou Yu, his envy was tempered by the knowledge that even if they shared a meal, their relationship would remain platonic. Yet he, on the other hand, had a girlfriend. As these thoughts swirled in his mind, his expression gradually lightened. Buzz. The next moment, his phone vibrated. Zhou Hao glanced down to see a message from Li Yu. I don't have time for lunch. You go ahead. Wait, why not? Let us go together. There's a great restaurant near the school with good food. Let us eat together, he quickly replied, eager to convince her. Not possible, I have other things to attend to. Li Yu's response was curt. How could you not have time? Are you busy with something else? Zhou Hao typed back. Li Yu frowned as she read the message, flipping her phone face down on the table. She had already resolved to pursue Chen Zhibai, intending to win him over from Lu Ming, and thus had no desire to remain entangled with Zhou Hao. In fact, she had been regretting her decision to enter a relationship with him. She believed that Chen Zhibai's lack of response to her messages was largely due to her being Zhou Hao's girlfriend. Is it really that you have no time? Or is it that you have other matters to attend to? Zhou Hao sent another message. Liu glanced at it and then turned her gaze to the girl lying on the bed, engrossed in her phone. Noticing Li Yu's gaze, Lu Ming raised a perfectly shaped eyebrow and turned to meet her eyes. Ming Ming, Li Yu smiled, trying to be friendly, but her thoughts were clouded with ambition. Dreaming of the day she would successfully lure Chen Zhibai away from Lu Ming, envisioning the expressions of disappointment and anger on Lu Ming's face. Lu Ming acknowledged Li Yu's presence, her brow slightly furrowed. Although she was unaware of Li Yu's thoughts, she sensed an air of superiority emanating from her. Superiority? How laughable, Lu Ming thought, shaking her head before returning to her conversation with Wang Hui, who was inquiring about lunch plans. Bring me back whatever you have, thank you, Lu Ming texted back, sending a 20 yuan red envelope as a gesture of gratitude. Why are you sending me money? I don't need it. You brought me food when I was sick without asking for anything in return. If you keep this up, I might get upset. Wang Hui quickly replied. Seeing this, Lu Ming didn't press the issue further. Instead, sending a cute emoji, Lai Yu observed Lu Ming for a moment before withdrawing her gaze and moving to her wardrobe. She was ready to carefully select the attire she would wear for dinner that evening. Especially since she would have the opportunity to meet Chen Zhibai at As she opened her wardrobe, Li Yu instinctively cast a glance at the adjacent cabinet belonging to Lu Ming. She knew that the exquisite LV bag worth 888 yuan was nestled within. Chapter 89. Zhou Yu's affection grows on their way to the school cafeteria. Chen Zhibai and Zhou Yu walk side by side, engaging in light-hearted conversation. The midday sun filtered through the dappled leaves lining the path, creating an indescribable ambience of beauty. A few boys walking nearby occasionally glanced at Zhou Yu, and their gaze towards Chen Zhibai was tinged with envy. Zhou Yu was stunningly beautiful, with fair features and delicate brows, and her height of 168 centimeters complemented her poised demeanor, evoking an inexplicable charm and comfort. It seemed that every student had a beautiful class monitor during their school years, someone who was gracious, organized, and strikingly attractive. Zhou Yu epitomized the pinnacle of such class monitors. Faced with the occasional envious glances from the boys around them, Chen Zhibai had grown accustomed to it. After all, he had been the subject of such admiration for days now, whether he was out with Lu Ming or Qian Jiehui. Therefore, he had truly become accustomed to it. Beside him, Zhou Yu was also accustomed to the attention of the boys, having been beautiful since childhood. Ah, so this is how you understand it. Impressive, Zhou Yu remarked, tilting her head, her exquisitely fair face adorned with a look of surprise and admiration as she gazed at Chen Zhibai. I was just speaking nonsense. Chen Zhibai waved his hand dismissively. This is not nonsense. I believe you are absolutely right. It feels like a revelation, Zhou Yu replied earnestly. Chen Zhibai chuckled at her earnestness. Their conversation, initially casual, eventually meandered into the realm of psychology. Chen Zhibai had read a few books on the subject, and although he had not delved deeply, he had indeed explored it, which led to Zhou Yu's newfound respect for him, leaving him slightly disoriented. After his parents lost their jobs, he had felt a wave of inferiority, manifesting his shyness and reluctance to engage with others. Consequently, he found solace in reading, devouring various texts indiscriminately. Reading was undoubtedly beneficial. However, without the confidence and grounding that a structured understanding provides, the thoughts inspired by those readings might remain unspoken. Hidden within it was not until now, even in the presence of Zhou Yu, that he could express his thoughts with confidence and poise. Confidence was indeed paramount. It could transform a person entirely. As they arrived at the cafeteria, Zhou Yu smiled at Chen Zhibai and asked, "What would you like to eat?" "It's on me. Let's go with rice and side dishes," Chen Zhibai suggested, pointing towards a serving window. The dish consisted of rice paired with 3 selections from a variety of over 10 different dishes. Sounds good, Zhou Yu nodded, and they joined the queue at the window. Before their arrival, the crowd in line had been animatedly chatting, but upon Zhou Yu's approach, the chatter abruptly hushed, giving way to a momentary silence. This reaction was, of course, a result of Zhou Yu's beauty, which had the power to quiet an otherwise boisterous crowd. Chen Zhibai had experienced this phenomenon before when dining with Lu Ming. Fortunately, the silence lasted only a couple of seconds before being replaced by hushed whispers, though some boys in line couldn't help but steal glances at Zhou Yu. "Class monitor, you're impressive," Chen Zhibai remarked, giving her a thumbs up. Zhou Yu shot him a playful eye roll, fully aware of his teasing. Yet, she bore no ill will if, during class, her interest in Chen Zhibai had been piqued by his appearance and composed demeanor. Their ongoing conversation had solidified her satisfaction with him. Their rapport felt harmonious, reflecting shared values and compatibility in thought. Thus, she found herself quite pleased with Chen Zhibai and was not at all perturbed by his playful jabs. What delighted her most was that she could discern Chen Zhibai's solid family background, yet he never flaunted it. Unlike some boys who pursued her with subtle boasts, Chen Zhibai remained humble. "What are you daydreaming about?" "We're up next," Chen Zhibai prompted, bringing Zhou Yu back to reality. She quelled her thoughts and smiled at him before beginning to select her dishes. Soon, they had chosen their meals and found an empty table to sit at. During lunch, Zhou Yu mentioned the upcoming school sports meet, explaining that each class needed to report on the events in which their boys would participate. "So, could you help me compile a list of what events the boys in our class want to sign up for?" That's why I sought your assistance, she said after swallowing a mouthful of rice and taking a sip of seaweed egg drop soup. Chen Zhibai hesitated before answering, initially observing her. Compiling the boys' event choices was a simple task, one that Zhou Yu could easily handle given her demonstrated capabilities since the beginning of the semester. However, her request suggested a desire for closer interaction with him. As Zhou Yu sat at the table, she noticed Chen Zhibai's prolonged silence and the intense look he cast her way, causing her cheeks to flush slightly. Fortunately, her upbringing had instilled confidence in her, so she maintained her composure despite the blush. All right, Chen Zhibai finally agreed with a nod. Zhou Yu felt a wave of relief wash over her. She believed that since Chen Zhibai had agreed, he was open to the idea of spending more time together. With that thought in mind, she smiled brightly. By the time they finished their meal, it was already 12:30 p.m. After parting ways with Zhou Yu, Chen Zhibai returned to the boys' dormitory. As soon as he opened the door, he was surrounded by Wang Chao and Li Dong. What did the class monitor want your help with? She even invited you to dinner. Right? Honesty is the best policy, but resistance is futile, Wang Chao and Li Dong remarked, their eyes glinting with envy and curiosity. Zhou Hao was also in the dormitory, and although he had not approached them, he was engrossed in his phone. However, a keen observer would notice that his gaze was unfocused, and his ears were perked up, clearly intrigued by Zhou Yu's request for Chen Zhibai's assistance. More specifically, he felt slighted by it. Chapter 90. It can't be interesting, I'm telling you. Isn't the school sports meet coming up soon? The class monitor asked me to tally the events the boys want to sign up for. Chen Zhibai replied, meeting the envious and inquisitive gazes of Wang Chao and Li Dong. That's it? Wang Chao blinked in surprise, his envy intensifying. I could do that. It's not difficult at all. Why didn't the class monitor ask me for help? Wang Chao exclaimed with a look of envy. Zhou Hao, sitting on the bed, felt increasingly aggrieved. He had initially assumed that Zhou Yu's request for Chen Zhibai's help must be substantial, hence the dinner invitation. But now, it was merely to compile a list of events. Was there any challenge in that? He could do it just as well. Why wasn't he asked? After all, she was the class monitor. Old Chen, I can't help but feel that the class monitor might have a crush on you, Wang Chao suddenly declared. He continued, such a simple task. The class monitor could manage it herself without needing help. Yet she asked you and even invited you to dinner. Could it be that she really likes you? SHT. So being handsome really does pay off, Wang Chao exclaimed at the end, the realization dawning on him. The more he thought about it, the more he felt there was indeed something intriguing about the situation. It seems so. Wow, old Chen, you might just hit the jackpot. The class monitor actually has feelings for you. That is the class monitor we're talking about. Li Dong chimed in excitedly, his eyes gleaming with envy. Man, old Chen, you have to treat us to a meal. Otherwise, it's just too unfair. You're not even dating anyone, yet the class monitor has her sights set on you. Wang Chao added, his tone a mix of bitterness and envy. He had always known that being good-looking had its advantages, but he never anticipated it could be this significant. Especially with someone like the class monitor. Right? Treat us to a meal, otherwise I won't feel balanced, Li Dong echoed. But before he could say more, Zhou Hao interjected. Are you two out of your minds? How could the class monitor possibly have feelings for him? You should know better than to think that, Zhou Hao exclaimed, his expression darkening as he spoke loudly. Afterward, seeing that Wang Chao and Li Dong were both looking at him, he continued, the class monitor is simply asking old Chen for help and treating him to a meal. There's absolutely no other intention behind it. How could you two twist it into a story about the class monitor having feelings for him? You both have quite the imagination. Yes, I admit that old Chen is indeed much more handsome now, and his demeanor has improved significantly, but he is still far from matching the class monitor, Zhou Hao stated firmly. Having said all that, Zhou Hao seemed to regain his composure and looked at Chen Zhibai. Old Chen, I don't mean to sound harsh, but someone as beautiful and graceful as the class monitor is simply out of your league. Take my advice and date someone more ordinary. Don't listen to these two fools suggesting the class monitor has feelings for you. That's just impossible. Take me for instance. I think I'm doing quite well. Right? A local from Jiangxing with 2 houses, yet I wouldn't dare entertain any thoughts about the class monitor. What's more, you. Zhou Hao continued, his tone dripping with superiority as he concluded his lengthy monologue. You think the class monitor is interested in old Chen? Then let me ask you this. Why did she ask old Chen for help with this simple task when she could have asked anyone else? And why did she choose to invite old Chen to dinner? It's nearly been a month since school started, and there have been many boys wanting to have a meal with the class monitor. Yet have you seen her agree to dine with anyone else? Zhou Hao pressed that up until now. The only time the class monitor had shared a meal with a boy was with old Chen. Therefore, I believe the class monitor might indeed have feelings for old Chen, Wang Chao asserted directly to Zhou Hao. You? Zhou Hao's expression soured. Realizing he had to confront a truth he desperately wanted to deny. Did he not know that the class monitor didn't dine with other boys? Of course, he was aware. Yet, he was reluctant to admit it, as doing so would mean acknowledging that the class monitor truly had feelings for Chen Zhibai. That was a notion he was unwilling to accept. If that were the case, wouldn't Chen Zhibai be dating the class monitor, effectively overshadowing him? After all, his girlfriend was Li Yu, who, while beautiful, simply could not compare to the class monitor. No way! The class monitor could never possibly have feelings for old Chen. I'm telling you. Zhou Hao insisted, his face turning pale. If she did, I'd eat SHT with that. Zhou Hao jumped off his bed, storming out of the dormitory, slamming the door behind him with a loud bang. Crazy, Wang Chao muttered angrily, recognizing that he was aware of Zhou Hao's thoughts. Zhou Hao was clearly worried that the class monitor might genuinely like Chen Zhibai and that they would start dating, leaving him feeling overshadowed. Old Chen, I support you in pursuing a relationship with the class monitor. Let us show that fool what. Just because he is a local with 2 houses doesn't mean he is better off. His girlfriend may not even be as pretty as yours. I want to see if he still feels superior after that, Wang Chao declared to Chen Zhibai. What with all this anger? I'm not even upset, Chen Zhibai said, patting Wang Chao on the shoulder. You're not upset? That fool just said all that about you, claiming you're not worthy of the class monitor. Wang Chao exclaimed instinctively, but before he could continue, Chen Zhibai interjected. If he says I'm not worthy, does that make it true? Am I living my life based on his opinions? Chen Zhibai replied directly. Wang Chao was momentarily taken aback, catching the calm yet resolute demeanor of Chen Zhibai in that moment. He suddenly felt that the class monitor must indeed have some feelings for Chen Zhibai, given his confidence and presence. One must not live in the shadows of others' opinions, Chen Zhibai remarked, giving Wang Chao another reassuring pat on the shoulder before turning to glance at the now-closed dormitory door. To be honest, he had not taken Zhou Hao seriously. As he had stated earlier, whether one was worthy or not was not for Zhou Hao to decide. However, Zhou Hao's repeated displays of superiority had begun to grate on his nerves. You can flaunt your superiority elsewhere, just not in front of me. Suddenly, Chen Zhibai's phone vibrated. He took it out to see a WeChat message from Li Yu asking if he had eaten yet. Her tone playful and endearing. Chapter 91. The difference between Bentley and Audi. Old Chen, who just messaged you. Why aren't you replying? Wang Chao asked curiously, having noticed Chen Zhibai checking his phone without responding. No one, Chen Zhibai replied with a shake of his head, tucking his phone back into his pocket. Come on, let us play a couple of rounds of games, Wang Chao proposed, seemingly unfazed. Yeah, old Chen, join us. Without you, it's just me and Chaozi losing all the time, Li Dong chimed in eagerly. No. You two go ahead, I need to step out for a bit, Chen Zhibai declined. Step out? Where to? Wang Chao and Li Dong both looked surprised, instinctively asking at the same time. After all, it was already midday and the perfect time for a nap. You'll find out this afternoon, Chen Zhibai smiled, leaving them in suspense before stepping out of the dormitory. Such a mystery, Wang Chao muttered, not dwelling on it, and instead took out his phone to play a couple of rounds of games with Li Dong. Come on, Dongzi, let me take you to victory. Wang Chao shot Li Dong a playful glance. I'm not playing, Li Dong replied, shaking his head. Not playing? Wang Chao blinked in disbelief. Of course not. Whenever we play together, we lose. I'm not interested, Li Dong affirmed, pulling out his phone to scroll through Douyin. Damn, Wang Chao cursed, not bothering to start a game himself, instead joining Li Dong in scrolling through Douyin. Chen Zhibai exited the boys' dormitory, heading towards the school parking lot. He intended to drive the BMW X5 down to the dormitory to show off a bit in front of Zhou Hao, to quell his constant display of superiority. To be honest, it had become quite annoying. It was akin to a fly buzzing incessantly in your face. You might not pay it much mind, but it certainly tested your patience. Hence, Chen Zhibai planned to demonstrate his strength and prowess in front of Zhou Hao. While parking was allowed beneath the boys' dormitory, Chen Zhibai had never parked there since acquiring the car, not wanting to draw attention to himself. After all, driving an automobile worth over 800,000 yuan as a freshman was undoubtedly a statement. Chen Zhibai's inherently composed and low-profile nature led him to avoid such ostentation. Some individuals relish the sensation of being in the spotlight, while others prefer to remain in the shadows. Chen Zhibai is not averse to attention. He simply yearns for a tranquil and stable life, wishing to navigate his 4 years of university with a low profile. Yet, even the most reticent among US may find themselves compelled to make a scene when confronted with an insufferable nuisance like Zhou Hao. Buzz. Suddenly, his phone vibrated. Suppressing his thoughts, Chen Zhibai retrieved his device and saw a WeChat message from Liu inquiring why he had not replied. Questioning if he had overlooked her message, he glanced at it, but chose not to respond. His impatience with Zhou Hao was palpable. He held disdain for the man, yet he harbored no such feelings for Liu. His standards had been refined by Lu Ming and Chen Zhibai. Although Liu was indeed beautiful, she paled in comparison to Lu Ming and Chen Zhibai, to illustrate with a metaphor. Lu Ming and Chen Zhibai were akin to opulent Bentleys worth millions, while Liu resembled a modest Audi A4 valued at 300,000. While the Audi A4 is commendable, it simply cannot compete with the grandeur of a Bentley. Only during moments of boredom would one whimsically consider taking the Audi A4 for a spin, merely to experience its novelty. Soon, Chen Zhibai arrived at the university parking lot. A sleek, stormy gray BMW X5 occupied a vacant space. Under the sun, its color was strikingly attractive and exuded a sporty elegance. The license plate, featuring 3 nines, further cloaked the vehicle in an air of understated sophistication. After unlocking the car, Chen Zhibai entered and drove directly to the boys' dormitory. Given that it was midday and a designated rest period, the area outside the dormitory was nearly deserted, allowing Chen Zhibai to return unnoticed. He parked smoothly in front of the dormitory, turned off the engine, locked the vehicle, and walked inside. Upon entering his room, he noticed Wang Chao and Li Dong sprawled on their beds, engrossed in Douyin. Zhou Hao had also returned and was lying on his bed. Lao Chun, back already? Want to play a couple of rounds? Wang Chao called out upon seeing Chen Zhibai. Sure, Chen Zhibai nodded, pulling out his phone. Count me in 2, Li Dong quickly added, I in no time. The 3 were engrossed in their game. Zhou Hao lay on his bed. His expression sour as he noted that no one had invited him to join. He was perplexed. Why were Chen Zhibai, Wang Chao, and Li Dong so indifferent to him? After all, he was a local from Jiangxing with 2 apartments to his name. Frustration gnawed at him as he glanced at the trio, who were animatedly playing their game, and he forced himself to suppress his discomfort. It's fine. He reminded himself, I have a girlfriend, and they do not. With that thought, he felt a measure of relief, but his mood quickly soured again when he opened WeChat and saw that Liu had yet to respond to his messages, leaving him feeling somewhat dejected. Yeah, are you still busy? You've been at it since yesterday. Please reply. I miss you. How about we go for barbecue tonight? There's a new place in the university town that's supposed to be amazing. He sent multiple messages in quick succession. After a moment's contemplation, he decided to initiate a video call. However, as soon as he dialed, the call was abruptly terminated without being answered. This left Zhou Hao momentarily stunned. And just as he was about to type a message, Liu finally responded, I'm busy. Please don't call. Okay. Zhou Hao quickly typed back, then continued, Yeah, you finally replied. I thought you had disappeared. How about the barbecue tonight? It's supposed to be really good. I can't go. I have plans tonight. Liu's response was curt, as she coldly rejected his invitation. She was set to meet Chen Zhibai and had no time for Zhou Hao. Oh? You have plans? What kind of plans? Yeah, I'm free tonight. How about I accompany you? I haven't seen you all day, and I miss you. Zhou Hao typed eagerly. However, Liu, having grown weary of his incessant messages, chose not to reply. After several unanswered messages left him feeling increasingly agitated, he quickly redirected his attention to the gaming trio, where his irritation dissipated, replaced by a sense of superiority. At least he had a girlfriend, and she was quite attractive. Zhou Hao opened his phone's photo gallery, found a picture of Liu, and smirked before glancing condescendingly at Chen Zhibai. After playing 6 or 7 rounds, the clock struck 1:30 p.m. All right, no more gaming. We need to head to class. We have afternoon lectures, Chen Zhibai declared as he stowed his phone. Ugh, back to class already? If only we didn't have to, Wang Chao sighed, casting a wistful glance at the time. Chen Zhibai merely smiled and said nothing, excusing himself to the restroom. Shall we go to class together? He called out after exiting the restroom, spotting Zhou Hao still in the dorm. Huh? Zhou Hao was taken aback. He hadn't expected Chen Zhibai to invite him. Was he finally recognizing their class disparity and seeking to foster a friendship? Zhou Hao's eyes brightened as he nodded with feigned nonchalance. All right, let's go. Sure, Chen Zhibai replied, observing the mixture of restraint and pride in Zhou Hao's demeanor. Nearby, Wang Chao tugged at Chen Zhibai's arm, his expression a blend of confusion and skepticism. He did not comprehend why Chen Zhibai would invite Zhou Hao to accompany them. "It's nothing," Chen Zhibai reassured Wang Chao with a pat on the shoulder, choosing not to elaborate as they exited the dormitory. Though Wang Chao remained puzzled, he followed suit, with Li Dong trailing closely behind. Zhou Hao hesitated, feeling a twinge of resentment. He believed he should have been the first to depart as a reflection of status. However, he dismissed the thought, deciding it was trivial, as he stepped out of the dormitory. He hurried to catch up with Chen Zhibai, adopting an older brotherly tone. "Lao Chun, I know I may have been a bit harsh earlier, but I spoke the truth. The class monitor would never take an interest in you. If you're serious about finding a girlfriend, I could ask my girlfriend to introduce you to someone more ordinary. Is that so?" Chen Zhibai regarded Zhou Hao. "Of course," Zhou Hao affirmed, "don't take my words to heart. The reality is evident. You do look better after cutting your hair, but what good is that? In today's society, wealth prevails. With your family's background, finding an ordinary girl shouldn't be an issue. Don't worry. I'll handle it." He patted Chen Zhibai's shoulder, his sense of superiority clear. Chen Zhibai merely cast him a sidelong glance, remaining silent. Behind them, Wang Chao's expression soured as he pulled Li Dong's arm. "What's up?" Li Dong turned to him. "Why is Lao Chen inviting that fool to class? Just hearing him talk gives me a headache." Wang Chao replied candidly, "I don't know." Li Dong shrugged, equally perplexed. In front of them, Zhou Hao continued to boast, casually dropping mentions of his family's 2 properties. Chen Zhibai did not refute him. Instead, he nodded seriously, even offering a compliment, which further inflated Zhou Hao's ego. They exited the boys' dormitory, where a sizable group of students had gathered, their attention fixated on the BMW X5 parked nearby. "Wow, is that the top-spec BMW X5? The stormy gray color looks stunning. I just searched online. This car costs over 800,000. One exclaimed, "It's truly beautiful. Why is it parked in front of our dormitory? Could the owner be one of us students?" Another speculated, "In a way, that car costs over 800,000. Our dorm is for freshmen. Who among them could possibly afford such a luxury right after starting university? It must belong to a faculty member." Another chimed in. The curiosity peaked among the boys, who were reluctant to head to class, captivated by the allure of the BMW X5. Zhou Hao stood at the front of the dormitory, stunned by the surrounding chatter. "Is that really a BMW X5? He muttered in envy. "Zhou Gongzi, aren't you a local with 2 apartments? Why not buy a car like this? Over 800,000. I bet your family could afford it," Wang Chao remarked, clearly intending to provoke Zhou Hao. Zhou Hao's expression darkened. He recognized Wang Chao's intent but felt powerless to respond because he genuinely could not afford such a vehicle. While his family did own 2 apartments, he had a younger brother, and one of those apartments was earmarked as his future marital home. Moreover, his parents' jobs were not particularly lucrative. It was only due to fortunate circumstances over a decade ago that they acquired the properties. Though he had never shared these details, he was acutely aware of his situation. This was why his living expenses were modest. "Zhou Gongzi, why so silent? Your family must be wealthy enough to afford an over 800,000 vehicle, right?" Wang Chao pressed, sensing an opportunity to demean him. Zhou Hao's face grew darker. "I can't afford it, but can you?" "I certainly can't, but I'm not in your league. You're Zhou Gongzi, a local with 2 properties. While I'm just an outsider, how could I compare?" Wang Chao retorted dismissively. Zhou Hao was about to walk away, unwilling to continue the conversation when Chen Zhibai interrupted him. "No need to walk to class today. Let's drive." Chen Zhibai stated. "Drive? Are you serious?" Zhou Hao stammered, taken aback. "You have a car?" He scoffed, unable to believe the absurdity of the suggestion. "I do." Chen Zhibai replied casually, unfazed by Zhou Hao's skepticism. He produced the keys to the BMW X5 from his pocket and pressed the button. The car responded with a crisp sound, the lights flashing in confirmation. Zhou Hao stood frozen, his face a mix of disbelief, shock, and astonishment. It took him over a minute to regain his composure and, with a stiff demeanor, he turned to Chen Zhibai. That car is yours." Zhou Hao's expression was dazed, his words stumbling out as he swallowed hard several times. He could hardly accept that the BMW X5 parked nearby belonged to Chen Zhibai. How could this be possible? That was a vehicle worth over 800,000. Chapter 93. A 100,000 yuan reward. Not only Zhou Hao was dumbfounded. Wang Chao and Li Dong, standing nearby, were equally astonished. They had never imagined that the BMW X5 parked just a short distance away belonged to Chen Zhibai. It was truly unexpected, given that it was a vehicle worth over 800,000. Had it been anyone else, they might not have been as shocked, but given that it was Chen Zhibai who owned it, their astonishment was palpable. They had always considered Chen Zhibai to be on the same level as themselves in terms of family background. Yet here he was, a freshman driving a top-spec BMW X5. In front of the boys' dormitory, a crowd of students had gathered, their eyes glued to the BMW X5. As the car lights flickered, everyone instinctively began searching for the owner, eager to discover who could afford such a luxury vehicle. When they spotted Chen Zhibai holding the keys, it became clear that he was, like them, a freshman. The envy was unmistakable in the gazes of the onlookers. A freshman driving a BMW? That was quite impressive. Ding. Congratulations to the host for displaying wealth and gaining a reward of 100,000 yuan. The reward has been credited to the host's agricultural bank account. Please check it promptly. As Chen Zhibai prepared to speak, he was interrupted by the system's voice echoing in his mind. Displaying wealth has earned me a 100,000 yuan reward? What a delightful surprise. His eyes sparkled with excitement. His initial intention had merely been to showcase his status to Zhou Hao, to mitigate the latter's incessant displays of superiority, yet he had unexpectedly received a considerable sum. An ordinary worker would toil for an entire year to save that much. Buzz. His phone vibrated in his pocket, pulling Chen Zhibai back to reality. He retrieved it and found a notification confirming the deposit of 100,000 yuan. Lao Chun, is that really your car? Wang Chao finally regained his senses, swallowing hard as he asked, his expression still one of disbelief. Li Dong remained silent, but his gaze drifted toward Chen Zhibai. Zhou Hao clenched his fists, rationality telling him that the BMW was indeed Chen Zhibai's, yet his emotions resisted acceptance. He wished for Chen Zhibai to deny it. Only then would he feel more at ease. After all, how could someone just starting university afford a vehicle worth over 800,000? How could he continue to flaunt his superiority in front of someone like Chen Zhibai? Of course it's mine. Let us get in, Chen Zhibai declared. Ignoring Zhou Hao's expectations, he proceeded to the vehicle. Opening the driver's side door and taking a seat. As he did, Zhou Hao's hopes dwindled. Are you all getting in or what? Chen Zhibai called out, noticing that Wang Chao and Li Dong were still standing by. Coming, they chimed, quickly running over and hopping into the car. Zhou Hao, however, remained rooted in place. I won't get in. I have something to do. You guys go ahead, he stammered, avoiding Chen Zhibai's gaze. Without waiting for a response, he turned and dashed back into the dormitory. In his haste, he stumbled slightly but caught himself against the wall, narrowly avoiding a fall. Yet, even this near mishap was forgotten as his mind raced with one overwhelming thought. How could Chen Zhibai own a BMW X5? What did that mean for his previous displays of superiority? How could he flaunt his status in front of someone who had just entered university and was already driving such an extravagant vehicle? The realization left Zhou Hao feeling conflicted and pale. Are you all right, dear? You look unwell. If you're feeling under the weather, make sure to take your medicine. The dormitory manager, a woman in her 40s with children of her own in university, noticed Zhou Hao's distress and expressed concern. However, Zhou Hao, overwhelmed by his thoughts, merely walked past her without a word, heading upstairs. That boy. Why is he so quiet? The dormitory manager mused, shaking her head as she continued on her way. Inside the BMW X5. How the tables have turned for this fool. Let him flaunt his superiority in the dormitory every day, boasting of being a local from Jiangxing with 2 properties. At last, he has encountered a formidable obstacle. Observing Zhou Hao's complexion shift between shades of green and red, he uttered not a word before swiftly retreating to his dormitory, even stumbling in the process. Wang Chao, with a look of vindication, remarked, It's evident to anyone that Zhou Hao has been considerably shaken. Enough of him. Chen Zhibai chose to disregard Zhou Hao, for in truth, had it not been for Zhou Hao's incessant display of superiority before him, he would not have brought his car to showcase his prowess. Such ostentation, after all, can easily incite envy and jealousy in others. Contemplating this, Chen Zhibai cast a glance at Li Dong. From his vantage point, he could see Li Dong, upon entering the vehicle, appearing quite anxious and overwhelmed, his eyes filled with envy as he surveyed the luxurious interior. Sighing inwardly at this scene, Chen Zhibai realized that his previously uncomplicated camaraderie with Li Dong might be on the verge of transformation. At the very least, given Li Dong's current anxious admiration, would they still be able to joke around or even tease him during gaming losses in the future? Old Chen, I never realized your family was so affluent. To buy you such an extravagant car right at the start of university is truly impressive. Wang Chao, redirecting his focus away from Zhou Hao, exclaimed excitedly to Chen Zhibai in his words. One could discern the deep-seated envy lurking in his gaze. After all, to drive a BMW X5 as a freshman is a privilege that he may never experience in his lifetime. But frankly, old Chen, I'm glad you have wealth, for you remain humble and have never boasted about it in school or among classmates, unlike Zhou Hao, whose constant displays of superiority annoy everyone. You truly embody modesty, Wang Chao added. Chen Zhibai thought to himself. He has only recently acquired such wealth. Nevertheless, his character has always been such that even with newfound riches,